the entire population of eligible humans has been transported to a fantastical world composed of various rooms designed for matchmaking games. Upon entering the game, players are confronted by 4 doors in front, behind, and to the sides, each differing in color and the circumstances within the rooms. Red door, matchmaking room ***. Players will bypass all preliminary steps and engage directly in unions with beings from myriad realms, consummating their unions without delay. Within the matchmaking room, the gender, age, and race of the counterpart remain shrouded in mystery, and resistance or refusal is strictly prohibited. Jiang Nian immediately notices a prompt upon commencement. Red door ***. Behind this door lies a ravenous mother goblin. Should you find her appealing, feel free to enter. White door ***. A ferocious bloodthirsty wolf awaits, with a 100 mortality rate. Golden door ***. This is a resource room, filled with an abundance of glorious treasure chests. You shall be invincible. Red door ***. A newly transformed fox spirit from Tushan, curious about humanity. As others are besieged by lizard men, goblins, minotaurs, and skeletons, Jiang Nian, the cunning one, finds himself simultaneously enhancing his strength while enjoying the company of beautiful women. Chapter 1. The Universal Matchmaking Game. In light of the dwindling numbers of individuals seeking partnerships worldwide, henceforth, all humans aged 18 to 50 shall be transported to this wondrous matchmaking game. ***. Here, one can not only experience the joys and beauty of union, but also ascend to become a formidable ruler of this world. Brave warrior, are you prepared? In the midst of slumber, Jiang Nian vaguely perceives a mysterious voice resonating in his mind. In the next instant, he abruptly opens his eyes, finding himself in an exceedingly rudimentary wooden cabin that is undeniably not his former world. What is happening? Where on earth am I? At that moment, Jiang Nian recalls the enigmatic voice that echoed in his mind, and his pupils constrict. Could it be that I have truly traversed into a matchmaking game world? In astonishment, he surveys his surroundings. The wooden cabin is utterly devoid of any furnishings. However, he soon notices the 4 doors surrounding him. Suddenly, a unique luminescent screen manifests before Jiang Nian. ***. Random matchmaking game. Now commencing. ***. Friendly reminder ***1. In the game, you may choose to open any of the 4 doors in front, behind, or to the sides, entering the corresponding room. ***. 2. The different colors of the doors signify varied circumstances within the rooms. Red, matchmaking room. Gold, resource room. Black, dungeon room. Green, recovery room. White, random room. 3. Red door. Matchmaking room players shall bypass all steps and directly engage in unions with beings from myriad realms, consummating their unions and receiving bountiful rewards thereafter. 4. Gold door. Resource room. Upon entry, one may randomly acquire a plethora of resources, from a mere piece of wood or bread to an unparalleled divine artifact. 5. Black door. Dungeon room. Entering will randomly transport you to a dungeon where you must defeat the final boss to earn rewards commensurate with the difficulty. 6. Green door. Recovery room. This room allows players to recover from any injuries within a brief period. 7. White door. Random room. Everything here is random. Players may find themselves in a celestial abode or plummet into an abyss of despair. In summary, anything may occur, so choose wisely. ***8. Each player can open 5 doors daily, with opportunities to increase this number through special items. 9. In the matchmaking room, the counterpart's gender, age, and race remain unknown. Only if the player's strength surpasses that of the counterpart may they refuse the union, lest they face dire consequences. 10. Players will experience hunger, thirst, fatigue, and the threat of death. Strive to endure. As Jiang Nian gazes at the myriad rules that have materialized before him, a subtle smile graces his lips. No dowry, no lengthy courtship, straight to consummation. Goodness, this game is intriguing. Yet his expression soon becomes serious. In the matchmaking chamber, every aspect of the counterpart remains unknown. Any race could potentially emerge. Once one enters the matchmaking room, they must consummate their union, regardless of whether their partner is a mere pig. Unless their strength exceeds that of their counterpart, there exists no opportunity for resistance. Contemplating this, Jiang Nian feels a chill run down his spine. However, upon deeper reflection, if he were to find a breathtaking celestial empress seated on the bed, would that not be an extraordinary stroke of fortune? Undeniably, this matchmaking game is exhilarating. After confirming the game rules, a new luminous screen appears. Within this screen, a multitude of functional options are presented. Attributes, equipment, homestead, storage, auction house, chat channel. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian selects the attributes option. ***, player, Jiang Nian, nationality, Yen nation, lifespan, 23, 88, 65 years of remaining life, constitution, 6, asterisk asterisk strength 6, asterisk asterisk agility 6, asterisk asterisk spirit 8, charm 10. Attributes are randomly assigned between 1 to 10 based on the player's circumstances. Talent, omniscience, SSS rank unique. Skills, none. Upon reviewing this information, Jiang Nian can't help but chuckle wryly. His attributes are indeed rather unremarkable. If a score of 10 represents perfection, then Jiang Nian's constitution, strength, and agility barely pass muster. His spirit, however, is somewhat stronger, likely a result of his scholarly pursuits. As for his perfect charm score, Jiang Nian beams with pride. His title, as the campus heartthrob of Qingbei, is not without merit. However, when he notices the talents section beneath his charm, his eyes widen in astonishment that a quintessential exclamation escapes his lips. No way. Asterisk asterisk talent. Omniscience. Asterisk asterisk. Effects. 1. The player can acquire all information about this world, including the circumstances behind each door. 2. The player can learn any skill and use it proficiently. 3. The player can discern the fatal weaknesses of beings across all realms. Asterisk asterisk. Upon discovering this talent, Jiang Nian instantly realizes that he is destined for invincibility. In this realm of matrimonial arrangements, the most formidable peril lies in the inherent uncertainties that abound. No soul can ascertain the true nature of what lies behind each door. Even the coveted matrimonial chamber may conceal fearsome beasts within. However, with the gift of omniscience and omnipotence, Jiang Nian possesses the ability to foreknow the secrets hidden behind each door. Is this not invincibility incarnate? Moreover, she can swiftly and adeptly master skills and discern the weaknesses of others. After a prolonged period of exhilaration, Jiang Nian finally managed to compose herself. In order to validate the prowess of her omniscience, she directed her gaze towards a pristine white door before her to name. Random room. Room condition. A bloodthirsty wolf dwells here. Safety assessment. At your current state, entering this room guarantees a 100 mortality rate. Impressive. Not only can I ascertain the circumstances beyond the door in advance, but I also receive a safety evaluation. Jiang Nian was genuinely astonished by the alert that materialized before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately turned her attention to the other doors. Name. Quest room. Room condition. Entering the kingdom of goblins, this place is inhabited by numerous savage and malevolent goblins. Safety assessment. At your current state, entering this room guarantees a 100 mortality rate. Name. Resource room. Room condition. Here lies a black iron treasure chest. Upon opening, rewards will be granted, in addition to some essential supplies. Safety assessment. Safety coefficient at 100. Feel free to enter without any danger. Name. Matrimonial room. Room condition. A female goblin, having fled from the kingdom of goblins, yearns for union with a human. Safety assessment. If you are willing to engage in matrimony with a female goblin, then please enter. A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. Upon reading the information regarding this door, Jiang Nian was so startled that she instinctively recoiled several steps. Sigma. Figunium. Is it true that a ravenous female goblin resides within this room? Chapter 2. Omniscient and Omnipotent. To be candid, when Jiang Nian first laid eyes upon the crimson door behind him, a surge of anticipation welled up within his heart. His imagination conjured countless divine beings, should the door swing open to reveal a fair-skinned beauty, a veritable goddess gracing the earthly realm. Jiang Nian would undoubtedly consider himself extraordinarily fortunate. However, the reality was far from ethereal. Instead, he was met with the grotesque visage of a goblin. Had Jiang Nian not possessed omniscience, he might have unwittingly stepped through that door, leading to unimaginable consequences. At this juncture, accessing the instance rooms, random chambers, and particularly this matchmaking room was decidedly inadvisable. Fortunately, a resource room remained available for selection, prompting a sigh of relief from Jiang Nian. Nevertheless, he refrained from hastily entering the resource room, choosing instead to ascertain the current circumstances. First and foremost, as he had only just entered the game, both his equipment and inventory were utterly barren. The home option, when explored, revealed a modest wooden cabin identical to his present surroundings, which could be summoned at will. Furthermore, it could be upgraded through resources he collected. The auction house allowed for the exchange of any items, although he currently possessed none. Lastly, the chat channel flickered incessantly, piquing Jiang Nian's curiosity, compelling him to delve into it. Presently, Jiang Nian found himself within the 666th regional channel, populated by 1,000 individuals, akin to a vast chatroom. Each participant bore an avatar that mirrored their true appearance. No beauty filters, no special effects, purely authentic. By clicking on an avatar, one could access basic information about the individual, such as name, age, and nationality. Notably, in this world, despite differing nationalities and languages, all spoken words would automatically translate into familiar tongues. At that moment, The chat channel was ablaze with fervent discussions. What on earth is happening? I finally managed to invite my girlfriend to a hotel, and the moment I unbuttoned my pants, I was transported here. By the way, what colors are the 4 doors in your room? Mine are white, black, and green. What? The initial 4 doors are the same for everyone? Mine are black and white. Is no one concerned about their abilities? Why is mine merely D grade? What? You're still at D grade? I'm stuck at F grade. Haha. To be honest, directly in front of me is a red door, which signifies the matchmaking room. My 18-centimeter sword is already yearning for action. For those upstairs, if you enter the red door and encounter a sow, how will you respond? Haha. You've cracked me up. That fellow with the red door seems to be from India. I hear you can even mate with lizards? Humph. We Indians fear neither heaven nor earth. If it's female, we embrace it all. Watch me enter the red door. Oh no, I'm doomed. I opened the red door and found a 2-meter-tall gorilla. And it's a male. This gorilla is winking at me and pounding its chest. What should I do? I'm in a bind. Whoa. In an instant, the chat channel erupted in chaos, filled with exclamations of disbelief. Brother from India, didn't you say anything goes? Why are you afraid of a gorilla? I suggest you abandon any thoughts of resistance. Perhaps surrendering will unlock new horizons. I did claim anything goes, but this fellow is male, and frankly, rather enormous. Help, brother. Why not try refusing the matchmaking? Let us see what terrifying punishment awaits. Why refuse? Male on male is the way to go. Charge ahead, brother from India. Jiang Nian observed the banter within the chat channel, bemused yet entertained. Beyond the plight of the unfortunate Indian brother, he gleaned further insights. All individuals transported into this matchmaking game world awakened with a unique talent. Jiang Nian's SSS grade omniscience was truly unparalleled. This signified that, aside from him, no one else could foresee the circumstances behind the doors. Truly exhilarating. However, Jiang Nian possessed no resources, nor suitable equipment or weapons. Time was of the essence. Thus, he promptly closed the chat channel and entered the golden resource room to the left. This chamber was not a conventional room, but rather a lush expanse of verdant grass, with a small river nearby and a grand tree standing tall. It was indeed, as the omniscient insight had indicated, remarkably safe. Yet, what captivated Jiang Nian's attention was the black treasure chest directly ahead. The chests were categorized into tiers: black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, and the highest tier, the glory chest. Each tier bestowed different rewards upon opening. Although merely a black iron chest, it would undoubtedly be of immense assistance to Jiang Nian in his current phase. With urgency, Jiang Nian approached the chest. At that moment, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion resonated in his mind. Black iron chest detected. Does the player wish to open it immediately? Open. Jiang Nian affirmed with a nod. In the next instant, the black iron chest unlocked and swung open, releasing beams of light that soared forth, one of which entered Jiang Nian's body. Congratulations, player. You have gained 5 attribute points to distribute at will. Additionally, a sharp long knife and an ancient book floated before him. Item: entry-level long knife. Type: weapon. Quality: F grade. Effect: none. Evaluation: a novice's weapon, barely sufficient. Item: triple slash. Type: skill book. Quality: F grade. Effect: upon use, grants the skill triple slash. Evaluation: swiftly slashes 3 times forward. Power is average. Speed is commendable. To have acquired both a weapon and a skill book from the black iron chest was truly commendable. While many grappled with the uncertainty of unknown doors and the dread that accompanied them, some were even contemplating male-male encounters with gorillas. Jiang Nian had commenced his journey armed with a weapon and a skill book, even if they were of the most basic variety. He was already strides ahead of the rest. Jiang Nian promptly equipped the entry-level long knife. The skill book for triple slash, upon his touch, was instinctively comprehended. As though it were an innate ability, remarkably proficient, this was yet another facet of his omniscience. He could effortlessly learn and adeptly wield any skill, expediting his mastery without the need for extensive practice. In his exhilaration, Jiang Nian suddenly noticed a special message popping up from the river ahead. Collectible. Chapter 3, The Perils of the Matchmaking World. Jiang Nian reached out to click it, and a voice immediately echoed in his mind. You have obtained 10 bottles of drinking water, automatically stored in your inventory. Such a situation is truly astonishing. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Nian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Water is the essence of life, undoubtedly vital. He turned to the towering tree beside him and noticed it was laden with a plethora of apples, each marked with the reminder, collectible. Acquired 50 apples, automatically stored in the warehouse. 50 apples, along with 10 bottles of water, would sustain him for quite some time, even if no further food were to be found. Jiang Nian nonchalantly plucked an apple, its surface impeccably clean, devoid of any dirt or pesticides. He took a bite, and the juice burst forth, sweet and fragrant. Undeniably the finest apple he had ever tasted. As he savored the apple, Jiang Nian observed the edges of the room, where 4 doors stood, 2 black and 2 white. Possessing the gift of omniscience, he felt no trepidation. He could simply choose the safest entrance, rather than continuing to open doors in search of adventure. He found himself more curious about the fate of the brother from a Sangwa who had encountered the gorilla. What dire consequences awaited him if he rejected the marriage proposal? Conversely, what rewards might he receive if he accepted? With a curious heart, Jiang Nian entered the chat channel. He wondered if that Asangwa brother was still present. After such a long time, not a word had been uttered. Could it be he was preoccupied with the gorilla marriage, leaving no time to engage with them? Goodness, please don't say that. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel nauseous. Help me, dear lords. I'm surrounded by a pack of wild dogs. Whoever rescues me, I shall serve as their maid. This is dire. As I eagerly pushed open the red door, what awaited me was a tentacled monster? But no, what stood before me was a ravenous goblin female. As Jiang Nian silently observed the chat, he noted that the original 1,000 participants had dwindled to just over 800. This stark reduction indicated that more than 100 had perished. In the brief span of time, such a multitude had met their demise, highlighting the perilous nature of this marriage game world. Should he push open a door and encounter a monster beyond his capability, death would surely follow. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nian felt increasingly fortunate. With the omniscient talent at his disposal, he could effectively evade these dangers. Has no one succeeded in the marriage? He pondered. What indeed are the rewards for a successful union? Perhaps the brother who faced the goblin should just charge ahead with his eyes shut. Oh no. I've turned down the goblin's marriage proposal, and now it's brandishing an axe, intent on cleaving me in two. Help! Help! At that moment, the entire chat channel fell silent, and the number of participants decreased by one more. Undoubtedly, the individual who had refused the goblin's marriage had met their end. After a brief silence, the chat erupted once more. Goodness, so the price of rejecting a marriage is death. Brother, I shall observe a moment of silence for you. Grateful for your sacrifice that has illuminated our path. Could it be that the red doors of this marriage world are so treacherous? I dare not enter carelessly. Yet, it is not entirely certain that death is inevitable. If one possesses strength surpassing that of the adversary, resistance is possible. It's easy for you to say. In our current predicament, should we encounter such a monster, we would have no recourse but death. I currently possess no weapon. How could I possibly resist? The brother from a Sangwa, who had engaged with the gorilla, had remained silent, presumably having met a grim fate. Jiang Nian had absorbed all this information, and his expression turned grave. Indeed, this world was fraught with danger. Had he opened that red door, he might have shared the same fate as that brother. Yet the rewards for successful unions remained unspoken. After a thorough search, Jiang Nian had no choice but to temporarily abandon that line of inquiry. He then turned his gaze to the 4 doors at the room's edge. Wait a moment. When I opened the black iron chest earlier, I received 5 attribute points. I must allocate them now. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Nian distributed the 5 points among strength, constitution, and agility. Constitution, 8. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Mentality, 8. Charisma, 10. Remaining distributable attribute points, 0. With the enhancement of his attributes, Jiang Nian could distinctly sense his newfound strength. However, despite this increase in power, he chose not to enter the 2 black doors. It was well known that black doors led to dungeon rooms, where one would need to vanquish numerous monsters and ultimately defeat a final boss to emerge victorious. Given Jiang Nian's current state, achieving success would be exceedingly difficult. He had no desire to perish in such a miserable manner. Thus, caution was paramount. Name: Random Room. Room condition: a giant python resides here. Slaying it offers a chance to savor snake meat. Safety assessment: as you are now, entering this room carries a death rate of approximately 50. Name: Random Room. Room condition: a large-eared rabbit lives here. Defeating it yields rabbit meat. Safety assessment: provided one is not overly foolish, it can be easily dispatched. Upon viewing the information presented before him, Jiang Nian hesitated not for a moment, making his way toward the room of the large-eared rabbit. A 50 death rate was already quite high for him. He was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. The large-eared rabbit, however, appeared significantly safer, providing Jiang Nian with an opportunity to test the 3-hit combo he had just learned. Soon enough, Jiang Nian pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was also a grassy expanse, but it contained a plump rabbit peacefully slumbering on the ground, perhaps sensing the presence of a human. The large-eared rabbit abruptly opened its eyes and glared angrily at Jiang Nian. In an instant, it sprang forth towards him with surprising speed. Observing its rather rotund form, Jiang Nian realized that its speed was not particularly swift. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a red dot marked on its body. Initially taken aback, he quickly understood. This must be the 3rd ability granted by his omniscience, allowing him to discern the weaknesses of monsters. The location of the red indicated the rabbit's vulnerability. If he struck that precise spot, he could inflict far greater damage. Humph. If I cannot defeat a giant python, do you think I cannot handle a mere fat rabbit? Jiang Nian scoffed, swinging his novice long sword with precision, executing a rapid 3-hit combo. Even though this was merely a newly acquired skill, he executed it with remarkable proficiency. Swish, swish, swish. All 3 strikes landed squarely on the rabbit's weak point. In an instant, blood spurted forth, causing the large-eared rabbit to writhe in agony on the ground. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nian swiftly delivered a final blow, slaying it. Over the corpse of the large-eared rabbit, the message, collectible, appeared. Acquired 10 pieces of rabbit meat. Automatically stored in the warehouse. Alas, what a pity. It turns out to be mere raw meat. Jiang Nian let out a regretful sigh, but suddenly his eyes sparkled with a thought. Wait, I could seek someone in the chat channel for an exchange. Surely, someone must have acquired cooking materials. Just as Jiang Nian opened the chat channel, the previously absent brother from the Asen nation reappeared. Brothers, I have returned triumphantly. Chapter 4, The Marriage Chamber. The Adorable Fox Demon. The appearance of the Asen brother caused the previously tranquil chat channel to erupt once more. What the heck? The Asen nation's big brother has appeared. Bro, weren't you in the gorilla's marriage chamber? You're safe and sound now. Could it be that you have? I beg you, brother, elaborate. Though I am eager to inquire about your experience with the gorilla's matrimonial arrangements, my primary curiosity lies in the rewards for a successful marriage. Jiang Nian initially intended to trade apples for some cooking supplies, but suddenly became intrigued by the Asen brother. Brother, I admire your prowess. You managed to wed a grand gorilla. So, you were silent before because you were indeed quite busy. It was our lack of understanding that intruded upon your refined pursuits. Asen Nation is eternal. At this moment, a man from the Asen Nation, nestled within the jungle, was stroking the gorilla beside him, gleefully observing the lively content in the chat channel. Despite the mildly agonizing process he just endured, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Amidst the flattery from the crowd, this Asen man had no intention of concealing anything, and he candidly shared his experience. Everyone, I shan't elaborate on the process. I trust you can imagine it well enough. As for the rewards received, they are indeed quite abundant. I no longer have to worry about food and drink. Moreover, my darling is exceptionally loyal to me. By the way, a quick advertisement. Does anyone need a lighter? If so, bring some fruit for an exchange. What does it mean that your darling is exceptionally loyal? What the heck? Does that mean after marrying the gorilla, it obeys your commands? Have you not acquired a formidable bodyguard? Brothers above, are you not intrigued? Please. That is a gorilla we are talking about. Can you truly accept this? As for me, I cannot. I shall remain steadfast in my search for resources and strive to survive. Jiang Nian absorbed all the chatter with keen interest. He now comprehended the rewards following a successful marriage. Clearly, in addition to receiving a plethora of survival resources, it likely allowed the individual in the marriage chamber to accompany you upon departure. Though the Asen brother paid a grievous price, he ultimately turned misfortune into fortune. At this stage, having a gorilla as a bodyguard undoubtedly enhances safety. Furthermore, Jiang Nian was taken aback to discover that this Asen brother possessed a lighter. A source of fire is paramount for roasting rabbit meat. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian privately messaged him. Big brother, I am willing to trade 3 apples for your lighter. That seems a bit lacking. I want 5, the Asen man quickly replied. Although Jiang Nian still had dozens of apples, these were precious resources not to be squandered. He also intended to list some apples at the auction house to exchange for other resources. After a brief silence, the Asen brother finally relented. Brother, if it weren't for my urgent need for these fruits, I wouldn't readily part with it. Fine, 3 it is, let us proceed with the trade. In the chat channel, individuals within the same region could not only converse and share information, but also engage in private messages, trading, and even adding friends. The Asen brother promptly sent a trade request. Soon, Jiang Nian exchanged 3 apples for the lighter. Moreover, upon completing the transaction, both parties automatically became friends. Brother, if you have more fruit in the future, we can continue trading. I'm off to adventure with my darling now. Goodbye. With that, the Asen brother exited the chat channel. Jiang Nian wasted no time and immediately accessed the auction house. Unlike before, the auction house was now bustling with individuals listing surplus resources for sale. Wood 10 for trading drinking water. Shovel 1 for trading food. Bricks 3 for trading water. As everyone had just entered the game, no one possessed any currency. Therefore, transactions were conducted via barter. In this context, food and water were undoubtedly of utmost importance. The auction house featured a variety of resources, with food and water being the primary items sought for exchange. Jiang Nian possessed these items and promptly traded a bottle of drinking water for the necessary wood. With a source of fire and wood, not only could he roast rabbit meat, but he could also maintain warmth to avoid freezing to death in particularly frigid rooms. Feeling hungry, he decided to sample the meat of this giant-eared rabbit. As he spoke, Jiang Nian retrieved a piece of wood from his storage. Here, a single piece of wood was not merely a stick, but a bundle of timber. After arranging it, he used the lighter to ignite it, skewering a piece of rabbit meat onto the wood, and began to roast it. To ensure the delectable flavor of the ingredients, Jiang Nian also used 2 apples to acquire a bag of salt from the auction house, sprinkling it generously over the rabbit meat, releasing an enticing aroma. After completing his simple roasting, Jiang Nian took a gentle bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. Could it be that this is simply too delicious? Jiang Nian was utterly astonished. He merely roasted it slightly and sprinkled a pinch of salt, yet it tasted so exquisite. The meat was tender and devoid of any gamey taste. It even possessed a unique savory aroma. This was not merely due to Jiang Nian's culinary skills. but rather the meat of the giant-eared rabbit was inherently delightful. Thus, as Jiang Nian savored the rabbit meat, he also drank copiously, relishing the comfort of the moment. Who could have anticipated that, at this stage, while others were anxiously pondering how to survive and evade monsters, Jiang Nian had already begun feasting on delicious roasted rabbit meat. If there were a live broadcast, it would surely incite envy among the masses. Once he had sated his hunger and thirst, Jiang Nian stood up comfortably. Like the previous rooms, this one too had 4 doors at its periphery, each adorned in different colors: white, black, green, and red. Oh my! There's even a red marriage chamber. Jiang Nian's eyes sparkled upon seeing the door's color. Name: Marriage Chamber. Room condition: a small fox demon from Tushan. Recently transformed into human form, is quite curious about humans. Safety assessment: a soft, adorable little fox demon, not yet adept in spells, poses no danger. What the heck? This room houses a Tushan fox demon. Chapter 5, The Bridal Chamber, Conquering the Fox Demon. Had it not been for the omniscient and omnipotent talent, Jiang Nian would never have dared to enter the marriage chamber recklessly. However, Jiang Nian now possesses a profound understanding of the circumstances surrounding the matrimonial chamber. How could one possibly remain indifferent? After all, she is a fox spirit. In literature, animation, cinema, and even in the mythological tales of the Yin Kingdom, fox spirits are invariably depicted as exquisitely enchanting. Who could resist such a lure? The mere thought of sharing an enchanting night with such a beauty sent a thrill through Jiang Nian. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened towards the crimson door. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room unfolded into a picturesque valley, adorned with a quaint pavilion. Within it sat an ethereal beauty, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the horizon. She was clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, her slender form accentuating her graceful curves. Although she appeared somewhat delicate, her figure was perfectly proportioned, and the dress showcased her silhouette exquisitely. Her lustrous black hair was gathered into a low ponytail, revealing her nearly flawless collarbone and elongated alabaster neck. Even with her minimalistic makeup, almost barefaced, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Perhaps due to her recent transformation, her ears still retained their fox-like characteristics, a testament to her nascent magical prowess. Upon this sight, Jiang Nian's heart raced uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a luminous screen materialized before him. Name: Tu Shanqing. Race: Nine-tailed celestial fox. Talent: Ice Demon Aura. A-class: incomplete. Skill: Piercing Ice Blade. Strength: 2 stars. Tu Shanqing, seated in the pavilion, noticed Jiang Nian's arrival, her eyes sparkling with delight. As he stood there, momentarily entranced, she had already approached him. Gazing at his handsome visage, she broke into a shy smile. This man perfectly matched her aesthetic ideals. "So, you are my husband?" she inquired. At her words, Jiang Nian snapped back to reality. Looking at the radiant Tu Shanqing before him, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am." In that instant, Jiang Nian suddenly comprehended why King Zhou of Shang was utterly captivated by Daji. Such an infatuation was entirely understandable. Hearing Jiang Nian's affirmation, Tu Shanqing blushed even deeper. Being her first experience, how could she not feel nervous? Thus, before she could finish speaking, Jiang Nian reached out and embraced her. To his delight, she did not resist. Instead, she leaned into him, exuding a sense of dependence. Most importantly, she could distinctly sense the aura of a formidable individual emanating from this handsome youth. With his striking looks, immense potential, and commanding presence, Tu Shanqing found herself utterly captivated. Jiang Nian wasted no time. After all, this was the matrimonial chamber. What was the point of delaying the consummation? With a mere thought, a quaint wooden cottage materialized before them. Though modest, it sufficed as a dwelling. He then took Tu Shanqing's hand, leading her toward the cottage. Beyond the anticipation of sharing a passionate night with her, he was equally eager to discover the rewards that awaited him upon the successful union. Once inside the wooden cottage, the two quickly engaged in profound exchanges. 3 hours later, Jiang Nian felt as if he had undergone a purification. Turning to see Tu Shanqing, bare and serene beside him, he could scarcely believe this was reality. It felt like a dream. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Congratulations on completing your first matrimonial union. Battlestar level functionality unlocked. You and Tu Shanqing are in perfect harmony, mutually enamored. The union is successful. You may choose 3 rewards from the following options. 1. All attributes increase by 20 points. 2. C-class skill book Carefree Steps, a gentle reminder. This is a movement skill. 3. Substitute doll. Effect: automatically consumes upon death, allowing resurrection at the original location. 4. Growth of 3 centimeters in a certain part of the body. 5. Living supplies gift pack, 10 wood, 10 bricks, 5 bread, 5 bottles of water. Only 3 options? How splendid it would be to acquire them all. Although Jiang Nian felt a tinge of regret, the rewards for a successful union were undeniably abundant. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision, opting for the first 3 rewards. The first reward, enhancing all attributes by 20 points, was essential for augmenting his strength. The carefree steps skill, while lacking offensive capabilities, was undoubtedly a C-class movement skill. Utilizing it would significantly enhance his speed and agility, aiding both in attacking foes and in effective retreats. The third reward, the substitute doll, was of paramount importance, essentially granting him an extra life. As for the growth of 3 centimeters in a certain part of the body, Jiang Nian chuckled to himself, feeling rather pleased. No need for improvement in that regard. The final living supplies gift pack was also of little interest to him. After finalizing his choices, an invisible yet potent force surged into his being. At that moment, Jiang Nian distinctly felt his body brimming with strength. If he were to encounter that large-eared rabbit now, he could easily vanquish it with a single blow, without needing to target its weak points. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Yen Kingdom. Lifespan, 23, 100. Physique, 28. Strength, 28. Agility, 27. Spirit, 28. Charm, 30. Talent, Omniscience, SSS class, unique. Skills, / carefree steps. Battle star level, 2 stars. Upon reviewing his attributes, Jiang Nian's eyes gleamed with astonishment. He was not merely taken aback by the enhancement of his attributes, but by the extension of his lifespan. Previously, he could only expect to live until the age of 88, yet now his lifespan had increased to 100 years. This signified that attribute enhancements not only bolstered his strength, but also prolonged his life. Furthermore, at the bottom of his personal attributes, a battle star level had appeared. Currently, Jiang Nian's battle star level stood at 2 stars. Although he was uncertain of the exact implications of this 2-star rating, there was no doubt it surpassed that of an ordinary person significantly. After all, Tu Shanqing beside him was merely at 2 stars as well. At this moment, Tu Shanqing began to awaken. Jiang Nian confidently embraced her, declaring, "From today onward, you are my woman. Rest assured, I will address the issue of your incomplete talent." Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing's eyes glistened with tears. Her husband cared so deeply for her, even recognizing the flaws in her talent. The more she pondered, the more moved she became, kissing Jiang Nian fervently as they began to explore the depths of their newfound bond. Chapter 6. This is the proper way to approach the matrimonial chamber. After a considerable time, the two finally concluded their passionate entanglement. Jiang Nian donned his attire and rose from the wooden cabin, stepping outside. Each individual had the privilege of opening 5 doors daily, and Jiang Nian still had 2 opportunities remaining today. For most, the prudent choice would be to refrain from opening doors and to linger in the safety of their rooms, allowing time to pass. However, Jiang Nian was different. Possessing omniscient abilities, he could foresee any information in advance. In certain circumstances, the notion of a perilous room simply did not exist for him. At present, his attributes had surged considerably, and having mastered the sea-level leisurely step, he was eager for a real confrontation. With this thought in mind, Jiang Nian cast his gaze toward the 4 doors at the edge of the room, distinguished by colors, black, green, white, and white. Looking at the black door directly ahead, Jiang Nian hesitated for a moment, then his eyes sparkled with determination. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never entered a dungeon room. Although he could ascertain the conditions within, it was undeniable that this dungeon room would be significantly more perilous than the others. Nevertheless, should he succeed in conquering it, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. With his newfound strength and the invaluable assistance of Tu Shanqing, there was no reason not to attempt it. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian inspected the situation behind the black door. Name, dungeon room. Room status, entering the Goblin Kingdom, inhabited by numerous ferocious and malevolent goblins. Safety assessment, at your current state. Entering this room yields a 20 mortality rate. To discover a 20 mortality rate was alarming. Indeed, this dungeon room was fraught with danger. Jiang Nian recalled his initial encounter with a Goblin Kingdom dungeon room when he first entered this world, which had presented a 100 mortality rate. Despite his considerable growth, achieving a guaranteed safe passage remained elusive, underscoring the inherent peril of this dungeon room. "My lord, do you intend to challenge the Black Door room?" Tu Shanqing, now dressed, emerged with a look of considerable concern. "Indeed," Jiang Nian replied, wrapping his arms around Tu Shanqing. Although there remained a degree of danger, it was largely negligible. "With me here, nothing will go awry." Observing Jiang Nian's confident demeanor, Tu Shanqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. "My lord is truly handsome." As Jiang Nian led Tu Shanqing toward the black door, a sudden, emotionless voice echoed in everyone's minds. Announcement: the novice assessment task begins now. Assessment content: all individuals must conquer 3 dungeon rooms within 7 days. Successful completion will yield generous rewards. Failure will result in dreadful punishments. What is this nonsense? We are compelled to challenge dungeon rooms? Jiang Nian's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Initially, he had merely sought to test his strength, intending to explore the dungeon room. Even if he were to be inadvertently slain, he had the substitute doll, providing him with an additional life. Yet, with the commencement of this assessment task, Jiang Nian was now obligated to confront the dungeon room. If Jiang Nian found it challenging, one could only imagine the plight of others. At that moment, The chat channel of Area 666 erupted with activity. What the hell is this? We must challenge the dungeon rooms? To conquer a dungeon room, one must continuously slay monsters until defeating the final boss. In this scenario, wouldn't that be akin to courting death? Since entering this world, I've instinctively ignored the black door. Now, it seems we are forced to enter the dungeon room. Can anyone tell me how to rapidly gain strength? I can only wield a brick to smash monsters. You still have a brick? I'm down to a wooden stick. And I have nothing else. I'm on the brink of starvation. I am 18, virtuous and pure. Which esteemed individual would take me through 3 dungeon rooms? I shall be at their disposal. My family possesses billions. Whoever guides me through 3 dungeon rooms will be gifted an entire commercial building upon our return to the real world. Are you serious? You really think you can return? We are all on solo adventures, and each person's room is different. How can we even team up? This is clearly meant for us to solo the dungeon rooms. Has no one ever cleared a dungeon room? If someone has, please share your experiences. Don't joke around. At this stage, who can possibly win? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Nian clicked into the rapidly flashing chat channel. Unsurprisingly, everyone was lamenting the sudden emergence of the novice assessment task. Completing 3 dungeon rooms within 7 days indeed posed a formidable challenge. Just then, a representative from the country of Asan made an appearance. Everyone, the matchmaking room is the way to go. My precious companion guided me through a dungeon room. I can only say it is far more perilous than you can imagine, but the rewards are exceedingly generous. Under the current circumstances, I advise you to open the red door. Regardless of what it entails, do not resist. Since resistance is futile, one might as well enjoy it. Although the initial experience may be painful, it's actually quite pleasant. With the arrival of the Asan representative, the chat channel erupted further. What? Your companion can guide you through the dungeon room? For some reason, I suddenly grasped the purpose of this novice assessment task. It's to compel us not to avoid the red door. Upon reflection, we currently possess little combat power. Only the companions within the red door can offer protection. Please, those aren't companions, they're demons. I have no desire to be tormented by some mother goblin or lizard. Has no one ever pushed open the red door and encountered a beautiful fairy? Do you really think anyone would admit to that? They're likely enjoying it in secret. I envy them. As Jiang Nian observed the chatter, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. That Asan representative had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Moreover, his companion's combat prowess must be considerable, otherwise he could not have led him through the dungeon room. Contemplating how these individuals, in their quest to pass the novice assessment, would have to confront the unknown by pushing open the red door, Jiang Nian felt a sense of relief. Turning to Tu Shanqing beside him, he smiled slightly. This is the correct approach to opening the red door. Embracing Tu Shanqing, he declared, let us venture into the dungeon room. With that, Jiang Nian pushed open the black door. Chapter 7. Hand in hand through the dungeon. After a moment of disorienting sensations, Jiang Nian gradually opened his eyes. Before him lay a dimly lit jungle. The air was punctuated by the occasional roar of wild beasts, and scattered bones sent a chill down his spine. My lord, Tu Shanqing exclaimed, gripping Jiang Nian's hand tightly upon witnessing the scene. Having only recently taken on human form and still mastering her spells, how could she dare to come here alone without Jiang Nian? Do not worry. With me here, all will be well, Jiang Nian reassured her, surveying their surroundings. Just then, the grass ahead rustled. 3 goblins, brandishing wooden clubs and with eyes glowing red, emerged from the underbrush. Name, Goblin. Race, beast, half-human. Skills, charge, slam. Strength, 1 star. It appeared so swiftly. My dear, you should take cover and simply watch my performance. Jiang Nian now boasts a combat power of 2 stars. Dealing with these creatures is well within my capabilities. Tu Shanqing obediently nodded and hurriedly retreated to the side. Although fear gripped her in such an environment, she was resolute that if Jiang Nian were in peril, she would risk her life to protect him. Roar. The goblins, seething with jealousy over Jiang Nian's beautiful wife, bared their teeth and charged at him with frenzied rage. Unbeknownst to them, their movements appeared to Jiang Nian as though they were unfolding in slow motion. Under the aegis of his omniscient talent, he discerned their weaknesses with remarkable clarity. Heh! Jiang Nian let out a cold chuckle, casually stepping back to evade one goblin's attack. Following this, he executed a swift 3-hit slash, precisely targeting its vulnerable spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the nearest goblin collapsed into a pool of blood, meeting a tragic demise. It was obliterated in the blink of an eye. The remaining 2 goblins stared wide-eyed, but before they could react, Jiang Nian's phantom-like figure materialized before them. 3-hit slash. In a flash, the last 2 goblins also fell, lifeless in their own blood. Is this all? Jiang Nian gazed at the 3 goblin corpses, a smug smile gracing his lips. He had initially thought this dungeon would present a formidable challenge, necessitating utmost caution. However, the feeble strength of these minions was glaringly apparent. The only aspect he needed to be wary of was the final boss lurking herein. At that moment, Jiang Nian noticed the prompt, collectible, appearing above the goblin's remains. Obtained 3 wooden sticks, automatically stored in inventory. Ah, a delightful surprise, though I have no use for them. I could easily sell them at the auction house for resources. Beside him, Tu Shanqing, witnessing her husband's astounding prowess, excitedly clenched her fists, gazing at Jiang Nian with adoration. Indeed, her judgment had proven remarkably astute. Yet, at that instant, she seemed to catch a whiff of some ominous presence, her pupils transforming into those of a fox. A chilling aura emanating from her. Icy blade. In that moment, a surge of ice energy coalesced, forming several razor-sharp ice blades. Under Tu Shanqing's command, they swiftly hurtled toward the underbrush ahead. What? Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nian gasped in surprise, quickly glancing in the direction of the foliage, where a diminutive gray goblin wielding a dagger was struck by the icy blades, instantly frozen into a statue of ice. Name: Stealth Goblin. Race: Beast, half-human. Skills: Stealth, Lunge. Strength: 1.5 stars. Jiang Nian was no fool. Witnessing this unfold, he immediately realized he had become overly complacent, utterly oblivious to the lurking goblin's intent to ambush him. Had it not been for Tu Shanqing's timely intervention, he might have indeed fallen victim to this assailant. To ensure the creature remained encased in ice, Jiang Nian delivered a swift strike, severing its head. Darling, I can protect you too, Tu Shanqing declared resolutely as she approached Jiang Nian. For reasons unknown, her spellcasting had become extraordinarily proficient the moment she sensed Jiang Nian's danger. You were magnificent. Jiang Nian embraced Tu Shanqing, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. This kiss ignited a blush across her cheeks, filling her with exhilaration and happiness. Her husband had praised her. Let us conquer this dungeon together. You will assist me from the sidelines, preventing any further goblin ambushes. Now, Jiang Nian had come to appreciate Tu Shanqing's capabilities. She had effortlessly immobilized a 1.5-star stealth goblin with a single strike. She was undoubtedly a formidable control-type mage. Reflecting on the attributes he had observed earlier, her talent was a fragmented ice demon aura. Yet it had already achieved an A rank. If she were to restore the missing piece, she would undoubtedly surpass S rank. Elated by the fortune of having such a companion from the outset, Jiang Nian felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Tu Shanqing nodded obediently. Thus, under Jiang Nian's guidance, the pair ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered an array of goblins, some wielding wooden clubs and daggers, while others brandished bows and great swords. Yet, their strength remained unimpressive, mostly hovering around 1 or 1.5 stars. Through the synergy of Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing, they swiftly dispatched them all. Before long, they reached the edge of the jungle. Before them loomed a massive bronze door, blocking their path. It seemed the final boss awaited just beyond this barrier. Once we enter, exercise utmost caution. Do not sacrifice yourself for me. Your safety is paramount. Jiang Nian's words resonated clearly in Tu Shanqing's ears, causing her eyes to well with tears. Darling, you would risk your life for me? No, I cannot allow any harm to befall you. Her gaze hardened with determination. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a beast echoed from ahead. As Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing approached the bronze door, a robust goblin, approximately 2 meters tall and cloaked in crimson, emerged from the shadows. Name: Flame Goblin. Race: Beast, half-human. Skills: Charge, Slam, Flame Fist, Fire Breath. Strength: 2 stars. This creature, both in stature and presence, was evidently superior to the goblins they had encountered previously. There was no doubt. This was the gatekeeper they must vanquish before entering the boss's chamber. Upon seeing a human approach, the flame goblin's expression twisted with fury. Instantly, flames erupted from its body as it unleashed a powerful fire breath towards Jiang Nian. Be careful, darling, Tu Shanqing exclaimed. Without hesitation, she pushed Jiang Nian aside. In that moment, she summoned a formidable surge of ice demon aura, conjuring an ice wall to shield against the flame goblin's fiery assault. Her beloved husband could not be harmed. In that instant, Tu Shanqing seemed to unleash her latent potential, intuitively mastering a new skill, Ice Wall. Initially, Jiang Nian had intended to utilize his agile step to evade the flames alongside Tu Shanqing. He had not anticipated that she would effortlessly thwart the flame goblin's powerful attack. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Nian quickly regained his composure. With a flourish of his novice longsword and the ethereal grace of the carefree steps, Jiang Nian charged swiftly towards the flame goblin, possessing the gift of omniscience. The vulnerabilities of the flame goblin lay bare before his eyes. A series of 3 rapid slashes. The precise strikes found their mark upon the creature's weak spots, causing blood to spurt forth as it let out a piteous wail. My dear husband, you are truly magnificent, Tu Shanqing exclaimed in excitement, simultaneously conjuring several ice blades that hurtled towards the flame goblin. Already severely wounded by Jiang Nian's onslaught, the goblin could scarcely react before being pierced by the chilling shards, freezing it solid in an icy sculpture. However, as a creature of fire, the ice would not hold it for long. Yet for Jiang Nian, that was more than sufficient. Perish, he cried, leaping fiercely towards its vulnerable point with a decisive strike. With a mournful roar, the flame goblin collapsed into a pool of its own blood. At that moment, the previously sealed bronze door ahead began to tremble violently before slowly creaking open. An unsettling aura wafted from within. Tu Shanqing instinctively grasped Jiang Nian's hand, acutely aware that the beast lurking inside was far more formidable than the one they had just vanquished. Do not fear. Nothing will befall us. United as husband and wife, we shall overcome any adversary. Jiang Nian's words brought a measure of calm to Tu Shanqing. Hand in hand, they stepped through the bronze door. In the next instant, a goblin that bore a striking resemblance to the flame goblin appeared before Jiang Nian, clad in armor and wielding a massive blade. Its presence exuded an overwhelming and oppressive aura. Name, Goblin General. Race, beast, half-human. Skills, charge, smash, flame fist, fire breath. Fiery slash. Strength, 2.5 stars. With the emergence of the Goblin General, a unique health bar materialized above its head, something absent in the ordinary foes, including the guarding flame goblin. Undoubtedly, this creature was the ultimate boss of the dungeon. I shall confront this foe head-on, my dear wife. Await your moment to strike. If we can encase this creature in ice, it will be a simple task to dispatch it. Hearing Jiang Nian's declaration, Tu Shanqing nodded obediently. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Jiang Nian swung his novice longsword and dashed toward the Goblin General. Roar! The Goblin General unleashed a furious growl, gripping its massive sword tightly and slashing at Jiang Nian. In an instant, a colossal wave of fiery blade energy surged forth. Jiang Nian recognized that his combat prowess paled in comparison to this foe. A direct confrontation was not feasible. Yet, undeterred, he had already discerned the goblin's weaknesses through his omniscient gift. Employing the ghostly grace of his carefree steps, he effortlessly evaded the Goblin General's fiery assault. The scene left the Goblin General astounded. How could such a mere human possess such agility? While it was still reeling from shock, Jiang Nian closed the distance and executed a series of 3 strikes. The Goblin General, unable to evade, was struck thrice at its weak points. However, its health was merely diminished by a quarter, a testament to its formidable defenses. Without a hit to its weak spots, it would have been nearly impossible to inflict any damage. Enraged by the injury inflicted by the insignificant human, the Goblin General opened its gaping maw, preparing to unleash a powerful fire breath. Yet, just as it began to cast its spell, a flurry of icy blades surged forward. Despite its immediate attempt to defend, the goblin was struck by the chilling shards. Although it was not fully encased in ice, the attack interrupted its casting. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nian relentlessly pursued, landing blow after blow upon the Goblin General, each targeted at its vulnerable spots. In the blink of an eye, its health dwindled to below 20. Desperate to distance itself, the Goblin General attempted to unleash fire breath for a ranged attack, but was thwarted by a sudden emergence of ice walls that obstructed its path. While contending with Tu Shanqing's piercing ice blades, it also had to be wary of Jiang Nian's lethal strikes. Dividing its focus proved exceedingly difficult, especially against such a well-coordinated pair. In its despair, the Goblin General met its end at Jiang Nian's blade, collapsing into a pool of blood. Congratulations to player Jiang Nian for slaying the boss and clearing the dungeon, receiving a clearance gift pack. All attributes increased by 5 points. Skill book Fiery Slash. Weapon, Crimson Flame Blade. Construction materials gift pack, 10 cement, 30 stones, 10 wood, 3 ropes, 10 steel bars. In the next moment, an invisible yet potent force surged into Jiang Nian's body. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Flame Nation. Lifespan, 23, 102. Constitution, 33. Strength, 33. Agility, 32. Spirit, 33. Charm, 35. Talent, Omniscience, SSS rank, unique. Skills, Threefold Slash, Carefree Steps. Combat Power Star level, 2 stars. By the heavens, my lifespan has surpassed a century. Jiang Nian's eyes widened in astonishment at his attributes. At this rate, as his attributes soared, his lifespan would extend accordingly. Not only could he surpass 100 years, but a millennium also seemed within reach. The thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Additionally, an ancient tome and a blade adorned with fiery engravings materialized before him. Item, Crimson Flame Blade. Type, Weapon. Quality, D-grade. Effect, has a chance to ignite enemies upon attack. Evaluation, a blade imbued with fire attributes, exceptionally sharp. Item, Fiery Slash. Type, Skill book. Quality, D-grade. Effect, grants the ability to learn the skill Fiery Slash upon use. Evaluation, a skill that channels fire attribute energy through the blade, producing formidable flame slashes. Quite impressive, both are D-grade. He mused. With this, I can finally retire my novice longsword. This fine weapon can be placed in the auction house for substantial survival resources. Jiang Nian wielded the Crimson Flame Blade, casually striking a few times, nodding in satisfaction. The skill Fiery Slash automatically registered in his mind upon contact, akin to the innate proficiency he had demonstrated when mastering the Threefold Slash, requiring no practice whatsoever. With the new weapon and skill learned, Jiang Nian's combat power star level ascended to 2.5 stars. Yet, amidst his elation, he suddenly noticed a crimson door looming before him after clearing the dungeon. Title, Matrimonial Chamber. Room situation, Your remarkable prowess has captured the attention of the Goblin Kingdom's princess, who has fallen head over heels for you at first sight. Safety assessment. The Goblin Princess possesses a fierce temperament. If you wish to become the prince consort of the Goblin Kingdom, then step inside. Chapter 9. Get lost. Who is your husband? Upon witnessing this scenario, Jiang Nian instinctively took a couple of steps back. Did I inadvertently stumble into the goblin's den? Why are there mother goblins lurking about? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nian seized Tu Shanqing and withdrew from the matrimonial chamber. Besides this, there were 3 other doors, each painted in black, white, and green. Given the current circumstances, it seemed improbable to challenge the black dungeon. The white random room held unpredictable possibilities, equally fraught with peril. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian turned to Tu Shanqing, realizing this was their last opportunity to open a door for the day. Let us opt for the green door. It leads to a recovery room where we can rest properly. Tu Shanqing wholeheartedly agreed to Jiang Nian's choice, obediently trailing behind him. Just then, an epiphany struck Jiang Nian, and he abruptly glanced back at the matrimonial chamber. Wait a moment. Who decreed that entering the matrimonial chamber necessitates consummation? The game rules clearly state that if one possesses greater strength than the opponent, one may avoid matrimony, having already vanquished the goblin general. How could I possibly fear a mother goblin? Excitement surged within Jiang Nian. After all, this creature was the princess of the Goblin Kingdom. If he could successfully resist and subdue her, unexpected rewards might await him. Moreover, no one had ever successfully resisted a matrimonial arrangement before. Perhaps there would be additional bonuses. This must be tried. With that, Jiang Nian grasped Tu Shanqing's hand and headed toward the matrimonial chamber. However, at that moment, Tu Shanqing stood rooted in place, sorrow etched across her features. My husband, are you abandoning me? Have I failed in some way? Or are you dissatisfied with my performance? As Tu Shanqing spoke, her sadness deepened, tears streaming down her face. She believed Jiang Nian had just married her and was now hastily seeking another. This was clearly a sign of his discontent. Oh dear, my wife is the best. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Jiang Nian was taken aback by Tu Shanqing's sudden tears and hurriedly enveloped her in his embrace. Gently stroking her head, he reassured her, My dear, you are the most important person to me. I would never abandon you. Besides, what lies beyond this matrimonial chamber is the hideous mother goblin. My intention in entering is not to share a romantic evening, but to give her a thorough beating. Who knows, there might be unexpected delights. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Tu Shanqing's drooping fox ears perked up, her eyes sparkling with hope. Husband, are you serious? Most certainly, Jiang Nian affirmed earnestly, nodding as he pulled Tu Shanqing to push open the matrimonial chamber. They entered a valley filled with sweet-scented blossoms. At the heart of the valley stood an exquisitely constructed palace. There, a mother goblin, her face smeared like a monkey's backside and clad in a white dress, stood at the palace entrance. Name, Tian. Race, goblin. Talent, incredible strength, B grade. Skills, charge, furious strike, earth shatter. Strength, 2 stars. The moment Jiang Nian beheld this creature, he exclaimed, Good heavens, this being is utterly repulsive, and she dares to call herself Tian? Alarmed, Jiang Nian quickly turned his gaze toward the stunning Tu Shanqing, seeking to cleanse his eyes. Who could possibly accept such a monstrosity? Surely only the fellows from the land of Asan could withstand it. Were it not for his absolute confidence, Jiang Nian would never have entered. The goblin princess Tian, spotting the tall and handsome Jiang Nian from afar, immediately exhibited a fangirl-like expression. In a flash, she dashed to stand before Jiang Nian. However, upon noticing the enchanting fox demon beside him, her demeanor darkened. Husband, what is the meaning of bringing a vixen here? You are to become the prince consort of my goblin kingdom. Quickly dispose of her. Not only was Tian's appearance grotesque, but her voice was also shrill, grating on the ears. Jiang Nian, already repulsed by this creature, was further incensed by her calling him husband. Angrily, he kicked her away, exclaiming, Get lost. Who is your husband, you ugly beast? Witnessing this unfold, Tu Shanqing stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Had this creature been even slightly more beautiful than herself, perhaps her husband might have felt swayed. But this goblin was undeniably too hideous to threaten her position. Tian was sent flying 3 meters away, landing in a disheveled heap. In that moment, her expression shifted to one of intense fury. How dare you defy me? Roar. Accompanied by Tian's beast-like roar, the entire room began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, an emotionless game notification sounded. Warning. You have resisted your matrimonial partner. The matrimonial chamber has transformed into a duel chamber. Rules. Today, either she dies or you die. A successful challenge will yield substantial rewards. The instant the announcement echoed, a massive spiked club materialized in Tian's hands, far exceeding her height. With a wild swing, she charged at Jiang Nian. You ugly creature, dare you strike my husband? Jiang Nian intended to take matters into his own hands, but unexpectedly, Tu Shanqing unleashed a formidable surge of icy demonic energy. She raised her hand and conjured a solid ice wall. In her furious state, Tian could not halt in time and crashed into the ice wall, leaving her dazed. Seizing the moment, Tu Shanqing launched several powerful ice shards at Tian Tian, who had no time to react and was instantly frozen into a statue. The overwhelming display of power reaffirmed Tu Shanqing's might. Should this adversary become serious, even Jiang Nian might find it challenging to prevail. Humph. Gazing at the frozen goblin princess, Tu Shanqing scoffed coldly. Then, with a sweet smile, she turned to Jiang Nian, declaring, "Husband, I have taken care of this creature for you. You must not let such an ugly thing tarnish your honor." With that, Tu Shanqing prepared to deliver a fierce kick to the frozen Tian Tian, shattering the ice statue into a cascade of shards. With the death of the goblin princess, the game notification resounded once more. Congratulations on successfully resisting the matrimonial chamber. Reward, stand-in doll X1, gourmet gift pack, beef noodles X5, fried rice X5, milk X5, bread X5. Oh my, what a splendid reward. Jiang Nian's lips curled into a smile upon witnessing this. With 2 stand-in dolls already in his possession, each additional doll signified an extra life, making these items exceedingly valuable. However, more astonishing than the rewards was the revelation of Tu Shanqing's strength. He never anticipated that he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The goblin princess had been dispatched in an instant by Tu Shanqing. Just as Jiang Nian was about to extol the virtues of Tu Shanqing, the game's notification sound suddenly echoed once more. This time, it was not solely audible to Jiang Nian, but rather, the entire player base within Area 666 was privy to the alert. Announcement: player Jiang Nian has successfully resisted the matchmaking room, defeating the matchmaking target and achieving the title of Indomitable. Reward: 1 bronze treasure chest. Reminder: only players who achieve this title for the first time are eligible for rewards. Instantly, the chat channel in Area 666 erupted with excitement. Chapter 10. Envy of all, the hatred of a stolen bride. What on earth is happening? Someone has successfully resisted the matchmaking room? Who exactly is this Jiang Nian? Capable of turning the tables on their matchmaking partner? I am utterly astounded. Damn it. I have always hesitated to push open the red door, content to cower within the resource room. And now someone has managed to retaliate against their matchmaking partner? And they received a bronze treasure chest as well. How infuriating. I am so envious. We have only just entered this matchmaking game world. How did that individual manage to accomplish this? Could it be that their matchmaking partner was weak? To the person above, you must be rather naive. If the matchmaking partner were weak, one could easily resist them. And yet so many are still being slain. Clearly, this individual named Jiang Nian must possess extraordinary strength. O Great One, please grace us with your wisdom and share your experience of resistance. Yes, O Great One, do share your insights. The chatter in the chat channel of Area 666 intensified. Upon hearing the announcement's game notification, Jiang Nian anticipated that the chat channel would soon be ablaze. Sure enough, upon entering, he found that the entirety of the discussion revolved around him. Truth be told, Jiang Nian was at a loss as to how to share his experience. It was merely a crushing display of Tu Shanqing's prowess. He had not even needed to lift a finger. However, with such fervent requests for him to share, Jiang Nian felt compelled to oblige. After pondering for a moment, he replied with nonchalance, "Apologies, it was my beautiful and formidable wife who led me to this success." Upon hearing her husband praise her, Tu Shanqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily joined the chat channel. Once a matchmaking is successful, the partner is automatically integrated into the game and can naturally access the chat channel. No. It is primarily due to my husband's overwhelming strength that I could merely assist him by his side. The words Jiang Nian had spoken had already caused the chat channel to erupt, and now, with Tu Shanqing's sudden appearance, no one could contain their excitement. My goodness. A goddess. The Tushan Fox Demon. Brother, are you not soaring to the heavens? How can this be? Wasn't it said that matchmaking rooms are filled with hideous creatures? It's infuriating. Not only is the Great One powerful, but they are also flaunting their affection here. I can hardly bear this. I am so envious. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also possesses immense strength. Great One, did you perhaps save the world in your past life? My word. I just witnessed the Great One's matchmaking partner be both beautiful and powerful, and I could no longer restrain myself from pushing open the matchmaking room, only to find a hyena on the other side. What a disaster. Haha. You have me in stitches, brother. Conquer that hyena. Remember, protect your groin, as hyenas excel at that. Jiang Nian chose not to linger in the chat channel any longer. Presently, there were far more pressing matters at hand. He turned his attention to a bronze treasure chest that had appeared before him. Previously, upon opening a black iron chest, Jiang Nian had received a basic longsword and a skill book for triple slash. Now, with this higher tier bronze treasure chest, he was certain that even more bountiful rewards awaited him. Jiang Nian promptly approached the bronze treasure chest. Detected bronze treasure chest. Would the player like to open it immediately? Open. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nian nodded slightly. In the next instant, the bronze treasure chest unlocked and opened automatically, several beams of light soaring forth from within. At that moment, before Jiang Nian, a splendid set of crimson golden armor and a staff embedded with blue gemstones materialized. Additionally, a dazzling light surged into Jiang Nian's being. Congratulations, player, You have received 10 attribute points to allocate at your discretion. To possess an additional 10 attribute points is quite remarkable. Jiang Nian refrained from hastily distributing the points, instead focusing on the 2 pieces of equipment before him. Item: Crimson Fire Armor. Type: Armor. Quality: D-grade. Effect: increases personal defense by 10. When attacked, has a chance to trigger a Flame Shield. Flame Shield generates a shield that absorbs a certain amount of damage while increasing personal fire attribute energy. Cooldown time: 120 seconds. Evaluation: Armor crafted from fire attribute materials. If a complete set is assembled, the effects will be considerably enhanced. Item: Ice Staff. Type: Weapon. Quality: C-grade. Effect: increases the damage of all ice attribute skills by 20. Evaluation: a staff left behind by a mysterious ice mage. The wielder may encounter unforeseen adventures in the future. Upon seeing the attributes of the equipment, Jiang Nian did not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately handed the ice staff to Tu Shanqing. This weapon suits you perfectly, take it quickly. Upon seeing this, Tu Shanqing instinctively shook her head, saying, "No, this belongs to my husband. I cannot simply take it." If her husband did not require it, he could exchange it for other resources. In Tu Shanqing's eyes, Jiang Nian treated her exceedingly well, constantly protecting and supporting her. How could she take away the precious ice staff? We are husband and wife. What is mine is yours. Be obedient and take it. Jiang Nian flashed a gentle smile at Tu Shanqing. That smile was truly captivating, rendering Tu Shanqing utterly spellbound. He was simply too handsome. Perhaps due to Jiang Nian's elevated charm, he appeared even more dashing now. Tu Shanqing gazed at him like a lovesick admirer. She ceased to refuse, shyly accepting the ice staff, saying, "Thank you, husband." Jiang Nian tenderly ruffled Tu Shanqing's hair before donning the Crimson Fire Armor himself. He then accessed his equipment panel to review his current gear. Weapon: Crimson Flame Blade. Upper body: Crimson Fire Armor. Pants: none. Bracers: none. Shoes: none. This Crimson Fire Armor has a set bonus, indicating that I still need to collect the other 3 pieces. If I can gather them all, my strength will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Coincidentally, my weapon is also of the fire attribute, creating a perfect synergy. Jiang Nian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Nian suddenly noticed that he had received a private message. The sender was none other than the brother from Ashen Country who had previously conquered the gorilla, named Aliho. Aliho, Great One, you are truly impressive. To have successfully resisted the matchmaking room is no small feat, unlike me, who can only helplessly endure the gorilla's torment. You are so formidable. I presume you have an abundance of food? I am in urgent need of a large quantity of fruit. If you have any, I can exchange it for a D-grade item. As he spoke, Alejo sent Jiang Nian information regarding a piece of equipment, the D-grade Crimson Gold Bracers. Initially, Jiang Nian was reluctant to engage with him, as he still needed to tend to Tu Shanqing, and food was of paramount importance. However, upon seeing the Crimson Gold Bracers, his eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Truly, it was a case of wanting something and having it manifest. Chapter 11. Claiming the Palace, Candlelight Dinner. Item: Crimson Gold Bracers. Type: Armor. Quality: D-grade. Effect: increases the probability of triggering the Crimson Gold set as Flame Shield by 10, and reduces the cooldown of the Flame Shield by 20. Evaluation: Armor bracers crafted from fire attribute materials. If a complete set is assembled, the effects are quite impressive. After reviewing the effects of the Crimson Gold Bracers, Jiang Nian wasted no time in sending a message to Alejo. I'll take the Crimson Gold Bracers. How many fruits do you want? Upon receiving Jiang Nian's reply, Alejo was elated and responded without delay. Big boss, the Crimson Gold Bracers are of little use to me. I won't ask for much. Do you still have those apples from last time? I'll take 10. Jiang Nian fell silent upon hearing this. He had expected Alejo to demand a king's ransom, but to his surprise, he only requested 10 apples. To Jiang Nian, that was a mere trifle. This clearly indicated that Alejo must possess other bracers, likely superior to the Crimson Gold Bracers. Otherwise, he would never trade D-grade equipment for such a meager offering. It also reinforced Jiang Nian's belief that Alejo's precious companion must have a particular fondness for fruits. If he were to neglect this, it would surely cause complications for Alejo. Big boss, please don't leave me hanging. If 10 apples are too many, 8 will do. If that is still too much, how about 7? Alejo grew increasingly anxious as Jiang Nian did not respond. Turning to the gorilla beside him, he noticed its eyes were bloodshot, which sent a jolt of realization through him. Just as Jiang Nian had surmised, if he wished for the gorilla to willingly accompany him, he must provide it with delectable fruits. In the current situation, where survival supplies were scarce, he had approached numerous individuals, but none were willing to trade. His hopes now rested solely on Jiang Nian, the big boss. While Alejo anxiously awaited a response, Jiang Nian sent a trade request. Without hesitation, Alejo accepted the transaction. Upon witnessing Jiang Nian produce 10 apples, tears of gratitude welled up in Alejo's eyes. Big boss, thank you so much. You've truly been a tremendous help. As Alejo expressed his gratitude, he transferred the Crimson Gold Bracers to Jiang Nian. No need for thanks. If you come across similar equipment in the future, feel free to trade with me. We can establish a long-term partnership. Once Jiang Nian donned the crimson gold bracers, he immediately recognized that had Alejo been an inconsequential individual, he would not have parted with so many apples. However, Alejo, a brother from the land of A3, had fortuitously acquired a formidable gorilla as a bodyguard, enhancing his own strength. Cultivating relationships with such potential allies would facilitate the exchange of various resources in the future. Absolutely. Big boss. I can see that you require crimson gold equipment. Should I acquire any in the future, I will be sure to trade with you, Alejo stated before hurriedly exiting the chat channel. His treasured companion was starving, and he could not afford to delay any longer. After completing the transaction, Jiang Nian opened his attribute panel and allocated the 10 attribute points he had earned entirely to strength. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Flame Nation. Lifespan, 23, 102. Physique, 33. Strength, 43. Agility, 32. Spirit, 33. Charm, 35. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent, SSS grade, Unique. Skills, // Carefree Step, Fiery Blade /. Combat Power Star rating, 2.5 stars. The Carefree Step had bestowed upon Jiang Nian an ethereal grace, akin to a wraith. With Tu Shanqing at his side to assist in combat, as long as Jiang Nian did not grow overly complacent or encounter an exceptionally powerful adversary, he was unlikely to suffer harm from monsters. Given this, he resolved to enhance his offensive capabilities, employing his omniscient talent to discern the weaknesses of monsters, striving for decisive strikes. After concluding these preparations, Jiang Nian noticed a palace looming ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. Let us proceed to the Goblin Princess's palace. Since the doors are closed for the day, we may as well rest here for now. Jiang Nian had long been captivated by the opulent palace. He felt compelled to explore, for there might be unexpected treasures within. Tu Shanqing nodded obediently, intertwining her arm with his as they approached the palace. At this moment, within the confines of the wedding chamber, the Goblin Princess lay deceased, rendering the space devoid of any peril. Upon entering the palace, they were greeted by a grand rectangular table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Had Jiang Nian successfully wed the Goblin Princess, they would now be partaking in a candlelit dinner together. The mere thought repulsed him. Fortunately, his rebellion had succeeded. Otherwise, it would have been a nightmare. Come, dear wife, let us enjoy a candlelit dinner together. Jiang Nian urged Tu Shanqing to sit, casually retrieving a lighter to ignite the candles adorning the table. He then took a seat comfortably across from her, gazing at Tu Shanqing, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial maiden, a smile gracing his lips. The two exchanged laughter and merriment as they savored the exquisite cuisine before them. Gradually, the daylight waned, marking Jiang Nian's first night in this world. For him, this inaugural night was nothing short of enchanting, devoid of any hint of danger. Within the palace, all desires were met, and resources were abundant. Yet for others, this first night was nothing short of tragic. At this very moment, within the chat channel of Area 666, cries for help echoed. Help! What kind of cursed place has such extreme temperature fluctuations? It was a comfortable 20 degrees during the day, but now it's plummeting to below zero at night? This is absurdly cold. I'm only clad in a thin shirt. Any kind-hearted souls willing to offer me a blanket? You must be dreaming. Where would a blanket come from? Right now, being able to light a fire for warmth is a blessing. I envy you all. I have no firewood and can only huddle in my wooden cabin, trembling in fear. Brothers, there's a red door directly ahead. What do you all think? Should I attempt to enter? To the one above? I strongly advise you to reconsider. The last person who pushed open a door encountered hyenas and has been silent ever since. Unlike our brother from A3, who can endure anything, I dare not leave the safety of this recovery room until dawn. Disaster struck as I recklessly pushed open a white door, only to be confronted by a menacing wolf, its coat as dark as the night. After satisfying my hunger, Jiang Nian opened the chat channel and glanced at it. While their plight was indeed pitiable, in such a perilous world, Jiang Nian had no intention of being overly benevolent. Any surplus supplies would either be bartered for other necessities or hoarded for future emergencies. There was no way he would distribute them to others without reason. Instead of wasting time, he would prefer to embrace Tu Shanqing and rest in his chamber. This night promised to be exceptionally arduous. Chapter 12. The Battle Power Ranking List and Hidden Strengths. The following day, Jiang Nian awoke, cradling Tu Shanqing in his arms on the spacious bed. Without the ugly goblin princess around, the palace appeared remarkably splendid. Regrettably, he could not linger here indefinitely. Jiang Nian needed to continue exploring doors in search of survival resources and strive to grow stronger. The supplies within the palace would eventually dwindle. Today, he resolved to leave this place and venture into other chambers. However, before departing, Jiang Nian intended to meticulously scour the palace, taking everything he could carry. While Tu Shanqing remained in a deep slumber, he stealthily slipped out of bed. At that moment, a game notification echoed in everyone's minds. Announcement: the matchmaking game has been active for over 24 hours. It has detected that 10 players have achieved a battle power rating of 2 stars or higher, and the leaderboard is officially open. Tip: rankings are determined by players' battle power ratings. If players have the same rating, the one with the stronger matchmaking partner will rank higher. Instantly, the chat channel in Area 666 erupted with excitement. What was happening? How could the leaderboard open after just one night's sleep? And how is it possible that some players had already reached 2 stars? What on earth is this battle power rating? Why was I unaware of it? Why have I not been evaluated for a battle power rating? From what I understand, one must attain a certain level of strength to unlock the battle power rating feature. Indeed, I accidentally obtained a D-grade weapon yesterday, which activated the battle power rating feature. Yet I only possess a 1-star rating. If a D-grade weapon only grants a 1-star rating, what on earth are those who have achieved 2 stars capable of? We have only been in this world for a day. Unlocking the battle power rating feature is already an impressive feat. How did those who reached 2 stars manage it? Not to mention, the individual named Jiang Nian who made waves yesterday must have also achieved 2 stars, considering he successfully resisted the matchmaking house. I have no idea what this battle power rating entails, and I'm left with nothing but a wooden stick. Oh my brothers. You won't believe what I just saw. The esteemed Jiang Nian is not even in first place. I just checked the leaderboard, and the top spot is held by someone from the Lighthouse Nation, whose battle power rating has reached 3 stars. Haha, our Lighthouse Nation truly has an abundance of talent. You all are simply outclassed. Who would have thought a dark horse would suddenly emerge? It seems the strongest is not Jiang Nian, but rather, there are numerous hidden powerhouses. What? 3 stars? This fellow must be cheating. Even more alarming is that this esteemed individual from the Lighthouse Nation has a matchmaking partner with a strength of 2.5 stars. What? We can even see our matchmaking partner's battle power? What are we waiting for? Let us check it out immediately. At that moment, Jiang Nian, freshly awakened, was equally astonished by the sudden unveiling of the leaderboard. Tu Shanqing, still in a dreamlike state, was roused by the notification. Dear husband, with your current strength, you might just be in first place, she suggested. At her words, Jiang Nian's lips curved into a slight smile. Indeed, let me take a look at the current standings. However, upon opening the leaderboard, the smile on Jiang Nian's face abruptly froze. Area 666, player leaderboard. First place, William Walker, Lighthouse Nation. Battle power rating, 3 stars. Matchmaking partner strength, 2.5 stars. Second place, Tekawawa Ken, Yamato Nation. Battle power rating, 2.5 stars. Matchmaking partner strength, 2.5 stars. Third place, Pauline Beck, Grizzly Nation. Battle power rating, 2.5 stars. Matchmaking partner strength, 2.5 stars. Fourth place, Jiang Nian, Flame Nation. Battle power rating, 2.5 stars. Matchmaking partner strength, 2 stars. Fifth place, Aliho, India. Battle power rating, 2 stars. Matchmaking partner strength, 2 stars. How could I only be in fourth place? Jiang Nian felt a wave of shock wash over him upon seeing the rankings. He had initially believed himself to be the strongest in this Area 666. Yet the reality proved he was naively mistaken. Despite having made a significant impression yesterday, he was merely fourth. This also indirectly indicated that the individuals on the leaderboard must have awakened formidable talents. Even if they could not perceive the circumstances behind the doors like Jiang Nian, they surely possessed immense combat prowess, enabling them to face the monsters lurking beyond the doors without fear. Moreover, the presence of Aliho from India, ranked 5th, left Jiang Nian astonished. His assumption was validated. Aliho's significant strength indeed warranted a 2-star rating. Seeing Jiang Nian's expression, Tu Shanqing's demeanor shifted to one of sorrow. It is my fault. My lack of strength has held you back, dear husband. If only my abilities were stronger, you would surely be in first place. As she lamented, Jiang Nian pulled her into an embrace. Do not speak such nonsense. We are merely temporarily behind. There is no need for concern. Furthermore, this ranking holds little significance and offers no rewards. There is no need to compete for first place. My wife is remarkably beautiful and possesses great strength. I could not be more pleased and would never blame you. With that, Jiang Nian gently kissed her forehead. In an instant, Tu Shanqing's cheeks flushed crimson. No matter how many times, she would always be utterly enchanted by Jiang Nian. In her eyes, her husband was not only powerful, but also exceedingly gentle. Unbeknownst to them, whether it was Jiang Nian's words or some other cosmic reason, suddenly, a game notification echoed in everyone's minds once more. Announcement: to encourage players to strive for strength. Ranking rewards have been opened. After the novice evaluation concludes, the top 20 players will receive generous rewards based on their rankings. First place, 1 golden treasure chest and a set of C-grade equipment. Second place, 1 silver treasure chest and a set of D-grade equipment. Third place, 1 bronze treasure chest and a set of E-grade equipment. 4th to 10th place, 1 black iron treasure chest and a survival supplies gift package. 11th to 20th place, a survival supplies gift package. What on earth? I had just expressed my disinterest in competing for rankings when suddenly, the ranking rewards appeared. Jiang Nian is utterly speechless at this moment. It is evident that these ranking rewards are designed to motivate everyone to vie for their positions. Those who can secure a place among the top 3 not only stand to gain high-tier treasure chests, but also an entire set of equipment. Particularly enticing is the first-place prize, which astonishingly includes a complete set of C-grade equipment. Who could possibly resist such temptation? My dear wife, it seems there is no alternative. We must swiftly grow stronger. Let us strive to become the top contenders following the novice assessment. Chapter 13. As long as one lives well and possesses a fine physique, that is sufficient. At the same time, within a certain room in Area 666, a robust, bare-chested blonde man was domineeringly embracing a naked woman, reclining upon a stone. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this woman possessed an alluring beauty, her eyes reminiscent of a venomous serpent. It was unmistakable. She was a serpent demon, the golden-haired man. Embracing her was none other than William Walker, currently ranked first. My husband, you are simply too formidable. I can scarcely endure it, the serpent demon cooed seductively, her fingers tracing the golden chest hair of William Walker. At this moment, William found himself in the serpent demon's matrimonial chamber. Last night, after making the necessary preparations, he had pushed open the door to the marriage room, expecting to encounter some hideous creature to vanquish, much like Jiang Nian had. However, to his astonishment, the being within was not a grotesque sight, but a woman of ethereal beauty. What did it matter if she were a serpent demon? As long as she was captivating and possessed a fine figure, that was more than enough. That night, William Walker utilized his robust physique to conquer the serpent demon, thus winning her heart. Ha! Do you see this? This is my strength, William proclaimed, gazing at the leaderboard that materialized before him, laughter echoing through the air. The tides of fortune have turned. The strongest individual now is indeed him. Jiang Nian from the Flame Nation merely ranks fourth, hardly a concern. With just a modicum of effort, what could Jiang Nian possibly amount to? In William's eyes, he is the chosen one, destined to become a formidable ruler of this world. The serpent demon lying beside him was naturally aware of the leaderboard. Currently, the first place belonged to her husband. Such immense power, coupled with such a sturdy physique, made her utterly enamored with William Walker. At the same time, Jiang Nian meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the palace, leaving no stone unturned for items he could take. Even if he had no use for certain items, they could always be sold at the auction house. At present, Jiang Nian possessed the armor and bracers from the golden set, but still needed the remaining two pieces. Relying solely on Aliho to assist him in collecting these items was evidently too slow. Thus, Jiang Nian decided to list his surplus materials, including the discarded entry-level longsword, at the auction house, specifically in exchange for the golden leg guards and golden boots. Alas, given the current circumstances, D-grade equipment was exceedingly rare. Even if someone possessed these two items, they would not part with them easily. Instead, numerous online beggars contacted Jiang Nian through the auction house. Oh, great one. Considering we both hail from the Flame Nation, could you spare me a loaf of bread? I am on the brink of starvation. Jiang, I am in dire straits. I possess nothing but a wooden stick. Might you gift me your entry-level longsword? In reality, I possess countless assets. If you grant me a loaf of bread now, I shall reward you with untold wealth upon my return to the real world. How is it that you have so many resources? Share a little with me. I am about to perish from hunger. Countless private messages flooded in, leaving Jiang Nian feeling utterly exasperated. He was never one to be overly kind-hearted, especially not in such a setting. He chose to ignore all those seeking resources. After all, the auction house listings were already up. He merely needed to wait for someone who owned the golden leg guards and boots to initiate a trade. Once Tu Shanqing finished her grooming, Jiang Nian took her and departed the palace. Just wait. One day, I shall ensure my wife resides in such a palace, Jiang Nian declared resolutely upon exiting. Indeed, my husband is the best, Tu Shanqing replied enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Nian's gaze fell upon the 4 doors at the edge of the room. Utilizing his omniscient talent, he could foresee the circumstances at the entrances. Without hesitation, he pushed open one of the doors and embarked on an adventure. In the following 2 days, Jiang Nian primarily opted to open random rooms and resource rooms. Though the dungeon rooms offered substantial rewards upon completion, they also bore significant danger. The mortality rate for the required dungeon rooms over these 2 days exceeded 50. Given such peril, how could Jiang Nian possibly enter? As for marriage rooms, they were even rarer. He had encountered none in these 2 days. At this moment, Jiang Nian found himself within a pitch-black cave. Before him lay a ferocious black python, which he had now dismembered and skewered for roasting. By trading surplus resources, Jiang Nian had acquired a variety of seasonings and even procured a professional barbecue grill. The aroma of the roasted snake meat wafted throughout the cave, causing Tu Shanqing, seated nearby, to drool. Her admiration for Jiang Nian deepened. He was not only handsome and powerful, but also an exceptional cook. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? In her quest to match Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing was diligently working to grow stronger. With the enhancement of her ice staff and her mastery of other ice-based skills, she had now attained a strength level of 2.5 stars. Name, Tu Shanqing. Race, 9-tailed celestial fox. Talent, ice demon aura, A grade, incomplete. Skills, bone-chilling ice blade, ice wall technique, blizzard. Strength, 2.5 stars. Jiang Nian glanced at Tu Shanqing's current status and nodded in satisfaction. His affection for her continued to grow. With her fair skin, stunning beauty, and tireless dedication to self-improvement, Jiang Nian felt that winning such a remarkable partner was akin to having saved the world in a past life. He had never considered Tu Shanqing to be weak. On the contrary, in his eyes, she was brimming with untapped potential. Before long, the snake meat was ready. The two eagerly began to savor their meal. During this time, Jiang Nian curiously opened the leaderboard. First, William Walker, Lighthouse Nation, Combat Power Rating, 3 stars, Partner Strength, 3 stars. Second, Tekawawa Ken, Yamato Nation, Combat Power Rating, 3 stars, Partner Strength, 2.5 stars. Third, Jiang Nian, Flame Nation, Combat Power Rating, 2.5 stars. Partner Strength, 2.5 stars. As Tu Shanqing's strength increased, Jiang Nian ascended to 3rd place. Chasing the 2nd place posed no significant challenge for Jiang Nian. Under his conjecture, as long as he could gather a complete set of the crimson gold armor, his combat power could effortlessly reach 3 stars. However, the prowess of William Walker was undeniably formidable, as he steadfastly occupied the top position. Curiously, even his marriage partner had reached 3 stars, leaving Jiang Nian intrigued about the identity of this individual. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Nian continued his adventures with Tu Shanqing. Before him stood a black door, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Name: Dungeon Room. Room condition: this is the core area of the Goblin Kingdom, where the powerful Goblin King resides. Safety assessment: at your current level, entering this room carries a 40 mortality rate. What a coincidence! He encountered yet another goblin-themed dungeon. Chapter 14, The Goblin King, Endless Fury. A 40 mortality rate. Although the danger level remained high, it was not without merit to give it a try, especially since he possessed a substitute doll for protection. Jiang Nian did not hesitate for long, taking Tu Shanqing by the hand and approaching the dungeon room. Compared to her initial demeanor, Tu Shanqing had evidently grown much braver, largely due to the immense sense of security Jiang Nian provided her. In her eyes, Jiang Nian's confidence in challenging this dungeon indicated his assuredness. Together, they pushed open the door to the dungeon room. Before them lay a dimly lit forest, strikingly similar to the previous goblin dungeon they had entered. However, the atmosphere here was far more oppressive, with chilling winds occasionally whispering warnings of the dangers lurking within. Trespassing into the king's domain would spell death with no mercy. At that moment, a low growl echoed around them. A group of goblins armed with spears surrounded Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing. Name: Goblin Guard. Race: Beast, half-human. Skills: Charge, Stab, Flame Thrust. Strength: 2 stars. In addition, 2 goblins clad in armor and wielding large swords slowly emerged from the side. They were none other than the final boss from the previous goblin dungeon, the Goblin Generals. Yet, in this dungeon room, these goblin generals merely represented ordinary elite monsters, lacking the special health bar designated for bosses. With 2 goblin generals and approximately 10 goblin guards, the peril of this dungeon room was clearly evident. Should an ordinary individual unwittingly enter, it would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. Yet for Jiang Nian, these adversaries were hardly a concern. Darling, let us stick to our previous strategy. I will take the lead, while you provide support and control. Start with a blizzard to slow them down, Jiang Nian declared, brimming with combat enthusiasm. Absolutely. Upon entering the dungeon, Tu Shanqing swiftly retrieved her ice staff. Under the augmentation of the staff, a biting cold wind swept through the surroundings, and snow began to fall from the air. The goblin guards present, including the goblin generals, were all fire attribute monsters, unable to withstand the frigid onslaught of the blizzard. They trembled uncontrollably. This was the latest skill Tu Shanqing had mastered, essentially a large area control technique. Enveloped in the protective aura of Tu Shanqing's ice magic, Jiang Nian felt no adverse effects from the storm. He couldn't help but admire Tu Shanqing's potential. While others required skill books to learn techniques, she seemed to learn them effortlessly, each skill more powerful than the last, leaving Jiang Nian astounded. Darling, you truly are the best. Now, it's my turn to perform. With the monster's speed significantly hindered by the blizzard, Jiang Nian, equipped with the C-rank skill, Carefree Step, and the omniscient talent to discern weaknesses, brandished his crimson flame blade and commenced his slaughter. Throughout the skirmish, any goblin attempting to ambush Jiang Nian was swiftly intercepted by Tu Shanqing, instantly frozen into an ice statue. In no time, the numerous goblin guards, along with the goblin generals, perished tragically under the combined assault of the couple. Item: Iron Long Spear. Type: Weapon. Quality: E. Effect: None. Evaluation: a spear forged from fine iron, relatively sharp. Jiang Nian collected all the spears wielded by the goblin guards. Although merely E-rank weapons that he had no immediate use for, they could be put up for auction to exchange for other resources. Unfortunately, the 2 goblin generals were merely elite monsters, and compared to the final boss he had previously encountered, they were certainly lacking. After their defeat, they dropped nothing but ordinary E-rank long swords, just like the Iron Long Spear. In this world, Every resource held immense value. Jiang Nian collected everything without hesitation, then proceeded deeper into the forest with Tu Shanqing. As they ventured onward, they encountered a succession of goblin guards and goblin generals, all of whom fell to Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing without any difficulty. The couple smoothly reached the innermost part of the forest, where they discovered another bronze door. However, the creature guarding this door was not a goblin, but rather a towering, pitch-black minotaur, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with a muscular physique and wielding a massive stone axe. Name: Minotaur Soldier. Race: Beast, half-human. Skills: Savage Slash, Barbaric Charge, Earth Splitter. Strength: 3 stars. What an absurdity, a minotaur in a goblin dungeon, and possessing 3-star strength? As he beheld the towering Minotaur Soldier, Jiang Nian's expression grew grave. Based on previous experiences, this final boss would undoubtedly surpass the strength of the guarding elite monsters, indicating that the Goblin King within this dungeon room would certainly exceed 3-star strength. At that moment, the Minotaur Soldier unleashed an enraged roar that reverberated through the ground. In the next instant, it charged wildly towards Jiang Nian, its sharp horns aimed menacingly. Ice Wall. Tu Shanqing, witnessing the imminent danger, wasted no time and erected an ice wall. However, the ice wall could not withstand the Minotaur Soldier's charge and shattered instantly. Tu Shanqing quickly conjured 3 more ice walls, and only after the Minotaur had smashed through all 3 did it finally come to a halt, painfully rubbing its head. Clearly, Tu Shanqing's ice walls were remarkably sturdy. Although it could break through them, it sustained considerable damage in the process. Jiang Nian swiftly seized the opportunity, utilizing carefree step-south ghostly movements to close the distance to the Minotaur Soldier. Flame Slash. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Nian ignited the great sword in his hand with blazing flames and struck fiercely at the neck of the bull-headed soldier. This was one of its vulnerable spots, inflicting considerable damage. In agony, the creature howled. What could a 3-star monster do? United as husband and wife, we would slay any creature without hesitation. My dear, let us attack together. As Jiang Nian's words fell, he and Tu Shanqing commenced their assault on the bull-headed soldier. Despite its fearsome appearance, the creature was evidently not very intelligent and moved with sluggishness. Jiang Nian focused on the offensive while Tu Shanqing provided support, though it proved somewhat laborious. They successfully dispatched the bull-headed soldier before them. Yet, their triumph was short-lived. The bronze door leading to the boss room unexpectedly swung open, revealing a voice that sent chills down Jiang Nian's spine. You have slain my kin, murdered my beloved pet. You dare to kill my precious daughter. Human, you shall today meet a fate most grave. Chapter 15. Achievement Unlocked. Goblin Conqueror. At that moment, the room reverberated with the furious roar of the Goblin King. Before Jiang Nian could step through the bronze door, a diminutive figure adorned with a crown and wielding a scepter emerged slowly from within. Name: Goblin King. Race: Beast, half-human. Talent: Flame Control, Grade B. Skills: Firewall, Fireball, Flame Blade, Flame Vortex. Strength: 3.5 stars. As this creature appeared, pertinent information flashed before Jiang Nian's eyes. The Goblin King was not only the most formidable monster he had encountered, but also possessed innate power, distinctly setting it apart from ordinary foes. Despite its diminutive stature of less than 1 meter, the aura it exuded was exceptionally potent. Moreover, the fact that it had emerged directly from the boss room illustrated its deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Nian. I killed your daughter. Come for me if you dare. Tu Shanqing sensed the Goblin King's murderous intent and shielded Jiang Nian. I shall dispose of you along with this vixen. But first, this human must die. With that declaration, flames erupted from the Goblin King's body. In an instant, the temperature soared, and a massive fireball descended from above, hurtling towards Jiang Nian. If struck, he would not only perish but be left severely wounded. However, as the fireball formed, the quick-thinking Tu Shanqing immediately erected ice walls from all directions, effectively blocking the fireball's assault. What? The Goblin King stared wide-eyed, astonished that such a powerful attack had been effortlessly thwarted. Before it could comprehend the situation, Jiang Nian leaped from behind the ice wall, his crimson blade ablaze with fervent flames. You grotesque creature, you think you can kill me? You seek your own demise. With the omniscience granted by his talent, Jiang Nian discerned all the Goblin King's weaknesses. A powerful slash struck at its vulnerable spot. Yet, being a 3.5-star monster, Jiang Nian's blow merely reduced its health by a fifth. As the exalted ruler of the Goblin clan, to be wounded by a mere human incited the Goblin King's wrath. Roar. Accompanied by its furious roar, it generated a colossal fire vortex centered around itself. Jiang Nian, unable to evade in time, was drawn into the flames and vanished. Husband. Tu Shanqing's eyes turned crimson upon witnessing this. The surge of her energy was palpable. The previously rising temperature plummeted to 0, unleashing a blizzard. At that moment, Tu Shanqing's icy demonic aura reached unprecedented heights. She would not allow her husband to perish so easily. This moment unlocked her latent potential. The Goblin King was taken aback by Tu Shanqing's transformation, never anticipating such strength from a seemingly insignificant fox spirit. However, it dismissed her as a threat believing Jiang Nian to be dead. The fox demon would surely meet her end as well. Just as it prepared to attack Tu Shanqing, a strikingly handsome man, engulfed in flames, suddenly leapt from the fire vortex. The Goblin King was caught off guard as Jiang Nian delivered a fierce slash. As the blow connected, Jiang Nian unleashed a rapid three-slice maneuver, targeting the Goblin King's most vulnerable areas with each strike. Caught unawares, the Goblin King was severely wounded, its health dwindling below 40. How can this be? The goblin struggled to rise, terror evident in its gaze as it beheld Jiang Nian, who was still engulfed in flames, radiating formidable fire energy. It seemed he had surpassed it. The Goblin King, though not foolish, realized that no weak human could achieve such strength. There must be powerful fire armor at play. Indeed, Jiang Nian had triggered the effect of the crimson gold fire armor's flame shield upon being absorbed into the fire vortex. During the shield's duration, he could not only absorb enemy skill damage, but significantly amplify his own fire-based attacks. He had anticipated death upon being consumed by the flames and feared he might need to expend a resurrection doll. Yet, unexpectedly, he had activated the flame shield's effect. In this state, Jiang Nian felt no fear towards the Goblin King. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing, who had been on the verge of losing control, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Nian emerge unscathed. Subsequently, she unleashed her potent icy demonic aura, conjuring countless razor-sharp ice blades aimed at the Goblin King. This hideous creature had unjustly burdened her with worry. It must die. Despite hastily conjuring a firewall, the Goblin King was ultimately a moment too late to block all the piercing ice blades, sustaining multiple injuries. Although it did not freeze, its combat effectiveness was severely compromised, especially with the blizzard raging around it. Spare me, and I shall grant you countless treasures. The Goblin King pleaded with a look of terror directed at Jiang Nian. Wasn't it a tad too late to beg for mercy after threatening to kill him moments ago? Jiang Nian scoffed, brandishing the crimson blade as he charged at the Goblin King. The flame shield was not permanent. It had a time limit. In this state, Jiang Nian was more than capable of slaying the Goblin King, and he had no reason to heed its pleas for mercy. In this perilous world, Jiang Nian would show no mercy. He must eradicate the threat completely to prevent future troubles. Seeing that negotiations had failed, the Goblin King resolved to fight to the death. Engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing, the protagonist fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed to defeat, meeting a tragic end as Jiang Nian beheaded him, leaving him to perish in a pool of blood. Congratulations to player Jiang Nian for slaying the boss and successfully completing the dungeon, earning a completion gift pack. All attributes increased by 10 points. Skill book Flame Vortex, Weapon, Blazing Fire Staff, and Puppet, Goblin King. As before, an invisible force surged into Jiang Nian's body. Additionally, there were exceedingly abundant rewards. Jiang Nian, however, barely had time to examine these rewards. Suddenly, in Area 666, all players heard a notification sound echoing in their minds. Announcement: Player Jiang Nian has slain the Goblin King, completing all dungeons in the Goblin series, and has achieved the title Goblin Conqueror, rewarded with a bronze treasure chest. Reminder: only players who obtain this achievement for the first time can receive the reward. At this moment, the previously calm regional chat channel erupted once more. Chapter 16. I wish to give my husband a massage. Ladies and gentlemen, did I just hear correctly? Someone has cleared all dungeons in the Goblin series? You heard right. This is indeed true, and it was accomplished by the illustrious Jiang Nian. What sorcery is this? The function for combat power star ratings has yet to be unlocked for me, yet someone has already completed the entire series of dungeons? Furthermore, aren't the dungeons encountered after entering the Black Gate random? How is it that Jiang Nian has such extraordinary luck to encounter goblin dungeons in succession? Can anyone enlighten me on this matter? Is it possible that we did not traverse the same world? Why is it that while we all crossed over at the same time, he can effortlessly conquer the dungeons? I am indignant. What infuriates me even more is that Jiang Nian's marriage partner is so stunning. I seethe with jealousy. Oh heavens, why must you treat me this way? Why does all the fortune fall into Jiang Nian's lap alone? Just the mention of Jiang Nian's spouse stirs a tempest of envy and resentment within me. When will I ever encounter someone like that? Complaining is of no avail. Rather than lamenting, I urge you all to muster the courage to push open the red door. I too have acquired a formidable minotaur treasure. Wow, the brother above is incredibly fierce. A minotaur indeed? I thought it was yet another brother from the A3 nation, but to my surprise, even the people from Japan are this powerful. I am truly in awe. Originally, everyone was caught up in envy and resentment towards Jiang Nian, but with the emergence of the Minotaur Conqueror, the discussion shifted dramatically. Now everyone, in their pursuit of strength and survival in this perilous world, braved the daunting prospect of entering the matchmaking house. What transpired thereafter was indeed a sight of unspeakable horror. Yet, those who persevered undoubtedly reaped immense benefits. For instance, the former Aliho is now a renowned figure as well. Meanwhile, in a room within Area 666, William Walker had just cleared a dungeon and entered a recovery room to rest. The snake demon Dolina, in front of William Walker, was teasingly swaying her slender waist. William Walker, consumed by desire, pushed Dolina down forcefully. Do you know the cost of seducing me? Dolina smiled alluringly. My lord has fought hard all day. I merely wish to give you a massage. With that, she reached out towards William Walker's robust chest. Unable to contain himself any longer, William Walker succumbed to Dolina's provocations and tore off her clothing. However, just as he was prepared to engage in a passionate encounter with Dolina, a game notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the very sound that had accompanied Jiang Nian's achievement of the Goblin Conqueror title. What? The fire of desire that had just ignited within William Walker was abruptly extinguished as if doused with cold water. Jiang Nian managed to clear the entire Goblin series of dungeons? How could Jiang Nian accomplish what even I, the top-ranked warrior, have yet to achieve? How infuriating. At that moment, William Walker was seething with rage. Initially, Jiang Nian's success in the matchmaking house had already stirred intense jealousy within him. Moreover, Jiang Nian's spouse was extraordinarily beautiful, further fueling his ire. Fortunately, after the leaderboard emerged, his rank maintained a firm hold over Jiang Nian's, which had brought him some comfort. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Nian had once again accomplished what he could not. Grinding his teeth in fury, his eyes bloodshot, he declared, "My dear, Jiang Nian must simply be fortunate. After all, the dungeons one enters upon pushing open the black gate are entirely random. No one can predict them in advance. Furthermore, your husband's strength is now at 3 stars and soon to reach 3.5 stars. Jiang Nian, up to this point, is merely at 2.5 stars. Dolina, noticing William Walker's anger, immediately spoke to console him. However, her words did little to soothe his ire, instead intensifying it. What do you know? Once Jiang Nian clears the dungeon, his strength will undoubtedly surge, and he will soon catch up. Moreover, the achievement rewards will grant him a bronze treasure chest. The more William Walker spoke, the angrier he became, wishing he could eliminate Jiang Nian right then to prevent anyone from stealing his limelight. Dolina, being a woman who admired strength, had chosen William Walker for his potential. Now, with Jiang Nian consistently surpassing him, she was increasingly displeased. She could not tolerate her man being outshone by another. If my lord wishes to maintain his superiority over Jiang Nian, I have a way. I shall ensure that Jiang Nian can never surpass you. Upon hearing Dolina's words, William Walker's pupils contracted in shock as he exclaimed, "You have a plan? Naturally. I will make my lord immensely powerful. Powerful enough to trample everyone beneath your feet." Ha ha. William Walker laughed heartily at her words. Very well. Very good. You truly are my treasure. In high spirits, William Walker swiftly shed his outer garments and entwined himself with Dolina. At the same time, Jiang Nian, having regained his composure from the shock, could not help but burst into laughter. He truly did not expect that after slaying the Goblin King, he would receive additional achievement rewards. The chat channel was buzzing with activity, and Jiang Nian knew without looking that they were undoubtedly discussing this matter. At present, his primary task was to collect all the rewards he had obtained. Item, Flame Vortex. Type, Skill Book. Quality, C grade. Effect, upon use, grants the ability to comprehend the skill Flame Vortex. Evaluation, unleashes a potent burst of fire attribute energy, creating a powerful flame vortex centered on oneself, demonstrating considerable might. Item, Blazing Fire Staff. Type, Weapon. Quality, D grade. Effect, increases fire attribute skill damage by 10. Evaluation, a standard weapon for fire mages. Jiang Nian habitually wielded bladed weapons and displayed no interest in the staff, casually discarding it into the storage. As for the skill Flame Vortex, being a C-grade ability, its power was undoubtedly formidable. The moment Jiang Nian touched it, he instinctively learned and mastered it. Yet, what truly occupied Jiang Nian's thoughts was not this or the unopened bronze chest, but rather the special puppet he had acquired after clearing the dungeon, a Goblin King. Item, Puppet Goblin King. Effect, upon use, it summons a puppet that possesses the exact strength of the Goblin King, aiding in combat for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 10 minutes. This extraordinary item could allow me to summon the Goblin King? Chapter 17. The Power of the Puppet and an Unexpected Intruder. Holding the miniature version of the Goblin King puppet, Jiang Nian felt a profound shock. It was crucial to note that, despite being defeated by him and Tu Shanqing in tandem, the Goblin King possessed a strength level of 3.5 stars. Summoning it would effectively provide him with an additional ally of equal strength. The thought sent Jiang Nian into a fervor of excitement. He yearned to find a room immediately to test the true combat prowess of the Goblin King puppet. However, before that, Jiang Nian had more pressing matters at hand. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Yan Nation. Lifespan, 23, 105. Constitution, 43. Strength, 53. Agility, 42. Mentality, 43. Charm, 45. Talent, Omniscience, SSS grade, unique. Skills, // Carefree Step. Fiery Blade / Flame Vortex. Combat Power Rating, 3 stars. Indeed, his combat power rating had reached 3 stars. If he were to collect the remaining 2 pieces of the Crimson Gold set, he would undoubtedly achieve 3.5 stars in combat power. At that point, he should securely claim the top position. With this in mind, Jiang Nian turned his gaze toward the bronze chest that had appeared nearby. Previously, the crimson gold fire armor had been obtained from a bronze chest. If fortune smiled upon him again, he might just uncover another piece of the crimson gold set. Let me be a lucky sovereign once more. After silently offering a prayer, Jiang Nian opened the bronze chest. As in the previous instance, beams of light shot forth from the chest. One particularly radiant beam landed upon Jiang Nian. Congratulations, player, for acquiring 10 freely distributable attribute points. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian allocated all the acquired points to his strength. His attention was now fully directed toward the other 2 items he had received. Item: crimson gold leggings. Type: armor. Quality: D-grade. Effect: increases personal defense by 10 and boosts the probability of triggering the crimson gold set's flame shield by 10. Evaluation: armor leggings crafted from fire attribute materials. When a complete set is collected, the effects are quite remarkable. Item: escape talisman. Effect: upon use, allows for rapid teleportation out of the current room along with a partner, returning to the previous room. Incredible! Jiang Nian was utterly astonished by the 2 items before him. Not only had he obtained the crimson gold leggings, but he also had an escape talisman. This item effectively granted Jiang Nian the ability to swiftly flee in the face of danger. In certain scenarios, it could prove even more useful than a substitute doll. Although Jiang Nian, with his omniscient talent, could foresee the dangers within a room, rendering the escape talisman largely unnecessary. In this perilous world, the more life-saving items one possessed, the better. Without further ado, Jiang Nian securely stored the escape talisman and donned the crimson gold leggings. He was now only 1 piece away from completing the crimson gold set, needing just the crimson gold boots. It is worth noting that in this world, equipment worn does not display an outward appearance unless the player chooses to reveal it. Once he completed these tasks, Jiang Nian surveyed the 4 doors surrounding him. 3 were white doors, while 1 was green. My dear, shall we test the capabilities of this Goblin King puppet? Tu Shanqing had been quite curious about the special little puppet since earlier. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. If we are to test it, let us do so thoroughly. We shall enter the random room, Jiang Nian proclaimed, pointing toward a white door directly ahead. Name: random room. Room condition: a bloodthirsty wolf resides here. Safety assessment: extremely safe. Free to enter. Initially, encountering this creature had resulted in a safety assessment of 100 fatality. Now, it had transformed into a guarantee of safety. Let us proceed inside. With that, Jiang Nian took Tu Shanqing's hand and pushed open the white door. Before them lay a desolate wasteland, barren and stark. Surrounding them were either withered trees or desiccated skeletons, evoking a chilling atmosphere. In the midst of this wasteland stood a bloodthirsty wolf, approximately 2 meters tall, with a pitch-black coat and crimson eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing, the beast began to drool voraciously, eager to pounce and tear them apart. Name: bloodthirsty wolf. Species: beast. Talent: sharp fangs, C-grade. Skills: charge, claw, frenzied bite. Strength: 2.5 stars. Jiang Nian had assumed this creature would be formidable, yet it was merely of 2.5 stars in strength. He had no intention of engaging directly. Instead, he leaned against a withered tree with Tu Shanqing and casually released the puppet. As the puppet touched the ground, it emitted a dazzling crimson light. In an instant, the Goblin King, previously slain, materialized before Jiang Nian once more. Though it appeared identical to its former self, its eyes were hollow, clearly reduced to an empty vessel. Nevertheless, even as a mere shell, the Goblin King retained a combat power of 3.5 stars. Without the need for Jiang Nian's commands, the puppet Goblin King instinctively targeted the bloodthirsty wolf. A surge of searing fire attribute energy erupted from its form. Numerous razor-sharp fire blades formed around the puppet and, under its guidance, shot toward the bloodthirsty wolf with remarkable speed. From a distance, it resembled a rain of fire, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The bloodthirsty wolf, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of the Goblin King, panicked, failing to evade the onslaught of fire blades entirely, sustaining severe injuries and extensive burns. But that was not the end. The puppet Goblin King raised its staff, and in an instant, a massive fireball descended from the heavens. The bloodthirsty wolf's eyes widened in utter despair as it was struck by the fireball, obliterated on the spot and reduced to a charred corpse. After all, it was merely a creature of 2.5 stars. The disparity in power before the Goblin King was insurmountable. The unfolding of this scene was clearly witnessed by Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing, both of whom exhibited expressions of astonishment. My dear, from this moment on, as long as we do not encounter a creature with a combat power exceeding 3.5 stars, I need not lift a finger. This puppet is simply too useful. Jiang Nian could not suppress his laughter. Beside him, Tu Shanqing was equally taken aback by the remarkable prowess of the Goblin King puppet. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, during their previous dungeon encounter, this creature had nearly slain Jiang Nian. Fortunately, he had unexpectedly triggered a flame shield that saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to utilize a substitute doll. Following the defeat of the bloodthirsty wolf, the Goblin King reverted to its puppet form and soared back into Jiang Nian's grasp. Husband, since we possess such a formidable puppet, why not proceed to the next chamber? Tu Shanqing exclaimed excitedly as she glanced at Jiang Nian. Not so fast. Although this puppet can be employed continuously, each use incurs a 10-minute cooldown. Let us rest in this chamber for a while, and I shall also check the auction house. We must gather a complete set of the crimson gold gear. Just as Jiang Nian was preparing to enter the auction house, a white door suddenly appeared before him and swung open with haste. A tall, imposing black man with a bushy beard strode in with an intimidating air. Chapter 18. A sinister thought, a price to pay. What? Both Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing, who had relaxed, sprang to their feet in shock at this unexpected turn of events. Since being transported to this world, Jiang Nian had never encountered another human like himself. The most he had done was converse with others in the chat channel, where they remained in their separate rooms, making an encounter virtually impossible. And he had no idea how one might enter another's chamber. Who could have anticipated that a human would suddenly intrude upon Jiang Nian's space? Even the black man who had entered was momentarily taken aback. What is this situation? He exclaimed, astonished by his surroundings, as if it exceeded all his expectations. He began to pace around the room, repeatedly confirming its contents. After a brief moment, he concluded that there were no monsters nor any precious treasure chests, letting out a sigh of disappointment. However, upon catching sight of the stunning Tu Shanqing beside Jiang Nian, the man's expression of dismay vanished entirely, replaced with a rather lewd gaze fixated on her. Observing this, Jiang Nian instinctively shielded Tu Shanqing. Although he was uncertain why this individual had suddenly entered his room, one thing was clear: the door that had appeared was white. A white door signified a random room. Could it be that entering a random room afforded a chance to enter someone else's space? Yet that seemed implausible. If it were true, the chat channel would surely have been abuzz with such news. It was inconceivable that no one had mentioned it until now. It was far more likely that this man possessed some unique item that allowed him to open an extraordinary door. Jiang Nian regarded the burly figure before him, lost in contemplation. What a pity! I had thought that entering this room would yield a valuable treasure chest or a plethora of survival resources. Instead, I encounter you. He paused. If I am not mistaken, you must be the Jiang Nian from the leaderboard, correct? I must admit, your spouse is remarkably beautiful. The black man casually seated himself on a nearby stone, his gaze never straying from Tu Shanqing as he grinned lewdly. How about this? I will provide you with abundant survival supplies if you allow me to enjoy your spouse for a night. As he spoke, a powerful aura began to emanate from him, and the air was filled with the sound of rumbling thunder. It was evident that he was enveloped in a web of golden lightning, creating an imposing sight. Player, Wolf Gene. Nationality, Lighthouse Nation. Lifespan, 36. 97. Physique, 33. Strength, 45. Agility, 30. Mentality, 30. Charm, 25. Talent, Lightning Manipulation, Grade B. Skills, Lightning Strike, Thunder Palm, Thunderous Slash. Combat Power Rating, 3 stars. Jiang Nian, endowed with omniscience, immediately discerned the details of his opponent's attributes. Despite the fact that this man fell short in various aspects, he still managed to attain a combat power of 3 stars. Undoubtedly, it was the formidable equipment he donned that granted him such strength. However, the loathsome words that tumbled from his lips had already rendered him a mere corpse in Jiang Nian's eyes, regardless of his power. What? Are you at a loss for words? Are you perhaps afraid? Wolf Gene sneered disdainfully. After all, your strength is entirely reliant on a woman's power, unlike mine, which stems solely from my own prowess. To be honest, I had initially entered a matchmaking room, but the partner was so hideous that I snapped her neck on the spot. I ought to thank you. Had you not successfully resisted the matchmaking room, I might not have dared to attempt it myself. With each passing moment, Wolf Jin's demeanor grew more arrogant. Lacking the omniscient talent, he could not ascertain Jiang Nian's detailed attributes and could only gauge his aura and the previously announced combat power rating to assess Jiang Nian's current strength. Although Jiang Nian's combat power rating had reached 3 stars, matching his own, he had just fought fiercely against the Goblin King, and the game's notification had been heard by all. Wolf Gene was undoubtedly aware of this situation. He understood that Jiang Nian could not have fully recovered in such a short span of time, and this was not a recovery room. Therefore, he was convinced that Jiang Nian possessed little combat strength left, rendering him no threat, and he felt no urgency to engage. As for Tu Shanqing, she was even weaker, clearly not reaching 3 stars. In his mind, it was simply a matter of killing Jiang Nian to claim Tu Shanqing for himself. Such beauty could only be conquered by a man of his strength. Indeed, the circumstances unfolded as he had anticipated. Jiang Nian, having just emerged from a fierce battle, was evidently weaker. But why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Jiang Nian tightened his grip on the Goblin King puppet, which was about to cool down, and a meaningful smile graced his lips. Observing this expression, Tu Shanqing understood everything and quietly stood beside Jiang Nian, refraining from uttering a word. I have but one question for you. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Jiang Nian's smile was frigid. Do you not fear for your life? Upon hearing this, Wolf Gene momentarily froze, then erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, who do you think you are? Wolfkin sneered with a dismissive expression. Just because you have achieved numerous accolades does not render you invincible. Even if your strength is indeed formidable, what of it? I am fully aware that you have just emerged from a fierce battle, and you must be utterly exhausted. Kneel before me and beg for mercy, offering your beautiful wife as a tribute, and I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, should I decide to strike, you will have no chance to react. Wolfkin's confidence stemmed not only from the knowledge that Jiang Nian was currently depleted of energy, but also from the extraordinary talent he had awakened, control over lightning, signifying his terrifying ability to manipulate thunderous energy. Coupled with the skills he had mastered, dispatching someone already lacking in stamina would be a trivial matter. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of lightning attributes is their unparalleled speed. He was utterly assured of his capacity to deliver a fatal blow. To ensure absolute certainty, a golden dagger, pulsating with potent lightning energy, materialized in Wolfkin's grasp. However, just as he basked in his arrogance, Jiang Nian unexpectedly hurled a doll towards him. Initially, Wolfkin assumed it to be some hidden weapon and performed a backflip to evade it. Upon realizing that it was merely a cloth doll, he could not help but erupt into laughter. What nonsense is this? Is this truly your weapon? Jiang Nian, how old are you to be playing with dolls? Before he could finish his mockery, the doll emanated a blinding crimson light. In the next instant, the Goblin King materialized before him. Chapter 19, Murder, Regional Announcement. What is happening? How could a monster appear out of nowhere? Wolfkin was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Goblin King. He could distinctly sense the powerful aura emanating from the Goblin King, which evidently surpassed his own. However, his first reaction was to dismiss the notion that this Goblin King had been summoned by Jiang Nian. He thought perhaps there was some anomaly within the room, resulting in a monster materializing unexpectedly. Yet, the subsequent events left Wolfkin utterly horrified. The newly manifested Goblin King wasted no time, launching a potent fireball attack directly at him. Thanks to his lightning energy, he was able to evade swiftly at first. However, before he could revel in his escape, a barrage of fiery blades surged toward him. Despite his incredible speed, evading such a dense onslaught was nearly impossible, resulting in his left shoulder and right leg being pierced by the flames. Although these injuries did not immediately incapacitate him, the pain was excruciating. How dare you provoke me with such paltry strength? You couldn't possibly prevail against even my most loyal subordinates. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian lounged leisurely with Tu Shanqing, perched on a nearby stone, entirely unconcerned. The entire ordeal unfolded without him needing to lift a finger, as the Goblin King handled everything. It then dawned on Wolfkin that the Goblin King had not targeted Jiang Nian at all. In fact, the previous barrage of fireblades had intentionally avoided both Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing. Under normal circumstances, how could a monster behave in such a manner? Coupled with Jiang Nian's mention of his most loyal subordinate, Wolfkin's expression shifted drastically. The Goblin King had been summoned by Jiang Nian. How did you manage this? Wolfkin exclaimed in terror, directed at Jiang Nian. Oh, quick on the uptake, aren't we? But you are merely a dying man. Do I need to explain myself to you? Jiang Nian replied coldly, casually retrieving 2 apples from a nearby storage and offering one to Tu Shanqing. My dear, let us enjoy a bite while we watch them battle. Tu Shanqing obediently nodded. With such a reliable husband, who would dare to bully her? Wolfkin seethed at the sight. Why should this man possess such a beautiful wife and effortlessly summon powerful monsters? Yet, despite his anger, he found himself utterly powerless. Just as he contemplated saying something, a massive fireball hurtled toward him once again. If his right leg were uninjured, he could have evaded the fireball attack with his lightning speed. However, with his right leg severely wounded, he could barely muster the strength to flee. Boom. With a resounding crash, Wolfkin was blasted away by the fireball. His body charred and gory, a gruesome sight to behold. At that moment, he appeared so feeble that even a mere lackey could easily dispatch him. Faced with the chilling specter of death, Wolfkin trembled with dread. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare my life. He implored Jiang Nian weakly. If there were a remedy for regret, he would wish he had never entered this room, nor provoked Jiang Nian intentionally, let alone attempted to claim Tu Shanqing for himself. Now gravely injured and lacking the strength to rise, his life hung precariously in Jiang Nian's hands, and his terror was immeasurable. Apologies, but I prefer to eradicate threats entirely. Jiang Nian dismissed him with a wave of his hand. The Goblin King unleashed another powerful fireball, striking Wolfkin down instantly, leaving him as nothing more than a charred corpse. In the moment of Wolfkin's demise, several radiant beams of light erupted from his body, falling to the ground nearby. Among them was a D-rank lightning attribute dagger and 4 pieces of wholly unrelated equipment. Yet, they shared one commonality. All were D-rank. Notably, one was the coveted crimson gold boots that Jiang Nian desperately needed. Item: crimson gold boots. Type: armor. Quality: D-rank. Effect: increases movement speed by 10. Reduces fire shield cooldown by 20. Evaluation: armor boots made from fire attribute materials. When a full set is assembled, the effects are quite remarkable. Wow, what a delightful surprise. Jiang Nian mused. He had indeed intended to kill this man, yet he had not anticipated that all his equipment would drop upon his death. With the acquisition of the crimson gold boots, it meant Jiang Nian had successfully gathered an entire set of crimson gold gear. However, just as Jiang Nian reveled in his success, a game notification chimed in the ears of all players in Zone 666. Announcement: Player Jiang Nian has successfully slain a fellow player, earning the achievement of first kill. Reward: 1 bronze treasure chest. Reminder: only the first player to achieve this can receive the reward. In that instant, the regional chat channel erupted once more. First kill achievement? Is it still possible to kill players in this world? What is happening? We are in different rooms and cannot even encounter one another. How could Jiang Nian have killed someone? Indeed, it has been several days since I entered this realm, yet I have yet to encounter another player. How is it that Jiang Nian has managed to do so? Moreover, even if such encounters were possible, is it truly necessary to resort to murder? What on earth is going on with Jiang Nian? We have already found ourselves in this perilous world, and it is pitiable enough. Yet he dares to strike against the weak. I can now see Jiang Nian's true colors. No wonder he refuses to share resources with us. He is indeed a despicable individual. If this were the real world, Jiang Nian would have long since faced the consequences of his actions. But putting aside the reasons for his murderous intent, shouldn't our current focus be on how to access the rooms of other players? If we could encounter them, wouldn't that imply the possibility of forming a team? Due to the lack of clarity regarding the true course of events, everyone harbors a profound anger towards Jiang Nian's inexplicable violence. At this very moment, in room number 666, William Walker luxuriates in a hot spring. Beside him, in addition to the serpent demon Dorina, is another woman, naked and engaging in a romantic bath with him. However, as an announcement reverberates through the air, the previously blissful William Walker is rendered speechless. Chapter 20. Activating the set, 4-star combat power. Jiang Nian. Why must it be Jiang Nian again? William Walker slams his hand against the water's surface, sending a shower of droplets into the air. He has completely lost the desire to enjoy the hot spring, his heart now brimming with jealousy towards Jiang Nian. In truth, he does not care why Jiang Nian is able to kill. After all, this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. If someone provoked Jiang Nian, or if he killed to compete for resources, it is all quite reasonable. The legalities of the real world hold no sway here. Only the mightiest can dictate the rules of this realm. William Walker's ambition is to become the preeminent power in this world, surrounded by countless beauties. Yet, Jiang Nian repeatedly accomplishes feats that he cannot. In merely a few days, Jiang Nian has achieved 3 accomplishments, 3 bronze chests. If William Walker could obtain those 3 bronze chests, his power would undoubtedly surge. Yet all of this has been snatched away by Jiang Nian. And how could he not feel furious? My dear, there is no need for such anger. Jiang Nian is merely fortunate. If you could enter another's room, wouldn't you be able to achieve a first kill with ease? One's luck cannot persist indefinitely. You remain at the top of the leaderboard, and despite Jiang Nian's accrued benefits, he cannot surpass you. He is nothing but a waste, comforted the serpent demon Dorina as she nestled in his embrace. Additionally, the other woman by William Walker's side, named Nami, possesses haunting red eyes and an alluring figure. Indeed, she, too, is a creature of the night, her true form that of a vampire bat. This room happens to be a matchmaking chamber. Nami had been patiently awaiting her destined partner, only to discover that William Walker was accompanied by another woman. Women are inherently possessive. Sharing their man with another is simply out of the question. Upon setting her sights on William Walker, Nami could not tolerate Dorina's presence and immediately launched an attack. However, William Walker intervened, subduing Nami with his overwhelming strength. Dorina, unwilling to share her man with another, recognized the necessity of ensuring that he grows stronger. To achieve this, a successful pairing is paramount to earn substantial rewards. Thus, she chose to endure for the time being, attempting to persuade Nami to submit to William Walker. Should she resist, the consequence would be death. After all, successful rebellion would also yield rewards. Faced with the grim choice of life or death, Nami ultimately capitulated to William Walker, vowing to seek an opportunity to eliminate Dorina in the future and claim William Walker for herself. Thus, William Walker acquired a second matchmaking partner, significantly enhancing his strength to a 4-star combat power. In this realm, there are no limits to the number of partners one can have. As long as one possesses the capability to conquer them, polygamy poses no issue. However, initially, one must have the ability to assert dominance. Should one lack this, the repercussions would be dire. In truth, Jiang Nian is hardly a concern. After all, he is not the one currently at the top of the rankings. No matter how hard he strives, he cannot catch up to you. Nami, captivated by William Walker, refuses to believe that any other man could surpass him. No, I must grow stronger quickly. If Jiang Nian were to close the gap, it would spell disaster. If there exists a way to access another's room, I shall be the first to eliminate Jiang Nian. William Walker clenched his fists, speaking with fierce determination. At this moment, he is solely focused on solidifying his position at the top. Once the novice assessment concludes, he will reap the generous rewards for first place, an entire set of C-grade equipment and a golden chest. At that point, William Walker would become the mightiest in the 666th area, revered by all. Simultaneously, in the room occupied by Jiang Nian, The game notification sound suddenly echoed, startling him. Yet he felt no regret for slaying Wolf Jean. In this brutal world, if Jiang Nian does not adopt a ruthless demeanor, death will be his fate. Eradicating threats completely is the only viable approach. As for the insults hurled at him in the regional chat channel, Jiang Nian remains indifferent, sensing no need to justify himself. "My lord, are you upset?" Tu Shanqing inquired with concern upon noticing Jiang Nian's silence. She mistakenly believed he was troubled by the insults in the chat channel. "Upset?" Jiang Nian chuckled softly. No, I am far from angry. In fact, I am quite pleased. Do you see? I have just completed another achievement and acquired a bronze chest." He hurried to the bronze chest and opened it, receiving 10 attribute points to allocate freely, along with 2 commendable D-grade pieces of equipment, both of which happened to be of the ice attribute, which he readily handed to Tu Shanqing. He allocated all 10 attribute points to strength and donned the exquisite golden battle boots he had just obtained from Wolf Jin's corpse. Weapon, crimson flame blade. Upper body, crimson gold fire armor. Pants, crimson gold leggings. Bracers, crimson gold arm guards. Shoes, crimson gold battle boots. Activating the crimson gold set effect. When attacked, a flame shield is triggered with a 100 probability, enhancing the shield's energy value. Observing the activated set effect, a subtle smile graced Jiang Nian's lips. Although the set effect does not provide any additional enhancement to attack or defense, it may initially appear rather ordinary. However, the flame shield generated by the crimson gold set not only absorbs a substantial amount of damage, but also amplifies the wielder's fire attribute energy during its duration. Previously, during the battle against the Goblin King, Jiang Nian had already tasted the advantages of this shield. Indeed, the flame shield is extraordinarily powerful. Now, the set effect grants the flame shield a 100% activation probability, and the increased energy value signifies that the shield can absorb even more damage, rendering it considerably more resilient. In comparison to those who haphazardly wear equipment merely to boost their combat star rating, Jiang Nian's strength has soared. With the Crimson Gold set's enhancement, Jiang Nian's combat star rating has skyrocketed to 4 stars. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing, having acquired 2 D-grade ice-type equipment pieces, has also seen her combat strength rise to 3 stars. Jiang Nian had thought that he should have surpassed the ranking of William Walker by now. However, upon checking the leaderboard, he was utterly taken aback. The current top contender remains William Walker. To make matters worse, this fellow, despite sharing the same 4-star combat rating as Jiang Nian, has 2 marriage partners, both of whom have achieved 3.5 stars. What the hell? Is it even possible? Chapter 21. The resource competition shocks everyone. Jiang Nian had believed he would have surpassed this William Walker, but it seems he still falls short. This guy certainly possesses some skill to manage 2 marriage partners. Jiang Nian smiled with a peculiar expression. Beside him, Tu Shanqing, upon witnessing this, was momentarily stunned before bursting into tears. "Whoa, husband, do you also wish to find another one? I do not blame you, for my strength is indeed too weak. It is only natural for you to abandon me." Presently, Jiang Nian and William Walker share the same combat star rating. Yet the disparity in the strength of their marriage partners is what places Jiang Nian in second place. Moreover, the latter has 2 marriage partners. Tu Shanqing assumed Jiang Nian was envious of William Walker, wishing to cast her aside for a more powerful partner, hence her tears. In reality, Jiang Nian had no objections to marrying other women. As long as he could grow stronger, she would be content. She simply feared that Jiang Nian would abandon her. Oh dear. Seeing Tu Shanqing in tears, Jiang Nian tenderly embraced her. "My dear, you are the most important person to me. How could I ever bear to abandon you? I am not one to forsake my commitments. Besides, I harbor no envy towards this William Walker. On the contrary, I hold him in utter disdain." Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing's tears ceased, and she curiously inquired, "Husband, why is that? He is still ranked first. And so what?" Jiang Nian replied dismissively, "My strength is solely the result of my own efforts, along with your support. This fellow relies entirely on his relationships with women to gain strength. How can he possibly compare to me? Rest assured, my love, under any circumstances, I will never abandon you. Together, we shall become the strongest in this world." As he spoke, Jiang Nian gently stroked Tu Shanqing's head. This was not mere blind confidence on Jiang Nian's part. The truth lay in the fact that, disregarding marriage partners, William Walker's actual combat prowess was undoubtedly inferior to Jiang Nian's at present. In certain respects, Jiang Nian had already emerged as the strongest in Region 666. With several days remaining until the conclusion of the novice assessment, there was no need for Jiang Nian to feel anxious. Listening to Jiang Nian's words, Tu Shanqing was deeply moved, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, you are the best in the world." As she spoke, she threw herself onto Jiang Nian, embracing him passionately. Meanwhile, news of William Walker acquiring yet another marriage partner swiftly spread through the regional chat channel. Comparisons can be infuriating. We are all still single. While the great William already has 2 wives. To be noticed by such a powerhouse must mean she is an extraordinary goddess. It's simply enviable. Doesn't he ever come down to converse with us? Why be so aloof? Ridiculous. He already has 2 beautiful wives. Does he have time to chat with us? True enough. If I had 2 stunning wives, I would be living like a deity by now. Haven't you all noticed Jiang Nian? He has also reached 4 stars. Humph. And so what? He's just a murderer. Hey there. Don't be so harsh. We are in a perilous world. Who can guarantee we won't resort to violence over resource disputes? I don't care. I just know that killing is wrong. For now, I admire only the great William. Having multiple wives is a man's dream. Brothers, the marriage chamber isn't that terrifying. I just successfully married someone, and she is quite lovely. No way, is that true? No image, no credibility. Show us proof. Don't believe him. He must be trying to lure us into the marriage chamber. Whoa, I couldn't resist the temptation. I just entered the marriage chamber and found myself in a valley filled with birds and flowers, expecting a handsome suitor. But who would have thought it was a bull? Haha. If you can't resist, you might as well lie back and enjoy it. It could be a unique experience. Stop it. The imagery is too vivid. Just picture a delicate girl with a bull. It's quite stimulating. Amidst the chatter, suddenly, a game notification rang in everyone's ears. Emergency announcement. Area 332 has obtained the challenge key and successfully opened the challenge gate, now connected to Area 666. The resource competition is about to commence. Resource competition. In the event of a loss, all resources in a region will be halved, and all players' attributes will decrease by 20 points. In the event of a victory, all resources will be doubled, and all players' attributes will increase by 20 points. Upon hearing this news, all players in Area 666 displayed expressions of utter shock. Who could have anticipated the sudden onset of a resource competition? If there were no repercussions for losing, they might not have been so concerned. However, the stakes are high. Should they lose the resource competition, not only would their existing resources be halved, but even the attributes they had painstakingly developed would diminish. At that moment, anxiety gripped everyone, especially the already weak players. If they lost, they might not even have 20 points left to spare. As the tension mounted, the game notification sounded once more. Match rules. Tomorrow at this time, the competition will officially begin. Each region will send 3 players, accompanied by their marriage partners, to engage in a best-of-3 battle. Note: players who defeat their opponents may choose to continue to the next match. If a player can consecutively defeat all 3 opponents, they will receive a special reward. Note: during the battle, if a player finds themselves overwhelmed, they may choose to surrender voluntarily. Note: the resource competition has commenced. The leaderboard is temporarily hidden. Just as Jiang Nian had donned his attire, he heard the announcement and widened his eyes in surprise. Stunned by the sudden onset of the resource competition, Jiang Nian promptly entered the chat channel to ascertain the situation. At this moment, the chat channel of Zone 666 was already ablaze with activity. Who can elucidate how the resource competition was abruptly initiated? What on earth transpired in Zone 332? If I heard correctly, it seems that a player from Zone 332 acquired the challenge key, thus triggering the resource competition. Fine, it has commenced, but why did it specifically target our Zone 666? We are utterly in the dark regarding the strength of the players from Zone 332. Their audacious decision to instigate the resource competition suggests they must possess formidable warriors. We are in deep trouble. If we inadvertently lose the match tomorrow, not only will our resources be halved, but we'll also incur a deduction of 20 attribute points. Damn it, I barely managed to maintain 20 points in each attribute. If we lose, won't that plunge me straight to 0? At least you have points to lose. If I suffer a deduction of 20 points, I could end up in the negatives. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for such alarm. Perhaps the players from Zone 332 are merely a band of weaklings. Let us not forget, we have the esteemed William Walker in our midst. Who knows who will emerge victorious? Perhaps William can single-handedly defeat all 3 players from Zone 332. Oh, William, our hopes rest squarely upon your shoulders. You must prevail. In this tense atmosphere, the hopes of the crowd naturally converged on the top-ranked William Walker. Although Jiang Nian also boasted 4-star strength, this competition required the participation of a pairing partner, and William's partners not only numbered 2, but also possessed 3.5-star strength. Chapter 22. Overcoming 3 opponents with ease. Having just vanquished a formidable monster, William Walker was reveling in his triumph, blissfully surrounded by admirers, when the announcement of the resource competition caught him by surprise. However, he felt no anxiety, for he harbored unshakable confidence in his abilities. Upon entering the regional chat channel and witnessing the adulation directed towards him, William's pride swelled even further. He promptly addressed the chat, urging everyone not to panic. In his estimation, the players from Zone 332 were utterly ineffectual. When the competition commenced tomorrow, he vowed to dispatch all 3 of their competitors without difficulty. Overcoming 3 foes was but a trivial task for him. Haha. The onlookers in the chat were elated to hear William speak for the first time, erupting into cheers. The great William has finally made his presence known. Victory is assured. If tomorrow William truly can take on 3 opponents simultaneously, it would indeed bring us great honor. The thought of gaining a 20-point increase across all attributes and doubling our resources filled them with exhilaration. Yet, the rules stipulate that 3 players must compete. aside from William. Who else is willing to step up? Though reluctant to mention him, it must be acknowledged that Jiang Nian, currently ranking second, is also eligible to compete. Indeed, Jiang Nian, like William, possesses 4-star strength. Him? I am not so sure. Perhaps this individual is cowardly and fears losing, thereby shying away from participation. Not necessarily. For we are all from Zone 666. Should we lose, we would face a halving of our resources and a 20-point attribute deduction. It's unlikely Jiang Nian would abstain from the competition. Who knows? At any rate, I harbor no fondness for him. Speaking of Jiang Nian, I find him utterly detestable. While the esteemed William is prepared to face 3 opponents alone, this Jiang Nian has already slain our comrades. How despicable. Let us set aside thoughts of him. As long as William possesses formidable strength, that is sufficient. Earlier, I glanced at the leaderboard, and the third-ranked Taichuan appeared promising, boasting 3.5-star strength. Alas, the leaderboard is currently closed, preventing confirmation of his present prowess. Regardless, William, Jiang Nian, and Taichuan are our designated participants for this competition. Let us fervently hope for victory. William Walker, reveling in the discussions surrounding him, felt a surge of anger upon hearing the mentions of Jiang Nian. This time, I shall not allow Jiang Nian to steal my spotlight. Regardless of who Zone 332 sends forth, I will confront them single-handedly. This will prove that I am the unrivaled champion of Zone 666. William clenched his fists resolutely. In tomorrow's battle, he would exert every ounce of his strength. My love, do not worry. Jiang Nian cannot possibly surpass your prowess. The players from Zone 332, though their specific strengths remain unknown, surely cannot contend with you. Ku, Dorina, and Nami. Their voices sweetly reassuring in William's ears. Their confidence was not unfounded. After all, everyone had only recently traversed into this matchmaking realm, mere days ago. The new player assessment had not yet concluded, and for the vast majority, their abilities hovered around 2 stars, with only a handful achieving 3 stars or above. In stark contrast, William had already surged ahead to 4-star strength and possessed 2 partners of 3.5-star capability. Who could rival him? As for Jiang Nian, though he too reached 4 stars, they perceived him merely as fortunate. Had he not achieved 3 consecutive accomplishments and obtained 3 bronze chests, he might have only managed around 3 stars. I'm quite irate at the moment. You two must help me calm down, William declared, closing his eyes in indulgent relaxation. Dorina immediately understood and gracefully knelt beside him. Jiang Nian, too, observed the disparaging remarks directed at him in the chat channel. Yet, he remained unfazed, bursting into laughter instead. Ha, my husband, why are you laughing so suddenly? Tu Shanqing, who had been feeling downcast since learning of the resource competition, asked. After all, a loss would spell catastrophe for all in Zone 666. Furthermore, she believed she had been a burden to Jiang Nian. Having seen the derogatory comments in the chat, her spirits sank even lower. Yet, she was taken aback by Jiang Nian's unexpected laughter. Dearest, it's merely a resource competition. There's no need for concern. That William Walker claims he will face 3 opponents alone, does he not? If he is so formidable, let him showcase his abilities while we focus on enhancing our own strength, Jiang Nian replied, embracing Tu Shanqing with a gentle smile. Sweetheart, do you not wish to compete? Tu Shanqing inquired, startled. No, we must participate to safeguard against any unforeseen events. However, there's no need for excessive worry. We should use this time to explore further and strive to grow stronger before the competition tomorrow, Jiang Nian suggested, as he led Tu Shanqing onward. Though he spoke words of reassurance, Jiang Nian was, in truth, soothing the turbulent emotions of Tu Shanqing. The extent of William Walker's prowess remained an enigma to Jiang Nian. However, the audacity of the individuals from Area 332 to directly initiate a resource competition was a testament to their unwavering confidence. Jiang Nian could not permit Area 666 to succumb to defeat so easily. A loss would be utterly catastrophic. With a day still remaining, he resolved to continue searching for resources and grow ever stronger. As Jiang Nian had anticipated, the chat channel of Area 332 erupted with jubilant celebrations, as if victory had already been secured. Who would have thought we could challenge individuals from other regions? Surely, our victory is assured. Is there any doubt? Our current top contender boasts a combat power of 4.5 stars. I must ask, who else could compare? The mere thought of doubling their resources and augmenting all attributes by 20 points ignited an exhilarating thrill within them. One timid soul ventured to inquire. What if someone from Area 666 also achieves 4.5 stars? After all, they remained blissfully unaware of each other's capabilities. At that moment, the much-discussed powerhouse from Area 332 made his appearance. Jin Zhongxing, from the Southern Bang Nation, declared, Fear not, my friends. My audacity to initiate this resource competition is rooted in absolute confidence. Presently, who among you can rival my combat prowess? Even if someone in Area 666 has attained 4.5 stars before me, they would be but a mere shadow. His ambition to dominate this world was unmistakable, punctuated by his triumphant laughter. Chapter 23, Racing Against Time, Striving for Strength. The speaker, Jin Zhongxing, was indeed the strongest in Area 332, having reached the formidable tier of 4.5 stars. Following closely behind was the second-ranking individual, who was merely at 3.5 stars, highlighting a significant disparity. Even in terms of potential partners, Jiang Nian possessed two, both at the same 3.5-star level. Under such circumstances, he fortuitously acquired a gleaming golden key, a challenge key, which allowed him to contest for resources in any region. Brimming with confidence, Jiang Nian promptly initiated the resource competition. The choice of Area 666 was rather straightforward. It was simply too glaringly conspicuous. With Jiang Nian's arrival, excitement surged among the members of Area 332. Did you hear that? Our champion is certain of victory. Why should we be alarmed? The individuals from Area 666 were simply unfortunate, their region's number too glaring to ignore. Did they truly believe that every resident of Area 666 was formidable? If I were among them, I would be quaking in fear right now. The thought of their terrified and frantic expressions brought me immense joy. To be part of the same region as the esteemed Jiang is indeed a stroke of fortune. I am fervently eager to witness Jin's prowess in a 1 versus 3 scenario tomorrow. Merely imagining it sends shivers of excitement down my spine. Jiang Nian, the unrivaled champion. Under Jin's leadership, Area 332 was destined to become the strongest region. At this moment, the members of Area 332 seemed to celebrate an early victory, their cheers echoing in the air. Meanwhile, the individuals of Area 666 remained blissfully ignorant of their rivals' chatter and had no inkling of the 4.5-star powerhouse lurking within their ranks. They continued to extol the might of William Walker in the chat channel. William Walker, basking in the adulation of his peers, wore an expression of smug satisfaction. He relished the praise, believing it to be well-deserved, for he was indeed the most formidable entity of Area 666, eternally capable of overshadowing Jiang Nian. Conversely, Jiang Nian, belittled by their comments, exhibited no interest in the discussions unfolding in the chat. He deemed it far more prudent to focus on opening doors, racing against time, and striving for greater strength. Before Jiang Nian stood a black door. Name: Dungeon Room. Room status: this is a lair of skeletal monsters, reeking of death. Safety assessment: currently, your risk of mortality upon entering this room stands at 50. Very well, I shall proceed into this room, Jiang Nian declared with a confident smile, unperturbed by the 50 mortality risk, which he considered fairly high. Yet, for him at this moment, it posed no significant threat. Even in the unfortunate event of a mishap, he had the substitute doll as a safeguard. If defeat loomed, the escape talisman could provide a timely retreat from this chamber. Should he manage to attain 4.5-star strength before the competition tomorrow, Jiang Nian would fear no one from Area 332. Tu Shanqing nodded slightly and followed Jiang Nian into the dungeon room. It resembled a mass grave, shrouded in darkness and permeated by the foul stench of decay. As they entered, the ground trembled, and terrifying humanoid skeletons clawed their way up from the earth. In an instant, no fewer than 10 skeletal monsters emerged, each brandishing sharp daggers, their crimson eyes fixed upon Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing. Name: Skeleton Soldier. Race: Spectre, Skeleton. Skills: Savage Slash, Triple Strike, Rapid Charge. Strength: 3 stars. To encounter an entire legion of 3-star monsters was indeed daunting, explaining the 50 mortality risk for someone of Jiang Nian's current strength. However, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more rewarding the spoils would be. Unperturbed by the swarm of skeletal soldiers, Jiang Nian casually tossed the Goblin King doll from his waist. In the next moment, the Goblin King materialized before the multitude of skeletal soldiers. Without hesitation, the Goblin King engaged in fierce combat with the skeletal soldiers the instant it was summoned. Despite the skeletal soldiers' 3-star strength, the Goblin King had reached 3.5 stars and was classified as a boss-level creature, wielding the innate skill of flame mastery. Under the Goblin King's relentless assault, a significant portion of the skeletal soldiers fell in mere moments. Although the Goblin King sustained some injuries, it was merely an emotionless doll, a combat machine devoid of pain or fatigue. Unless it was to revert to its doll form upon death, it would continue its relentless assault. With the Goblin King assisting him, Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing found the task remarkably effortless. They hardly needed to lift a finger against these minions, leisurely exploring their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing soon arrived at the bronze door leading to the boss chamber. A colossal creature wielding a massive axe, significantly larger than the ordinary skeletal soldiers, loomed before them. Name: Skeleton Axe Warrior. Race: Undead Skeleton. Skills: Heavy Slash, Earth Split Slash, Ghost Fire Slash. Strength: 3.5 stars. As with previous encounters, the moment I laid eyes on this creature, its detailed attributes manifested before me. At that moment, the Goblin King, having exhausted its time, transformed back into a puppet. However, Jiang Nian paid it no mind, for once the time elapsed, he could summon it anew. Just then, the Skeleton Axe Warrior let out a furious roar. Roar. In that instant, blue flames ignited all over its body. It was immediately apparent that the flames emanating from this creature were unlike any ordinary fire. The temperature was not as high as typical flames, instead imparting a chilling sensation. This was the unique fire of the undead, known as ghost fire. Although its temperature was lower than that of regular flames, once something was tainted by this fire, it would burn incessantly. Even water would not extinguish it. Only the frigid energy of ice could quell the ghost fire's relentless blaze. Thus, possessing the icy aura, Tu Shanqing could essentially disregard the ghost fire. My lord, this creature's flames are the legendary ghost fire. I shall take it upon myself to counter it. Upon witnessing this, Tu Shanqing immediately unleashed a powerful aura of ice. Excellent. I shall take the lead in the assault. My dear, you provide support and restrain it. Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing acted almost in perfect synchrony. Despite the extraordinary nature of the creature's flames, they could not hinder the combined onslaught of Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing. In mere moments, the duo succeeded in vanquishing the skeleton axe warrior, leaving them no respite. As soon as the skeleton axe warrior fell, the bronze door swung open. A piercing roar of a tiger echoed from within. Subsequently, a massive skeleton tiger lunged forth from the bronze door, spewing forth torrents of blue flames aimed at Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing. The ghost fire attack from the skeleton tiger posed no threat to Jiang Nian, effortlessly blocked by the ice wall erected by Tu Shanqing. However, Jiang Nian was taken aback, for upon the back of the skeleton tiger stood another skeletal creature clad in armor, wielding a long sword. Are there two bosses? Chapter 24, A Surge in Strength. The competition begins. Name, Skeleton General. Race, Undead Skeleton. Talent, Ghost Fire Power, B Grade. Skills, Heavy Slash, Earth Split Slash, Ghost Fire Slash, Soul Devouring Slash. Strength, 4 stars. Name, Skeleton White Tiger. Race, Undead Skeleton. Skills, Savage Charge, Furious Bite, Ghost Fire Breath, Ghost Fire Claw. Strength, 4 stars. Indeed, 2 bosses. No wonder this dungeon was so perilous. Jiang Nian's expression grew grave. He was not only faced with 2 boss-level adversaries, but both had attained 4-star strength. This was undoubtedly the most formidable dungeon Jiang Nian had encountered thus far. Yet, rather than succumbing to panic, he felt a surge of excitement. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more abundant the rewards upon completion. Now that Jiang Nian himself was a 4-star powerhouse, with Tu Shanqing at his side, victory was not out of reach. Let us commence. With that declaration, Jiang Nian leapt into action, his crimson flame blade igniting with fierce flames. He unleashed a powerful slash aimed directly at the skeleton general, who sat astride the skeleton white tiger. Simultaneously, Tu Shanqing invoked a blizzard, employing potent ice energy to slow the enemy's movements while diminishing the potency of the ghost fire. However, the skeleton general showed no concern for Jiang Nian's assault. It had no intention of defending itself. Instead, the skeleton white tiger beneath it roared with fury, its sharp claws engulfed in ghost fire as they lunged toward Jiang Nian. The clash between the fierce slash and the ghost fire claws was intense, yet Jiang Nian stood his ground and did not falter. In that moment, a shield of flames manifested around him, amplifying the power of his slash even further. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the skeleton white tiger was sent flying. Its previously outstretched claw, which had unleashed the ghost fire, was severed, causing it to howl in agony. Although Jiang Nian was knocked back several steps, he emerged unscathed. All damage absorbed by the flame shield. This was the power of the golden crimson set. You worthless fool. The skeleton general spat in rage upon witnessing its mount's grievous injury. It promptly leapt down from the back of the skeleton white tiger, indicating that it was now prepared to engage seriously. In contrast to the skeleton foes Jiang Nian had previously encountered, which wielded ghost fire but lacked significant power, the skeleton general was different. It not only commanded ghost fire, but also possessed the innate skill of ghost fire power. Simply put, the ghost fire it unleashed was exponentially more potent. Then, the skeleton general thrust its hand into the body of the skeleton white tiger, drawing forth a long sword forged from bone. At that moment, brilliant blue flames erupted around it, its aura becoming palpably more formidable. Human, your strength is indeed commendable. But alas, you have encountered me. This day shall mark your demise, declared the skeleton general, charging swiftly toward Jiang Nian. My dear, the injured skeleton white tiger is yours to handle. Aware of the general's formidable prowess, Jiang Nian cautioned Tu Shanqing, then brandished his crimson flame blade to engage in fierce combat. Thanks to the protective capabilities of the flame shield, even though the skeleton general was powerful, most of its attacks were absorbed. Even if the general reacted slowly, it soon realized the extraordinary nature of Jiang Nian's armor. It dawned on the general why Jiang Nian had emerged unscathed after enduring the full force of the skeleton white tiger's assault. What astonished it most was the fact that this flame shield was remarkably resilient, proving difficult to shatter. Jiang Nian, emboldened by the flame shield's ability to absorb damage, launched aggressive strikes. With the omniscient talent at his disposal, every strike landed was a critical hit. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing's blizzard visibly affected the general's capabilities, gradually turning the tide in their favor. At that moment, the cooldown for the puppet Goblin King concluded. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian summoned forth the Goblin King. Although it was merely a 3.5-star entity, its presence was sufficient to harass the skeleton general. The already disadvantaged skeleton general grew increasingly flustered upon witnessing the Goblin King's emergence. The skeleton white tiger, too, found itself ensnared by Tu Shanqing. It was utterly astonishing that a mere 3-star female could so thoroughly suppress its skeleton white tiger. In just a few exchanges, the skeleton general sustained severe injuries, and Jiang Nian seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, slaying it. Almost simultaneously, the 4-star skeleton white tiger was also encased in ice by Tu Shanqing, rendered a mere statue of frost. With a powerful kick, the foe shattered into a multitude of icy fragments. Congratulations to player Jiang Nian for slaying the boss, successfully clearing the dungeon, and receiving the completion grand prize. All attributes increased by 10 points. Skill book Soul Devouring Ghost Slash. Weapon, Tiger Bone Ghost Sword. Item, Soul Devouring Ghost Slash. Type, Skill book. Quality, C grade. Effect, upon use, the skill Soul Devouring Ghost Slash can be comprehended. Evaluation, the blade is imbued with the power of spirits, igniting ghostly flames as it strikes fiercely forward, exhibiting considerable might. Item, Tiger Bone Ghost Sword. Type, Weapon. Quality, C grade. Effect, while wielding this weapon, all attacks will carry the effect of ghostly flames. Increasing fire attribute skill damage by 20. Evaluation, a weapon forged from the bones of skeletal remains. It harbors immense ghostly power, capable of invoking formidable ghostly flames. Wonderful. I knew that defeating this creature would yield powerful equipment. Jiang Nian exclaimed with exhilaration as the information materialized before him. He had been envious of the weapon wielded by the skeletal general during their battle, and to his delight, he had indeed acquired it. Upon equipping the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, he also mastered the Soul-Devouring Ghost Slash. Endowed with an omniscient and omnipotent talent, Jiang Nian could master any skill without limitations. Moreover, upon learning it, he became automatically proficient, an undeniable game-breaking advantage, coupled with the increase of 10 points to all attributes. Jiang Nian's combat prowess now soared to a commendable 4.5 stars, far surpassing William Walker. Unfortunately, the initiation of the resource competition had temporarily closed the leaderboard, rendering it impossible to check standings. My husband, with this newfound strength, we are sure to triumph in the competition, Tu Shanqing declared with great enthusiasm upon witnessing Jiang Nian's enhanced power. It seemed that whenever she thought of him, his strength mysteriously amplified. To her, this might well be the power of love. Indeed, tomorrow I shall demonstrate my prowess to those in Region 332. However, before that, we must rest well tonight. Let us proceed to the recovery room, Jiang Nian suggested, guiding Tu Shanqing as they pushed open the verdant door before them. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following day. The eagerly anticipated resource competition was officially underway. Announcement: the resource competition has begun. The teleportation portal is now open. Players wishing to register may enter the portal. Reminder: each region may only dispatch 3 players. If no one registers, the top 3 players on the leaderboard will automatically enter. Entering the portal will transport you to the competition venue. Reminder: during the competition, the battles between both sides will be streamed live. Chapter 25. The live stream commences, and everyone is astounded. It's here, it's finally here. The resource competition has commenced. One player exclaimed, eyeing the teleportation portal before him, contemplating whether to step inside. You must be joking. With your abysmal strength, entering would only bring shame to Region 666. Another retorted, only the 3 strongest players from our region are qualified to enter the portal. Based on prior assessments, that would be the formidable William, Jiang Nian, and Taechuan Ken. Anyone else should definitely refrain from entering. This is no jest. I hope we can win this resource competition. William is the strongest. William will certainly prevail. As the game notification sounded, the regional channel erupted with excitement. At that moment, the teleportation portals appeared before every player, yet no one dared to enter recklessly. They understood that stepping through the portal meant committing to fight for Region 666. Who would risk such a fate? One could easily become a historical pariah. William Walker, the object of the crowd's admiration, revealed a smug smile upon seeing the portals materialize. My 2 beautiful wives, let us embark. I shall use my formidable strength to vanquish those worthless beings from Region 332. William declared, confidently embracing both Dolina and Nami as he strode into the portal. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. To ensure William maintained peak fighting condition, Dolina and Nami had refrained from overly exhausting him the previous night. Meanwhile, in another recovery room, a luxuriant prairie welcomed its inhabitants with a gentle breeze, instilling a miraculous state of restoration. Regardless of how grievous the injuries, be it severed limbs, anyone who could crawl into the recovery room would find themselves rejuvenated. After a night of recovery, both Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing emerged in perfect condition. Notably, the building materials they had previously gathered were utilized by Jiang Nian to upgrade his dilapidated wooden hut into a brick house. Though it remained modest, it was a vast improvement over the former structure. Additionally, the room now boasted an array of furniture, acquired from trading unnecessary materials at the auction house. Their little home now exuded warmth and comfort. Let us set forth. It is time to depart, Jiang Nian announced as he stepped out of the room, revealing a teleportation portal before him. Without hesitation, he took Tu Shanqing's hand and entered the portal. With Jiang Nian's participation, the teleportation portals visible to all in Region 666 vanished simultaneously. Announcement: 3 players from Region 666 have registered for the competition. The teleportation portal is now closed, and the live stream channel has been activated. Reminder: aside from the competing players, all players from both regions may access the live stream channel to watch the competition and engage in discussion throughout the event. As the game notification sounded, players from both Region 666 and Region 332 rushed into the live stream channel, resulting in an explosive atmosphere within the viewing room. Finally, a chance to humiliate the people of Region 666. I advise you all to prepare for defeat because our regional champion is absolutely invincible. Nonsense. You folks from Region 332 should be the ones bracing for loss. Anyone daring to provoke Region 666 is merely courting death. Such arrogance. Once the competition officially commences, you will all witness the true meaning of absolute strength. Indeed, our esteemed Jin's power is beyond your imagination. I truly wonder where you all from Region 332 derive your unfounded confidence. I can't be bothered to engage in further banter. Our William is more than capable of defeating you. In the aftermath, players from both regions engaged in heated exchanges, either trading insults or rallying support for their respective champions, creating a lively atmosphere. Just then, the previously dark livestream screen began to illuminate gradually. It was a place reminiscent of a coliseum. Aside from a circular arena in the center designated for combat, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, instilling an unsettling chill. One after another, portals materialized, and the competitors from both sides slowly emerged. So, this is the battleground for the impending clash? It perfectly aligns with my expectations, mused William Walker, surveying the environment with a sense of pride. At that moment, he noticed 2 figures stepping out from adjacent portals, a strikingly handsome man accompanied by a woman with fox ears, whose beauty was ethereal. Undoubtedly, this was the woman William Walker had longed for in his dreams, Tu Shanqing, and the man standing beside her was none other than Jiang Nian. It was apparent that William Walker was glaring at Jiang Nian with seething anger, his fists clenched tightly. A malicious thought took root in his mind. He cared little for the identity of the other competitor. In his eyes, the victor would undoubtedly be himself. This individual was the 3rd-ranked competitor from Area 666, second only to Jiang Nian, Takeshita Ken. Upon sensing the animosity between William Walker and Jiang Nian, he wisely took a few steps back. For him, the competition was paramount, and he saw no reason to involve himself in their feud. Jiang Nian, for his part, was keenly aware of William Walker's furious gaze directed at him, yet he remained unfazed, calmly embracing Tu Shanqing as they strolled away. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, Jiang Nian, once the battle concludes, this will be your burial ground. William Walker's heart turned cold with malice. He had been struggling to find Jiang Nian, and now that they were all gathered, he perceived it as an opportune moment. In this world, murder was permissible, free from repercussions, as long as he secured victory. Even if he were to slay Jiang Nian, he would still be hailed as a hero among the denizens of Area 666. Beside William Walker, Dolina and Nami understood his intentions perfectly. They too were determined to assist their man in eliminating Jiang Nian. Suddenly, a loud guffaw resonated from the distance. Oh dear, are these the competitors from Area 666? How utterly pathetic. I'm almost embarrassed to battle with you. The speaker was none other than Jin Zhongxing, the strongest contender from Area 332. As he spoke, he emanated a formidable aura of 4.5-star strength. The once self-assured William Walker felt his confidence shatter upon sensing Jin Zhongxing's overwhelming presence. Could it be that this guy has surpassed me? Chapter 26. The cruel rules of the competition. This cannot be possible. The confidence that had adorned William Walker's face vanished entirely. No matter how much he wished to deny it, he had to concede that the individual from Area 332 before him had indeed surpassed him in strength. I see you're aware of my aura. I won't beat around the bush. I am indeed at 4.5-star strength. The more Jin Zhongxing spoke, the more arrogant he became. I suggest you surrender voluntarily, lest you suffer grievously. I wield my strength without restraint. A careless strike could very well end your lives. And that would be quite unfortunate. Following his words, the 2 other competitors from Area 332, along with their partners, erupted into laughter. To them, the previously arrogant William Walker, who now appeared terrified, was a clear indication that Area 666 was doomed to defeat. Simultaneously, their conversation was being broadcast live to the audience. How could this be? Our strongest competitor has reached 4.5 stars? It's over. How can William, who is merely at 4 stars, possibly contend against him? I knew it. The folks from Area 332 wouldn't dare challenge us without absolute confidence in their victory. You were so proud just a moment ago. This is the true strength of Area 332. Prepare to lose. The thought of soon doubling their resources and increasing all attributes by 20 points filled them with exhilaration. You, members of Area 666, consider yourselves unfortunate. At that moment, the members of Area 666 wore expressions of despair. Even if they wished to refute, they found themselves at a loss for words. They never anticipated that someone from Area 332 would have achieved such formidable strength. Just then, an announcement echoed. Announcement: the resource competition now commences. Both areas must dispatch their top competitor to the battleground. Reminder: during the competition, whichever side's competitor kills the opposing side, including their partners, will secure victory. Reminder: competitors may surrender at any time during the competition. As the announcement resounded, despair deepened among the members of Area 666. What is this? We must kill to win. Does that mean our strongest three must perish? Damn it. Losing the resource competition already carries grave consequences. If the top three are eliminated, Area 666 will be utterly ruined. This is truly disastrous. You needn't be so despondent. If you don't wish to die, you can always surrender. In such circumstances, surrendering isn't disgraceful. For reasons unknown, witnessing their utter hopelessness brought Jin Zhongxing great delight. Jin Zhongxing, you are indeed eternal. At that moment, within the battleground, William Walker's countenance grew increasingly frantic upon learning this news. If his strength were equal to that of his opponent, he would naturally be unafraid. But the reality was harsh. Currently only possessing 4-star strength, vanquishing Jin Zhongxing before him seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, if William Walker surrendered easily, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Furthermore, this battle was crucial for all members of Area 666. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to surrender lightly. What? Are you still unwilling to surrender? Very well. Let me show you what true strength looks like. With that, Jin Zhongxing nonchalantly stepped into the arena, followed by 2 stunningly beautiful women, each resembling otherworldly enchantresses. While undeniably lovely, their physical traits clearly indicated they were not ordinary humans. One bore horns, while the other sported a pair of eagle wings, both unmistakably monstrous. Moreover, their auras were formidable, each possessing 3.5-star strength. They followed in the footsteps of Jin Zhongxing, entering the battlefield with an air of undeniable pride. Their gazes frequently darted towards the other contenders present, as if to declare, "Do you see? This is what discerning taste in men looks like. What are you all hesitating for? Our leader has already stepped into the fray. Have you not yet decided who will fight first? If you're afraid, then I suggest you surrender quickly to avoid wasting time." The other 2 competitors from Zone 332 urged mockingly. In the face of their provocation, Jiang Nian maintained an unwavering composure, not betraying the slightest hint of anxiety. What does it matter if he is 4.5 stars? Is that truly impressive? With the rankings currently suspended, Jiang Nian deliberately concealed his presence. No one could have anticipated that he was, in fact, the strongest contender from Zone 666. My dear, fortunately, I enhanced my strength just in time yesterday. Otherwise, we would surely lose this match. These insufferable fellows truly believe we are easy prey? Jiang Nian, unfazed, whispered to his companion, Tu Shanqing. Hearing this, Tu Shanqing inquired softly, "Husband, shall we take the stage now?" No, there's no need to rush. Let that fool take the lead and scout ahead. Does he not consider himself the strongest? Regardless, with me here, we will not lose this match. A slight smile curled at the corners of Jiang Nian's lips, for he had already secured victory in his heart. Possessing the omniscient and omnipotent talent, he had long since discerned the intricate details of Jin Zhongxing's attributes. Player: Jin Zhongxing. Nationality: South Bang Country. Lifespan: 28, 101. Physique: 45. Strength: 45. Agility: 45. Mentality: 55. Charm: 43. Talent: Mutated Thunder Horned Rhinoceros, a grade. Skills: Thunder Strike, Thunder Palm, Thunder Slash, Thunder Roar. Combat Power Star Rating: 4.5 stars. This individual, aside from his mental attribute, was inferior to Jiang Nian in every other regard. The only aspect that concerned Jiang Nian was this fellow's talent, which happened to be of the mutation type. The so-called mutation type allows a person to undergo beast-like transformations, gaining powers that surpass human limitations. The duration of this transformation depends on the individual's mental strength. It was precisely for this reason that Jin Zhongxing possessed the highest mental attribute. Apart from the mutation type, talents are further categorized into enhancement, elemental, and special types. Jiang Nian's awakened omniscience belonged to the special category. While Jiang Nian was assessing Jin Zhongxing's attributes, William Walker, accompanied by his 2 wives, had already entered the combat arena. I am the strongest of Zone 666. Though your strength is formidable, I shall not yield easily. Bring it on. Chapter 27. So what are you laughing at? Oh, how delightful to see someone unafraid of death. If that is the case, then I shall witness the strength of the so-called strongest of Zone 666. Jin Zhongxing, utterly indifferent to William Walker, spoke with disdain. At that moment, he noticed William Walker's 2 wives and cast a lecherous glance at them. I must say, your wives are quite beautiful. Tell you what, if you are willing to offer them to me now, I might show you a modicum of mercy. Otherwise, when the battle commences, I shall dispatch you in an instant." As he spoke, the two women beside Jin Zhongxing visibly seethed with jealousy. Yet, they had no choice but to endure, as they relied on Jin Zhongxing's strength. "You are insufferably arrogant. Die." As a man, William Walker could not endure such provocation. In that moment, he felt as though encased in a layer of impenetrable metal. Charging towards Jin Zhongxing. This was the talent William Walker wielded, Steel Body, B grade. It allowed him to harden his entire body, or parts of it, to the toughness of steel for a limited time. Dorina and Nami were equally incensed by Jin Zhongxing's taunts and launched their attacks. Shattering Steel Fist. William Walker's fists manifested golden claws, mercilessly striking at Jin Zhongxing. However, in the face of William Walker's relentless assault, Jin Zhongxing remained entirely unperturbed. In that instant, his body swiftly transformed, becoming a monstrous hybrid of man and rhinoceros, crackling with dazzling golden lightning. Boom. Jin Zhongxing calmly raised his right hand, summoning multiple powerful bolts of golden lightning that crashed down upon William Walker, Dorina, and Nami. The immense force sent all three hurtling through the air. Although William Walker, with his steel body, sustained minimal injury, he emerged charred and blackened. Had it not been for his protective talent, that single blow would have been sufficient to severely wound him. As for Dorina and Nami, they were not so fortunate, being instantly incapacitated and unable to continue fighting. How can he be so powerful? William Walker gazed at Jin Zhongxing, aghast. His prized steel body could not withstand this fellow's lightning onslaught. How could there be such a vast disparity, despite only half a star's difference? This could only indicate that the opponent possessed not only formidable talent, but also exceptional equipment. This spectacle was clearly visible to everyone in the live broadcast room. What is the point of continuing? Even the mighty William cannot defeat this guy. He is surely going to lose. My goodness, what on earth is this Jin Zhongxing's awakened talent? He can transform into a rhinoceros enveloped in lightning? I, too, have a mutation talent, yet I can only morph into an ordinary yellow cow. The disparity is simply too great. How laughable. Our esteemed Jin Zhongxing's talent is beyond your comprehension. That is an A-grade mutated thunder-horned rhinoceros. I doubt anyone in your zone has ever witnessed such a powerful talent. Haha. It is now a foregone conclusion that you will lose this match. Truly, our region's strongest, Jin Zhongxing, is remarkable. As the audience in the live broadcast room buzzed with excitement, the undeterred William Walker continued his assault on Jin Zhongxing. Alas, it was all in vain. His once proud steel body was now dented and smoking. At this moment, William Walker found himself nearly devoid of strength to continue fighting. Just then, Jin Zhongxing's right hand materialized a long sword crackling with lightning. Swish. In an instant, William Walker's steel-like right arm was severed. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. William Walker clutched his severed shoulder, collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. Who could have anticipated that with a single strike? Even the steel-bodied William Walker would suffer such a grievous injury? Had that blow landed on his neck, it would have spelled instant demise. Witnessing this scenario, Tekawawa Ken, who had yet to engage in battle, was rendered pale with fear. Regardless of the circumstances, he had already resolved to concede defeat at once. After all, preserving his life took precedence over any loss of face. Jiang Nian, naturally, noticed his state but paid it little mind. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Stricken by the dread of death, even William Walker, despite his unwillingness, found himself powerless. He gritted his teeth against the agony, preparing to surrender. Yet, at the very moment he was about to call out his capitulation, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The figure of Jin Zhongxing suddenly appeared before him, unhesitatingly stomping down upon his mouth. It seemed a tad too late to seek surrender now. I had already granted you an opportunity, which you failed to seize. Do not blame me for denying you the chance to yield now. As soon as the words left his lips, Jin Zhongxing's blade descended, severing William Walker's head from his shoulders. No. At the sight of William Walker's demise, both Dorina and Nami emitted heart-wrenching cries. The death of their betrothed signified the loss of the man upon whom they could rely. In a world fraught with peril, the quest for a more formidable partner became imperative. In that instant, their gazes turned towards Jin Zhongxing. At this juncture, securing a new protector overshadowed the desire for vengeance. Simultaneously, the game notification chimed in. Announcement. In the first match, Jin Zhongxing emerges victorious. Contestants from Zone 666, please proceed to the stage for the next match. All contestants from Zone 666 bore witness to the death of William Walker. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, despair etched upon every face. With even the mightiest, William Walker, dispatched, what chance remained for victory? The screen was inundated with the exuberant cheers of those from Zone 332, celebrating the triumph. I surrender, I surrender. Without hesitation, Tekawawa Ken dropped to his knees. Announcement. In the second match, Jin Zhongxing is victorious. Contestants from Zone 666, please proceed to the stage for the next match. As the game sound resonated, Jin Zhongxing erupted into uproarious laughter, as if he had already foreseen his impending victory. The rewards for overcoming three opponents would be substantial. How could he not revel in such delight? Yet, in the midst of his self-satisfaction, Jiang Nian, accompanied by Tu Shanqing, strolled calmly into the battlefield. So, what is it that amuses you? This match appears far from concluded. Chapter 28, Surprises. The Hidden Powerhouse. The death of William Walker, coupled with Tekawawakins' swift capitulation, left the participants of Zone 666 in utter despair, their faces ashen. In their eyes, the battle for resources had become a lost cause. Not only would their resources be halved, but even the attributes they had painstakingly developed would suffer a reduction of 20 points. However, in that moment, they beheld Jiang Nian resolutely entering the battlefield, their expressions shifting to shock. Jiang Nian? Is that not him? He chooses not to surrender? But even if Jiang Nian refuses to yield, what significance does that hold? That fellow, Jin Zhongxing, is far too powerful. Victory is surely unattainable. Indeed, the awakened talents of the opponent were formidable. Rather than counting on Jiang Nian, it would be wiser to contemplate their next steps. With resources diminished and attributes reduced, the situation was undeniably dire. How infuriating that he would dare challenge us. As the inhabitants of Zone 666 lamented their fate, those from Zone 332 reveled in anticipation of victory. The arrival of Jiang Nian into the battlefield was met with disdain. From the words of Zone 660 SIXS participants, it became evident that Jiang Nian was even weaker than William Walker. If he too had fallen to Jin Zhongxing, how could he possibly triumph? Clearly, his entrance into the arena was merely a facade of calm, destined to culminate in a hasty surrender. At the same time, within the competition arena, Jin Zhongxing, noticing Jiang Nian's lack of capitulation and his bold advance, furrowed his brow. Kid, I advise you against courting death. Your sole chance of survival lies in immediate surrender. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate as tragic as that of the fool who came before you. As Jin Zhongxing threatened Jiang Nian, his attention was suddenly drawn to Tu Shanqing, who stood beside him. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was the most exquisite woman he had encountered since entering this matrimonial realm. Such a paragon of beauty, yet she chose to accompany a mere wastrel? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, casting a glance at Tu Shanqing. Beauty, aligning yourself with such a failure offers no future. Why not submit to me? If you please me, I can guarantee you everything you desire. Tu Shanqing disregarded Jin Zhongxing's words, treating them as the barking of a dog. Are you finished? Shall we commence? Jiang Nian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He would not let the one who dared covet his beloved escape unscathed, nor tolerate the insults hurled at him. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's retort, Jin Zhongxing was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into maniacal laughter. Ah, since you insist on seeking your demise, do not blame me for the consequences. With that, Jin Zhongxing transformed once more into a half-man, half-rhinoceros beast, his form crackling with lightning. The potent energy of the thunder attribute surged forth unabashedly. My husband is so handsome. Come, darling, dispatch this fool at once. Jin Zhongxing's betrothed cheered from the sidelines. In the face of this spectacle, Jiang Nian merely smiled faintly, his hand manifesting a long sword entwined with blue flames. Upon closer inspection, the blade bore markings reminiscent of tiger stripes. This was none other than the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, acquired from the Skeleton General. Wielding the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, Jiang Nian erupted with an aura of formidable strength, resonating with the power of 4.5 stars. Jin Zhongxing, who had been reveling in his previous mirth, suddenly felt the atmosphere shift as he sensed Jiang Nian's presence, his smile freezing in astonishment. What? You possess 4.5 stars of strength? The initial fool had boasted of being the strongest in Zone 666, yet here was Jiang Nian, hiding his true prowess all along. Jin Zhongxing was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that among the 3 contestants from Zone 666, one would deliberately conceal their capabilities. Moreover, he was at a loss to comprehend how. If Jiang Nian was indeed the strongest, William Walker had previously claimed the title for himself. Not only was Jin Zhongxing taken aback, but every spectator in the arena gaped in disbelief. He is 4.5 stars? This is inconceivable. Wasn't William Walker the one at the top of the leaderboard? Ken, as if struck by a revelation, narrowed his eyes. I understand now. It must have been the span of yesterday that allowed Jiang Nian to grow stronger. With the leaderboard temporarily vanished, we could not ascertain the true rankings. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The inhabitants of Area 666, who had previously succumbed to despair, now appeared as if they had encountered a long-awaited downpour after a parched drought, each displaying an expression of profound exhilaration. Jiang Nian. To think he possesses a power level of 4.5 stars. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. I had believed we were devoid of hope. Yet Jiang Nian is truly formidable. Hey up there, your attitude has shifted rather abruptly, hasn't it? Weren't you just hurling insults at Jiang Nian? Who said that? You're slandering me. When did I ever insult the great Jiang Nian? I merely questioned his propensity for violence. Reflecting upon it now, in this perilous world, one must sometimes resort to violence for self-preservation. This is splendid. Jiang Nian possesses the same 4.5 star strength. The outcome of the battle remains uncertain. Go, Jiang Nian. As cheers erupted from Area 666, the individuals in Area 332 were left momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated the emergence of such an unexpected contender at the brink of victory. Everyone remained calm, even if they have someone with 4.5 stars. What of it? Let us not forget the extraordinary talent of our esteemed Jiang Nian, who wields the A-class mutated thunder horn rhinoceros, capable of unleashing formidable lightning-based abilities. This Jiang Nian, despite being 4.5 stars, cannot possibly rival our Jiang Nian. Indeed, victory is still within our grasp. This fellow cannot triumph over Jiang Nian. Unbeknownst to those in the live stream, the competitors on the battlefield were oblivious to the ongoing discussions. Presently, Jiang Nian's attention was fixated on the weapon in Jiang Nian's hands, his gaze suffused with avarice. He sensed its immense power, undoubtedly exceeding C-class. Jiang Nian must have acquired this weapon to achieve such a formidable strength. Although he could not claim the spoils of battle after slaying William Walker, as one would outside. If he could defeat Jiang Nian, he could force him into submission. In that case, Jiang Nian would undoubtedly yield his weapon to ensure his survival. Even though the weapon appeared incongruous with his attributes, its C-class status rendered it prestigious. Such a powerful weapon, in Jiang Nian's eyes, was a privilege reserved for someone of his caliber. I cannot believe I misjudged you. It turns out you are indeed the strongest in Area 666. But even if you possess 4.5 stars, what does that matter? In my eyes, you remain utterly insignificant. As Jiang Nian spoke, a deafening crack of thunder resonated around him. In an instant, he teleported before Jiang Nian, his golden longsword bursting forth with potent lightning energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung it toward Jiang Nian, unleashing a thunderous slash. Is this all? You truly are pitifully weak. The might of lightning lies in its unparalleled speed. Truly, it is as swift as a bolt. Jiang Nian had no doubt that Jiang Nian would be incapable of evading his strike. Indeed, as he anticipated, Jiang Nian stood frozen, exhibiting no signs of defense. To Jiang Nian, this was a clear indication of Jiang Nian's inability to react. However, just as he believed he could effortlessly slay Jiang Nian with a single stroke, a blazing shield of flames suddenly enveloped Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian's prideful thunderous slash was completely thwarted by the fiery barrier, akin to striking a steel plate, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Jiang Nian. The previously bestowed steel-like physique from William Walker's talent paled in comparison to this resilience. At once, Jiang Nian realized that the fiery shield adorning Jiang Nian was likely a manifestation of some formidable armor, perhaps even a complete set. In his mind's eye, a specific set of equipment materialized, the Crimson Gold set. This was a fire attribute ensemble, of little use to Jiang Nian, who wielded lightning. Even if he managed to acquire 1 or 2 pieces, he had long since auctioned them off for gear that complemented his abilities. Nonetheless, he was well aware of the set's effects, which mirrored Jiang Nian's current situation precisely. Yet the question remained, how had Jiang Nian assembled an entire set when Jiang Nian had yet to complete his own? Is this it? Are you merely tickling me? Jiang Nian scoffed coldly, nonchalantly brushing off his attire. Standing beside him, Tu Shanqing had already anticipated Jiang Nian's ability to withstand the onslaught, which is why she refrained from intervening. Indeed, her judgment had proven to be impeccable. Jiang Nian's strength evidently surpassed that of Jiang Nian. How infuriating. I refuse to believe you possess a complete Crimson Gold set. You must merely have scattered pieces. Jiang Nian, undeterred, swung his golden longsword once more, intent on attacking Jiang Nian again. In his view, there was no way Jiang Nian could have a complete set. He must only possess the Crimson Fire Armor. After all, the attributes of the Crimson Fire Armor alone could trigger the fiery shield. Jiang Nian had merely been fortunate. However, this time, Jiang Nian would not remain a passive target. In that instant, an immense surge of fire attribute energy erupted from him as he forcefully stomped the ground. A colossal whirlpool of flames spiraled upward. What? Jiang Nian, caught off guard, was abruptly drawn into the fiery vortex. Moments later, he fell to the ground, his body charred and his breath noticeably weakened. Had it not been for his armor and the defensive enhancements bestowed by his transformation into the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, Jiang Nian's fiery onslaught would have undoubtedly inflicted severe damage. This dramatic turn of events was vividly captured for all viewers in the live stream. The inhabitants of Area 666, who had long been subdued, erupted into jubilant cheers. Ha! Splendid. Jiang Nian is indeed the mightiest. Who said we would lose? We are destined to triumph. That pathetic Jiang Nian is utterly feeble. Jiang Nian, swiftly eliminate him and avenge the fallen William. This scoundrel is insufferable. He had nearly compelled William to capitulate before mercilessly slaying him. He must pay a bloody price. Where have the people of Area 332 gone? Why are they not here to continue their taunts? The viewers relished the opportunity to turn the tables. It is truly gratifying. Jiang Nian, you are phenomenal. The sudden reversal of fortune rendered the denizens of Area 332 speechless, their spirits dampened. They were now wholly engrossed in the live broadcast, their hearts racing at the prospect that if Jiang Nian were indeed vanquished by Jiang Nian, it would nearly signal the failure of Area 332 in this resource contest, with dire consequences awaiting them. Overwhelmed by anxiety, the people of Area 332 could no longer restrain themselves, erupting into curses in the live stream. Jin Zhongxing, you wretched fool. If you dare to lose, you will become the eternal disgrace of Area 332. Alas, how could I have believed in you so fervently, thinking you were certain to triumph? Who could have foreseen that you would encounter an insurmountable barrier? I warned against hastily initiating a resource competition, and now it seems you have merely lifted a stone to strike your own foot. Jin Zhongxing, rise at once. What is this nonsense of lying down? The inhabitants of Zone 332 in the live stream erupted in furious exclamations. Who could have predicted such an eventuality? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Jin Zhongxing struggled to his feet. Although Jiang Nian's fiery vortex had not inflicted severe damage, it made him acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by Jiang Nian. The effect of the flame shield alone was quite troublesome, and during its duration, the potency of fire-based skills would be significantly amplified. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Nian could wield fire attributes indicated that his awakened talent must also be related to the same element. At this moment, Jin Zhongxing felt a palpable weight of pressure upon him. He understood all too well the dire consequences that awaited him should he lose the match. Why are you two still dawdling? Come with me, let us vanquish him. In this resource competition, only victory is permissible, defeat is not an option. Even without Jin Zhongxing's urging, his two partners swiftly assumed battle stances. Dorina and Nami, who had previously allied with Jin Zhongxing, exchanged odd glances, clearly intimidated by Jiang Nian's prowess. Here was a man far superior to William Walker. How could they remain unmoved? Being in the same zone only made their alliance all the more convenient. At that moment, Jin Zhongxing's partners charged towards Jiang Nian, both possessing a strength of 3.5 stars. What? Unable to win, and now resorting to relying on women? You are truly worthless. Jiang Nian remained unfazed, not even sparing a glance at the two women, casually tossing out a puppet. In the next instant, the Goblin King materialized before everyone. Upon its arrival, the Goblin King automatically locked onto its target, raising the staff it wielded. Immediately thereafter, a massive fireball descended from above. Who could have anticipated that a monster would appear mid-battle? Jin Zhongxing's partners were caught off guard and were sent flying by the fireball. What on earth? Why can this guy summon monsters? Chapter 30, Soul-Devouring Ghost Slash. The sudden appearance of the Goblin King astonished not only those in the arena, but left all viewers in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. No one had expected that a mere puppet could transform into the powerful Goblin King. How is this even possible? Jin Zhongxing exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief. Fortunately, he sensed that the Goblin King summoned by Jiang Nian was not overly formidable, possessing only a strength of around 3.5 stars. Though his partners had been knocked back, they were not severely injured. However, just as they regained their footing, the Goblin King launched another attack. Darling, you focus on this one. I shall handle the rest, Tu Shanqing declared, unleashing a formidable icy aura that conjured a blizzard from thin air. She then joined forces with the Goblin King to assault Jin Zhongxing's partners. Despite Tu Shanqing currently being only of 3-star strength, the aura she emitted was exceptionally powerful. Observing this, the look of astonishment on Jin Zhongxing's face gradually morphed into one of terror. His earlier confidence had evaporated. If there were such a thing as a regret potion, he would never have initiated this resource competition so recklessly. Now, faced with an opponent he found difficult to contend with, the potential consequences of losing the match were unfathomable. In this dire situation, Jin Zhongxing knew he must fight with all his might, sparing no room for complacency. Damn it, do you think this is all the strength I possess? Roar. With a ferocious roar akin to that of a wild beast, Jin Zhongxing transformed into a rhinoceros, enveloped in crackling golden lightning. Oh, so you can fully morph into a rhinoceros? That talent is quite intriguing, Jiang Nian mused, unperturbed by the ferocity of Jin Zhongxing's charge, finding it somewhat amusing. Yet, Jiang Nian could distinctly sense that after transforming into the fully fledged Thunderhorn rhinoceros, Jin Zhongxing's aura had intensified considerably. However, Jiang Nian was acutely aware that such transformative abilities were not without limitations and would be constrained by the opponent's mental fortitude. Currently, this forced transformation into the complete form of the Thunderhorn rhinoceros could not be sustained for long. Die! Jin Zhongxing bellowed, his eyes blazing crimson as he gathered powerful lightning energy in his mouth and unleashed it towards Jiang Nian. In an instant, a wave of potent lightning energy surged toward Jiang Nian at breakneck speed. The velocity was so swift that evasion seemed nearly impossible. Since evasion was out of the question, Jiang Nian saw no need to dodge. He ignited the tiger bone ghost sword in his hand with eerie ghostly flames, utilizing the protective capacity of the flame shield. He weathered the onslaught of the lightning roar and charged directly at Jin Zhongxing. What? Jin Zhongxing's eyes widened in fear as he witnessed this unfolding scene. This was the most powerful move he could muster. Yet even so, it failed to harm Jiang Nian, not even shattering the flame shield. If it were merely the golden fire armor, it would be impossible for such a robust flame shield to manifest. Thus, There could only be one explanation. Jiang Nian possessed the perfect golden set. As Jin Zhongxing succumbed to panic, Jiang Nian surged forward, shielded by the lightning roar, until he was right before him. The tiger bone ghost sword ignited with dazzling ghostly flames, as if possessed by a spirit, emitting terrifying wails. With a powerful soul-devouring ghost slash, he struck Jin Zhongxing, sending him hurtling several meters away, colliding violently with the rocky edge of the battlefield. It was evident that Jin Zhongxing bore a deep, bone-exposing wound, blood gushing uncontrollably. Most horrifically, the eerie ghostly flames clung to him, refusing to extinguish. The agony from the soul-devouring ghost slash had already rendered him nearly incapacitated, and now, the bizarre ghostly flames intensified his torment, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. The ghostly flames spread rapidly, and before long, Jin Zhongxing was engulfed in a vast expanse of fire. Unlike ordinary flames, the suffering inflicted by the ghostly fire felt as though malevolent spirits were gnawing at his flesh, an utterly harrowing experience. What is this? After suffering such grievous injuries, Jin Zhongxing could no longer maintain his altered form, reverting back to his ordinary human appearance. However, the wound on his chest continued to bleed profusely, and he was severely charred by the ghostly flames, his flesh a gory mess. Husband. Upon witnessing Jin Zhongxing's grievous injuries, his two betrothed partners were consumed by fury. In an instant, they resolved to launch a surprise attack on Jiang Nian. However, Tu Shanqing would not grant them the opportunity to ambush him. She unleashed a formidable aura of icy malevolence, erecting formidable walls of ice around the two, akin to a prison of frost, ensnaring them within. They could only watch helplessly as Jin Zhongxing was tormented by ghostly flames, writhing in agony. At that moment, Jiang Nian strode forward, gripping the tiger bone ghost sword, his countenance cold and impassive as he regarded Jin Zhongxing. Stricken by the terror of impending death, Jin Zhongxing had long since shed his earlier bravado. In a desperate bid for survival, he prepared to call for surrender. Yet, just as he was about to shout, Jiang Nian seized him by the throat with such force that he was unable to utter a sound. Though I harbor no fondness for William Walker, and indeed find him rather detestable, he nonetheless represented the 666th zone in battle. He had already resolved to surrender. Why then must you pursue his annihilation? Jiang Nian's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he posed this question. Did you ever consider that one day you might meet a similar fate? With Jiang Nian's grip constricting his throat, Jin Zhongxing was rendered speechless, suffering acutely, his visage betraying sheer terror. Jiang Nian, unwavering against such a scoundrel, would not show mercy. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But once I strike, I shall eradicate completely. Surrender. We must surrender. They cried. Why has the announcement not yet sounded? Must one personally declare their surrender? The other two competitors who had accompanied Jin Zhongxing repeatedly cried out for capitulation, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Jiang Nian merely smirked coldly before snapping Jin Zhongxing's neck with ease, discarding him like refuse. The ghostly flames continued to burn, quickly reducing him to a charred corpse. It was only then that the announcement echoed through the arena. Announcement: Jiang Nian wins the third match. Competitors from Zone 332, please proceed to the stage for the next match. After a brief moment of hesitation, the live stream erupted with excitement. Victory! Our esteemed Jiang Nian has triumphed. Truly, he is the strongest of our 666 zone. One can only wonder what the fools of Zone 332 were thinking, daring to challenge us. A bunch of reckless imbeciles. Indeed, Jiang Nian is simply magnificent. The demise of Jin Zhongxing was most gratifying. He received his just deserts. Jiang Nian's prowess is unmatched. Have you not noticed how increasingly beautiful his wife has become, alongside her formidable strength? She completely dominated those two women, who stood no chance of resistance. Truly, she is worthy of her husband's stature. Tell me, have the people of Zone 332 suddenly turned mute? Why are you not celebrating your supposed victory? Where are your voices? Are you so frightened that you cannot speak? The chat was filled with the jubilant exclamations of the 666 zone, while those from Zone 332 appeared ashen-faced. Their strongest competitor, Jin Zhongxing, had been slain by Jiang Nian, leaving only two who were barely competent. How could they possibly hope to defeat him? Regardless, they had already lost in this resource competition. Curse you, Jin Zhongxing. Why did you instigate this resource competition? Now we are doomed. With his foolish demise, who can possibly stand against Jiang Nian? Why has this happened? We were assured victory. All of this is Jin Zhongxing's fault. That wretch has sealed our fates. With resources halved and all attributes reduced by 20, merely contemplating this fills me with despair. As the members of Zone 332 lamented on the battlefield, the remaining two competitors from their zone, without a moment's hesitation, dropped to their knees, exclaiming, "We surrender. We will no longer fight. We choose to concede." The death of Jin Zhongxing was a devastating blow to them. If he could not prevail, what hope did they have? Moreover, Jiang Nian might not even allow them the chance to surrender, leaving only death as their fate. In such circumstances, what was there to wait for? Announcement: Jiang Nian wins the fourth match. Competitors from Zone 332, please proceed to the stage for the next match. Announcement: Jiang Nian wins the 5th match. The resource competition is claimed by Zone 666. Announcement: resources for Zone 666 are doubled. All attributes are increased by 20 points. Resources for Zone 332 are halved. All attributes are decreased by 20 points. Announcement: Jiang Nian has completed a 1 vs 3 challenge and received an additional reward, 1 silver treasure chest and 1 challenge key. As the announcements echoed, radiant golden beams of light descended upon the members of Zone 666. In that moment, their attributes surged, and they erupted into joyous cheers. Meanwhile, the individuals from Zone 332 were engulfed in gray light, feeling an overwhelming weakness as their attributes diminished by 20 points. They cursed the deceased Jin Zhongxing, lamenting that had he not recklessly initiated the resource competition, they would not find themselves in this predicament. The two zones stood in stark contrast. Simultaneously, within the arena, portals began to materialize. The remaining 2 competitors from Zone 332 scrambled into the portals, eager to return to their respective zones. Fearful that a moment's delay might lead to their demise at the hands of Jiang Nian. Yet Jiang Nian showed no urgency to return. After receiving the rewards from the resource competition, his attributes had experienced a significant boost. Even Tu Shanqing benefited, now possessing the strength of 3.5 stars. However, what preoccupied Jiang Nian's mind was not merely the enhancement of attributes, but rather the silver treasure chest and challenge key he had acquired. The challenge key would allow him to initiate a resource competition, much like Jin Zhongxing had done previously, having just emerged victorious. There was no need for Jiang Nian to hastily challenge other zones, especially since he was still unaware of their current conditions. Without absolute confidence, he could not recklessly commence another resource competition. Just as Jiang Nian prepared to open the silver treasure chest, Dorina and Nami approached him. With a thud, they fell to their knees before him. "Master, please accept us as your servants. If you would but take us with you, we shall dedicate ourselves to serving you faithfully. We vow to ensure your comfort every day." Now that their betrothed partners lay dead, without the protection of reliable men, how could they possibly survive in this perilous world? Before her stood Jiang Nian, unmistakably the most formidable man in Area 666. The women were reluctant to relinquish their hopes and felt compelled to vie for his attention. While they knew their status could never compare to that of Tu Shanqing, the mere prospect of being by Jiang Nian's side was more than sufficient for them. Before Jiang Nian could utter a word, the 2 prospective brides of Jin Zhongxing approached him. Mimicking one another, they knelt before Jiang Nian, pleading for him to take them away with him. As for avenging Jin Zhongxing, that thought was far too audacious for them to entertain. The sheer power of Jiang Nian was overwhelming. Any attempt to confront him would be tantamount to courting death. It was far wiser to submit to Jiang Nian's authority. Even if it meant relegating themselves to the position of mere handmaidens, they would willingly accept. However, Jiang Nian remained impassive in the face of their entreaties, his demeanor as frigid as ever. "I am not interested in any of you. Do seek your own fortune," he declared, before temporarily stowing away the silver treasure chest and embracing Tu Shanqing as they stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. In truth, the women were all quite attractive and possessed commendable figures. Any ordinary man would have been captivated, eager to take them back for nights filled with revelry. Yet, Jiang Nian found them all lacking. With a paragon of beauty like Tu Shanqing by his side, how could he possibly concern himself with other women? The disparity between them and Tu Shanqing was simply insurmountable. Moreover, in such a perilous world, the scarcity of resources made every additional person a burden, demanding a share of supplies. Jiang Nian was not so benevolent as to care for such encumbrances. From the outset, Tu Shanqing exhibited no sense of insecurity. In terms of looks, physique, and skill, she was confident in every regard. How could she possibly be outshone by these women? As they gazed at Jiang Nian disappearing with Tu Shanqing, the kneeling Dorina, Nami, and the others were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 32. The sudden appearance of the marriage chamber. At this moment, Jiang Nian had returned to the recovery room he had been in earlier. Eagerly, he retrieved the silver treasure chest, having already acquired a bronze treasure chest that yielded D-grade equipment. It was evident that the silver chest would surely contain items of at least C-grade quality. "Let us see what treasures await," he mused, opening the silver chest without hesitation. With a flourish, brilliant beams of light erupted from the chest. As before, one particularly resplendent ray descended upon Jiang Nian. "Congratulations. The player has received 15 attribute points to distribute at will. In addition, a shimmering golden breastplate, a golden longbow adorned with lightning patterns, and an ancient skill book materialized before him. Item: Thunderbolt Bow. Type: Weapon. Quality: C-grade. Effect: grants remote attack capabilities. Allows the user to condense lightning energy into arrows and fire them at foes, increasing lightning attribute skill damage by 20. Evaluation: a longbow crafted from the potent thunderbolt wood. Imbued with formidable lightning energy, arrows fly at remarkable speeds. Item: Radiant Thunder Armor. Type: Armor. Quality: C-grade. Effect: increases defense by 15 when attacked. There is a chance to trigger Lightning Frenzy. Lightning Frenzy boosts movement and attack speed by 30. Increases lightning attribute skill damage by 10. Evaluation. Armor forged from powerful lightning attribute materials. Assembling a complete set will grant lightning-like speed. Item. Storm Arrow Rain. Type. Skill book. Quality. C grade. Effect. Upon use, the user can master the skill Storm Arrow Rain. Evaluation. Unleashes a torrent of formidable lightning energy, firing multiple lightning arrows into the air that rain down upon enemies like a deluge. This skill can only be executed with bows or crossbows. Remarkable. Not only are they all C grade, but they are also entirely lightning attribute. Jiang Nian exclaimed, his luck proving as exceptional as ever. He extended his hand to gently touch the Storm Arrow Rain skill, instantly mastering it with effortless ease, showcasing the power of his omniscience. Under normal circumstances, an individual's awakened moment predominantly determines the skills they can learn. For instance, Jin Zhongxing's awakened form, the mutated Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, was lightning attribute, meaning he could only learn lightning-related skills, barring universal ones. However, Jiang Nian was different. His omniscience bestowed upon him the ability to learn any skill. In other words, he possessed mastery over all attributes. Just as expected of me, Jiang Nian thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he grasped the thunderbolt bow. A surge of potent lightning energy coursed through him, manifesting as an arrow that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning. The arrow struck a nearby tree, shattering it as though it had been struck by a genuine bolt of lightning. Impressive, Tu Shanqing exclaimed, her excitement evident as she clapped her hands. My husband's power has grown even stronger. Now, it's my turn to try the skill I just learned. Storm Arrow Rain, Jiang Nian declared, summoning multiple lightning arrows that soared skyward. The next moment, a deluge of arrows rained down, striking the ground in a chaotic barrage. This spectacle resembled a concentrated storm of lightning relentlessly bombarding a single location. In an instant, a vast, charred crater formed upon the earth. This is the true might of the C-grade skill Storm Arrow Rain, he mused, satisfied. Now that I possess this thunderbolt bow, my long-range capabilities have significantly improved. Jiang Nian envisioned himself using the lightning bow, targeting the weak points of his enemies. The thought alone was exhilarating. Nonetheless, Jiang Nian's primary attribute remained fire, as he still donned the entire set of crimson gold armor. The enhancement from the flame shield would greatly amplify his fire attribute's potency. Although the newly acquired radiant thunder armor was undeniably powerful, it was not yet a complete set. Should he choose to wear this piece, he would forfeit the benefits of the crimson gold armor, a trade not worth making. Only when he had collected the entire radiant thunder armor set would he consider donning it. Subsequently, Jiang Nian opened his attribute panel and allocated the recently acquired 15 points entirely to strength. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Yan Nation. Lifespan, 23, 110. Physique, 73. Strength, 108. Agility, 72. Mentality, 73. Charm, 75. Talent, Omniscience, SSS grade, unique. Skills, // Carefree Step, Fiery Blade / Flame Vortex, Storm Arrow Rain. Combat Power Rating, 5 stars. The prior victory in the resource competition, coupled with the rewards obtained from opening the silver treasure chest, has endowed Jiang Nian with a formidable 5-star combat power. As the leaderboard reopened post-competition, Jiang Nian promptly accessed it. At present, Jiang Nian firmly occupies the coveted first position, while the second-place contender, Taechuan Ken, has only just reached 4 stars, showcasing a significant disparity in strength. In this moment, not only is Jiang Nian scrutinizing the leaderboard, but the inhabitants of Zone 666 are also witnessing the spectacle. Isn't Jiang Nian simply extraordinary? In such a brief span, he has attained 5-star strength. We all traverse to this world at the same time, and while I barely managed 3 stars, he has already achieved 5. My own lack of strength is inconsequential. With Jiang Nian's presence in our zone, victory is assured. By the way, among the rewards Jiang Nian received earlier, there seems to be a challenge key. Does that mean we can challenge other zones? Indeed, if we secure a victory, we could enjoy a boost in all attributes and a doubling of resources. How exhilarating. The prospect of doubling resources is indeed remarkable. I have rarely encountered golden resource houses, yet now I see two. Yes. Ever since the resource competition concluded, it is evident that resource houses have become more plentiful, and the resources we can acquire have increased correspondingly. All of this is thanks to Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian is our eternal idol. Out of curiosity, Jiang Nian discreetly glanced at the chat channel, which was inundated with praises of his prowess, leaving him feeling slightly bashful. However, rather than reveling in his newfound fame, Jiang Nian recognized the necessity of further strengthening his abilities. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that a random room directly ahead had transformed into a red matchmaking chamber. Chapter 33, Conquering the Celestial Race's Woman. Name, Matchmaking Room. Room condition, a paragon from the celestial race, possessing breathtaking beauty and a reverence for strength. Safety assessment, your might has captured her attention. Should you possess the courage to conquer her, then please enter. What? A matchmaking room that appears spontaneously. Upon reading the information before him, Jiang Nian furrowed his brow. What race is the celestial race? Previously, he had encountered primarily monsters and animals, while the chat channel had mentioned encounters with ordinary human races. Yet, this celestial race is a first for him. Most notably, this matchmaking chamber has manifested unexpectedly and seems directed at him. Jiang Nian, filled with curiosity, contemplated the situation within the matchmaking chamber. Husband, shall we enter? At that moment, Tu Shanqing smiled gently beside him. Jiang Nian responded, his brow furrowing. Wife, didn't you express disinterest in me entering matchmaking rooms? I merely lacked a sense of security, fearing that you might abandon me. But you are the best man in the world and would never forsake me. Moreover, the matchmaking chamber offers immense benefits for you. And simply being by your side brings me satisfaction. As Tu Shanqing spoke, she took Jiang Nian's hand. Jiang Nian gazed at the matchmaking room, caught in a moment of hesitation. Firstly, the rewards for a successful match are indeed enticing, capable of rendering him even more powerful, thus instilling confidence to initiate the resource competition and challenge other zones. Yet, he worried about the potential for the celestial race's character to be excessively domineering or that he might fail to conquer her, leaving him in a passive position. Would he not then be at her mercy? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Nian suddenly smiled, dismissing his concerns. With his current strength, could he not conquer her? Let us go, Jiang Nian declared, confidence radiating from him as he stepped into the matchmaking chamber. The chamber is a castle perched upon the clouds. Outside the castle lies an arena. At this moment, within the arena, a strikingly beautiful woman with violet hair, clad in battle armor and wielding a long sword, gazes into the distance, seemingly awaiting someone. Simultaneously, as Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing entered the matchmaking chamber, they arrived at the arena, immediately noticing the valiant woman at its center. Name, Reina. Race, celestial race. Talent, 9 Heavens Thunderbody, S-Class. Skills, lightning strike, thunder palm, thunder slash, thunderclap, lightning sword burst. Strength, 4.5 stars. 4.5 stars, indeed formidable. Utilizing his omniscient talent, Jiang Nian swiftly gleaned detailed information about her. Fortunately, having achieved 5 stars, he felt confident in his ability to subdue this woman. Meanwhile, Reina also took notice of Jiang Nian's arrival. Observing Tu Shanqing by his side, her expression remained unchanged, as everything unfolded as she had anticipated. Such a powerful man could hardly be without women in his company. Unfazed by this, her sole ambition was to find the mightiest man in Zone 666. The man I desire must be the strongest. So are you he? Reina inquired, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Nian. Whether I am or not, you shall find out, Jiang Nian responded with a faint smile, gesturing for Tu Shanqing to step aside. Given that Reina was a 4.5-star powerhouse, he needed to ensure her safety in the event of a confrontation. Tu Shanqing obediently nodded and retreated a safe distance. Then let me witness your true power. Thunderclap. Instantly, a surge of violent lightning energy erupted from Reina. Almost immediately, a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Boom. With a resounding crack of thunder, Reina charged toward Jiang Nian, her longsword slicing through the air with fierce momentum. Her speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of the previously transformed Jin Zhongxing. From the wings on her back, Jiang Nian deduced that the distinction between the celestial race and ordinary humans likely lay in their possession of wings. However, despite Reina's fierce and aggressive assault, Jiang Nian showed no inclination to evade. He remained confident in the durability of his fiery shield. After all, attacks below 5 stars could hardly shatter it instantaneously. Moreover, given the swiftness of her strike, evasion was not an option. Truly, the thunderclap is remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Reina had reached him, lunging toward his chest with lethal intent. Yet, this formidable strike did not pierce Jiang Nian. Instead, it was halted by the sudden emergence of his fiery shield. It was evident that the once indomitable fiery shield now bore cracks. Previously, when blocking Jin Zhongxing's full-force strike, the flame shield remained unscathed. Now, however, the mere impact from Reina has caused the flame shield to crack, a testament to her formidable strength. Why do you not evade? Reina's strike, though failing to harm Jiang Nian, did not shock her overly much. After all, if Jiang Nian possessed such feeble power, how could he possibly hold the top position on the leaderboard? What concerned her more was Jiang Nian's complete lack of intent to dodge or defend against her fierce and powerful thunderous strike. Is he truly that confident? Is it because he fears nothing? A slight smile graced Jiang Nian's lips. He thought to himself, I will surely conquer you. Upon hearing these words, Reina reflected on the recent events and instantly lost her will to fight. The wings at her back vanished along with her combat spirit. I cannot defeat you. From this moment forth, I shall be your woman. Although clad in battle armor and exuding an air of grace, this was indeed Reina's first experience of such a nature, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Observing her closely, Jiang Nian discerned that Reina's beauty was truly exquisite, imbued with an undeniable vigor that set her apart from the more delicate Tu Shanqing beside her. Without a doubt, both styles were to Jiang Nian's taste. Not only was she stunningly attractive, but her figure was also remarkable. How could Jiang Nian possibly let such a gem slip away? Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Reina. She offered no resistance, her cheeks flushed with evident shyness. Subsequently, Jiang Nian embraced Tu Shanqing as well, holding one in each arm, as he strode confidently toward the castle ahead. At this moment, Jiang Nian felt like the winner of life. Chapter 34. The regional chat channel opens, with powerhouses abound. Several hours later, Jiang Nian lay comfortably on the large bed, feeling rejuvenated. Reina and Tu Shanqing rested on either side of him, their faces flushed. Gazing at the two lovely women beside him, both unclothed, Jiang Nian felt as if he were floating. It felt like a dream, yet it was astonishingly real. Recalling the tumultuous events of earlier, a smile crept across his face. This is the treatment a true powerhouse deserves. At that moment, a notification sound from the game broke the tranquility. Congratulations, you have completed your marriage. You and Reina share a deep mutual affection. The marriage is successful, and you may choose 4 rewards from the following options. 1. All attributes increase by 25 points. 2. B-grade skill book Dragon's Fury. 3. Substitute doll. Effect, automatically consumed upon death, allowing for revival at the original location. 4. Opportunity key, upon use, enter a white random room, which may lead to another's room or present an opportunity. 5. Increase the length of a body part by 3 centimeters. 6. Fragment of the Sky Seal 1. 7. Large package of supplies, 20 milk, 20 beef, 20 lamb, 20 wood. Indeed, the rewards are plentiful. Let me take a moment to peruse them. Jiang Nian did not rush his decision, carefully considering the available rewards. Firstly, he deemed it essential to acquire the first 2 rewards. An increase of 25 points to all attributes was a significant enhancement, and a B-grade skill must possess considerable power. What troubled Jiang Nian was the choice of 2 additional rewards from the remaining 5. The unexpected visitor who had barged into his room earlier must have fortuitously acquired the opportunity key. This item is certainly a rare treasure. It might even lead to an encounter with a fortuitous event, so it must be secured. But what exactly is this fragment of the Sky Seal? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Nian clicked on the fragment, revealing a description. Sky Seal fragment. Collect 5 pieces to unlock a hidden dungeon, the Sky City. Ah, so there is a hidden dungeon. In that case, I shall choose this one. Although he currently possessed only 1 fragment, Jiang Nian believed there would be ways to acquire the others in due time. Given that it was a hidden dungeon, successfully completing it would surely yield bountiful rewards. Without further hesitation, Jiang Nian ultimately chose rewards 1, 2, 4, and 6. As for the substitute doll, he already owned 2 and had no immediate need for more. The large supply package, while it could alleviate his concerns about food for quite some time, was less critical given his current surplus of equipment and supplies, which he could trade. Besides, the castle undoubtedly contained its own resources. Why not take advantage of them? Upon making his selections, a surge of invisible yet potent energy flooded into his body. All attributes increased once more. The B-grade skill, Dragon's Fury, was also learned immediately. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Flame Kingdom. Lifespan, 23, 115. Physique, 98. Strength, 133. Agility, 97. Mentality, 98. Charm, 100. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent, SSS grade, unique. Skills, Triple Slash, Carefree Step, Fiery Blade Slash, Flame Vortex, Thunder Rain of Arrows, Dragon's Fury. Combat Power Rating, 5.5 stars. Upon glancing at his attributes, Jiang Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In such a short span, his combat power had once again surged. He now boasted an impressive 5.5 stars. Remarkably, this was achieved before the 7-day novice assessment had even concluded. At least within this region 666, no one could challenge Jiang Nian's top position. The mere thought of the rewards awaiting him after the novice assessment, not to mention the prize for ranking first, filled Jiang Nian with exhilaration, especially considering the first-place reward, a golden treasure chest, and a complete set of C-grade equipment. Should I attempt to initiate a resource competition? With my current strength, I should be able to challenge any region without issue, as if summoned by his thoughts. A gleaming golden key appeared in Jiang Nian's hand. At this moment, he could, just like Jin Zhongxing before him, instigate a resource competition against other regions. A victory would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. However, the dilemma lay in his unfamiliarity with the circumstances of the other regions. Even with his 5.5 stars of strength, he lacked complete confidence. With such formidable strength, challenging other regions should pose no problem. Tu Shanqing mused after a moment's contemplation. Reina, seated nearby, nodded in agreement. It was clear that Jiang Nian's prowess and equipment far surpassed that of others. As the evaluation draws to a close and the prospect of challenging other regions looms, the inhabitants of those territories will undoubtedly grow stronger, buoyed by the bountiful rewards, particularly the coveted prize for the top rank. In such circumstances, Jiang Nian's advantage would dissipate. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the assessment is still underway to initiate a resource competition is indeed the most opportune course of action. With the unwavering support of his 2 wives, Jiang Nian resolves to proceed with the challenge. However, just as he prepares to utilize the challenge key, a sudden announcement pierces the air. Announcement: in Region 666. A player's combat power has surpassed 5 stars. The regional chat channel is now officially open. Reminder: players with combat power below 5 stars may speak 3 times daily. Those with 5 to 9 stars may speak 10 times, and players above 9 stars may speak 20 times each day. Reminder: the matchmaking world comprises numerous regions, divided into 2,000 major zones, each containing 1,000 subregions. Reminder: Region 666 belongs to Major Zone 7, and it is the 32nd area to activate its chat channel, now connecting to the Major Zone 7 chat. What is happening? The regional chat channel has abruptly opened, and we are merely the 32nd to do so? This unforeseen announcement disrupts Jiang Nian's original plans, and his expression turns grave. Initially, he believed his strength to be formidable, at least among the top contenders until the conclusion of the novice assessment. Yet, with the activation of the regional chat channel, he realizes how insignificant he truly is. The criterion for opening the chat channel is that a player within the area must possess combat power exceeding 5 stars. Following his successful matchmaking, Jiang Nian has just surpassed 5 stars, achieving a rating of 5.5, which facilitated the opening of the channel. Prior to this, 31 regions had already activated their chat channels. This indicates that within those areas, there must exist formidable individuals of Jiang Nian's caliber, if not stronger. Had Jiang Nian rashly used the challenge key to select these regions, it would have spelled trouble. At this moment, everyone in Region 666 displays expressions of utter astonishment, and the chat channel erupts with fervor. Chapter 35, Sky City, Dragon Warriors. What is this? Jiang Nian has swiftly attained a combat power of 5.5, leading us to open the regional chat channel, yet we are merely the 32nd? Does this not imply that the preceding 31 regions harbor individuals of equal prowess to Jiang Nian? It is likely more than that. There may be even stronger presences. The rapidity with which Jiang Nian has elevated his strength has left us in the dust, and who would have anticipated that others could surpass him? If it weren't for the activation of this regional chat channel, we would remain blissfully unaware. What monstrous beings are these, and by what right do they possess such strength? However, despite our 32nd ranking, we have successfully opened the chat channel, and with 1,000 regions within our major zone, we are still among the elite. I can hardly contain my eagerness to converse with the powerhouses from other regions. The crowd engages in heated discussions within the chat channel. At that moment, the announcement chimes in once more. Announcement: the regional chat channel has successfully opened. Players from Region 666 may enter at any time. Simultaneously, the chat channel for Major Zone 7 is already bustling with activity. Ah, splendid. Another region has activated its chat channel. This is the 32nd region, and the speed is commendable, considering our Major Zone 7 comprises 1,000 subregions. By the way, are there any players from Region 666 present? Come forth and engage in conversation. One after another, players from Region 666 enter the chat channel, and Jiang Nian is no exception, promptly joining the lively discourse. The atmosphere here is nearly identical to that of ordinary regional chat channels. Basic information about each participant is visible, though private messaging, trading, or adding friends across regions remains temporarily unavailable. Additionally, each speaker's name is accompanied by their respective region's number, allowing for immediate identification of the speaker's origin. Esteemed elders, a newcomer has arrived. May I familiarize myself? To those above, which country does your strongest player from Region 666 hail from? Let me guess. It must be from my great lighthouse nation, for we are brimming with talent. Nonsense. The most exceptional individuals are from the South Bang nation, without a doubt. Baka. It is the great Yamato nation that reigns supreme. Esteemed elders, please refrain from quarreling. Our strongest player in Region 666 is from the Flame Nation and currently possesses a combat power of 5.5 stars. What? A Flame Nation player? I had high hopes for this. What of it? Flame Nation folks are like dragons. Huh. Is 5.5 stars truly impressive? Unbeknownst to you, in my Region 112, we already have 3 individuals who have reached 5.5 stars, all from the Lighthouse Nation. And what of it? The strongest in my Region 711 is an indomitable warrior from the 3 nations, now at the 6-star level. Wow. Is the warrior from the 3 nations that formidable? Naturally. In my 3 nations, we accept all matchmaking partners. Huh? The regional chat channel buzzes with animated discussions. Though Jiang Nian remains silent, he absorbs crucial information from their exchanges. The realization dawns upon him that there are countless individuals stronger than he, having merely just attained 5.5 stars. He is already aware of the existence of 6-star warriors. Moreover, with the novice assessment still ongoing, it is evident that these individuals possess formidable strength. Jiang Nian surmises that the talents they have awakened must be extraordinary as well. The challenges he faced earlier were merely appetizers. My lord, shall we still initiate the challenge? Tu Shanqing inquires, casting a glance at Jiang Nian. She is fully aware of the circumstances within the regional chat channel. Beside her, Reina wears a similarly grave expression, astonished by the multitude of regions that surpass Region 666 in power. To ensure a decisive victory, it is imperative to avoid those regions that were among the first to activate their chat channels. However, The dilemma lies in the fact that many of these areas are still shrouded in uncertainty, as numerous players remain silent. If by chance they select a region with 6-star warriors, the challenge would undoubtedly end in failure. At present, Jiang Nian lacks the confidence to overcome opponents of a higher tier. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to refrain from launching the resource competition for now. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Nian speaks slowly. In this perilous world, every action he takes must be executed with utmost caution. He has no desire to forfeit his life due to carelessness, at least until he possesses absolute certainty. Jiang Nian will not hastily employ the challenge key. Not only is he responsible for his own life, but he also protects the two beside him, Reina and Tu Shanqing. All right, we will follow your lead. They both nodded in agreement. In that case, let us depart. Only by striving to grow stronger can we ensure victory in the resource competition. Although Jiang Nian is currently refraining from using the challenge key, it does not mean others will do the same. If the higher-ranked regions decide to challenge the 666th area, it could lead to significant trouble. Therefore, the immediate priority must be to become stronger. At that moment, Reina and Tu Shanqing had donned their attire and stood up. Reina had shed her previous armor in favor of a pristine white tracksuit, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, her appearance still exuding both vigor and beauty. Even clad in loose sportswear, her alluring figure could not be concealed. In contrast, Tu Shanqing remained in her dress, showcasing their distinctly different styles. Before heading to the next room, Jiang Nian meticulously searched the castle as per their usual routine. He left no item behind that could be taken. Subsequently, he placed surplus resources in the auction house to procure all necessary resources, such as food and materials for constructing and upgrading their home. Additionally, he exchanged some for changeable garments. With a substantial amount of resources in hand, Jiang Nian could acquire nearly anything he desired. Once everything was completed, he departed the castle with Tu Shanqing and Reina. Within the current matchmaking room, there were 4 doors in total. Due to their recent victory in the resource competition, the 666th area had doubled its resources, and both doors on Jiang Nian's sides were adorned in gold. This indicated that they led to resource rooms. However, Jiang Nian's attention was not on the resource rooms, but rather on the random room directly ahead. Name: Random Room. Room status: this room contains dragon soldiers from the Sky City. Defeating them grants fragments of the Sky Seal. Safety assessment: your current entry into this room has a 50 mortality rate. Chapter 36. The Dragon of Ghost Fire, devoured by 10,000 spirits. Once 5 fragments of the Sky Seal are collected, access to the hidden dungeon, Sky City, is granted. Given that it is a hidden dungeon, one can surely expect substantial rewards upon completion. The primary task now is to gather the 5 fragments of the Sky Seal. Let me see how formidable these dragon soldiers from the Sky City truly are. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian strode confidently into the random room alongside Reina and Tu Shanqing. It appeared to be an ordinary forest. However, at its center stood a towering, imposing half-dragon soldier, wielding a silver trident. This creature sported dragon horns and was covered in a layer of hard white dragon scales, standing approximately 2 meters tall with a robust physique. Name: Dragon Soldier. Race: Dragonkin, half-human. Talent: Superhuman Strength, C rank. Skills: Heavy Strike, Lunge, Whirlwind Stab, Dragon Roar, Dragon Soul Fury. Power level: 5.5 stars. A monster of 5.5 stars certainly boasts impressive strength. No wonder my current prowess incurs a 50 mortality rate upon entry. Jiang Nian narrowed his eyes at the dragon soldier ahead and quietly drew his thunderbolt bow. At that moment, the dragon soldier, who had been standing nonchalantly in the forest, noticed Jiang Nian and his companions. Its eyes immediately turned crimson. Without uttering a word, it swung its trident and charged towards Jiang Nian at breakneck speed. Qinger, Reina, step aside. I can handle this one alone, Jiang Nian declared, not exaggerating. He too possessed a strength of 5.5 stars now. The skills he had just acquired were perfect for testing against this foe. With that, Jiang Nian conjured a lightning arrow, utilizing his omniscient talent to perceive weaknesses, and shot it towards the dragon soldier's vulnerable spot. Boom. The arrow emitted a thunderous crack as it flew, its speed astonishing. The dragon soldier, unable to evade, was struck in the left leg by the lightning arrow. It felt as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving a charred mark. The dragon soldier had assumed that its formidable scales and powerful defenses would render it impervious to such a simple shot. But it was utterly unprepared for the incredible force behind Jiang Nian's seemingly ordinary arrow. The dragon soldier let out a pained roar, immediately enraged. In an instant, it lunged towards Jiang Nian, rapidly spinning its trident like a whirlwind, fiercely thrusting it in his direction. Whirlwind Stab. Even with the fiery shield surrounding him, Jiang Nian found it difficult to withstand this onslaught. Boom. With a deafening sound, Jiang Nian was hurled several meters away. The once indestructible fiery shield now bore numerous cracks. Although this strike did not inflict harm upon Jiang Nian, as the fiery shield absorbed the impact, it was now perilously close to its limit, capable of withstanding only one more attack from the dragon soldier. This clearly demonstrated the immense power of the dragon soldier. Had it not been for the fiery shield, that strike would have left Jiang Nian gravely injured. Could it be that all the monsters in the Sky City dungeon are of such caliber? Jiang Nian felt no fear. Rather, a smirk crept onto his lips. This was exceedingly interesting. A dungeon of such difficulty would surely yield exceptional rewards upon completion. The fragments of the Sky Seal are mine for the taking. Lightning arrow rain. Suddenly, a powerful surge of lightning energy erupted from Jiang Nian. As he unleashed a barrage of formidable lightning arrows into the sky, the dragon soldier looked on in horror, unable to fathom that despite its powerful whirlwind strike landing squarely on the human, it had caused no damage whatsoever. Before it could react, the sky erupted with chaos as a torrential downpour of lightning arrows descended upon it. The dense array of attacks left it no chance for escape. Each strike felt like being struck by lightning, causing immense pain. In an instant, the dragon soldier was battered by the deluge of lightning arrows, its body scorched and battered, its breath noticeably weaker than before. Excellent. My husband is indeed the strongest, cheered Tu Shanqing and Reina, who were watching from the side like Jiang Nian's devoted admirers. The dragon soldier was already irked, and witnessing the presence of two wives beside this human only fueled its ire. Roar. In the next moment, it unleashed a deafening dragon roar, causing the ground to tremble. The piercing sound inflicted great agony upon Tu Shanqing and Reina, who clutched their heads in distress. Jiang Nian, too, was taken aback, unaware that this creature possessed such formidable sonic capabilities. Who gave you the audacity to roar so recklessly? Are you not aware that this is exceedingly noisy? In an instant, the lightning bow in Jiang Nian's grasp vanished, replaced by the infernal tiger bone ghost sword, wreathed in ghostly flames. Rage of the fire dragon. At this moment, Jiang Nian unleashed a searing surge of fire attribute energy. Thanks to the sword's effect, every strike was imbued with the essence of ghostly fire, transforming the already fierce flames into something far more sinister. Swiftly, Jiang Nian swung the tiger bone ghost sword, conjuring a colossal fire dragon composed of ghostly flames that roared as it charged toward the dragon man soldier. Wherever it passed, the ghostly fire consumed all, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, chilling and terrifying. The rage of the fire dragon was the most potent skill Jiang Nian had acquired thus far, now reaching B rank. With the augmentation of the ghostly fire, its might was rendered even more formidable. The dragon man soldier, witnessing this, widened his eyes in horror, his body emanating a faint golden glow as he desperately wielded his trident to defend himself, hoping to amplify his strength with the power of the dragon soul to withstand Jiang Nian's onslaught. Alas, the rage of the fire dragon was too overwhelming. The dragon man soldier had already been grievously wounded by the lightning arrows and could not withstand the fiery assault. He was immediately engulfed by the colossal fire dragon composed of ghostly flames. With a harrowing roar, the fire dragon gradually dissipated, leaving behind a dragon man soldier. His body charred black from the ghostly fire, sprawled upon the ground, barely clinging to life. Even in such a state, the ghostly flames showed no signs of abating. Instead, they raged ever more fiercely. In that moment of being consumed by the ghostly fire, it felt as if 1,000 demons were gnawing at his very essence. An agony beyond comprehension. Stripped of the will to resist, all he yearned for was a swift demise, to escape the torment of the ghostly flames. Is this all you can muster? I thought you were formidable, Jiang Nian remarked coldly, approaching with the tiger bone ghost sword in hand. With a single thrust, he pierced the heart of the dragon man soldier. As the life ebbed from the soldier, fragments of a celestial seal fell to the ground. The instant Jiang Nian picked one up, he noticed another random room not far ahead. Moreover, within this random room, another dragon man soldier awaited. Chapter 37. The Challenge from Zone 112. What incredible fortune! Jiang Nian marveled at the sight of the nearby random room, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated encountering another random room housing a dragon man soldier so soon. This meant that by vanquishing this dragon man soldier, he could procure yet another fragment of the celestial seal. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian confirmed that this room held no other resources and promptly charged into the random room alongside Tu Shanqing and Reina. The new room was much like the previous one, featuring a robust dragon man soldier. However, this time Jiang Nian chose not to engage in a solo battle. Instead, he combined his strength with Tu Shanqing and Reina. Even though this dragon man soldier possessed a 5.5-star prowess, he was swiftly overwhelmed. In mere moments, he was dispatched by Jiang Nian, who once again acquired a fragment of the celestial seal. Just 2 more fragments remained before he could combine them to unlock the Sky City instance. Regrettably, after defeating the dragon man soldier, no further random rooms with dragon man soldiers presented themselves. Nonetheless, Jiang Nian remained undeterred. There was still time. After utilizing the 5 chances to open doors for the day, he would summon his humble abode. Though it was merely a rudimentary earthen dwelling, with the enchanting company of Reina and Tu Shanqing, Jiang Nian felt as though he were living like a deity. The following day, as per his routine, Jiang Nian awoke cradling Reina and Tu Shanqing. His physique was undeniably formidable. Battling fiercely by day and embracing beauty by night, he arose refreshed, brimming with vigor, feeling increasingly powerful with each passing moment. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Chinger, Reina, our task for today remains the same: to seek out fragments of the celestial seal. As he spoke, Jiang Nian donned his attire and checked the leaderboard. As expected, he maintained a secure position at the top, unassailable by any competitor. The following day marked the final day of the novice assessment, and Jiang Nian was eager to claim the rewards for being first. At that moment, he noticed that the previously second-ranked Taechuan Qin had been overtaken by Alejo from the A3 nation, who now boasted 5-star strength, second only to Jiang Nian. Oh, this fellow is impressive. Could it be that after the regional chat channel was opened yesterday, he has been driven to frantically seek matchmaking rooms by the influence of others from the A3 nation? Jiang Nian mused, acknowledging the tenacity of the A3 warriors. With this thought, Jiang Nian entered the chat channel and privately messaged his soul friend, Alejo. Brother, impressive work reaching 5-star strength so swiftly, within 3 to 4 seconds. Alejo replied, Wow, Jiang Nian, it's a surprise to hear from you. I've managed to secure 3 matchmaking partners, and my strength has skyrocketed. Haha. As Alejo responded, he glanced at the formidable figures beside him, a gorilla, a lizard man, and a fearsome minotaur, unable to suppress a smile. The path to becoming a strong warrior was undeniably arduous, yet the A3 warriors pressed forward, willing to accept any challenge as long as they could grow stronger. Seeing Alejo's message, Jiang Nian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Indeed, just as he had suspected, Alejo had been incessantly entering matchmaking rooms. However, he admired Alejo's courage. After all, Jiang Nian found himself unable to do the same. Before long, Reina and Tu Shanqing had finished their grooming. It was evident that Tu Shanqing's strength had surged once more, now reaching 4-star prowess, having also mastered a new skill, the Frost Storm. Jiang Nian had long grown accustomed to her exceptional nature. While others toiled to strengthen themselves, she seemed to be focused on restoring her power. Even Reina couldn't help but admire her sister's prowess. She was truly formidable. When she unleashed her full potential in battle, she transformed entirely from her typically delicate demeanor. After they had eaten their fill, Jiang Nian led Tu Shanqing and Reina out of their humble dwelling. Fortune smiled upon them once again. As they entered a resource room and completed their search, Jiang Nian stumbled upon a random room, housing a Dragonman soldier, and hurried inside. Around midday, Jiang Nian reclined leisurely on a patch of grass, enveloping Reina and Tu Shanqing in his embrace. Before him floated 5 fragments of the celestial seal. With a mere thought, the fragments swiftly coalesced, radiating a brilliant white light. In the next moment, a pearlescent seal, imprinted with the likeness of a dragon man, gently descended into Jiang Nian's hands. Item: Celestial Seal. Effect: upon use, it can unlock the hidden instance, Sky City. 1. Safety Assessment. The difficulty of the Sky City series instances is exceedingly high. Even the outermost parts pose extreme peril. Currently, your chances of survival upon entering this room stand at a mere 20. As Jiang Nian gazed at the information before her, her brow furrowed in contemplation of whether to proceed. Undoubtedly, conquering the Sky City instance would yield extraordinarily ample rewards, significantly enhancing Jiang Nian's prowess. Perhaps it could even propel her to the coveted 6-star rank. However, the daunting challenge posed by the Sky City instance was truly alarming. One must consider the staggering 80 mortality rate. A single misstep could cost Jiang Nian her life. Fortunately, she still possessed 2 substitute dolls, granting her the equivalent of 2 additional lives. Moreover, she held a teleportation talisman, allowing her to flee at any moment. Under such circumstances, perhaps a battle was not out of the question. Just as Jiang Nian was contemplating her challenge to the Sky City instance, an urgent notification suddenly echoed in her ears. Emergency announcement. Challenge key activated in Area 112, opening the challenge portal, automatically connecting to Area 666. Resource contest commencing now. Resource contest. In the event of defeat in one area, all resources will be halved, and all players will experience a 20-point reduction in all attributes. Conversely, victory in one area will result in resource doubling and a 20-point enhancement in all player attributes. Friendly reminder, Area 112 has achieved consecutive victories in the resource contest twice. At that moment, it was not just Jiang Nian who displayed an expression of sheer astonishment. All players in Area 666 wore similarly incredulous looks. Who could have anticipated that someone would dare to initiate a resource contest against them? Furthermore, this opponent was exceptionally formidable, having triumphed consecutively in the resource contest. Chapter 38. A Desperate Gamble. Match Rules. Tomorrow at this time, the contest will officially commence. Each area will dispatch 3 players to engage in a best-of-3 battle. Reminder, a player who triumphs over their opponent may choose to continue fighting. Should they single-handedly defeat all 3 adversaries, they will receive a special reward. Reminder, during the battle, if one finds themselves outmatched, they may choose to surrender voluntarily. Reminder, the resource contest has commenced, and the leaderboard is temporarily concealed. What on earth is happening? Why has someone chosen to challenge us again? By what right? Could it be that our area number is simply too conspicuous? What kind of reasoning is that? If that were the case, wouldn't areas 66, 6666, and 66,666 be even more noticeable? With Jiang Nian in our midst, any ordinary area that dares challenge us would find it a futile endeavor. Yet, I recall seeing players from Area 112 in the large district chat channel yesterday, and they featured 3 formidable 5.5-star experts. The most critical point is that this area has achieved 2 consecutive victories. We are in a precarious situation. Surely, we cannot be so unfortunate as to have just received a victory, doubling our resources and enhancing our attributes by 20 points, only to have it all taken away. Good heavens, our luck seems abysmally poor. My foremost concern is why this Area 112 has chosen to challenge us. We harbor no grievances against them. By what justification do they initiate this challenge? It is utterly absurd. Upon hearing the announcement, the chat channel of Area 666 erupted in a frenzy. Almost everyone began hurling insults toward Area 112. Everyone, please, quickly check the large district chat channel. The people from Area 112 are insufferably arrogant. Their reason for challenging us is merely because our area boasts a strong player from the Yin Nation? What nonsense. Is this a valid reason? Did a Yin Nation player offend them? Damn it. Do they think our Yin Nation players are easy prey? Let us go. Let us confront them in the large district chat channel. Without hesitation, the inhabitants of Area 666 surged into the large district chat channel. Jiang Nian, too, was no exception. Having quietly observed, she hurried to discover the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, in the bustling chat channel of District 7, Sean Corker, Area 112, we had no intention of challenging Area 666, but given that we possess a formidable player from the Yin Nation, and your area number is so conspicuous, I had no choice but to target you. Frankly, losing to us would not be a disgrace if you fear the contest. You could simply surrender before the battle begins. Ha ha ha. Sean, the great leader, is magnificent. Our lighthouse nation is destined to become the dominant force in this world. If we defeat Area 666, it will mark our 3rd consecutive victory, significantly boosting our resources and attributes. What a delightful thought. To share the same region with such a powerful figure is indeed a stroke of fortune. Consider yourselves unfortunate, Area 666. To be candid, our strongest player, Sean Corker, has already attained 6-star status. In addition, we have 2 5.5-star experts. What chance do you think you stand? At that moment, the chat channel of District 7 was predominantly filled with the voices of Area 112 players, all brimming with arrogance and pride. It was evident that the principal speakers were predominantly from the Lighthouse Nation, much like Sean Corker. While every area comprises individuals from various countries, including Area 112, it was curious that the Lighthouse Nation seemed particularly abundant and notably powerful, inflating their confidence. Furthermore, with everyone having traversed into this new world, their prior identities and nationalities held no significance. Survival now depended on aligning with the dominant figures within their region. Damn it, are the people of Area 112 mentally deranged? Did a Yin Nation player kill your mother or father, necessitating such deep-seated animosity? It is truly laughable. Claiming they are compelled to target us is absurd. A group of imbeciles. Is a 6-star expert truly that formidable? Our esteemed Jiang Nian can perform miracles. Just wait, when the time comes. We shall ensure that Area 112 suffers a crushing defeat. Incensed by the unprovoked humiliation from Area 112, many hot-headed individuals from Area 666 immediately retorted. The sudden conflict between the two regions, coupled with their verbal exchanges in the large district chat channel, drew the attention of unrelated areas, who silently observed the unfolding drama. Oh dear, the people of Area 666 are emerging in droves. Pray tell, who granted you the audacity to speak so brazenly to us? What utter nonsense about creating miracles. Let us be honest, it was merely a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha. I'm genuinely amused. Do you really believe you can cause us to suffer a crushing defeat? You must be out of your mind. The last area that spoke so boldly sent 3 contestants, all of whom were defeated by our leader. Pray tell, can your Jiang Nian surpass our great Sean? The crowd continued to hurl insults at one another. As Jiang Nian entered the regional chat channel, he keenly observed the unfolding events, his mood growing increasingly somber. The prowess of Area 112 was undeniably formidable. Based on the intelligence gathered thus far, the presence of 2.5 5-star warriors, alongside a 6-star powerhouse, far surpassed that of Area 666. He understood all too well that the reason the inhabitants of Area 666 had emerged to hurl insults was merely to indulge in a fleeting sense of bravado. Indeed, as Jiang Nian had anticipated, the majority of the people from Area 666 were now engulfed in despair. The strength of their adversaries rendered victory nearly impossible, and they had already resigned themselves to defeat. In such dire circumstances, for Jiang Nian to claim victory, he would need to ascend to the ranks of a 6-star warrior, much like Sean Cockle. Otherwise, with the impending match on the morrow, his defeat was all but assured. At present, Jiang Nian harbored no confidence in vanquishing the unknown adversary. If he wished to rapidly enhance his strength within a short span, there lay but a single opportunity: to utilize the Sky Seal in his possession and enter the concealed instance of Sky City. With that in mind, he resolved to take the plunge. Chapter 39. Do you think your lone strength can overcome me? Despite the 80 mortality rate, if one did not take the chance, they would be left with no opportunity at all. Are you afraid? Jiang Nian inquired of the steadfast Tu Shanqing and Reina by his side. Both women shook their heads resolutely, declaring, "We are not afraid. To be the wives of our beloved is already a great fortune. Moreover, with such formidable strength at his disposal, what does the mere instance of Sky City amount to? Those from Area 112 dare to issue such brazen challenges. We shall ensure their utter defeat." With the unwavering support of Tu Shanqing and Reina, Jiang Nian cast aside any lingering doubts and activated the Sky Seal in his hand. "Let us enter the instance of Sky City." As he spoke, the Sky Seal erupted with resplendent golden light. Beneath the illumination of this golden radiance, the previously mundane white random chamber ahead gradually transformed into a black door. Name: Instance Room. Room Status: Hidden Instance Sky City 1, inhabited by numerous powerful dragon men, with a strong territorial awareness, ready to annihilate any intruders. Safety Assessment: At your current level, entering this room entails an 80 mortality rate. After confirming the information, Jiang Nian took a deep breath and stepped forward with Tu Shanqing and Reina. Following a disorienting whirl, Jiang Nian slowly opened his eyes to behold a towering castle that seemed to pierce the clouds. Looking up, it appeared as though this castle had no end, merging seamlessly with the sky. This was the fabled Sky City. Indeed, it was a breathtaking sight. Not only Jiang Nian, but also Tu Shanqing and Reina were equally astonished. Moreover, flanking the grand entrance of the castle stood 2 dragon men soldiers, each possessing the same formidable strength as those previously encountered, rated at 5.5 stars. Upon detecting the intrusion, the 2 sentinels instantly became vigilant, brandishing their tridents and preparing to strike. It was evident that to enter this Sky City, they would first need to eliminate these 2 guardians. "Then let us take action," Jiang Nian declared, and in an instant, a crackling thunder bow materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, Tu Shanqing unleashed a powerful surge of icy energy, summoning a fierce blizzard out of thin air. The battle-hungry Reina also erupted with potent lightning energy, her back adorned with ethereal, angelic wings. Wielding her sword entwined with lightning, she charged headlong towards the Dragon Man soldier. Roar! "Those who trespass upon Sky City shall be executed without mercy." The 2 Dragon Men soldiers bellowed in fury. Yet, before they could launch their assault, a deafening crack of thunder resonated through the air. 2 arrows, swift as lightning, sliced through the sky, striking the vulnerable points of both Dragon Men soldiers with uncanny precision, eliciting agonized cries. In that moment, Reina had already reached the left side Dragon Man soldier, targeting the location Jiang Nian had struck earlier for another assault. As Jiang Nian's partners, they understood that if they struck where he had previously targeted, success was all but guaranteed. The right side Dragon Man soldier attempted a surprise attack on Reina, but was thwarted by an ice wall erected by Tu Shanqing. Following this, a barrage of piercing ice blades flew forth, all striking the previously injured areas of the Dragon Man soldier. Observing the harmonious collaboration of his beloved wives, Jiang Nian's lips curled into a proud smile. However, in the next instant, that smile morphed into a fierce determination. After unleashing a volley of lightning arrows, he swiftly transitioned to the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, charging at the 2 Dragon Men soldiers. Drawing upon the experience from their earlier encounter, the Dragon Men were utterly incapable of countering Jiang Nian's assault. United with Tu Shanqing and Reina, they swiftly dispatched the soldiers. At that moment, the once tightly sealed gates of Sky City slowly creaked open. Yet before Jiang Nian and his companions could step inside, 5 additional Dragon Men soldiers leapt forth, all boasting the strength of 5.5 stars. While Jiang Nian felt moderately prepared for these foes, the most pressing concern lay in the fact that behind these 5 soldiers stood a figure significantly larger than the average Dragon Man. Clad in gray armor and wielding dual axes, it emanated an overwhelming presence. Name: Dragon Man Axe Warrior. Race: Dragonkin, half-human. Talent: Colossal Strength, B grade. Skills: Heavy Strike, Earth Splitter, Shattering Cleave, Dragon Roar, Dragon Soul Fury. Strength: 6 stars. The emergence of a 6-star creature sent a wave of gravity over Jiang Nian's expression, setting aside the 5.5-star Dragon Men soldiers. The fact that they had yet to even enter the gates of Sky City, only to be confronted by a 6-star elite monster, was daunting. The inherent difficulty of merely the Sky City 1 instance underscored the terrifying nature of the complete Sky City instance. Qing'er, Reina, you will engage the 5 Dragon Men soldiers. I will employ the Goblin King's puppet to assist you. As for the most formidable Dragon Man Axe Warrior, I shall confront it myself, Jiang Nian proclaimed, tossing out the puppet, which immediately transformed into the Goblin King. Although the strength of the 3.5-star Goblin King was of little use in such a high-level instance, it could at least serve as a distraction, acting as cannon fodder. Leave it to us. Tu Shanqing and Reina responded in unison, nodding affirmatively. While their strength paled in comparison to that of the Dragon Men soldiers, they were more than capable of restraining them. With Tu Shanqing's ice-based abilities allowing for broad crowd control and Reina's remarkable speed and flight capabilities, They were well equipped to handle the challenge ahead. The duo collaborated seamlessly, effortlessly restraining the dragon soldiers. At this moment, Jiang Nian's objective was to swiftly eliminate the Dragon Axe warrior before him. Foolish human, do you truly believe that your solitary strength can vanquish me? How dare you trespass into the Sky City? Today shall mark your demise. The Dragon Axe warrior regarded Jiang Nian with utter disdain, lacking even the intention to evade. With an air of confidence, it stood its ground, allowing Jiang Nian to charge forth. Heh, I have encountered arrogance before, but never one as brazen as yours. Since you're so graciously allowing me to strike, I shall not hold back. A crooked smile spread across Jiang Nian's lips as he unleashed a formidable surge of fire attribute energy. The tiger bone ghost sword in his grasp ignited with a terrifying ghostly flame. Wrath of the Fire Dragon, a colossal fire dragon, composed of ghostly flames, roared towards the Dragon Axe warrior. What? Upon witnessing this, the Dragon Axe warrior's eyes widened in shock. Before it could react, it was engulfed by the fiery serpent. Chapter 40. A chasm of power, despair among the masses. Roar. Accompanied by the anguished howls of the Dragon Axe warrior, its entire form was hurled several meters away, crashing violently against the castle wall. Its body suffered extensive burns, and the ghostly flames continued to blaze relentlessly, no matter how it thrashed or rolled on the ground. The flames would not extinguish, leaving it to wail in agony. If there were a remedy for regret in this world, it would certainly not have remained still. Little did it anticipate that this human could wield such a potent skill. At this moment, it gritted its teeth against the searing pain and struggled to rise. The earlier confidence had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Truly, it was a 6-star monster. Having endured my wrath of the fire dragon, it could still stand. Yet, you have no chance left. Jiang Nian smirked coldly and charged at the Dragon Axe warrior with unparalleled speed. In that instant, the Dragon Axe warrior's vulnerabilities were laid bare before Jiang Nian. The tiger bone ghost sword erupted with formidable spectral power, akin to a raging demon. As it swung down fiercely, soul-devouring slash. Although the Dragon Axe warrior attempted to defend itself, it was too grievously injured to mount any effective resistance. Its right arm was severed cleanly, blood splattering everywhere. The others among the dragon soldiers witnessed this spectacle clearly and instinctively sought to aid their comrade. They could not allow these interlopers to disrupt their lord's battle. Tu Shanqing's eyes transformed into a chilling azure, her demonic energy surging to an extraordinary level. In an instant, indomitable ice walls coalesced around them, resembling a cage that ensnared the dragon soldiers. Rina seized the moment, soaring through the air with her golden sword raised high. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, torrents of lightning attribute energy converged into her sword. Lightning blade. With a fierce cry, Rina unleashed several slashes of sword energy imbued with powerful lightning attributes toward the ensnared dragon soldiers. Their attention was focused solely on their leader, the Dragon Axe warrior, leaving them unable to adequately defend themselves against Rina's onslaught. During this chaos, Tu Shanqing summoned a mighty ice storm, inflicting significant damage upon the dragon soldiers and swiftly encasing them in ice. Though it did not completely freeze them into sculptures, the dragon soldiers found their legs or arms immobilized. Some were even 2/3 encased, severely hampering their mobility. Jiang Nian caught a glimpse of the duo's synchronized combat, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. His beloved wives, both formidable in their own right. Meanwhile, the Dragon Axe warrior, having lost its right arm, had nearly lost all combat capability. The dreadful ghostly flames continued to ravage its body. In its eyes, Jiang Nian appeared as a demon from the abyss, terrifying beyond measure. Spare me. Just as the Dragon Axe warrior began to plead for mercy, Jiang Nian instantaneously closed the distance between them. With immense power, the blazing blade descended mercilessly upon the Dragon Axe warrior's neck, the combined might of the fiery strike and ghostly flames proving overwhelming. Despite its tough hide, it could not withstand Jiang Nian's full force, especially not at its most vulnerable point. Jiang Nian sheathed his blade, having decapitated the Dragon Axe warrior. The formidable 6-star beast fell into a pool of blood. In that moment, Jiang Nian noticed the glowing prompt above the Dragon Axe warrior's corpse. Collectible. Without hesitation, he opted to collect. Acquired 10 half-dragon scales, automatically stored in the inventory. Although Jiang Nian was uncertain of the scales' utility, he had no doubt they were valuable items. After dispatching the Dragon Axe warrior, Jiang Nian swiftly regained his composure, casting his gaze towards the dragon soldiers who had been delayed. With the combined strength of Tu Shanqing and Rina, Jiang Nian rapidly eliminated the remaining dragon soldiers. Regrettably, these ordinary minions did not yield any half-dragon scales like the Dragon Axe warrior had. In this battle, despite Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Rina sustaining minimal injuries, their stamina had been severely depleted, particularly for Jiang Nian, who had nearly exhausted himself in his haste to slay the Dragon Axe warrior. And this was merely the beginning. They had yet to even enter the castle's main gate, yet had already encountered such formidable half-dragons. One could only imagine the horrors that awaited them within the castle. Now, having vanquished these dragon soldiers and the Dragon Axe warrior, no further monsters emerged from the castle. This indicated that the dungeon had granted them a moment of respite. Jiang Nian promptly retrieved some dried meat and drinking water from his inventory, distributing them to Tu Shanqing and Rina. Let us regain our strength swiftly. The most perilous moments lie ahead. Remember, should danger arise, you may retreat first. I possess a substitute doll and shall be unharmed. Tu Shanqing and Rina nodded resolutely. Once they had sufficiently recovered, Jiang Nian led them cautiously into the castle. The interior was vast, exquisitely adorned with statues and portraits of dragons. Yet before they could take in the splendor, the castle gates closed automatically. In an instant, a multitude of dragon soldiers materialized around them, alongside two 6-star dragon axe warriors. Faced with such a predicament, the expressions of Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Rina turned grave. There was no escape now. They must press forward, undeterred. As per usual, I shall handle those two dragon axe warriors. You both focus on restraining the dragon soldiers. With that, Jiang Nian summoned a fiery shield around himself and charged at the two dragon axe warriors. Tu Shanqing and Rina sprang into action as well. The battle was about to commence. Simultaneously, in the chat channel of Area 666, many expressed their displeasure towards the actions in Area 112. Some flooding into the district chat to exchange barbs. However, it must be acknowledged that the strength of their region is overwhelmingly formidable. Particularly, Sean Cockrells has already attained the illustrious rank of 6 stars. Additionally, there are 2 other formidable warriors at 5.5 stars. In stark contrast, the 666th region appears utterly dismal, especially before the leaderboard is locked. Aside from Jiang Nian reaching 5.5 stars, there is merely Alejo, who barely qualifies at 5 stars. The third ranking belongs to the former Taixuan Ken, who is only at 4.5 stars. The disparity between the two regions is indeed vast. It's over. We are surely destined to lose. It is incredibly frustrating. Why must they challenge us? Surely there are other regions where the people of Yin country are ranked first. How I long for a miracle to manifest once more. But this time it seems rather improbable. Jiang Nian, having just reached 5.5 stars, how could he possibly ascend to 6 stars in a single day? Our region lacks any 6-star warriors, which surely spells our defeat. Chapter 41, A Life or Death Assault. At this moment, within the chat channel of the 666th region, nearly everyone believes hope is lost. Given this, we should hasten to gather more survival resources. Otherwise, if we lose tomorrow, our resources will be halved. Yes. Let us take advantage of the current resource doubling and rapidly collect supplies, lest we find ourselves without food later on. A reduction of 20 in all attributes is not overly concerning. As long as we remain alive, that is sufficient. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nian, he is entirely unaware of the discussions in the chat channel. He is presently occupied with confronting the Dragonman Axe soldier before him. 2 adversaries, both at 6 stars, pose a tremendous threat to Jiang Nian, who possesses only 5.5 stars. One misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of the Dragonman Axe soldier. Jiang Nian cannot afford to show even the slightest hint of complacency. Moreover, numerous Dragonman soldiers surround him, posing a significant threat to Tu Shanqing and Rina, rendering them incapable of fully suppressing the enemy. This implies that while Jiang Nian engages the Dragonman Axe soldier, he must simultaneously remain vigilant against potential ambushes from the surrounding Dragonman soldiers. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Lightfoot technique and the Flame Shield, even if Jiang Nian cannot evade in time, he can avoid being severely injured. However, the Flame Shield has its limits. It has now completely shattered. Although it can be refreshed, it necessitates a cooldown of several dozen seconds. Without the enhancement and protection of the Flame Shield, this period becomes exceedingly perilous for Jiang Nian. He can only continue to evade attacks, biding his time until he finds an opportune moment to strike at the enemy's vulnerabilities. As time passes, his stamina dwindles severely. Both Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing, along with Rina, clearly exhibit pale complexions and weakened breaths. Compared to their initial state, the difference is stark, particularly for Rina. As her stamina declines, her speed correspondingly slows. In this situation, it may indeed be wise for Jiang Nian to use the escape talisman and promptly withdraw with Tu Shanqing and Rina from the Sky City dungeon. Yet, Jiang Nian is reluctant to acquiesce to such a fate. If he chooses to flee now, it would equate to relinquishing the opportunity to become a 6-star warrior. Tomorrow, facing Sean Cockrells of the 112th region, he would stand virtually no chance of victory. To achieve the rank of 6 stars in such a short span of time is a testament to the opponent's formidable talent, and it is only logical to assume that their partner is equally impressive. Furthermore, aside from Sean Cockrells, the 112th region houses 2 others whose strength matches Jiang Nian's. If he does not grow stronger now, defeat is inevitable. The prospect of halved resources and diminished attributes is something Jiang Nian cannot accept. Therefore, he must summon every ounce of his strength and take a bold risk. Being perpetually timid and defensive will only lead to his demise once his stamina is exhausted. There is but one course of action. With this thought, Jiang Nian's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, the Flame Shield has cooled down and reemerges. This time, Jiang Nian does not adopt the conservative offensive strategy he had previously employed. Instead, he exhibits an exceedingly aggressive demeanor, showing no intention of evading. A powerful surge of fire attribute energy erupts from him, igniting the fearsome ghostly flames under the influence of the tiger bone ghost sword. Swiftly, he wields the sword, conjuring a formidable dragon of ghostly fire. A mere human reaching this point is already commendable, yet alas, you have no further chances left. The Dragonman Axe soldier to the left perceives the immense power of Jiang Nian's attack. Should it connect, the consequences would be dire. It must be slain immediately. Die! It roars, charging toward Jiang Nian with furious intent. Augmented by the power of the dragon's soul, it radiates a faint golden light. Its dual axes glow ominously with bloodlust as they mercilessly swing toward Jiang Nian. This strike, known as the shattering slash of the Dragonman Axe soldier, is capable of instantly dispatching Jiang Nian. Even with the protection of the flame shield, it would struggle to withstand such a potent assault. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Nian would need to evade the incoming attack in a timely manner. However, this time, Jiang Nian has no intention of retreating, entirely disregarding the Dragonman Axe soldier's onslaught. He continues to unleash the wrath of the fire dragon, undaunted even as the Dragonman Axe soldier closes in on him. Hubby, seeing the situation unfold, Tu Shanqing and Reina both display expressions of shock. Their instinctual reaction is to rush to Jiang Nian's aid. Yet, the sheer number of Dragonman soldiers renders their efforts futile. As they witness the sharp, bloodthirsty axes of the Dragonman Axe soldiers swinging toward Jiang Nian, it becomes apparent that Tu Shanqing's ice demon energy surges with newfound strength. It seems as though her latent potential has been ignited, unleashing a torrent of ice demon energy that instantaneously freezes all surrounding Dragonman soldiers. Her previously dark hair transforms into a striking ice blue hue. Reina, witnessing this spectacle, widens her eyes in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the magnitude of Tu Shanqing's power. Regrettably, even with Tu Shanqing entering this extraordinary state, it is still too late. The dual axes of the Dragonman Axe soldier ruthlessly cleave into Jiang Nian. The flame shield shatters instantly, and Jiang Nian is sent hurtling through the air, blood spraying forth. Yet, at the moment of impact, the wrath of the fire dragon is unleashed, striking the Dragonman Axe soldier squarely. The anguished roar of the Dragonman Axe soldier echoes in the air, a testament to its suffering. When it crashes to the ground, its body is severely burned, the ghostly flames continuing to consume it. This instance of the wrath of the fire dragon proves far mightier than before, delivering a devastating blow that renders the Dragonman Axe soldier nearly incapable of further combat. The overwhelming power of this skill leaves the other Dragonman Axe soldier in utter shock. Yet, it is merely astonishment, for Jiang Nian has already been struck by the shattering slash in order to unleash such a formidable attack. A mere human, utterly doomed, bore a cold smile. Indeed, the reality unfolded as he had anticipated. Jiang Nian was struck down by a devastating blow, gravely injured and seemingly lifeless. Yet, at that very moment, the effect of the substitute doll activated. Jiang Nian reappeared before him, unscathed. Before the Dragonman Axe warrior could react, the formidable fury of the fire dragon was unleashed once more. How could this be? The Dragonman Axe warrior had no opportunity to respond and was consumed by the overwhelming ghostly flames of the dragon. Like its predecessor, it was engulfed in a conflagration, writhing in agony upon the ground. No one could have foreseen that in the blink of an eye, Jiang Nian had severely wounded 2 Dragonman Axe warriors. Chapter 42, Special Golden Energy Bar. Observing the fallen Dragonman Axe warriors, who were now groaning in despair, Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Despite losing a life-saving substitute doll, he had dealt a significant blow to 2 powerful adversaries, nearly rendering them incapable of fighting. Moreover, Jiang Nian, restored to full vitality, found himself in peak condition. In his eyes, these 2 Dragonman Axe warriors posed no threat whatsoever. Witnessing this turn of events, Lina and Tu Shanqing were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly grasp the situation. It became evident that Jiang Nian's refusal to evade was entirely intentional, aimed at exploiting the effect of the substitute doll. My husband. As she beheld Jiang Nian's unscathed appearance, Tu Shanqing gradually regained her composure. Yet, she retained the unique state she had entered upon going berserk, with her long, ice blue hair and her ice attribute abilities surging to unprecedented levels. It was palpable that Tu Shanqing's strength had skyrocketed, surpassing the 5-star threshold. The reason for her transformation remained a mystery to Tu Shanqing. Each time Jiang Nian faced danger or experienced emotional turmoil, her latent potential seemed to be triggered, elevating her power. Jiang Nian, of course, noticed the change in Tu Shanqing. To be honest, he felt a profound astonishment within himself. Perhaps the only plausible explanation lay in Tu Shanqing's incomplete ice demon aura talent. If it could be perfectly restored, she might become extraordinarily powerful. Nar, you need not worry about me. I will certainly be fine. Allow me to vanquish these 2 foes, and then I shall come to your aid. With that declaration, Jiang Nian brandished his tiger bone ghost sword and charged at the 2 Dragonman Axe warriors. Although they could still manage to stand, their combat capabilities had long since diminished. They were utterly incapable of resisting Jiang Nian in his perfect state. Within mere moments, he dispatched them effortlessly. Acquired 10 dragon scales from Half-Dragon, automatically stored in the warehouse. Acquired 10 dragon scales from Half-Dragon, automatically stored in the warehouse. As before, upon defeating the Dragonman Axe warriors, he received dragon scales. Subsequently, Jiang Nian shifted his gaze to the other Dragonman soldiers present. These adversaries were utterly feeble in his eyes. With the aid of Tu Shanqing in her special state and Lina, he effortlessly dispatched them all. Simultaneously, not far from the palace's entrance, a staircase leading to the upper level emerged. Based on Jiang Nian's deductions, the second floor of this palace was likely the lair of the ultimate boss of this sky city. Given that even the elite monsters were of 6-star caliber, the final boss would undoubtedly be even more formidable. It was highly probable that it had already reached the 6.5-star level. Currently, Jiang Nian possessed only 5.5-star strength. Defeating the final boss would not be an easy feat. Fortunately, he still had a substitute doll, which allowed for a full resurrection once more. This was Jiang Nian's greatest assurance. At this moment, the final boss on the second floor had not yet made its way to the first level. This indicated that Jiang Nian need not rush into the fray. Finally at ease, he sat down on the ground to rest. Following the conclusion of the battle, Tu Shanqing gradually reverted to her original form. "My husband, why did Qinger become like this?" Lina inquired curiously, approaching Jiang Nian. Well, Jiang Nian pondered for a moment before replying. It must be due to Qinger's innate talent. Although her talent is incomplete, it has still reached A grade. If it can be restored, it may transform into an exceptionally powerful talent, perhaps even surpassing S grade. Upon hearing this, Lina displayed an expression of profound astonishment. Unable to refrain from glancing at Tu Shanqing, who would have thought that even an incomplete talent could attain A grade? She had previously believed her own strength surpassed Tu Shanqing's, but now it seemed she had been rather naive. Tu Shanqing might well be the most formidable among them. Nevertheless, Lina did not feel disheartened. Rather, it ignited her desire to grow stronger. She resolved to exert herself and never become a burden to her husband, Jiang Nian. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing, having returned to her normal state, appeared visibly weakened. "My husband, I may not be able to assist you in the upcoming battles," she said, feeling quite ashamed. She longed for the powerful state she had just experienced to persist. Unfortunately, sustaining it until all the Dragonman soldiers were defeated had already reached her limit. "Fear not. You have done remarkably well." Jiang Nian gently caressed Tu Shanqing's face. "If it weren't for you freezing those Dragonman soldiers in time, we could have faced considerable trouble. Now, you should rest well. Moreover, I still have Lina to support me." Lina nodded resolutely, declaring, "I will certainly assist my husband in defeating the ultimate boss." Indeed, hearing this, Tu Shanqing slowly closed her eyes. Lying in her husband's embrace, she felt an immense sense of security. Jiang Nian and Lina seized the opportunity to recuperate. After approximately an hour of rest, Jiang Nian suddenly noticed that the staircase ahead was gradually becoming blurred. It was unmistakably a warning, signaling that if he did not continue the challenge now, he would lose his chance. It seemed imperative to ascend to the second floor without delay. In light of this development, Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Lina all rose to their feet. After a period of recovery, Jiang Nian and Lina had nearly restored their stamina. Although Tu Shanqing had not fully recuperated, she had regained some mobility. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian led Tu Shanqing and Lina up the staircase toward the second level of the Sky City. The second floor bore a striking resemblance to the first, with one notable difference. At its center sat a throne occupied by a robust dragon man clad in golden armor, leisurely seated. Beside him stood a resplendent golden trident. Name: Dragonman General. Race: Dragonkin, half-human. Talent: Thunderous Might, A grade. Skills: Thunder Strike, Lunge, Thunder Piercer, Thunderous Might, Dragon's Roar, Wrath of the Dragon Soul. Strength: 6.5 stars. Utilizing an omniscient ability, Jiang Nian was acutely aware of all the information regarding his adversary. As he had surmised, the final boss of this Sky City had indeed surpassed the 6-star threshold. Moreover, hovering above this creature's head, in addition to the exclusive health bar designated for bosses, there was an extraordinary golden energy bar. What might this signify? Chapter 43, Insight into Weaknesses, Breaching Defense. Upon observing the unique golden energy bar suspended over the Dragonman commander, Jiang Nian was enveloped in perplexity. At that moment, a game notification resounded in his ears. Alert: the boss, Dragonman commander, possesses a resilience bar, entering a state of invulnerability, with a 30 increase in defense and all attribute resistances. Alert: attacking the Dragonman commander will gradually deplete the resilience bar. Striking its most vulnerable points can significantly reduce the resilience bar. Once completely eradicated, the boss will enter a breached defense state, during which it cannot move or attack, and its defense and all attribute resistances will be reduced by 50 for 20 seconds. Indeed, this was the hallmark of a hidden dungeon's ultimate boss. The moment he received the alert, Jiang Nian understood everything. Simultaneously, the Dragonman commander, seated upon its throne, cast a disdainful glance towards Jiang Nian. A mere human, as insignificant as an ant, I assumed you would flee. Yet here you stand, bold enough to approach. Do you even know how to write the character for death? The Dragonman commander's expression remained one of utter contempt towards Jiang Nian and his companions, dismissing him entirely. To him, a mere 6.5-star human was utterly inconsequential. Furthermore, he was currently in a state of invulnerability, rendering them incapable of inflicting any harm. Of course, I know how to write the character for death. The real question is, do you? Jiang Nian retorted with a cold smile. The last one to provoke me is dead beyond resurrection. Arrogance. The Dragonman commander roared in furious indignation, causing the entire palace to tremble. Following this, he seized the golden trident beside him, unleashing an overwhelming surge of thunderous energy. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Several lightning bolts, resembling golden dragons, materialized and hurtled towards Jiang Nian with astonishing speed, impossible for him to evade. However, Jiang Nian chose not to retreat. He remained steadfastly in place. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, Reina swiftly positioned herself in front of Jiang Nian. With a flourish of her golden sword, she forcefully intercepted the Dragonman commander's thunderstrike. This maneuver possessed considerable might, and though Reina was merely a 4.5-star, logically, she should not have been able to withstand it. Yet, astonishingly, Reina appeared unharmed, even wearing a triumphant smile. How could this be? The Dragonman commander widened his eyes in disbelief. The reason for this was Reina's awakened talent, known as the Nine Heavens Thunder Body, an S-tier ability. It not only substantially augmented her own thunder attribute energy, but also granted her a 60 damage reduction from thunder attribute attacks. Coupled with Reina's innate defense, she was able to withstand the Dragonman commander's earlier strike. After successfully marrying Reina, Jiang Nian had naturally gained knowledge of her abilities. Truth be told, upon witnessing the Dragonman commander, Jiang Nian felt a twinge of apprehension. The primary concern was the overwhelming power of this foe, a 6.5-star entity. Moreover, with the resilience bar in play, he was perpetually in an invulnerable state, practically invincible. However, upon realizing that the creature wielded thunder attributes, Jiang Nian's anxiety dissipated. In certain respects, Reina's Nine Heavens Thunder Body rendered her akin to a super tank. Any thunder attribute skills from the Dragonman commander would automatically incur a 60 damage reduction upon her. She could effectively absorb damage during critical moments, allowing Jiang Nian to leverage his omniscient abilities to discern the creature's weaknesses and swiftly eliminate its resilience bar. Once the creature entered a breach defense state, it was doomed. Chinger, you need only to rest well. This foe is entrusted to me and Na. With that, Jiang Nian's tiger bone ghost sword seamlessly transformed into the flash thunder bow. Na, please divert its attention while I work on dismantling its resilience bar. Reina smiled confidently, and in an instant, angelic wings unfurled from her back. No problem. At that moment, Reina, enveloped in golden lightning, unleashed Thunder Strike, charging at the Dragonman commander with a velocity almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Even though both she and the Dragonman commander wielded thunder attribute energy, the latter's speed paled in comparison to Reina's. Before he could react, Reina was upon him, mercilessly slashing downward. Unfortunately, due to the resilience bar and the invulnerability state, Reina's strike barely inflicted any damage. How laughable. Are you merely tickling me? The Dragonman commander scoffed, thrusting his trident rapidly towards Reina. Aware that her attack would hardly harm the Dragonman commander, Reina had no intention of engaging directly. As soon as she sensed the Dragonman commander preparing to retaliate, she deftly evaded using her formidable thunder attribute energy combined with her flight capabilities. The Dragonman commander intended to pursue Reina, but was suddenly met with the thunderous sound of lightning. Several arrows, swift as lightning, struck the Dragonman commander in its vulnerable spots, causing it to howl in pain. Just some inconsequential arrows. How could they hurt so much? The Dragonman commander was taken aback, as if the lightning arrows had all dealt critical hits. Although the damage was not substantial, it was evident that 1/3 of the Dragonman commander's resilience bar had been depleted. Excellent. Jiang Nian's lips curled into a slight smile at this sight. With Reina engaging the foe up front, he could easily eliminate its resilience bar from the rear. As the boss of this realm, the Dragonman commander quickly grasped Jiang Nian's intentions. Presently, the primary threat was not Reina, but rather Jiang Nian, who lurked in the back. Realizing this, the Dragonman commander erupted in a pale golden glow, activating the dragon soul power to amplify its strength, charging fiercely towards Jiang Nian. Yet, Reina would not allow this to transpire. She immediately launched an offensive against it. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing, despite her waning stamina, occasionally erected ice walls in a bid to hinder the Dragonman commander's advance. Jiang Nian, of course, could not remain stationary. In perfect synchrony with the ethereal agility of Xiaoyao, she dashed forward while unleashing a barrage of arrows. Despite her palpable urgency to vanquish Jiang Nian, the Dragonman commander found itself utterly unable to land a blow, its frustration evident as it ground its teeth in exasperation. With each lightning arrow that struck true, the commander's resilience was systematically depleted. leaving it in a state of weakened vulnerability, akin to a sudden bout of stomach pain, half kneeling upon the ground. No matter how furious it might feel, once it entered a state of defenselessness, it was rendered immobile. Take advantage of its ailment. Strike while the iron is hot. Chapter 44. What I Cannot Achieve. How could Jiang Nian? Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered by Jiang Nian. In this moment, the Dragonman commander was in a state of vulnerability, rendering its formidable strength utterly meaningless, merely a living target. Although this defenseless state lasted merely 20 seconds, it was ample time for Jiang Nian. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed every skill at her disposal, accurately striking the commander at its most vulnerable points. Reina and Tu Shanqing also joined the fray, relentlessly assaulting the Dragonman commander, who was left devoid of the strength to retaliate. With a heart-wrenching roar, the Dragonman commander collapsed into a pool of its own blood, devoid of any signs of life. Once reliant on its resilience, which allowed it to maintain an invulnerable state with greatly enhanced attributes, it was now rendered powerless against Jiang Nian and her companions. Despite their combined efforts, they could not hope to match her prowess. In Jiang Nian's omniscient eyes, the so-called resilience was but a facade, inadvertently providing her with a monumental opportunity. Regardless of how formidable the resilience was, the power of insight into weaknesses could dismantle it in an instant. Once the resilience was stripped away, these monsters posed no threat to Jiang Nian. Congratulations, player Jiang Nian, you have slain the boss, completed the dungeon, and received a completion gift package. All attributes have increased by 20 points. Skill book, Thunderous Might, weapon, Thunderlight Trident, Dragonman Commander Puppet, Half-Dragon's Dragon Scale x30. As the game notification echoed, a surge of immense power coursed through Jiang Nian's being. Before she could thoroughly examine her rewards, a sudden announcement reverberated in the ears of everyone in Area 666. Announcement: player Jiang Nian has slain the Dragonman Commander, completed the hidden dungeon Sky City, 1, and achieved the title of Dragonman Nemesis. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. Reminder: only players who achieve this title for the first time are eligible for the reward. At that moment, the chat channel of Area 666 erupted into chaos. Did I hear that correctly? The esteemed Jiang Nian has achieved yet another milestone? Goodness, what is this hidden dungeon? I've hardly even set foot in a proper dungeon, and yet Jiang Nian has already discovered a hidden one. How astonishing. Completing a regular dungeon yields substantial rewards, so this hidden dungeon must offer even more. Indeed, otherwise they wouldn't announce it specifically. I've got it. Jiang Nian must have heard about the challenge from Area 112 and has been fervently enhancing her strength. If even she hasn't given up, why should we feel certain of defeat? Exactly. We shall not falter. Jiang Nian will undoubtedly continue to create miracles. All hail Jiang Nian. Initially, the inhabitants of Area 666 had nearly surrendered, believing victory was unattainable. Yet upon hearing of Jiang Nian's success in the hidden dungeon, they were invigorated, as if fueled by a newfound energy, and flocked into the chat channel of Area 7. Meanwhile, the denizens of Area 112 continued their boastful chatter, as though they had already secured victory in the resource competition. You inhabitants of Area 112 should not be overly arrogant. The strength of our Jiang Nian has only grown. Do you even know about the hidden dungeon Sky City? To be frank, Jiang Nian has already completed it. Her current prowess likely surpasses that of Sean Cockrell's. Prepare to pay the price for your hubris. Suddenly, the people of Area 666 flooded into the regional chat channel, leaving the inhabitants of Area 112 in a state of shock. What? The hidden dungeon Sky City? Has anyone heard of this dungeon? Surely. The folks from Area 666 have lost their minds in their desperation to win. At the same time, in a chamber of Area 112, Sean Cockrell's clenched the fragments of the Sky Seal in his hand upon observing the chatter in the regional chat channel. While others might be oblivious to the significance of the Sky City dungeon, he was all too aware. Only by gathering 5 fragments of the Sky Seal could one unlock the hidden dungeon. After an extensive search, he had managed to procure only 2 fragments thus far. Yet, Jiang Nian from Area 666 had not only accessed the Sky City dungeon, but had also completed it. To obtain the Sky Seal fragments, one must locate the Dragonman soldiers hidden within random chambers. Each of these soldiers possessed formidable strength, rated at 5 stars and a half. As a 6-star warrior, Sean Cockrell's found it challenging to contend with them. How could someone like Jiang Nian, whose power fell short of his, possibly prevail? Even if she could defeat the Dragonman soldiers, how could she consistently find them to acquire the Sky Seal fragments? Unless, of course, Jiang Nian possessed the foresight to predict the circumstances within the random chambers, which was evidently an impossibility. Moreover, if the ordinary Dragonman soldiers boasted 5.5 stars in strength, the creatures within the Sky City dungeon would surely be even more formidable. It was conceivable that they might exceed even 6 stars. Given that Sean Cockrell's himself had no assurance of success in conquering the Sky City, how could Jiang Nian possibly achieve it? After a moment of contemplation, Sean Cockrell suddenly let out a cold laugh. Impossible. This is absolutely unfathomable. The denizens of Area 666 must be deliberately spreading falsehoods to unsettle me. With that thought, he entered the chat channel of Area 7, his demeanor brimming with self-satisfaction. You individuals from Area 666 should cease your nonsensical chatter. I am well aware of what the Sky City dungeon entails. That Jiang Nian from your area? Not only will she not complete it, but she likely lacks even the qualifications to enter. Once the resource competition begins tomorrow, I shall defeat each of your contestants one by one. Ha! Sean Cockrell's declaration was met with fervent cheers from the inhabitants of Area 112, who found the claims of the Area 666 individuals utterly laughable. Driven mad by the desire to win, are they? Chapter 45. Pray tell. Will you face us one by one, or shall it be a collective endeavor? The audacity of those from Zone 112 is simply astounding. How could they possibly dismiss us as mere fabricators of tales? The announcement was unequivocal. How could it be anything but genuine? Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to engage with these individuals. Their unwillingness to acknowledge reality is glaringly obvious. Indeed, especially that Sean Cockrell's. He is acutely aware of the Sky City instance's formidable nature, and yet he insists that the esteemed Jiang Nian would falter as well. How utterly laughable. If Sean Cockrell's cannot conquer the Sky City instance, it is a testament to Jiang Nian's superiority. Upon reflection, this is indeed the case. This is splendid, Jiang Nian. You are my deity. Jiang Nian, I wish to marry you. The denizens of Zone 666, uninterested in further discourse with those from Zone 112, promptly returned to their own chat channels. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Sky City instance, Jiang Nian paid no heed to the chatter in the channel. His focus was solely on the rewards he had just acquired. First, the skill tome Thunderous Might, akin to Fury of the Fire Dragon, is classified as a B-grade skill. The Dragonman commander had previously employed this skill, which boasts an extensive attack range and formidable power. The moment Jiang Nian obtained this tome, he instinctively comprehended and mastered it. As for the lightning trident, regrettably, it is merely a C-grade lightning weapon, excessively heavy, and evidently less practical than the lightning bow currently in his possession. Initially, Jiang Nian intended for Reina to test the lightning trident, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that her weapon was also a C-grade lightning weapon, and a more agile sword at that. Clearly, the lightning trident would serve no purpose. He casually stowed it away in his storage. Next, his expression brimmed with excitement as he grasped the puppet Dragonman commander. Its effect mirrors that of the previous puppet Goblin King, allowing him to summon a Dragonman commander for a limited time, possessing identical capabilities to the original. This means that by summoning the Dragonman commander, Jiang Nian effectively gains a 6.5-star bodyguard. Is that Sean Cockrell's truly formidable? He likely couldn't even contend with my puppet. With the puppet Dragonman commander in his arsenal, Jiang Nian's victory in tomorrow's resource competition is virtually assured. However, the rewards from the Hidden Sky City instance extend beyond these. He also obtained a rather exquisite silver treasure chest. Upon opening it, he received 15 attribute points to allocate, alongside C-grade equipment, the Radiant Shoulder Guards and Radiant Arm Guards. With the earlier acquisition of the Radiant Lightning Armor, Jiang Nian is now merely one piece away from completing the Radiant set. As for this final piece of Radiant Lightning Armor, Jiang Nian is in no rush. Given his current strength, he finds himself more than capable of dealing with Zone 112. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Yan Nation. Lifespan, 23, 120. Constitution, 118. Strength, 168. Agility, 117. Mentality, 118. Charm, 120. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent, SSS grade. Unique. Skills, Triple Slash, Carefree Step. Fiery Blade Strike, Flame Vortex, Lightning Arrow Rain, Fury of the Fire Dragon, Thunderous Might. Combat Star Rating, 6 stars. After allocating the 15 acquired attribute points entirely to Strength, along with the 20 all-attribute enhancement from previous achievements, Jiang Nian's attributes soared to an astonishing figure. Even clad in merely E-grade golden red armor, he still boasts 6-star combat prowess. Once he dons a C-grade set, his combat strength could effortlessly transcend 6 stars. Moreover, he is accompanied by a 6.5-star bodyguard. What could possibly hinder his victory? Not only can he handle Zone 112, but even a simultaneous challenge against 3 zones would pose no issue for the current Jiang Nian. Let us proceed. We can relish a well-deserved rest. Jiang Nian wrapped an arm around the waists of Tu Shanqing and Reina. Just ahead lay a green recovery room, and without hesitation, he led them inside. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. This day signified not only the contest against Zone 112, but also the final day of the 7-day novice assessment. Jiang Nian awoke from his slumber, his expression one of delight. Announcement: the resource competition now commences. The portal is officially open. Players wishing to participate may enter the portal. Reminder: each zone may dispatch only 3 players. If no one registers, the top 3 players will automatically enter. Upon entering the portal, players will be teleported to the competition venue. Reminder: during the match, the battles of both sides will be streamed live. As the announcement echoed, a portal materialized before Jiang Nian. Without a moment's hesitation, he confidently guided Tu Shanqing and Reina through the entrance. Just like before, they found themselves in an arena reminiscent of a gladiatorial coliseum. Apart from Jiang Nian, Alejo and Tekawawa Kin also arrived at this location. Jiang Nian, at last. I see your true form. Alejo rushed towards Jiang Nian, exclaiming, today, we rely entirely on you. Tekawawa Kin echoed similar sentiments, swiftly joining Jiang Nian's side. At that moment, they sensed Jiang Nian's aura had ascended to 6-star level. Indeed, after conquering the Hidden Sky City instance yesterday, Jiang Nian's power had significantly intensified. Fear not. I shall dispatch them one by one, Jiang Nian assured. Just then, a derisive laugh echoed from a distance. Ha ha. Following this, 3 brawny men from the Lighthouse Nation, with golden hair and blue eyes, swaggered toward Jiang Nian and his companions, each accompanied by their respective partners. The leader, sporting a golden buzz cut and a full beard, appeared considerably older than Jiang Nian. This man was none other than Sean Cockrells, the strongest of Zone 112. Upon seeing Jiang Nian, his brow furrowed momentarily before returning to its neutral state. I must admit, you have captured my attention. I never anticipated you would reach 6 stars so swiftly. But what of it? Do you truly believe that through hastily accumulating strength, you can contend with me? Sean Cockrell spoke with palpable disdain. Despite both being 6-star combatants, he held an unwavering confidence in his superiority. As for the tale of conquering the Sky City instance, Sean Cockrells dismissed it entirely. Are you finished speaking? If so, let us commence. Jiang Nian paid no heed to Sean Cockrell's provocations, striding confidently into the arena. Will you face us one by one? Or shall it be a collective endeavor? Chapter 46. Who would have thought that the people of the Lighthouse Nation could be so desperate? Sean Cockle had anticipated that Jiang Nian and his companions would cower in fear and surrender upon seeing him. Yet, to his astonishment, he found them audaciously brimming with confidence, even daring to claim he could take on all 3 of them simultaneously. Ha ha. Sean Cockle, along with the other contestants from Zone 112 and their partners, erupted into raucous laughter. Simultaneously, the live broadcast rooms for Zones 112 and 666 were activated, drawing in spectators from both regions. Upon witnessing Jiang Nian's brazen provocation towards Sean Cockle, the crowd from Zone 112 exploded with outrage. Who gave you the audacity to challenge our esteemed leader? Even if you have barely achieved a 6-star combat power, what does that matter? Sean's assertion holds true. Jiang Nian is merely a last-minute learner, artificially inflating his strength to reach 6 stars, which would otherwise be unattainable. In my view, he is undoubtedly donning a hodgepodge of irrelevant C-class equipment to scrape by its 6 stars. This is obvious. Our esteemed Sean possesses a complete set of C-class gear, rendering him more than capable of dealing with Jiang Nian from your region. The inhabitants of Zone 666, witnessing such disparagement towards Jiang Nian, quickly retorted. Spare us your nonsensical drivel. It is utterly laughable. Our Jiang Nian possesses genuine 6-star strength, having even conquered the Sky City instance. You foolish individuals likely have no idea what the Sky City even is. As for your so-called Sean, if he cannot conquer the Sky City instance himself, how could he possibly claim that our Jiang Nian is incapable? He must be a fool. Oh dear. You dare to mention the Sky City instance? Our Sean has already declared it impossible to conquer. No one would believe your fabrications. This Jiang Nian's arrogance will surely lead to consequences. Sean, swiftly defeat this insolent fool. Before the battle had even commenced, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the arena, Jiang Nian had long since entered the combat zone, his impatience palpable as he regarded Sean Cockle and his cohorts. Have you laughed enough? Did you not hear my question? Will you face me one at a time? Or shall you come at me collectively? Or would it be simpler to just surrender? As he spoke, Jiang Nian exuded an air of arrogance, clearly dismissing his opponents. Is 6-star strength truly impressive? In this resource contention, Jiang Nian need not even lift a finger to secure victory. Beside him, Tu Shanqing and Reina smiled silently. Fully aware of Jiang Nian's capabilities, these individuals from Zone 112 stood no chance whatsoever. Standing outside the battle arena, Alejo and Tekawawa Kin, while unclear about Jiang Nian's confidence, believed in him nonetheless. You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe that having reached 6 stars grants you the capability to defeat me? Absurdly laughable. Sean Cockle was evidently infuriated by Jiang Nian's provocations and leaped into the arena. Following him, his 3 partners entered as well. It was immediately obvious that these 3 women were quite unattractive, each possessing a robust physique and some even bore stubble, leading one to momentarily mistake them for men in disguise. However, one notable aspect was that these 3 androgynous figures exuded a formidable aura, each boasting a strength of at least 4.5 stars. How amusing. Who would have thought that the people from the Lighthouse Nation would be so indiscriminate? You can actually stomach such company? I must admit, I admire your fortitude, Jiang Nian remarked, casually wrapping an arm around Tu Shanqing and Reina, proudly contrasting them with Sean Cockle's partners. A stark difference indeed. I am incensed. I am utterly furious, having been humiliated by Jiang Nian time and again. Sean Cockle felt his temper flare, his eyes igniting with fury. Flames began to engulf his body, clearly indicating his awakened talent was related to fire. Men who traverse into this matchmaking world surely yearned a partner with ethereal beauties. Did Sean Cockle not desire the same? Yet, The matchmaking process was entirely random and unpredictable. If one's strength fell short, there would be no opportunity for resistance. Having opened 3 matchmaking rooms, he encountered only the most unattractive women, with no option to retreat. He was forced to acquiesce. After all, once the lights were out, it mattered little. Fortunately, these 3 unsightly women possessed commendable strength. Following their union, Sean Cockle reaped substantial rewards, significantly enhancing his prowess. However, upon witnessing Jiang Nian's partners, each a vision of beauty, his fury morphed into envy. Not only him, but the other 2 contestants from Zone 112, upon seeing Jiang Nian's partners, were consumed with jealousy. Turning to their own wives, they felt a wave of revulsion. What are these creatures? Why is it that he can find such stunning partners while we are left with a horde of hideous beings? Jiang Nian, I will kill you. Sean Cockle could no longer contain his rage. With a burst of scorching fire energy erupting from him, he charged toward Jiang Nian like a blazing fireball. Oh, so we're starting now? I shan't waste any more breath on you. Jiang Nian displayed no intention of engaging, casually tossing a seemingly ordinary puppet into the arena. At the moment it touched the ground, it transformed into an immensely powerful Dragon Man general, radiating the aura of 6.5 stars without reservation. Sean Cockle, upon witnessing the emergence of the Dragon Man general, was instantly paralyzed with fear. A Dragon Man? Having previously battled ordinary Dragon Man soldiers while collecting fragments of the Sky Seal, he now realized how weak they were in comparison to this formidable general. Who could have predicted such a powerful Dragon Man general would materialize so unexpectedly? The sight left everyone present, including those watching the live stream, utterly dumbfounded. Before Sean Cockle could even react, the Dragon Man general unleashed a thunderous roar, sending forth multiple bolts of golden lightning, each one powerful enough to devastate. Even as Sean Cockle attempted to defend himself, he was unable to resist, being hurled away and crashing violently against the stone pillar at the edge of the arena. Chapter 47. Terrified to the point of losing control, many surrendered. After enduring the Dragon Man general's lightning strike, Sean Cockle, though not immediately incapacitated, was deeply injured. His body bore extensive burn marks from the electric assault, and his aura had waned significantly. In that moment, he truly comprehended why Jiang Nian dared to be so audacious. It was due to such a formidable trump card. It is no exaggeration to assert that Sean Cockle finds himself utterly incapable of contending with the Dragon Man general before him, let alone defeating Jiang Nian. The once confident expression on his face has dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror. This unfolding spectacle has not escaped the keen eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast. What is this? How did such a monstrous being suddenly materialize? Moreover, the sheer strength of this creature is astonishing. Sean was sent flying with a single blow, suffering grievously. What hope do we have of victory now? Is it not certain defeat? I refuse to accept this. Clearly, Jiang Nian from your region must have resorted to foul play. How can he summon such a beast? What sorcery is at work here? Surely, he must be cheating. The inhabitants of Region 112 began to voice their doubts. How laughable. Truly absurd. Have you never encountered a puppet before? Alas, it appears that the denizens of Region 112 are merely frogs at the bottom of a well, pitiable and ridiculous in their ignorance. They are entirely unaware of what a puppet is, yet they dare to challenge us with such feeble strength? Our esteemed Jiang Nian need not even lift a finger. His puppet can vanquish you on its own. This is the price of your arrogance. Prepare yourselves for defeat. Ha ha ha. The residents of Region 666, upon witnessing Jiang Nian summon the Dragon Man general, felt an immense shock. However, upon reflection, they recalled how Jiang Nian had previously summoned the Goblin King during the first resource competition, and everything suddenly seemed so reasonable. Clearly, this was a special item, one that the people of Region 112 were simply unaware of. Meanwhile, Sean Cockle found himself bereft of any opportunity to regroup as soon as he managed to rise. The Dragon Man general charged at him with ferocity. Being nothing more than an emotionless combat puppet, it would continue its assault relentlessly, as long as Jiang Nian did not command it to cease. Sean Cockle, powerless against the Dragon Man general, was forced to flee. His 3 wives were utterly terrified, screaming in panic amid the battlefield. What on earth is this creature? How can you summon such a formidable monster? Sean Cockle shouted desperately at Jiang Nian while running. Oh, so you truly know nothing, Jiang Nian replied with a cold smile. Pray tell, what gives you the audacity to challenge me? Infuriated, Sean Cockle gritted his teeth, yet found himself without recourse. However, he was certain that this was not a mere skill summon. It had to be some kind of special item. Recalling the mention of the Sky City dungeon by Region 666 the previous day, he suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps Jiang Nian had indeed cleared the hidden dungeon of Sky City, thus acquiring such a powerful ally. It was precisely this that allowed Jiang Nian to swiftly attain 6-star combat power. With this realization, Sean Cockle's panic deepened. If he continued to engage, he would surely be slain by the Dragon Man general. Leave while you still can, he thought, as surrender appeared to be his only option. I concede. I yield, he shouted, suppressing his resentment. During the resource competition, contestants were permitted to surrender at any time. Almost immediately, an announcement resonated through the air. Announcement: Jiang Nian wins the first round. Participants from Region 112, please proceed to the stage for the next match. With the most formidable Sean Cockrells having surrendered, the remaining 2 contestants from Region 112 dared not challenge Jiang Nian any longer. Without hesitation, they knelt, exclaiming, "I surrender. We concede." Announcement: Region 666 emerges victorious in this resource competition. Announcement: resources for Region 666 are doubled, and all attributes are increased by 20 points. Resources for Region 112 are halved, and all attributes are decreased by 20 points. Announcement: Jiang Nian has achieved a 1-against-3 victory and received bonus rewards, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 plunder key. With the surrender of the remaining contestants from Region 112, it was confirmed that Jiang Nian had once again led Region 666 to triumph. A multitude of dazzling golden beams cascaded down upon all members of Region 666. In that instant, their attributes surged by an additional 20 points, and they erupted into exuberant cheers. Including their previous victory, they had now experienced 2 instances of attribute enhancement without effort, all thanks to Jiang Nian. In the eyes of the people of Region 666, Jiang Nian had become a divine figure, consistently performing miracles, able to reverse dire situations with ease, effortlessly defeating the members of Region 112. At this moment, everyone in Region 666 celebrated jubilantly. Conversely, the members of Region 112 wore expressions of profound displeasure. Their faces darkened with frustration. Why? Why has this occurred? What on earth is a puppet? And why is it that only Jiang Nian has access to it while we remain in ignorance? Even the great Shan fell victim to the puppet's might. Were it not for the puppet's intervention, he surely would have triumphed over Jiang Nian. This is utterly intolerable. I have serious suspicions that Jiang Nian has cheated. Indeed, he must have cheated. Had the puppet not appeared, I am certain that Shan would have obliterated Jiang Nian. After the conclusion of the resource competition, Sean Cockrells departed furiously with his companions. Although he had conceded, it was merely due to the overwhelming strength of the Dragon Man General that he was compelled to do so. Like the others from Region 112, he did not believe his own prowess to be inferior to Jiang Nian's. He simply lacked the assistance of a puppet. Had he possessed such a powerful ally, he would never have lost to Jiang Nian. All of this stemmed from the dungeon of Sky City. Sean Cockrells vowed to conquer it, then challenged Jiang Nian once more. He would not rest until he avenged this humiliation. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian remained indifferent to their thoughts, embracing Tu Shanqing and Lina as they leisurely approached the silver treasure chest before them. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he could unveil the final piece of the radiant set. As Jiang Nian opened the silver treasure chest, a remarkably unique key materialized before him. Chapter 48. A bunch of defeated foes, yet they dare to be so arrogant. What is this key? As he spoke, relevant information appeared before Jiang Nian's eyes. Item: Plunder Key. Effect: allows the user to select 3 to 5 regions within the same district to initiate a plunder challenge. If victorious, the user can seize 50 resources from the opposing region, and all members of their own region will have their attributes increased by 50. However, if defeated in the plunder challenge, their own region's resources will be reduced by 90, and all attributes will decrease by 50. By the heavens, this key is rather formidable. It is essentially an enhanced version of the challenge key. While the risks are considerable, given the multitude of regions to contend with, the exhilaration of victory would be beyond compare. For now, it is prudent to secure the spoils. Jiang Nian hurriedly placed the plunder key safely into the repository. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the rewards obtained from opening the silver treasure chest. Item: Radiant Leggings. Type: Armor. Quality: C grade. Effect: increases personal defense by 15 and enhances the probability of triggering lightning fury by 10. Evaluation: a formidable piece of armor crafted from powerful lightning attribute materials. Gathering a complete set bestows lightning-like speed. Aside from the 15 discretionary attribute points, what truly delighted Jiang Nian was acquiring the final component of the Radiant set. He couldn't help but admire his own fortune. With the Radiant set now fully assembled, donning it would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. However, Jiang Nian chose not to wear it himself. Instead, he presented the C-grade lightning attribute set to Reina, who stood nearby. "Husband, what is the meaning of this?" Reina exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. She was acutely aware that the C-grade Radiant set was far superior to the gear Jiang Nian currently possessed. Jiang Nian's decision to hand over the entire set left her utterly perplexed. Beside them, Tu Shanqing wore a look of confusion. "Nana, with your S-grade 9 Heaven's Thunder body, you are the most suitable candidate for this lightning attribute Radiant set. As for my equipment, there is no need for concern. Do not forget, I still possess that top-ranking reward." Jiang Nian was well aware of the Radiant set's might, yet his skills leaned predominantly towards the fire element. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the fire-based Tiger Bone Ghost Sword possessed the effect of ghostly flames, proving to be exceptionally powerful and convenient for him to wield. Compared to the C-grade Lightning Attribute Radiant set, Jiang Nian hoped to obtain a C-grade Fire Attribute set through the top-ranking reward. Upon hearing this, Reina finally grasped the situation and joyfully accepted the Radiant set, adorning it upon herself. accounting for the previous 20-point increase in all attributes and the enhancement from the C-grade Radiant set. Reina's combat power soared to 5.5 stars. Very well, indeed. Observing Reina's newfound strength brought Jiang Nian great joy. He then approached Tu Shanqing, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Fear not, my dear, I have not forgotten you. The next task is to procure a complete ice attribute set for you and, if possible, find a way to restore your fractured talents. As he spoke, Jiang Nian recalled an opportunity key obtained from successfully pairing with Reina. Perhaps the solution lay within the room unlocked by this opportunity key. Of course, these were merely conjectures. The immediate priority was to gather a C-grade ice attribute set. As long as I can remain by your side, I shall be content, Tu Shanqing expressed, displaying no signs of jealousy, as she leaned trustingly against Jiang Nian. For her, gaining strength was not the foremost concern. The essence lay in being able to stay beside Jiang Nian as his woman. With that, Jiang Nian embraced Tu Shanqing and Reina, departing from the competition grounds and returning to their quarters in Area 666. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian placed all surplus resources and equipment on the auction house to exchange for C-grade or higher ice attribute gear, including the previously acquired C-grade lightning weapon, the Thunder Trident. This item was of no use to him. It was better to trade it away. Now, having experienced victories in 2 resource competitions, the resources and player strength within Area 666 had significantly improved. It was certain that some individuals possessed C-grade ice attribute equipment. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Nian listed his surplus resources and gear, Aliho swiftly sent him a private message. Big shot, my talent is precisely in the lightning attribute. Could I acquire your C-grade Thunder Trident? I'll trade you for a C-grade ice robe. As he spoke, Aliho sent the details of the equipment. Item, Ice Realm Robe. Type, Armor. Quality, C-grade. Effect, increases personal defense by 20, with a chance to create an ice realm upon being attacked, reflecting the opponent's attack. This effect is nullified if the enemy's strength exceeds 7 stars. Not a problem, I'll trade with you. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian completed the transaction with Aliho upon reviewing the equipment attributes. It must be said, this fellow from the Asan nation indeed possessed some commendable items. Thank you. Big shot Jiang Nian. However, you might want to check the chat channel for Area 7. The folks from Area 112 are truly insufferable. I've been so enraged that I've berated them repeatedly, and now I've exhausted my daily speaking quota without the ability to retort. Aliho sent a rather aggrieved message. Upon reading this, Jiang Nian's brows furrowed in concern. A mere group of vanquished opponents dared to act so arrogantly. How could he tolerate this? Jiang Nian promptly entered the chat channel for Area 7. Do you people from Area 666 have no sense of shame? Do you truly believe that Jiang Nian achieved victory through strength alone? It's evidently due to that mysterious puppet. I seriously suspect that Jiang Nian is cheating. Indeed. I have never seen such a puppet. What right does he have to possess it? Without utilizing that puppet, Jiang Nian would never stand a chance against our great Shan. Just wait. Our Shan will surely return for vengeance, and he will defeat you in no time. As the individuals from Area 112 stirred up trouble, more onlookers began to trickle into the chat channel for Area 7. What is happening? Did Area 112 lose to Area 666? That seems improbable, as the strongest in Area 112 is a 6-star powerhouse, and they have won consecutively. Indeed, Area 112 has indeed lost. I heard that Jiang Nian from Area 666 summoned a formidable monster using some special puppet. Is such a thing even possible? I have never encountered such a puppet. Who knows? Given how disgruntled the folks from Area 112 appear, it seems that Jiang Nian must have employed some underhanded tactics. I'm curious. How did that puppet even come into existence? Could it truly be cheating? Chapter 49. Unwilling to accept? Then let us continue to battle. Seeing the uproar from those in Area 112, how could the people from Area 666 remain silent? They naturally retaliated with fervor. You defeated foes. A loss is a loss. What nonsense are you spouting here? Puppets are merely a type of tool that exists in this world. Just because you ignorant frogs in a well failed to acquire one. You accuse our Jiang Nian of cheating? Your brains must have been kicked by a donkey, you bunch of fools. Before the commencement of the competition, you were chattering incessantly about how certain your victory was. Now that you have lost, you turn around and accuse us of cheating. How ludicrous. When you win, it is deemed legitimate, yet when we triumph, it is labeled as deceit. If you were so apprehensive about losing, you should never have issued the challenge in the first place, thereby sparing yourselves from this embarrassment. The individuals from Area 112, already discontent, could no longer tolerate the insults hurled at them by those from Area 666 and retaliated promptly. Indeed, we have lost, but does your method of victory shine with integrity? In terms of raw strength, our esteemed Shan could easily overpower your Jiang Nian. Your triumph rests solely on the strength of your puppets. Without them, you would have been defeated long ago. Moreover, we have never encountered such puppets before. Why is it that only Jiang Nian possesses them? If this is not cheating, what is? Our Shan has already stated that had it not been for the sudden appearance of the puppet, he would have crushed Jiang Nian beneath his feet. If I were in your shoes, I would certainly be too ashamed to speak further. In a fleeting moment, a fierce exchange of insults erupted between the two factions. attracting a growing crowd of onlookers. Yet, many began to question how Jiang Nian had acquired such a puppet. After all, they had never seen one before, and the revelation that Jiang Nian could summon a 6-star combat puppet left them thoroughly astonished. Observing this scene, Sean Cockrells from Area 112 felt a surge of satisfaction, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His disdain for Jiang Nian prompted him to casually accuse Jiang Nian of cheating with the puppet. To his surprise, his fellow area members rushed to the district chat channel to denounce Jiang Nian. The more vehemently they berated him, the more pleased he became. This was the perfect opportunity to seek out Dragon Man soldiers and acquire fragments of the Sky Seal. In his view, the Dragon Man general puppet that Jiang Nian possessed must have originated from this place. If Jiang Nian could achieve this, so could he. With the Dragon Man general puppet in his grasp, he would have his revenge against Jiang Nian, ensuring that he would not afford him any chance to surrender. Simultaneously, Jiang Nian observed the unfolding drama in the district chat channel with growing irritation. These scoundrels were utterly despicable. They had lost, yet were deliberately inciting discord by accusing him of cheating. It was simply outrageous. My lord, we need not concern ourselves with them, remarked Tu Shanqing and Reina, who also witnessed the events in the chat channel, their teeth clenched in anger. After a brief silence, Jiang Nian suddenly burst into laughter. Since they believe I have cheated and are so discontented with me, let us engage in battle once more. Initially, Jiang Nian's instinct was to clarify the accusations, but upon reflection, he realized that explanations would serve no purpose. Doing so would merely mirror the derogatory remarks from Area 112. In his view, it was far more productive to let his actions speak for themselves. Without hesitation, he retrieved the challenge key he had previously obtained. Upon using it, a unique luminescent screen materialized before him, displaying all the regions within District 7. Jiang Nian could select any region to initiate a resource competition. If they were dissatisfied, let them continue to fight. He was eager to see just how many more times the individuals from Area 112 could endure defeat. As he spoke, Jiang Nian locked onto Area 112, initiating the resource competition. This marked Jiang Nian's first proactive challenge to another region. At that moment, an announcement echoed in the ears of everyone in Areas 666 and 112. Emergency announcement. Area 666 has utilized a challenge key, opening the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Area 112. The resource competition begins now. Resource competition. The losing region will have all resources halved, and all players will experience a reduction of 20 points in all attributes. The victorious region will have all resources doubled, and all players will see an increase of 20 points in all attributes. Friendly reminder, Area 666 has achieved consecutive victories in the resource competition twice. With the announcement, the previously bustling chat channel fell silent. Moments later, the players from Area 666 erupted in jubilant cheers. Our Jiang Nian is magnificent. Haha. I told you, 112, that your nonsensical claims would lead to this. Now it's our turn to challenge you. Having just lost to our Jiang Nian, you are destined to face defeat once more. With resources already halved, they would be halved again, and their attributes would decrease by another 20 points. Wouldn't that render the players from Area 112 utterly powerless? This is simply hilarious. If only you had kept your mouth shut, you wouldn't have provoked Jiang Nian to this extent. I advise your Sean to concede now. There is no chance of victory for you. While the players from Area 666 celebrated, the individuals from Area 112 fell into a stunned silence, rendered speechless. Not only that, but the onlookers who had previously stirred up trouble with Area 112 also exited the district chat channel, fearful that Jiang Nian's next challenge would target their region. Although they could not ascertain how Jiang Nian had acquired the Dragon Man general puppet, its formidable power was undeniable. It had reached a strength of 6.5 stars. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who provokes Area 666 will inevitably face dire consequences. Meanwhile, in Area 112, Sean Cockrells, who had been lounging in the recovery room awaiting the first place reward, was taken aback upon hearing the announcement. What? He actually issued a challenge. Chapter 50. The assessment concludes and rewards are distributed. Although Sean Cockrells believed his strength was on par with Jiang Nian's, he could not deny the overwhelming power of Jiang Nian's Dragon Man general puppet. He currently lacked the ability to defeat Jiang Nian. To prevail, he first needed to surpass the strength of the Dragon Man general. His original plan had been to claim the first place reward and immediately seek out random rooms to acquire fragments of the Sky Seal, thereby unlocking the hidden dungeon, Sky City. He never anticipated that Jiang Nian would initiate another challenge against Area 112 at this juncture. Damn it, Sean Cockrells cursed under his breath. Even if he was reluctant to accept the challenge, he had no choice now. Fortunately, with the resource competition commencing, there was a day as preparation time. This presented an excellent opportunity for Sean Cockrells that he must seize. Collecting additional fragments of the Sky Seal within such a short time frame was nearly impossible. Thus, only one option remained, the matchmaking room. With that thought, Sean Cockrells gazed towards a nearby red door. Although this realm may harbor unfathomably grotesque creatures, in order to secure victory and exact vengeance upon Jiang Nian, he must seize this opportunity. At this moment, his mind conjures images of numerous breathtaking female warriors, yearning for the prospect of union with them. However, fate can be cruel. Within this chamber of union resides an exceedingly hideous beast. At first glance, it appears to be the silhouette of a normal woman, yet it bears the countenance of a swine. The sight infuriated Sean Corker beyond measure. Yet now that he has entered the chamber, there is no escape. To gain strength, regardless of the adversary, Sean Corker must steel himself and charge forth. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian leisurely accompanied Tu Shanqing and Reina, gathering various resources within a resource chamber. Having triumphed twice in the resource contest, the abundance of resources in Area 666 has dramatically increased. This resource chamber alone is filled with an array of survival supplies, including assorted meats, drinking water, and even an assortment of culinary seasonings. What was once a rare find has now become increasingly common. In the chat channel of Area 666, the populace fervently hailed Jiang Nian's prowess, declaring him the undisputed strongest. After collecting the resources from this chamber, Jiang Nian proceeded to the next room. Possessing the omniscient and omnipotent talent, nothing escapes Jiang Nian's keen perception, allowing him to observe all that transpires within the room. Presently, he finds himself in a chamber featuring a natural hot spring. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nian shed his garments and plunged into the warm waters with a splash. He then beckoned to Tu Shanqing and Reina on the shore, urging them to join him for a soak and perhaps lend a hand in scrubbing his back. Though Tu Shanqing and Reina are already Jiang Nian's women, they still felt a twinge of shyness. They exchanged glances, cheeks aflame, and slowly began to disrobe. Their stunning figures, capable of igniting fervor in any man, were fully revealed. Even though Jiang Nian had witnessed their beauty many times before, he could not help but feel parched and aflame with desire. Tonight, he resolved to engage in a passionate contest lasting 300 rounds. On one side lies the embrace of beauty, a rapture beyond compare, while on the other, Sean Corker endures the torment of a swine-headed creature, suffering immensely. The next day dawned, and Jiang Nian awoke as usual, cradling Tu Shanqing and Reina. As his eyes fluttered open, an announcement echoed through the air. Announcement: the novice assessment period is concluding. All individuals in Area 666 have completed their novice tasks, earning a reward of 20 points to all attributes. Announcement: the top 20 players on the combat star ranking list during the assessment period are now announced. First place, Jiang Nian. Second place, Alejo. Third place, Tekawawa Ken. Fourth place, Pauline Beck. At this moment, the combat star ranking list appeared before Jiang Nian's eyes. Undoubtedly, he firmly held the first position. Congratulations on achieving first place in the combat star ranking during this novice assessment period. Reward obtained: 1 golden treasure chest, 1 set of sea-level equipment. Please select 1 set from the following sea-level equipment options: Ice Realm set, Radiant Light set, Fire Meteor set, Gentle Rain set, Golden Rock set, Fresh Breeze set. At this instant, the combat star ranking list began to fade, replaced by a unique luminescent screen displaying all sea-level sets clearly. Additionally, the detailed attributes of each set materialized before him. Jiang Nian's gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the sea-level Fire Meteor set. In essence, this set serves as an enhanced version of the Golden set. Its effects are remarkably similar, capable of generating a special flame shield when under attack. However, this flame shield is vastly more potent than that of the Golden set. The shield formed can withstand the full force of a 7-star enemy's assault. Furthermore, while the flame shield persists, not only is his fire attribute energy significantly augmented, but there is also a chance to trigger a meteor flame attack during offensive strikes. No matter how one views it, the Fire Meteor set is Jiang Nian's unequivocal choice at present. He dismissed all other attribute sets from consideration. Once donned with the Fire Meteor set, his combat prowess surged once more. Player: Jiang Nian. Nationality: Flame Nation. Lifespan: 23, 123. Physique: 158. Strength: 233. Agility: 157. Spirit: 158. Charm: 170. Talent: Omniscient and Omnipotent. SSS rank: Unique. Skills: Triple Slash, Carefree Step, Flame Blade, Fire Tornado, Thunderstorm Arrow Rain, Fury of the Fire Dragon, Thunderbolt Strike. Combat star rank: 6.5 stars. The 15 points in attributes acquired from the previously open silver treasure chest were allocated to strength, resulting in an impressive 233 points. Coupled with the ability to discern enemy weaknesses through his omniscience, Jiang Nian's strike now poses a significant threat even to the previously formidable Dragon Lord Commander, who would surely find himself gravely wounded. Feeling the enhancement of his power, Jiang Nian radiated exhilaration. Beside him, Tu Shanqing and Reina shared in his delight. As for the golden treasure chest awarded for securing first place, Jiang Nian chose to set it aside for the moment, not rushing to open it. Simultaneously, in Area 112, within a shadowy and desolate jungle, Sean Walker emerged bare-chested from a cavern. It was evident that his aura had grown immensely powerful. The rewards from his union and the first place ranking in Area 112 had comfortably propelled him to the 6.5-star level. As he savored the surge of his newfound strength, He gazed skyward and let out a furious roar. Jiang Nian, today, I will see how you can defeat me. The humiliation I suffered shall be repaid in full upon you today. Chapter 51. The swine-headed monster dares to approach. How impressive. Just as Sean Corker finished his furious outburst, a pig-headed woman sauntered from the cave. Previously, Sean Corker's 3 marriage partners obediently followed behind her, resembling handmaidens. Darling, it's just a puny human. Leave it to me. I assure you, I will handle it well. Of course, as compensation for my efforts, you must be as vigorous tonight as you were last night. Upon hearing the pig-headed woman's words, Sean Corker's expression shifted dramatically, forcing a strained smile as he turned to the pig-headed woman. My beloved, rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction night and day. While uttering these words, Sean Corker felt a wave of nausea rising within him. Yet, he could not display even a hint of disdain, suppressing the discomfort within. There was no alternative. The pig-headed woman possessed formidable strength, having reached the 7-star level. If he wished to defeat Jiang Nian today and reclaim his dignity, he would have to rely on the pig-headed woman's power. He had long since devised a meticulous plan, ensuring that today, he would grant Jiang Nian no opportunity for surrender. Only by vanquishing Jiang Nian could he quell the resentment that gnawed at his heart. At that moment, an announcement reverberated through the air. Announcement: the resource competition has now commenced. The portal has been activated. Players wishing to register for the contest may enter the portal. Reminder: each region may dispatch only 3 players. Should there be no participants, the top 3 ranked players will automatically enter. Upon entering the portal, players will be transported to the competition arena. Reminder: the battles between the contestants will be broadcast live. At this moment, a portal materialized before Sean Cockerell's. Without a hint of hesitation, he boldly stepped inside, accompanied by his rather unconventional partner. Contestants from both regions simultaneously entered the portal. When Jiang Nian beheld Sean Cockerell's, he intended to utter a few words, but suddenly, he noticed an exceedingly grotesque figure trailing behind Sean, a pig-headed woman. Uffed. Ha. Jiang Nian couldn't contain himself and erupted in laughter. Goodness, my brother, I never imagined your tastes were so peculiar. I thought those burly women were the extent of your preferences, but lo and behold, you can even accept this abominable creature. I must confess, in matters such as these, I am indeed inferior to you. Not only Jiang Nian, but also Zhu Chuanjian and Alejo, who stood beside him, were visibly taken aback. Alejo exclaimed, "Oh dear. I had thought it was only our compatriots from the A3 nation who possessed such courage. I never anticipated that you, from the Lighthouse nation, would be equally bold." The sight left even the other 2 contestants from Zone 112 utterly dumbfounded. How could Sean dare to partner with such a pig-headed creature? This is simply too audacious. Moreover, in the live broadcast room of Zone 666, all the inhabitants of Zone 112 were left speechless. Conversely, the inhabitants of Zone 666 erupted into raucous laughter. Who would have thought that Sean Cockerells from your region harbored such a peculiar preference? I am humbled. Although the pig-headed creature barely resembles a woman, her appearance is truly terrifying. If I were to encounter such a partner, I would surely resist vehemently. Who could possibly accept such a being? I fear I would be startled awake in the middle of the night. Jiang Nian is correct. In this regard, your Sean Cockerells is indeed formidable. Ha. Witnessing the derisive remarks from Zone 666, the denizens of Zone 112 seethed with indignation, yet found themselves at a loss for a retort. They had never anticipated that Sean Cockerells would appear alongside such a grotesque figure. Already anxious about the possibility of losing the competition today, their spirits were further dampened by the presence of the pig-headed creature. In the competition arena, Sean Cockerells had already anticipated the unfolding events and was psychologically prepared. He chose not to counter the mockery. Even in the face of Jiang Nian and others' derision, his expression remained utterly unchanged. With an air of indifference, he regarded Jiang Nian. Have you finished speaking? If so, we may commence. I shall grant you no opportunities today. Even if you summon that puppet, it will hold no significance. As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from the pig-headed creature at Sean Cockerell's side. Astonishingly, she had reached the 7th star level. Upon witnessing this, the 2 other contestants from Zone 112's eyes lit up. Good heavens. 7 stars. This is the aura of a 7-star being. My word, she is incredibly powerful. In that instant, they comprehended why Sean Cockerells could accept such an unattractive partner. Were they in his position, they would undoubtedly endure the marriage with the pig-headed creature. Despite the excruciating process, for the rewards following successful pairing would be immensely gratifying, not to mention acquiring such a potent partner. Upon learning this revelation, the players from Zone 112, who were previously speechless and bewildered, were now engulfed in boundless joy. How laughable. What does it matter if one is somewhat unattractive? In this realm of marriage, only strength reigns supreme. Presently, our esteemed Sean possesses a 7-star partner. Your Jiang Nian stands no chance. Even if he is also a 6.5-star powerhouse, he would be utterly outmatched. This is a 7-star warrior we are speaking of. Even if Jiang Nian continues to summon that puppet, what could it possibly achieve? I understand now. Sean must have accepted the pig-headed creature for our victory. For the glory of our zone. Sean has suffered greatly. We must defeat Jiang Nian and avenge our grievances. The inhabitants of Zone 666 were equally intimidated by the 7-star pig-headed creature, left momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Who could have imagined that such an unattractive being could harbor 7-star strength? Presently, Jiang Nian faced a formidable opponent, rendering his prospects bleak. As he stood in the arena, upon sensing the pig-headed creature's aura, his expression grew solemn. Goodness, this grotesque figure possesses such formidable power. Chapter 52. You ugly creature. What are you? You there? Are you the one who previously humiliated my husband? Do you know how to write the word death? The pig-headed woman regarded Jiang Nian with great disdain. What does it matter if Jiang Nian possesses a handsome visage? In comparison to her robust husband, he pales in insignificance. After all, last night, Sean Cockrells had shown her the pleasures of womanhood. The mere recollection of last night's ecstasy filled her with exhilaration. Today, she was resolute in her intent to eliminate Jiang Nian. Humph, you ugly creature, dare to be so arrogant? Despite the pig-headed woman's formidable 7-star strength, Jiang Nian remained unfazed. When he was merely a 5.5-star warrior, he had already slain a 6.5-star Dragonman general. Now, as a 6.5-star powerhouse himself, how could he fear a pig-headed woman? You dare to call me an ugly creature? I will slay you today. The pig-headed woman, clearly incensed by Jiang Nian's words, leapt into the battle arena. Simultaneously, Sean Cockrells and his other 3 partners entered the fray. With a scornful expression, Sean looked at Jiang Nian and taunted, "What's wrong? Are you afraid to step in? After all, your previous victories were solely due to the strength of that puppet. Now, facing a 7-star warrior, your puppet is rendered utterly meaningless. How about this? If you kneel before me and lick my toes, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, once the match commences, you shall find yourself devoid of any opportunity to concede." Today presents a rare occasion for him to humiliate Jiang Nian, and Sean Corker would undoubtedly not let it slip by. The previous night was a veritable nightmare for him. Were it not for Jiang Nian's interference causing him to lose the match, he would never have found himself entangled with that grotesque pig-headed woman. In his eyes, all of this turmoil was orchestrated by Jiang Nian. Unless Jiang Nian concedes outright, he would certainly not allow him to escape unscathed. How laughable. Do you truly believe that with this pig-headed woman by your side, victory is assured? Do you expect me to grovel at your feet? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Nian, however, exhibited no fear, confidently striding into the arena alongside Tu Shanqing and Reina. One side showcased a celestial beauty, while the other displayed the stark contrast of the hideous pig-headed woman. Witnessing this, Sean Corker's fury intensified. Why? What right does he have to such a stunning wife? While he is left with the pig-headed one. At this moment, Jiang Nian had chosen not to surrender and had entered the battlefield, thereby granting Sean Corker an opportunity to annihilate him. Once Jiang Nian is vanquished, his 2 exquisite wives would naturally fall into his grasp. At that point, all pig-headed women can take their leave. Jiang Nian, noticing Sean Corker's lecherous gaze, felt his temper flare. What are you staring at, my wife? Believe it or not, I will gouge out your eyes. You are far too audacious, truly thinking me an easy target. Sean Corker, already irked by Jiang Nian, charged at him furiously upon hearing those words. At that moment, Sean Corker was engulfed in flames, resembling a comet hurtling toward Jiang Nian. If caught off guard, the consequences would be dire. But is this all he has? Every move he made was anticipated by Jiang Nian. Utilizing the elusive steps of the carefree walk, Jiang Nian effortlessly evaded his assault. Subsequently, employing his omniscient ability to discern weaknesses, he landed a kick at Sean Corker's most vulnerable spot, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing into a nearby stone pillar. Though the kick appeared mundane, it was imbued with tremendous force. It is essential to note that Jiang Nian's strength had reached an impressive 233 points. Moreover, he struck at Sean Corker's weak point, delivering a devastating blow. Despite both Jiang Nian and Sean Corker possessing 6.5-star combat prowess, the disparity was astonishing. This spectacle left all present, including the viewers in the live stream, in awe. What incredible power. If Jiang Nian's kick had landed on me, I fear I would be obliterated in an instant. Is this the might of a true master? It is truly beyond my reach. Who bestowed such unfounded confidence upon Sean Corker of Region 112, daring to provoke the esteemed Jiang Nian? Such a worthless individual can only rely on the pig-headed woman. He should simply remain where it is cooler. Initially, the inhabitants of Region 666 felt a twinge of anxiety due to the presence of the pig-headed woman. After all, she was a 7-star powerhouse. Yet, as they witnessed Jiang Nian's kick, they clearly discerned his strength. As for those from Region 112, they stood as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless and utterly astonished. They had believed Sean Corker lost to Jiang Nian solely due to his use of a puppet. However, it now appeared that Jiang Nian's innate abilities were more than sufficient to defeat Sean Corker. Nonetheless, they did not succumb to despair. While Sean Corker might falter against Jiang Nian, the 7-star pig-headed woman remained a formidable ally. As long as victory was secured, that was all that mattered. The process was of no consequence. At this moment, in the arena, Sean Corker, terrified, staggered to his feet, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Jiang Nian's kick had shattered several of his ribs, had he not received the first-place reward, acquiring the C-grade Firefall set which generated a flame shield. He would have been rendered incapable of fighting by Jiang Nian's strike alone. How can he be so powerful? Sean Corker's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. The pig-headed woman, his intended partner, was clearly awestruck by Jiang Nian's might. Despite sharing the same 6.5-star strength, could the gap be this vast? Could it be that this fellow was perilously close to achieving 7 stars? The pig-headed woman seethed with indignation. How could the husband she chose be inferior to others? You dare harm my beloved, perish! She roared, releasing a ferocious growl reminiscent of a wild beast, emanating an unrestrained aura of terror characteristic of a 7-star warrior. Above her head, a unique golden energy bar began to materialize, eerily reminiscent of the resilience bar displayed by the Dragon Lord earlier. In this state, the pig-headed woman would be invulnerable, significantly enhancing her attributes. This was, in fact, a skill known as indomitable resilience, which, once activated, would generate a dedicated resilience bar. In that moment, a Black Wolf Fang club manifested in the pig-headed woman's hand as she charged madly toward Jiang Nian. However, just as the crowd expressed their utmost trepidation, a slight smirk graced Jiang Nian's lips. Chapter 53, Surrender? Have you sought my consent? To employ a resilience bar skill in my presence. Are you courting death? Qing na? You too restrain her. I shall eliminate this fellow's resilience bar. Jiang Nian remarked coldly, conjuring the thunder bow in his hand and retreating a couple of steps. After all, this individual possessed 7-star strength and remained in an indomitable state. Even clad in his C-grade Firefall set, Jiang Nian would find it challenging to confront him head-on. Originally, Jiang Nian's strategy was to avoid a direct clash. However, he had not anticipated that this individual would present him with such an advantageous opportunity. In Jiang Nian's eyes, the resilience bar was as good as non-existent. Once this individual entered a state of vulnerability, he would be doomed. No problem. Tu Shanqing and Reina chorused in unison. At that instant, Tu Shanqing unleashed an overwhelming icy aura, conjuring walls of ice that materialized from thin air to impede the pig-headed woman. Simultaneously, a fierce blizzard descended upon the battlefield, slowing the pig-headed woman's movement. Reina, wielding a golden longsword, surged forth with unimaginable speed toward the pig-headed woman. Her speed, already impressive, was further augmented by the C-grade radiant set. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before the pig-headed woman, and without hesitation, thrust her sword forward. Despite the pig-headed woman's formidable strength enabling her to disregard the attacks of Reina and Tu Shanqing, they were relentless like bothersome flies, particularly Reina, inciting the pig-headed woman's ire. You two harlots, perish! She bellowed. Before she could finish her sentence, a series of whooshing sounds resonated from afar. Numerous arrows, akin to bolts of lightning, hurtled toward her, precisely targeting her weak points. It hurts. It hurts so much. The pig-headed woman, under the impression that her indomitable state rendered her nearly invincible, was utterly blindsided by the immense power of the arrows fired by Jiang Nian. Each arrow struck with the force of a critical hit, eliciting pain squeals from her. The resilience gauge hovering above her forehead was immediately halved. How could this be possible? The pig-headed woman's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. While the resilience gauge diminishes gradually when under attack, it should never have been reduced by such a significant amount in one fell swoop. Did this not imply that Jiang Nian could obliterate her proud resilience gauge with his next strike? She was acutely aware that without it, she would descend into a state of profound weakness, unable to attack or move, merely a living target. The thought deepened her dread and anxiety. For Jiang Nian's strength far exceeded her expectations. This shocking scene did not escape the eyes of the onlookers. Sean Cockrells, who had been resting nearby, had initially believed the pig-headed woman would effortlessly dispatch Jiang Nian, rendering his assistance unnecessary. Who would have anticipated that her resilience gauge would prove so fragile before him? At that moment, a series of piercing arrows whistled through the air from a distance. The pig-headed woman instinctively attempted to evade, but the blizzard's fury hampered her speed. Thick walls of ice abruptly materialized before her, and she crashed into them without a moment's realization. Subsequently, Reina unleashed her formidable lightning attribute skills, bombarding the pig-headed woman relentlessly. Although the damage inflicted was not catastrophic, it significantly hindered her ability to dodge. Jiang Nian's lightning arrows struck true, and with the pig-headed woman's anguished cries, her resilience gauge vanished entirely, plunging her into a state of vulnerability. Witnessing this, Jiang Nian swiftly switched his thunderbow for the tiger bone ghost sword. In that instant, a potent surge of fire attribute energy erupted from him, and he unleashed the fury of the fire dragon, accompanied by the tiger bone ghost sword. A terrifying spectral fire dragon materialized, hurtling towards the pig-headed woman. No. With her desperate wails, she was consumed by the ghostly flames. To ensure the pig-headed woman's complete demise, Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina spared no effort, unleashing every conceivable skill at their disposal. Regardless of her formidable strength and resilience, she could not withstand such an onslaught while in a vulnerable state. Ultimately, she fell to the ground, devoid of life. Is she truly dead? Sean Cockrell's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Nian had already shocked him by sending him flying with a single kick, but now, Even the immensely powerful 7-star warrior had been so easily slain by Jiang Nian. How could he, a mere 6.5-star combatant, be so overpowering? At that moment, Sean Cockrell's earlier conceit evaporated, replaced by overwhelming terror. The viewers in the live stream were similarly stunned upon witnessing the pig-headed woman's demise. Moments later, cheers erupted from the players in the 666 area. Jiang Nian is magnificent. I thought the pig-headed woman would be formidable, yet she fell so easily. Jiang Nian is truly incredible, effortlessly engaging in battles beyond his level. What could be the nature of his talents? How can he wield both lightning and fire skills? Such a powerful innate ability must be unparalleled, unlike any of us. Perhaps he possesses dual attributes. With the pig-headed woman slain, what chance remained for Sean Cockrell's? Congratulations to Area 112 for yet another failure. Ha ha ha. What excuses can you offer now? Our Jiang Nian won through sheer strength, without reliance on puppets. Faced with a barrage of mockery on the screen, the 112 area players were left speechless, their expressions twisted with despair. Sean Cockrell's had been grievously injured by Jiang Nian, and the pig-headed woman lay dead. What chance of victory remained? The impending loss of resources and the reduction of all attributes by 20 filled them with profound hopelessness. Damn it, Sean Cockrell's. Did you not claim that you could win against Jiang Nian through your own strength? Your words were mere nonsense. Now we find ourselves defeated because of you. If only you had warned us of Jiang Nian's true might, we would not have defended you in the regional chat. In a fit of rage, the players from Area 112 began to hurl insults at Sean Cockrell's in the live stream. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sean Cockrell's found his fighting spirit utterly crushed upon witnessing the pig-headed woman's death. Defeating Jiang Nian was an impossibility. Without hesitation, he prepared to call for surrender. But at that moment, thunder roared from the skies, and bolts of lightning, resembling golden dragons, rained down. Sean Cockrell's was flung backwards before he even had the chance to speak. As he struggled to stand through the pain, Jiang Nian seized his throat with an iron grip, rendering him unable to utter a word. Want to surrender? Have you sought my consent? Chapter 54. Root out the weeds without mercy. Sean Cockrell's, caught in Jiang Nian's relentless grasp, writhed in agony, yet found no means of escape. Jiang Nian's strength was insurmountable, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Liberation remained elusive. Terror filled his gaze as he understood that, should Jiang Nian wish, he could easily snap his neck on the spot, denying him any chance of surrender. Jiang Nian, what are you doing? Our husband was prepared to surrender. Why must you persist in your assault? How can you be so cruel? The three grotesque women, bound to Sean Cockrell's, cried out in desperation upon witnessing his perilous plight. The remaining contestants from Area 112 glared at Jiang Nian in furious indignation. Huh. This is a world governed by the survival of the fittest. What fault is there in my actions? Moreover, was it not he who sought to eliminate me first? I merely returned the favor in kind. Jiang Nian responded coldly, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips as he tightened his grip, breaking Sean Cockrell's neck in an instant. This man had insulted him grievously, uttering even the most demeaning words. Jiang Nian would not let him escape unscathed. Furthermore, had this man emerged victorious, he would undoubtedly have denied Jiang Nian any chance of surrender. Jiang Nian was not one to show mercy in dealing with such individuals. He would naturally hold nothing back. Eradicating the root of the problem was the only logical course of action. No, the three wretched women, witnessing the death of their husband, burst into tears. Though their hearts raged with fury, they dared not approach Jiang Nian, overwhelmed by an acute fear of Jiang Nian's prowess. They dreaded meeting the same fate as Sean Cockle. As for the other two competitors from Area 112, upon witnessing Sean Cockle's demise, they immediately knelt and surrendered without the slightest hesitation. In such a dire moment, failing to capitulate could lead them into a battlefield where surrender would be a distant hope. With Sean Cockle's death and the surrender of the other two, the resource contention had decisively declared Area 666 the victor. The announcement rang out promptly, proclaiming, announcement, Area 666 emerges victorious in this resource contention. Announcement, resources of Area 666 are doubled, and all attributes of its members increase by 20 points. While resources of Area 112 are halved, and all attributes decrease by 20 points. Announcement, Jiang Nian has accomplished a 1 versus 3 feat, earning an additional reward, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 challenge key. Reminder, Area 112 has suffered consecutive defeats in 2 resource contentions and has entered a protective state. They cannot be challenged again until they achieve victory in their region. At that moment, the members of Area 666 were enveloped in a radiant golden light from above. Their attributes elevated once more. In stark contrast, the individuals from Area 112 wore expressions ashen with despair. Their repeated failures had led to a relentless depletion of their resources, and the attributes they had painstakingly cultivated were drastically diminished. Most infuriating of all, Sean Cockle had perished alongside them. Once considered a top contender within the 7th region, Area 112 had now plummeted to the lowest ranks. If only there existed a remedy for regret. They surely would not have provoked Area 666 nor placed their trust in Sean Cockle's misguided assurances. Had they acted differently, perhaps none of this would have transpired. In stark contrast to the hopelessness that engulfed the players of Area 112, the members of Area 666 erupted into jubilant cheers. Some, in their excitement, rushed to the 7th Region's chat channel to continue their mockery of Area 112. Where are you now? Have you all fallen silent? You were so audacious before. Now you tremble in fear and dare not utter a word. You sought to challenge our esteemed Jiang Nian, and now you face inevitable ruin. This is the price you must pay. It serves Sean Cockle right. Did he truly believe that enlisting a fool could contend with our Jiang Nian? In the end, he too was vanquished and met a tragic fate. You previously accused our Jiang Nian of cheating with puppets. Yet this time he triumphed solely through sheer strength. Why the silence now? A bunch of imbeciles. The derisive remarks from Area 666 echoed through the 7th Region's chat channel. And though the members of Area 112 witnessed these taunts, they had neither the courage nor the standing to respond. In such a predicament, they knew better than to provoke Area 666 further. Fortunately, only Sean Cockle had perished, and due to their consecutive defeats, they had entered a protective state, rendering them safe from further challenges by other regions. At this moment, the 7th Region's chat channel was not solely occupied by Areas 666 and 112. Numerous individuals from various other regions had also gathered. Upon learning of Area 660's latest victory and the downfall of their strongest member, they were left utterly astounded. Are the members of Area 666 truly this formidable? I had heard that Area 112 was exceptionally strong. I never anticipated such a catastrophic defeat. To lose twice in succession to Area 666 and have their mightiest, Sean Cockle, slain, no wonder they dare not show their faces now. Could it be that they again resorted to puppet manipulation? Impossible. Did you not hear the words of the members from Area 666? No puppets were employed this time. If they had used puppets to win, the members of Area 112 would surely be incensed and would not remain silent. Clearly, Jiang Nian must have relied on his own strength to defeat Sean Cockle, publicly vanquishing him and leaving the members of Area 112 in terror. It is quite laughable. If they had not so recklessly provoked Area 666, they might not have faced this second challenge at all. Jiang Nian paid no heed to the chatter within the channel. Following his triumph, he promptly opened the silver treasure chest he had acquired. Unfortunately, this time his fortune was lacking, aside from the fixed 15 attribute points. The other items he obtained were of no use to him. He swiftly listed them all on the auction house in exchange for components of the C-grade Ice Mirror set. Truth be told, had Area 112 not entered a protective state, rendering further challenges impossible, Jiang Nian would have undoubtedly launched another resource contention against them without hesitation. Alas, he set aside the challenge key for the moment, feeling a burgeoning curiosity towards this opportunity key. As he contemplated this, a peculiar key materialized in his hand. Chapter 55, a unique opportunity from the Ice Staff. Item, Opportunity Key. Effect, upon use, it can transform the white random room before you into a special opportunity room. Entering this opportunity room may lead you into another player's room or grant you a unique chance. Coincidentally, there stood a random room ahead. Perfect for testing this opportunity key. What do you think? Jiang Nian inquired, glancing towards the white door not far ahead. We will follow your lead, my lord. Both Tu Shanqing and Reina replied, nodding slightly. They too were intrigued by the circumstances within this special opportunity room. In that case, let us proceed. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian approached the white random room, accompanied by Tu Shanqing and Reina, and used the opportunity key in his possession. In an instant, the opportunity key transformed into a dazzling golden light that surged into the random room before them. The door, which had initially emanated a soft white glow, gradually radiated an intense golden brilliance. Subsequently, Jiang Nian pushed open the door and entered alongside Tu Shanqing and Reina. After experiencing a brief sensation of vertigo, Jiang Nian slowly opened his eyes to behold a landscape blanketed in pure, white snow. The weather was exceedingly harsh, with snowflakes cascading like feathers. Fortunately, Jiang Nian was no ordinary individual. Such an environment posed little challenge to him. What on earth is this place? Despite possessing the omniscient ability to perceive the circumstances within each room, he found that the special opportunity room eluded his insight. It was, after all, a result of the opportunity key's magic. Whether he had entered another's domain or stumbled upon an opportunity remained a mystery. At present, the only visible features amid the heavy snowfall were towering ice mountains, with no sign of any other presence. It was reasonable to conclude that no players were in this vicinity. So, have I encountered an opportunity? Jiang Nian pondered, surveying his surroundings. Yet it seemed as though there was nothing here at all. After arriving at this place, Tu Shanqing and Reina continuously surveyed their surroundings, finding nothing of interest. Could it be that hidden within the icy mountain lies an opportunity? Jiang Nian diligently scrutinized the area. Aside from the looming ice mountain before him, there appeared to be no other suspicious spots. Having already employed the opportunity key, it would be rather disappointing not to encounter any chance at all. With that thought, he led Tu Shanqing and Reina towards the ice mountain. At that moment, a piercing, frigid wind suddenly swept towards them, and through the blizzard, a shadow began to emerge from the ice mountain. Someone. Jiang Nian immediately became vigilant. However, As the figure drew closer, he realized it was not a person at all, nor a monster or some other creature. It was merely an ethereal apparition. Cloaked in a dark robe, the figure's face was entirely concealed, shrouded in mystery. What was this? Was this being human or ghost? Jiang Nian pondered, drawing forth his thunder bow and releasing an arrow aimed at the apparition. The lightning-like arrow passed through the figure, striking the ice mountain behind it. The apparition flickered momentarily before returning to its original form, continuing its approach towards Jiang Nian. Though the lightning arrow had inflicted no harm, it confirmed that the figure was indeed just an illusion and posed no threat. Soon, the apparition stood before Jiang Nian, halting its advance. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Nian reached out to touch the figure. Just like the previous arrow, his fingers passed through the apparition without making contact. I expected something extraordinary, but it turns out to be merely an illusion. With that, he disregarded the apparition and continued onward with Tu Shanqing and Reina towards the ice mountain. Suddenly, the apparition flickered and appeared directly in front of Jiang Nian. This time, however, its gaze was fixed not on Jiang Nian but on Tu Shanqing. Fearing for her safety, Jiang Nian instinctively shielded her. Reina, standing by, unfurled her wings, ready for battle. Yet, the apparition showed no signs of aggression, instead producing a fragmented whisper, "Cold ice staff." Its voice was not only intermittent but also barely audible, and with the howling winds around them, Jiang Nian could not discern its words. However, Tu Shanqing understood clearly, her brow furrowing as she exclaimed, "Husband, it seems he is mentioning the cold ice staff?" "What?" Jiang Nian paused, then as if struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened. After successfully resisting the Goblin Princess's marriage proposal, Jiang Nian had completed an achievement and obtained a bronze treasure chest. Within that chest had emerged a C-grade cold ice staff. He recalled vividly that the staff was described as a staff left behind by a mysterious ice mage. The bearer may encounter extraordinary adventures in the future. If this apparition was indeed the enigmatic ice mage, then it was no wonder it had appeared before Tu Shanqing, who currently possessed the cold ice staff. This could lead to monumental fortune. With this in mind, Jiang Nian stepped closer to Tu Shanqing, reassuring her, "It's all right. This entity likely harbors no ill intent. Retrieve the cold ice staff. It may yield a most unique reward." Tu Shanqing nodded excitedly, her right hand flashing as the cold ice staff materialized before them. The staff. It truly was the cold ice staff. Upon its appearance, the apparition's previously fragmented voice suddenly became clear. It raised its right hand slightly and began to chant an arcane incantation. The cold ice staff, once firmly held by Tu Shanqing, suddenly floated uncontrollably in midair, radiating a dazzling white light. The aura of the staff intensified palpably, while the mysterious apparition began to fade, as if on the verge of vanishing. Upon completing its incantation, the apparition dissolved into a wisp of white smoke. Where it had stood, an ice-blue crystal and an ancient-looking tome lay upon the ground. The cold ice staff, once suspended in the air, returned to Tu Shanqing's grasp, but upon closer inspection, it appeared entirely transformed from its previous state. Chapter 56. Why are there more challengers? Item: Extreme Cold Staff. Type: Weapon Quality. B-grade effect. Increases damage of all ice attribute skills by 30. When ice attribute skills hit an enemy, they leave behind a freezing mark. For each additional mark, the ice attribute damage dealt to that enemy increases by 5, up to a maximum of 20. This effect does not apply to enemies above 9 stars. Description: A staff left behind by a mysterious ice mage. The bearer may encounter extraordinary adventures in the future. Item: Extreme Cold Chain. Type: Skill Book. Quality. B-grade effect. Upon use, grants the skill Extreme Cold Chain. Description: Harnesses powerful ice attributes to form a chain of ice that binds enemies, immobilizing them and gradually sapping their life force. Item: Ice Spirit Stone effect. Upon use, permanently increases one's ice attribute energy by 10. With the omniscient talent at his disposal, Jiang Nian discerned the details of these items and promptly picked up the fallen Ice Spirit Stone. Although he excelled in all attributes, he had yet to learn any ice attribute skills. The Ice Spirit Stone was evidently of no use to him, and in fact, everything here was most suited for Tu Shanqing. In essence, this opportunity had been prepared solely for her. "Qinger, you should absorb this Ice Spirit Stone quickly. It will greatly benefit you and may even restore your incomplete talent," Jiang Nian said, handing the Ice Spirit Stone along with the Extreme Cold Chain skill book to Tu Shanqing. "Thank you, husband," Tu Shanqing replied graciously, nodding obediently as she took the Ice Spirit Stone from Jiang Nian's hand. At that moment, the Ice Spirit Stone erupted with a powerful surge of ice attribute energy, which began to be absorbed by Tu Shanqing. As this formidable energy coursed through her, her hair transformed once more into a striking ice blue, her aura surging impressively, reminiscent of her unique state during the Sky City dungeon. However, this peculiar transformation did not last long, and she soon reverted to her original appearance. It was evident that her aura had significantly strengthened compared to before. Additionally, upon touching the skill book of the Extreme Cold Chains, Tu Shanqing transformed into a golden radiance that swiftly penetrated her mind. A brand new attribute panel materialized before Jiang Nian's eyes. Name, Tu Shanqing. Race, nine-tailed celestial fox. Talent, Ice Demon Chi, S-Class, incomplete. Skills, Piercing Ice Blade, Ice Wall Technique, Blizzard, Frozen Storm, Extreme Cold Chains. Strength, 5.5 stars. What? After absorbing the power of the Ice Soul Stone, this talent remains incomplete. Moreover, even in its flawed state, it has reached S-Class. How astonishing. Jiang Nian's expression instantly morphed into one of shock upon witnessing Tu Shanqing's information. Clearly, her potential was far beyond his expectations. Once the Ice Demon Chi talent is fully restored, it might even ascend to SSS class. Nevertheless, even in its current incomplete form, Tu Shanqing's strength has surged remarkably. Like Reina, she has already attained the formidable power of 5.5 stars. Beside them, Tu Shanqing sensed her newfound strength and radiated joy. Although her talent remained incomplete, it was evidently much stronger. Wonderful. I can finally stop being a burden to my husband, she exclaimed with excitement. You have never been a burden to me. You and Reina are not only my beloved wives, but also my invaluable allies, Jiang Nian reassured her. The ethereal figure had now vanished. They should explore the icy mountain. If there is nothing else, they can leave this place. Tu Shanqing and Reina nodded slightly in agreement, following Jiang Nian as they proceeded towards the looming ice mountain. Within this mountain, they discovered a cave. Unfortunately, it was barren, devoid of any treasures. However, just as Jiang Nian was about to lead Tu Shanqing and Reina away, he inadvertently triggered a mechanism. The rock wall trembled violently. In the next moment, the wall collapsed, revealing an ancient-looking furnace before Jiang Nian. Item, Basic Forging Furnace. Effect, by placing forging materials into the furnace along with a design blueprint, corresponding equipment can be forged. Only A-class and below equipment can be forged. Oh dear. I thought we would return empty-handed. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise, Jiang Nian remarked as he approached the forging furnace, examining it with satisfaction. Although he currently lacked any design blueprints, securing the essential forging furnace was a significant step, and he was confident that he would eventually find the blueprints. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian stored the basic forging furnace in his inventory. After thoroughly confirming that the room held no further items, Jiang Nian led Tu Shanqing and Reina towards a white random room. They certainly intended to utilize all 5 of their daily door-opening opportunities. Inside this random room, they encountered a 4-armed black ape, with a safety assessment indicating no danger. It was the perfect opportunity for Tu Shanqing to test her newly acquired extreme cold chains. Lacking Jiang Nian's omniscient talent, she certainly needed practice with her freshly learned skill. Upon entering the room, they were transported to a dense jungle. A towering ape, nearly 3 meters tall and possessing 4 arms, glared angrily at Jiang Nian. Despite its formidable appearance, its strength was merely 5.5 stars, rendering it significantly weaker than Jiang Nian. Qinger, why not practice your skills on this fellow? Reina and I will cheer you on from the sidelines, Jiang Nian encouraged, wrapping his arm around Reina and stepping aside. Now that Tu Shanqing boasted 5.5 stars of strength and wielded a B-class extreme cold staff, what fear did she have of this 4-armed black ape? Husband, sister Reina, just watch, Tu Shanqing declared, unleashing a tremendous surge of ice demon chi. The temperature plummeted, and frost quickly enveloped the surrounding flora. Extreme cold chains. With a swift motion, Tu Shanqing raised her extreme cold staff, channeling powerful ice energy that coalesced into a cerulean chain, hurtling towards the 4-armed black ape. Roar. The intruder's presence incited the ape's fury, and it bellowed in rage. Yet, before it could retaliate, the unique ice blue chain ensnared it tightly. Despite its massive size and formidable strength, it was momentarily unable to break free from the binding chains. More alarmingly, the ape's colossal frame began to succumb to the encroaching frost, its vitality visibly waning. However, perhaps due to her inexperience with the extreme cold chains, Tu Shanqing soon lost control, allowing the 4-armed black ape to break free from its icy confines, its eyes ablaze with rage as it charged at her once more. This was precisely the opportunity Jiang Nian intended for Tu Shanqing to hone her skills, and she was determined not to let it slip away. If she failed once, she would simply try again. While Jiang Nian and Reina observed intently, a sudden announcement echoed through the air. Urgent announcement. Challenge key for Area 75 activated. Opening the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Area 666. Resource competition commencing now. Resource competition. A defeated area will have all resources halved, and all players will experience a 20-point decrease in all attributes. A victorious area will see all resources doubled, and all players will enjoy a 20-point enhancement in all attributes. Friendly reminder, Area 75 has achieved victory in the resource competition for 3 consecutive times. What on earth? Who dares to challenge us again? Chapter 57. Those who dare to harm my brother shall pay with their lives. The sudden announcement astonished everyone in Area 666. Who is this fool that dares to challenge us again? Can't we get a moment's peace? Humph. Area 75 has already won 3 consecutive times in the resource competition. Do they not understand the need for a break after a contest? Challenging us now is clearly taking advantage of a supposed weakness. These scoundrels are utterly despicable. Jiang Nian, you must teach them a lesson. With Jiang Nian's prowess, there is no doubt that Area 75 poses no threat. Upon learning of the new challenge, the crowd, though shocked, remained confident. For Jiang Nian's strength had left an indelible impression. He had already demonstrated the ability to defeat 7-star level opponents. What could Area 75 possibly offer that would instill fear? Surely, they could not surpass 7 stars. That was simply impossible. Meanwhile, within the random room, Jiang Nian felt utterly exasperated. Must there be no respite? He had hoped that defeating Area 112 would instill sufficient fear to deter further challenges to Area 666, allowing him a well-deserved break to enjoy tranquil days with Tu Shanqing and Reina. Yet, who could have anticipated that, having just concluded his battle with Area 112, he would be challenged again before nightfall? Most importantly, the 75th region has astonishingly achieved 3 consecutive victories in this challenge. However, Jiang Nian was merely taken aback, showing not the slightest hint of fear. His curiosity now lay in understanding why the 75th region had suddenly chosen to confront them. He promptly entered the chat channel of the 7th district. Who dares to step forward from the 75th region? Why have you inexplicably chosen to challenge us? Are you unaware of the formidable strength possessed by our esteemed Jiang Nian? It is truly laughable. Do you think that by challenging us at this moment, you can seize an opportunity? Let me be frank with you. The prowess of our Jiang Nian far exceeds your imagination. Not only did Jiang Nian join the chat, but the inhabitants of the 666th region also flocked in, due to Jiang Nian's repeated miraculous feats and his extraordinary displays of strength. The people of the 666th region had developed an inexplicable confidence in him, believing that he would undoubtedly continue to triumph. Jiang Nian, come forth if you dare. You have slain my brother. I shall ensure you pay for your transgressions. At that moment, a man with a profile strikingly similar to Sean Corker suddenly appeared in the chat channel. His name was Ward Corker, and Sean Corker, whom Jiang Nian had previously killed, was his brother. After traversing into this matchmaking world, the two brothers had been separated into different regions. It was only after the chat channel opened that Ward Corker learned his brother was in the 112th region. Little did he expect that before reuniting with his sibling, he would discover that Sean Corker had already fallen to Jiang Nian's hands. Consumed by rage, Ward Corker immediately initiated a resource competition against the 666th region, intent on avenging his brother's death with his own hands. Upon Ward Corker's arrival, the denizens of the 75th region began to voice their thoughts in the chat channel. Prepare for failure, 666th region. Your Jiang Nian has dared to slay our esteemed Ward's brother. His demise is inevitable, unless Jiang Nian surrenders at the outset. Once he enters the battlefield, he will face certain death. Our esteemed Ward has already ascended to the rank of a 7-star powerhouse. What is Jiang Nian in comparison? Ward has proclaimed that after vanquishing Jiang Nian, he will continue to challenge your 666th region. This is the price you must pay. Cherish these bountiful days of resources while you can, for they shall soon vanish. Ha! How absurd. Just because someone is a 7-star powerhouse, does that guarantee victory? Are you unaware that our Jiang Nian possesses the capability to engage in battles beyond his level? Who does this Ward Corker think he is, believing himself invincible? The match begins tomorrow, and our Jiang Nian shall certainly teach him a lesson. The people of the 666th region were now utterly enamored with Jiang Nian, and without the need for him to speak, they immediately countered the taunts. Observing quietly, Jiang Nian took in all of this. He now understood why the 75th region had issued a challenge. It turned out that Ward Corker was Sean Corker's elder brother, come to seek vengeance. Although he learned of this foe's 7-star strength, Jiang Nian felt no trepidation. As they had stated, he already possessed the capability to battle beyond his rank. What did a 7-star powerhouse matter? At that moment, a mournful wail echoed from a nearby 4-armed black ape, its entire body frozen into an ice sculpture. Tu Shanqing kicked it fiercely, shattering the ice into a flurry of shards. Upon hearing of the challenge from the 75th region, Tu Shanqing hastened her pace, swiftly dispatching the 4-armed black ape before returning to Jiang Nian's side. My lord, the strength of Ward Corker from the 75th region is formidable. What shall we do now? Both Tu Shanqing and Reina wore expressions of concern. Compared to the previous pig-headed creature, Ward Corker was undoubtedly stronger. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge Jiang Nian so readily. There's no need to panic. Even if this fellow possesses 7-star strength, what of it? With our current capabilities, he is no match for us. Besides, I still possess a golden treasure chest that remains unopened. The reward for securing first place previously included a complete set of C-grade equipment, along with a rather precious golden treasure chest. This is the highest tier chest at this stage, and it is sure to yield remarkable rewards. I had intended to save it for later, but now seems the opportune moment to unlock it to ensure we can defeat this foe without a doubt. Without further hesitation, Jiang Nian retrieved the golden treasure chest from his inventory and opened it. A dazzling array of golden light erupted from within. Among these radiant beams, one particularly brilliant light enveloped Jiang Nian. Congratulations. Player has gained 30 attribute points to allocate freely. The acquisition of these attribute points from the golden treasure chest did not surprise Jiang Nian. What astonished him was the appearance of an equipment design blueprint from within the chest. Chapter 58. Do you dare to gamble with your life? Item: Dragon Flame Sword Design Blueprint. Effect: combine a C-grade sword weapon with 80 half-dragon scales in a forging furnace to create a B-grade weapon, the Dragon Flame Sword. By the heavens, what a marvelous find! Jiang Nian exclaimed in delight. It turned out that the half-dragon scales were materials for forging equipment. His eyes sparkled upon gazing at the Dragon Flame Sword Design Blueprint. Although the golden treasure chest did not yield a B-grade weapon outright, Jiang Nian felt no disappointment. On the contrary, this confirmed the rarity of equipment above B-grade. At present, not only did Jiang Nian possess the design blueprint, but he also had the forging furnace and the necessary materials, enabling him to forge the Dragon Flame Sword. Additionally, after opening the golden treasure chest, he acquired other pieces of C-grade equipment, but these scattered components held little value for Jiang Nian. He decided to list them all in the auction house in exchange for parts of the C-grade ice mirror set. Once he completed this, Jiang Nian retrieved the basic forging furnace he had previously acquired. He placed the Dragon Flame Sword Design Blueprint and the 80 half-dragon scales into the furnace. Now, only one crucial material remained, a C-grade sword weapon. Jiang Nian had already chosen the best candidate, the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword in his possession. Although the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword granted Jiang Nian the power of Ghost Fire, enhancing his fire-based skills, it was still merely a C-grade weapon and fell short compared to the Dragon Flame Sword. Most importantly, he had no other C-grade sword weapons on hand. C-grade equipment was already rare, let alone weapons. He had nowhere else to trade for one. The Tiger Bone Ghost Sword was evidently the optimal choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nian withdrew the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword and placed it into the forging furnace. At that instant, the furnace emitted a faint golden glow, and the sound of the game prompt resonated. The materials are complete. Shall we forge the Dragon Flame Sword immediately? Reminder: the success rate for this forging is 100. Huh? Is it possible for forging to fail? That would be a significant loss. Jiang Nian was genuinely astonished upon learning this information. Whether it was the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, the design blueprint, or the dragon scale from the half-dragon, each was of immense value. If, by any chance, it were to fail, he would indeed suffer a total loss. Fortunately, with a 100 success rate for forging the Dragon Flame Sword, Jiang Nian felt reassured. Let us commence the forging. As soon as Jiang Nian's words fell, flames ignited within the forge before him, accompanied by a violent tremor that radiated a dazzling golden glow. Boom. Moments later, the forge gradually returned to tranquility. Due to the player's unique materials, the Dragon Flame Sword has undergone a mutation during the forging process. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword has been successfully forged. A long sword, entirely blue and gold with an engraving of a fire dragon on its blade, appeared before Jiang Nian. Item: Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Type: Weapon. Quality: B-grade. Effect: holding this weapon causes any attack to carry a ghostly fire effect, increasing fire attribute skill damage by 30. Attacking with the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword allows for charging energy. With each strike, 1 layer of energy is gained. Upon reaching 10 layers, the energy can be consumed to summon the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon to assist in battle for 3 minutes. Evaluation: originally a weapon infused with the formidable power of dragons, it has mutated after being tainted with ghostly energy, resulting in extraordinary potency. Is it possible for it to transform like this? Jiang Nian's eyes widened in astonishment at this turn of events. Beside him, Tu Shanqing and Reina were equally taken aback. To forge successfully and undergo mutation, this stroke of luck was indeed remarkable. Utilizing the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword as the primary material for crafting the Dragon Flame Sword. While it was certain that the Dragon Flame Sword would surpass the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword in prowess, Jiang Nian felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, the ghostly fire effect was truly impressive. Little did he expect that upon successful forging, the Dragon Flame Sword would transform into the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, preserving the coveted ghostly fire effect. Truly the chosen one. Jiang Nian was overwhelmed with excitement as he hastily grasped the Dragon Flame Long Sword before him. In that instant, the Dragon Flame Long Sword ignited with a chilling, ghostly fire, far surpassing the former Tiger Bone Ghost Sword in might. Moreover, after equipping the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, Jiang Nian allocated all 30 attribute points acquired from the earlier opened golden treasure chest to strength. At that moment, his combat power surged to a 7-star level. If Jiang Nian were to encounter the previous 7-star pig-headed monster now, a single onslaught of Dragon's Fury would likely obliterate it. Nar, what level of power did that overconfident individual seeking vengeance possess? 7-star was it? Do you believe that he can withstand my Dragon's Fury? Jiang Nian smiled lightly as he glanced at Tu Shanqing and Reina. Upon hearing his words, both stifled their laughter behind their hands. With Jiang Nian's current strength, confronting that ward cockle would be exceedingly effortless, a battle devoid of uncertainty. Not to mention, the prowess of Tu Shanqing and Reina had also notably strengthened. Regardless of how formidable Ward Cockle's awakened talent may be, he stood little chance of victory. Let us continue our adventure. we need not concern ourselves with that individual's challenge. Jiang Nian spoke leisurely, wrapping an arm around Tu Shanqing and Reina as they strode forward. Time flew by swiftly, and soon, the next day arrived. Announcement: the resource contest has now commenced. The teleportation portals have been opened. Players wishing to register for the competition may enter the portals. Reminder: each region may only dispatch 3 players. If no one registers, the top 3 players on the leaderboard will be automatically entered. Upon entering the portal, players will be transported to the competition venue. Reminder: during the competition, the battles between contestants will be live-streamed in real time. As the announcement echoed, portals began to materialize one after another. Jiang Nian, already accustomed to this, led Tu Shanqing and Reina into the portal. They were transported to the exclusive competition venue. Joining them in the contest were Aliho and Tekawawa-kin. The two had completely transformed into Jiang Nian's ardent admirers, joyfully rushing to his side and standing behind him. Meanwhile, a foreign man with a bushy beard approached Jiang Nian with an aggressive demeanor. It was evident that, in both physique and appearance, he bore a striking resemblance to the earlier Sean Cockle. The two were nearly identical, clearly twins. "You are Jiang Nian?" Ward Cockle scrutinized Jiang Nian with disdain, furiously declaring, "I can't be bothered to waste words with you. I simply ask, do you dare to wager your life? Once the combat commences, neither side is permitted to surrender. One must annihilate the other." Chapter 59, S-Class Talent, Diamond Body. Wager my life? Heh. Jiang Nian chuckled coldly. "Are you serious? Aren't you afraid that I might kill you?" Jiang Nian did not conceal anything, allowing the aura of his 7-star level to flow freely. In that moment, Ward Cockle's detailed attributes materialized before Jiang Nian's eyes. Player: Ward Cockle. Nationality: Lighthouse Nation. Lifespan: 32, 128. Physique: 183. Strength: 228. Agility: 141. Spirit: 130. Charm: 120. Talent: Diamond Body, S-Class. Skills: Heavy Strike, Savage Charge, Whirlwind Kick. Crushing Fist, B-Class. Shockwave Fist, B-Class. Diamond Cover, Talents Innate Skill. Combat Power Star Level, 7-star. Upon realizing that this individual possessed 7-star combat power, Jiang Nian surmised that his awakened talent must indeed be exceptionally formidable. As expected, this fellow had indeed awakened an S-Class talent. The name Diamond Body alone suggests an extraordinary defensive capability, vastly superior to the Iron Body talent awakened by William Walker. Once he activates the Diamond Cover talent skill, even Jiang Nian would find it challenging to land a blow on him. It was precisely due to the overwhelming strength of his awakened talent that Ward Cockle's power had surged rapidly. Ordinary monsters could hardly inflict any damage upon him. Jiang Nian's own SSS class talent, Omniscience, while extraordinarily advantageous, affording him knowledge of everything and mastery of all attributes, initially lacked any innate skills. In the early days of confronting monsters, aside from identifying their weaknesses, he possessed no other skills, rendering it somewhat inferior to talents with innate skills. However, the current circumstances were drastically different. Jiang Nian had long surpassed the novice phase. Now, with the synergy of his omniscience talent, dealing with this individual endowed with exceptional defensive capabilities was a trivial matter. You are also at the 7-star level. Perceiving the aura emanating from Jiang Nian, Wardcock appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly realizing that the intelligence he had received was flawed. However, do you truly believe that I fear you? The very fact that I dare to challenge you indicates my unwavering confidence. As he uttered these words, Wardcock also radiated a stellar aura of the 7th rank. Although Jiang Nian's strength exceeded his expectations, he remained utterly composed and unafraid. He held profound confidence in his awakened innate skill. Just as Jiang Nian had surmised, this diamond physique endowed him with formidable defensive capabilities. Consequently, Wardcock had initially charged forward into any fray without hesitation, for the vast majority of adversaries he encountered could not breach his defenses, allowing him to engage in battle with ease. It was this very reason that established Wardcock as the #1 contender in Zone 75. Learning that his brother, Sean Cockle, was the top contender in Zone 112, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He dreamed of a day when the two brothers would dominate this world. Yet, who could have foreseen that Sean Cockle would suddenly perish at the hands of this individual from the Flame Kingdom? Regardless of the circumstances, today he must avenge his brother by eliminating Jiang Nian. Behind Wardcock stood two equally unremarkable, golden-haired women, whose appearances paled in comparison to the striking beauty of Tu Shanqing. Nevertheless, in this world of arranged unions, encountering such ordinary women was already considered fortunate. What was paramount, however, was that both women possessed commendable strength, each around the 5.5-star mark. Such audacity. Very well, I shall engage you to the bitter end. If it is a gamble with our lives, so be it. In terms of attributes, aside from his physical constitution, Jiang Nian overwhelmingly surpassed him in every other aspect. Furthermore, Jiang Nian wielded an B-class weapon, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Confronting this adversary posed no challenge whatsoever. A powerful aura continuously emanated from him, reminiscent of a stellar 7th rank. The intense clash of their energies left the surrounding spectators gasping for breath. How astonishingly powerful. Were it not for Jiang Nian's formidable presence in our zone, one could only imagine the number of defeats we would have suffered. Standing nearby, Aliho and Tekawawa Ken were equally affected by this overwhelming aura, their expressions grave. Yet, they harbored no fear, firmly believing in Jiang Nian's assured victory. Additionally, the two contestants from Zone 75 brimmed with confidence in Wardcock's abilities. In this resource competition, they were merely filler. The true stakes rested upon Jiang Nian and Wardcock, with the victor representing their zone's triumph in the resource contest. At this moment, both the contestants on-site and the viewers from the two zones in the live broadcast were fixated on the battleground. Jiang Nian and Wardcock, accompanied by their respective partners, entered the arena, their expressions rife with murderous intent. Young man, you may well be the most arrogant opponent I have ever encountered. You shall pay dearly for your hubris and ignorance. As his words fell, a dazzling, diamond-like substance enveloped Wardcock's body. It was palpable that his aura had surged in strength at this moment. Under the protection of this diamond covering, Wardcock's defensive capabilities were immensely enhanced, augmenting his strength and offensive power as well. The sole drawback lay in his reduced speed. However, with such formidable defense, a slight decrease in velocity was inconsequential. He had absolute faith that Jiang Nian could never penetrate his defenses. As Wardcock unveiled his innate skill, the viewers from Zone 75 erupted in excitement. Did you see that? This is the talent of our esteemed Ward. He possesses an S-class diamond physique. An S-class talent, something you inhabitants of Zone 666 have likely never witnessed. The audience from Zone 666 fell momentarily silent, taken aback by the proclamation. They were well aware of Jiang Nian's formidable prowess, but had never truly grasped the nature of his awakened talent. Up until now, Jiang Nian had not explicitly revealed his innate abilities or their classification. They could only infer from his battles that he likely possessed a dual talent related to fire and lightning. Thus, the people of Zone 666, unwilling to concede, retorted, what significance does an S-class diamond physique hold? Our Jiang Nian possesses a dual attribute talent, fire and lightning combined. Have you ever seen such a thing? A bunch of simpletons. Do you truly believe that your so-called diamond physique is impressive? Prepare to be thoroughly thrashed by our Jiang Nian. Chapter 60. You are undeniably weak. While the crowd in the live broadcast engaged in a heated dispute, Wardcock's fists manifested a pair of golden claw-like weapons, known as Golden Shadow Claws. Item: Golden Shadow Claws. Type: Weapon. Quality: C-Class. Effect: When equipped, all strength-based skills gain a 20 increase in power. Jiang Nian immediately discerned the details of this weapon and let out a derisive smile. The diamond physique was indeed impressive, but your weapon seems rather feeble. Merely a C-Class? At these words, Wardcock furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean by that? Do you possess a weapon superior to C-Class? He was acutely aware that at this stage, a C-Class weapon was already quite formidable. Weapons surpassing C-Class could only be crafted from blueprints. After unlocking the first-place golden treasure chest, Wardcock had obtained a blueprint for a B-Class weapon. However, lacking the necessary materials and forging furnace, how could he possibly forge a B-Class piece with just a blueprint? In Wardcock's view, Jiang Nian could at most possess a blueprint like his own. There was no way he could own a B-Class weapon. Humph! Jiang Nian coldly laughed, offering no response to Wardcock. Instead, he conjured the thunderbolt bow in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed at Wardcock and released an arrow. Boom! The arrow Jiang Nian shot forth was akin to a bolt of lightning, striking Wardcock with incredible speed, almost impossible for him to evade. Yet, he chose not to dodge, standing his ground as Jiang Nian's attack made contact. The strike from the thunderbolt bow failed to inflict significant damage on Wardcock. In his diamond-encased state, ordinary attacks could not breach his defenses. Even though Jiang Nian might exploit weaknesses, the damage he inflicted was merely marginally higher, far from the devastating blows he delivered against others. Excuse me, are you merely tickling me? Is this truly the extent of your power? How can you be so feeble? Wardcock lightly tapped the spot struck by the lightning arrow, revealing not a single trace of injury. Although there had been a fleeting sting at the moment of impact, the force was so minimal it was utterly negligible. If Jiang Nian's abilities were indeed limited to this, he would be utterly defenseless. How could such a weak individual have possibly defeated his brother? This spectacle was clearly witnessed by all those in the live broadcast room. The might of Lord Ward is commendable. Truly, he is the strongest in our region. Even standing still, he is beyond Jiang Nian's match. It is quite laughable. I had anticipated that arrow would possess considerable strength, only to find it merely tickled Lord Ward. Jiang Nian, have you forgotten to eat? Ha! The inhabitants of Area 75 erupted in jubilant cheers, as if victory were already theirs. In their eyes, Jiang Nian was incapable of breaching Wardcock's defenses. So how could he possibly attain victory? This was nothing but a foregone conclusion. What followed would surely be a one-sided massacre at the hands of Wardcock. Though somewhat brutal, it was merely the price Jiang Nian must pay for having taken the life of his brother. In this world of survival of the fittest, it is but a natural course. Conversely, the individuals from Area 666 exhibited immense tension. From the outset of Jiang Nian's battle to this moment, they had witnessed something unprecedented. They had seen the formidable power of the lightning arrows. How could they be so ineffectual against Ward Cockle? Could it be that this fellow's defenses were so formidable that even Jiang Nian was helpless? At the same time, in the arena, Ward Cockle and his two betrothed were laughing maniacally. You two need not intervene. Simply watch from the sidelines. This fellow is more than enough for me to handle alone, Ward Cockle confidently declared. Just then, Jiang Nian raised his hand and shot several more arrows, striking Ward Cockle with precision once again. However, the outcome was identical to before. Even when hitting the most vulnerable points of Ward Cockle, the damage was minimal. Truly, his diamond physique is impressive. It is no wonder he possesses S-class talent. Witnessing this, Jiang Nian frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the laughter of Ward Cockle grew increasingly derisive. Haha, I had thought perhaps you were concealing your strength. But it seems you are utterly devoid of it. You are truly pathetic. My brother, to have perished at the hands of such a weakling, is an utter disgrace. Alas, he is still my brother. Today, you shall pay the price with your life. Upon finishing his words, a brilliant light emanated from the diamonds adorning Ward Cockle. In that moment, his aura surged, charging towards Jiang Nian like a diamond war chariot. Diamonds are inherently hard, and combined with Ward Cockle's immense strength, the consequences of an unguarded collision would be dire. Yet, this was all within Jiang Nian's expectations. The two figures beside him, Tu Shanqing and Reina, saw no need to intervene. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Ward Cockle crashed violently against the fiery shield that Jiang Nian had conjured. This flame shield was exceptionally sturdy. Even Ward Cockle's powerful, barbaric charge merely fractured it. Encased within the fire shield, Jiang Nian remained unharmed. Oh dear, you chose a C-class set, and it happens to be the fire meteor set. Young man, should I deem you foolish or truly dim-witted? While I am unaware of the nature of your talent, it is evident that you must possess lightning affinity, or else you could not wield the lightning bow. How could a lightning talent awaken? Yet you opt for a fire set that does not align with your abilities? Are you not, indeed, rather dim? Though the absorption of damage by the flame shield did momentarily astonish Ward Cockle, he quickly transformed his shock into mockery. It was incomprehensible how Jiang Nian could be so foolish. Yet, as Ward Cockle roared with laughter, Jiang Nian's lightning bow vanished in an instant, replaced by the formidable dragon flame ghost sword. In this moment, an overwhelming surge of fire energy erupted from Jiang Nian. The dragon flame ghost sword ignited with terrifying ghostly flames. Who told you that my awakened talent is of the lightning variety? How could this be? Sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Nian, Ward Cockle's expression shifted to one of horror. His diamond physique belonged to the power category, which meant he could only learn skills of that nature. Yet, Jiang Nian had initially wielded a lightning weapon, radiating lightning energy. Why had it now transformed into fire energy? In that moment, Ward Cockle realized that Jiang Nian's awakened talent might be extraordinarily unique, bestowing upon him the ability of dual attributes. At that instant, Ward Cockle noticed the weapon in Jiang Nian's hand, his earlier astonishment gradually morphing into fear. He could distinctly sense that the weapon Jiang Nian now wielded bore the aura of a B-class weapon. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was the weapon's unique, ghostly flame power. Without a moment's hesitation, Ward Cockle executed a backflip, distancing himself from Jiang Nian. How did you acquire a B-class weapon? In comparison to Jiang Nian's awakened special talent, he was now far more concerned with how Jiang Nian had obtained such a weapon. He could not fathom that Jiang Nian could have gathered all the necessary materials for a design blueprint at this stage. Perhaps there was some other means to procure a B-class weapon. Do I owe you an explanation? Jiang Nian completely ignored Ward Cockle, swiftly wielding the dragon flame ghost sword. In an instant, a massive ghost fire dragon materialized, roaring forth towards Ward Cockle. What? Previously, Ward Cockle had dismissed Jiang Nian's attacks. But this ghost fire dragon instilled a sense of threat within him. His instincts screamed that if he did not find a way to evade this attack, his life would be in peril. Unfortunately, the attack range of the ghost fire dragon was immense, equipped with the ability to lock onto its target, and Ward Cockle, in his diamond form, could not move quickly. He was immediately engulfed by the ghost fire dragon, letting out a horrific wail. His two betrothed, despite their desire to rush to his aid, dared not approach, fearing the ghost fire would ensnare them in its torment. Once the ghost fire dragon dissipated, Ward Cockle lay crumpled on the ground, his body charred and blackened. Even with the protection of his diamond body, he had suffered immense trauma, his form extensively scorched by the ghostly flames. No matter how fiercely he struck, he could not extinguish the flames, which only intensified Wardcock's agony. How could this be? The excruciating pain rendered his voice tremulous. Since awakening the talent of his diamond body, he had never endured such severe injuries. Just a single blow, and it possessed such formidable power. It dawned on him that this was Jiang Nian's true strength. Previously, Jiang Nian had merely feigned weakness. How infuriating. Wardcock clenched his teeth in rage, struggling to rise. Even though he had been gravely wounded by Jiang Nian's ghostly fire dragon, he still retained some measure of combat capability. Ah, truly worthy of the S-class diamond body talent. This defensive power was undeniably formidable. Jiang Nian, observing that Wardcock could still stand, couldn't help but express his admiration. However, even if this fellow managed to rise again, it held little significance. In his prime, he would have never been Jiang Nian's match. Now, severely injured, how much fighting strength could he possibly possess? So, under your current circumstances, can you endure my second fire dragon's fury? Jiang Nian declared, reigniting the dragon flame, sword in his hand. Oh no. Wardcock's heart raced at this sight, instinctively retreating several meters. He was acutely aware of the tremendous power behind Jiang Nian's earlier strike. Even now, he was still ablaze with ghostly fire, causing him unbearable pain. His state was already dire, and should he endure another fire dragon's fury, he would undoubtedly perish. Under normal circumstances, Wardcock should immediately choose to surrender to preserve his life. Yet, if he opted for a sneak attack, would that not be akin to slapping his own face? Just moments ago, he had resolutely declared his intent to fight to the death. Now, to concede would be utterly humiliating. But the pressing issue was that without surrendering, he could hardly withstand Jiang Nian's second assault, which would lead to his demise. Having finally ascended to the pinnacle of Area 75, with such powerful talent and skills, he found it intolerable to perish so easily. Prioritizing his own survival was of utmost importance, even over avenging his brother. How infuriating! Wardcock stomped his foot, cursing under his breath. Just when the crowd anticipated that Wardcock would continue his assault, he unexpectedly shouted, "I surrender." At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Even Jiang Nian did not foresee such a decisive capitulation. What happened to the promised life-or-death struggle? This was far too cowardly. Announcement: Jiang Nian wins the first round. Competitors from Area 75, please proceed to the stage for the next match. As the announcement rang out, the live stream erupted in chaos. What on earth? What happened to the life-or-death gamble? How could he surrender at the slightest provocation? Wardcock, are you even a man? This is truly laughable. Just moments ago, you were so adamant about risking your life against our esteemed Jiang Nian, and now you capitulate? What a waste. Is this truly the strongest of Area 75? I cannot fathom where you found the courage to challenge our Jiang Nian. The inhabitants of Area 75, witnessing the derisive comments from Area 666, found themselves at a loss for words. Wardcock's sudden surrender had indeed caught them off guard. What happened to the certainty of victory? What happened to the guarantee of vanquishing Jiang Nian? To surrender so swiftly was undeniably disgraceful. In the battleground, the two competitors from Area 75, though reluctant to accept, had to acknowledge that Wardcock had chosen to surrender. They had expected him to fight even more fiercely after his outbursts of anger. Never did they anticipate his abrupt capitulation. This signified that Jiang Nian's strength far surpassed Wardcock's expectations, forcing him to slap his own face in the pursuit of survival. In such circumstances, how could they dare challenge Jiang Nian? They too opted for surrender. Announcement: the resource competition has been won by Area 666. Announcement: resources in Area 666 have doubled. All attributes increased by 20 points. Resources in Area 112 have been halved. All attributes decreased by 20 points. Announcement: Jiang Nian, having triumphed against 3 opponents, receives an additional reward, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 challenge key. At the moment the announcement sounded, a unique voice resonated solely in Jiang Nian's ear. Congratulations on completing 3 consecutive 1-against-3 challenges and leading your region to victory in the resource competition. The exclusive task for regional rulers has been activated. Chapter 62. Truly brothers, even their excuses are alike. As the game notification chimed, a special scroll automatically appeared in Jiang Nian's inventory. By utilizing it, he could view the details of the regional ruler's task. Now, in the competition arena, Jiang Nian did not rush to examine the nature of this task. Instead, he cast a scornful glance at the now-defeated Wardcock. So, this is your version of a life-or-death gamble? Surrendering at the slightest disagreement. Are you even a man? Jiang Nian spoke with palpable disdain. If this fellow had known he was outmatched, yet still opted for a desperate struggle, Jiang Nian might have regarded him with a modicum of respect, perhaps even showing leniency. Yet, it was clear that this individual was simply too cowardly. Reflecting on Wardcock's earlier arrogance only elicited further amusement from Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, do not revel in your triumph too soon. My loss is merely due to the absence of a B-class weapon. Had I possessed a B-class weapon, it would have been impossible for me to lose to you. One day, I shall personally end your life. Wardcock was acutely aware that such assertions would be exceedingly humiliating, but he was unwilling to squander his life in vain. Although he had faced defeat, he remained the foremost contender in Area 75. As long as he retained his life, he would have the opportunity for revenge against Jiang Nian in the future. In his mind, acquiring a B-class weapon would empower him to defeat Jiang Nian. He would settle this score eventually. Remaining here would only deepen his humiliation. With a cold grunt, Wardcock turned away, departing without a backward glance. The 2 competitors who had accompanied him followed closely, exiting through the teleportation portal. How laughable! Jiang Nian watched the retreating figures of Wardcock and his companions with a derisive smile before stepping into the teleportation portal, returning to Area 666. Upon his return, he immediately opened the silver treasure chest obtained from his earlier 1-against-3 victory. Aside from 15 attribute points, the other items held little significance for Jiang Nian at present. Notably, within this silver treasure chest, 2 components of the Ice Mirror set were revealed. With the addition of the components acquired from recent auctions, the complete Ice Mirror set has been assembled. Upon donning the attire, Tu Shanqing's combat power surged to a remarkable 6 stars. Indeed, this development meant that we all now possessed C-grade gear. Observing the enhancement of Tu Shanqing's prowess, Jiang Nian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he opened his inventory and retrieved the scroll for the Regional Ruler mission. With a mere thought, a unique light screen manifested before him. Mission, Regional Ruler. Requirements: 1. Achieve 10 consecutive victories in resource challenge matches for your designated region, defeating 3 opponents each time. Any single failure resets the count. 2. Initiate resource plundering challenges against at least 3 regions and secure victory. 3. Complete the special dungeon for the Regional Ruler, which can be commenced at any time. 4. The player's own power must exceed 8 stars. 5. If another player completes the Regional Ruler task in the meantime, the scroll will vanish, rendering further completion impossible. Rewards: upon fulfilling all tasks, the player will earn the title of Regional Ruler, gain naming rights for the region, and unlock various privileges exclusive to the Regional Ruler. Regional Ruler. Remarkable. This task is indeed intriguing. Upon reading the mission details, Jiang Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the specific privileges of the Regional Ruler remain unclear, the ability to bestow a name upon the region is immensely alluring. He could easily assign a formidable name to Zone 666. However, while the prospect of becoming a Regional Ruler is enticing, the task's difficulty is equally daunting. Achieving 10 consecutive victories in resource contests, while consistently facing 3 adversaries, means that any single defeat resets the entire endeavor. Furthermore, the requirement to triumph in plundering challenges adds another layer of complexity. Although Jiang Nian possesses a key to initiate such a challenge, recklessly engaging with 3 or more regions without absolute confidence would be unwise. As for the special dungeon, Jiang Nian currently knows nothing about it, suspecting it to be significantly more challenging than the previous Sky City. The one aspect that is straightforward is the requirement for his own power to exceed 8 stars. Jiang Nian is currently at 7 stars, which is not overly difficult to achieve. No rush, there is no need to hurry. Jiang Nian mused, temporarily stowing the mission scroll away. After all, within Zone 666, no one could surpass him. He is truly the strongest. This implies that the task is secure from being snatched away by others. It is not an exaggeration to say that, apart from Jiang Nian, no one in Zone 666 could complete this mission. My lord, what shall we do next? Shall we continue our adventures in the dungeon or initiate a resource contest? Tu Shanqing and Reina, having learned of the mission's requirements, approached Jiang Nian with curiosity. Jiang Nian, contemplating for a moment, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Naturally, they would proceed with the resource contest. After all, he had no shortage of challenge keys at his disposal, and the sooner they completed the task, the sooner he could become the Regional Ruler. With that, Jiang Nian produced a challenge key. However, prior to formally utilizing it, he first entered the chat channel of Zone 7 to observe the discussions. With Jiang Nian's strength, he had absolute confidence in one-on-one confrontations. In this context, anyone who dared provoke him would find themselves challenged. At that moment, in the chat channel of Zone 7, individuals from Zone 75 began to malign Zone 666 once again. That Jiang Nian from Zone 666 merely relies on B-grade weapons. Without them, he could never breach the defenses of our formidable Lord Ward. Though Lord Ward conceded, it was not out of cowardice but a tactical retreat. Indeed, Lord Ward has stated that if he were to acquire a B-grade weapon, he could effortlessly eliminate Jiang Nian. The power of an S-grade diamond body is beyond your comprehension. Naturally, the inhabitants of Zone 666 found these remarks infuriating and immediately retorted. How absurd. Why can't you accept your defeat? The previous Zone 112 claimed that our esteemed Jiang Nian cheated with puppets, and now you accuse him of using B-grade weapons. Is that fair? Truly, the excuses of these brothers are strikingly similar. I can't be bothered to converse with you lot of fools. I advise you to speak less, lest our illustrious Jiang Nian challenges you again. Jiang Nian witnessed their exchanges, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Sean Corker, who had previously lost, refused to acknowledge his defeat, and now his brother Ward Corker followed suit. These two truly are cut from the same cloth, since they refused to concede. Let the challenges continue. Jiang Nian smirked coldly and promptly initiated a resource contest against Zone 75. Chapter 63, Open Defamation. Do not be alarmed. My recent defeat was solely due to the absence of B-grade weapons. If I possessed a B-grade weapon like Jiang Nian, how could he possibly be my opponent? Even if his talent is somewhat peculiar, it cannot surpass my diamond body. Just wait. Once I obtain a B-grade weapon, Jiang Nian will undoubtedly meet his demise. I will settle both new and old scores then. Upon returning to his own zone, Ward Corker obstinately refused to accept the reality of his defeat, incessantly proclaiming in the chat channel. Initially, onlookers found his sudden surrender perplexing, deeming him cowardly. However, it soon became apparent that Ward had been biding his time. With Jiang Nian wielding a B-grade weapon, the disparity was too great. There was indeed no need to throw away his life recklessly. Although his earlier bravado about risking everything culminated in a humiliating retreat, preserving his life was far better than losing it unnecessarily. As long as we have Ward, he will surely exact revenge. Zone 666 is far too arrogant. They must be taught a lesson. Absolutely. I can hardly wait to see them sob and wail. Despite their recent defeat at the hands of Zone 666, Zone 75 now celebrated as if they had emerged victorious. To them, as long as Ward Corker could secure a B-grade weapon, Jiang Nian would be of no concern. At that very moment, an urgent announcement echoed through the air. Emergency announcement. Zone 666 has utilized a challenge key, opening the challenge portal, automatically connecting to Zone 75. The resource contest begins now. Resource contest. The losing zone will have all resources halved, and all players will experience a 20-point reduction in all attributes. The winning zone will have all resources doubled, and all players will gain a 20-point enhancement in all attributes. Friendly reminder. Zone 666 has achieved 4 consecutive victories in resource contests. At that moment, the expressions of all individuals in Zone 75 abruptly froze. Even Ward Cock, who had previously been brimming with confidence, now displayed an expression of utter shock. He had already suffered defeat at the hands of Jiang Nian, and without a B-level weapon, he had no chance of victory. Now that Jiang Nian had once again issued a challenge, did this not imply that he was destined to lose once more? Without a moment's hesitation, nearly all players in Zone 75, including Wardcock, flocked into the regional chat channel. Is it amusing for you from Zone 666 to act in this manner? Is it not enough to have defeated us once, but you must also continue to challenge us? Jiang Nian, do you truly believe yourself formidable? Your victories are solely a result of good fortune in acquiring a B-level weapon. One must admit, your luck is rather exceptional. From the initial puppet to the current B-level weapon, each item is something we simply cannot obtain at this stage. By what right do you deserve such advantages? Have you perhaps employed some insidious means? Perhaps the people from Zone 112 were correct. Jiang Nian has indeed resorted to cheating. If you have the audacity, wait until our esteemed Wardcock obtains a B-level weapon before challenging us again. What merit is there in your current challenges? The inhabitants of Zone 75 felt an overwhelming irritation at the sudden challenge and began to hurl insults in the regional chat. Jiang Nian, I never anticipated you to be such a vile individual. Is it not enough to have killed my brother? Now, you leverage your B-level weapon in a bid to eliminate me as well? Or do you intend to eradicate us entirely, seeking to strip Zone 75 of resources just as you did with Zone 112? Your actions unequivocally result in the slaughter of countless innocents. You are utterly despicable. Wardcock, having previously witnessed Jiang Nian's prowess, recognized that he stood no chance against him in another challenge, at least until he acquired a B-level weapon. Defeating Jiang Nian was out of the question. Rather than face Jiang Nian's relentless challenges, he opted to cast aspersions on Jiang Nian in the regional chat, hoping to paint him as a universally recognized villain. This way, he could incite other formidable players to take up the challenge against Jiang Nian. As this group sought to tarnish Jiang Nian's reputation, the players from Zone 666 could scarcely tolerate it, flooding into the regional chat. What? Are you the only ones permitted to challenge us? Are we not allowed to contest you? How utterly ridiculous. This is a world governed by the survival of the fittest. How can you malign us and deny us the right to retaliate? A bunch of worthless fools, only brave enough to spout nonsense here. Especially you. Wardcock, are you even a man? Unable to defeat Jiang Nian, you resort to slandering him? To claim it was the absence of a B-level weapon that led to your defeat? Even if you were given a B-level weapon, you would still stand no chance against Jiang Nian. Wardcock, being of an exceedingly proud disposition, could hardly endure such taunts. And he erupted in fury, exclaiming, preposterous. My strength surpasses that of Jiang Nian. His victories are solely reliant on his B-level weapon. Let us not forget that when he was without it, he could not even breach my defenses. If he dares to compete in this resource contest without his B-level weapon, I assure you, I would obliterate him in an instant. As the uproar in the regional chat escalated, Jiang Nian promptly entered the fray. Upon witnessing Wardcock's ludicrous remarks, he could no longer remain silent. Wardcock, may I inquire who bestowed upon you such audacity? My acquisition of a B-level weapon is a testament to my own strength. Do you truly believe I would relinquish my B-level weapon to engage in combat with you? A loss is a loss. There is no room for excuses. This time, I shall not hold back. This marked Jiang Nian's first address in the regional chat. As he spoke, his true avatar emerged, revealing to all that the once renowned Jiang Nian was, in fact, quite handsome. Everyone sees it now. Jiang Nian clearly relies on the power of his B-level weapon. Alas, who could have foreseen that I would not possess a B-level weapon? I cannot fathom how this fellow came to possess such advantages. Is he truly unique? Surely. He must have employed some unscrupulous methods. Chapter 64, Revenge. Wardcock's words struck Jiang Nian as laughable, and he found no merit in engaging with such foolishness. However, not everyone shared his perspective. Many began to perceive Jiang Nian as exceedingly peculiar. From the very outset, with the special puppet to the present B-level weapon, why was it that Jiang Nian consistently obtained these items ahead of others? Moreover, it was said that his awakened talent was quite extraordinary, possessing dual attributes. This rendered Jiang Nian an anomaly in the eyes of many. If Jiang Nian were permitted to continue his ascendance, there would come a day when their zones would fall one by one to his challenges. Such a significant threat required immediate attention. As more zones entered the regional chat, combined with the completion of the novice assessment, the chat channel opened up additional functionalities, enabling cross-zone private messaging and friend requests, among other things. In essence, aside from the inability to trade across zones, nearly everything else was possible. Upon learning of Jiang Nian's exceptional nature, numerous formidable players began to unite, preparing to collectively confront him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nian, after his confrontation with Wardcock, he exited the regional chat to patiently await the commencement of the resource contest. Meanwhile, within Zone 75, despite Wardcock's incessant slander of Jiang Nian in the chat, he could not deny that without a B-level weapon, he stood no chance against him. He was not one to sit idly by. With the resource contest set to commence at this time tomorrow, he had a full day ahead of him. If he could acquire a B-level weapon within that time frame, Jiang Nian would no longer pose a concern. Currently, relying on the exploration of unknown random rooms, dungeon chambers, or resource locations to obtain B-level weapon materials seemed rather impractical. Thus, Wardcock devised a clever plan. He began fervently soliciting materials for forging B-level weapons or items that could enhance his own strength in the Zone 75 chat. It was crucial to note that if Wardcock were to lose, it would signify yet another defeat for Zone 75 in the resource contest, resulting in not only a halving of resources, but also a reduction of 20 points across all attributes. In light of this, Wardcock stepped forward, promising to temporarily borrow the materials, vowing to return them after vanquishing Jiang Nian. Should he be unable to return the materials, he would repay them gradually in the future. Upon hearing this, many were more than willing to oblige, eagerly handing over their useful resources and materials to Wardcock. Among them were those who unexpectedly acquired a basic forging furnace, which was immensely valuable to Wardcock. As Wardcockle observed wave after wave of frenzied trading requests flooding in, his heart swelled with exhilaration. The question of whether to return these items after his victory was, of course, out of the question. Once something has been consumed, how could it possibly be regurgitated? Wardcockle had already resolved that with the elimination of Jiang Nian, his power would render him impervious to any adversary who would dare to reclaim these possessions from him. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following day. With the resounding announcement, the resource competition officially commenced. Portals materialized in the 666 and 75 zones. Jiang Nian, exuding an air of nonchalance, embraced Tu Shanqing and Reina as they stepped through the portal, arriving at the battleground. As before, Alejo and Tekawawa Ken accompanied Jiang Nian. During this period, Jiang Nian's continuous victories in the resource competition had bestowed immense benefits upon all in the 666 zone. Not only had their regional resources multiplied, but their individual attributes had also seen remarkable enhancement. Alejo and Tekawawa Ken now boasted approximately 6-star strength, although a disparity still lingered between them and Jiang Nian. Their prowess was sufficient to rank first in relatively weaker regions. At that moment, contestants from the 75 zone approached, accompanied by their respective partners. Leading the pack was none other than Wardcockle, flanked by his two unremarkable companions. Upon sighting them, Jiang Nian scoffed disdainfully. So, shall we gamble our lives once more? Oh dear, how could I forget your previous cowardice in choosing to surrender? If you fear death, you might as well concede now. Wardcockle clenched his fists. His gaze ignited with fury. Jiang Nian, do not overstep your bounds. I assure you, today shall be your defeat. His furious declaration was not mere bluster. He harbored considerable confidence. With the support of his fellow regional contestants from the previous day, he had successfully forged a B-grade weapon. Now, equipped with a B-grade weapon akin to Jiang Nian's, he felt unafraid. Ah, it seems you uttered something similar during the last resource competition. Can you not conjure some fresh phrases? It's always about your inevitable defeat. When have you ever succeeded? Jiang Nian responded coldly. I shan't waste further words with you. Since you refuse to surrender, let us commence. With that, Jiang Nian, accompanied by Tu Shanqing and Reina, entered the combat arena. You shall regret this. For today I will render you incapable of even surrendering. Wardcockle seethed, his eyes fixed on Jiang Nian as they both stepped into the battleground. The first match commenced. Wardcockle immediately activated his diamond body talent, significantly enhancing his defenses. However, unlike before, he wielded not the golden shadow tiger, but a pair of flaming gauntlets. Item, fiery fist gauntlets. Type, weapon. Quality, B-grade. Effect, when equipped, all melee punch skills gain fire attribute attacks, increasing the power of all strength-based skills by 30. With a chance to ignite the enemy. Jiang Nian's pupils constricted upon noticing the gauntlets. No wonder Ward Cockle exuded such confidence. He too possessed a B-grade weapon. Yet, did he truly believe that merely wielding a B-grade weapon would grant him the strength to conquer Jiang Nian? That would be a gross underestimation of his capabilities. How laughable. Jiang Nian, you are overly confident. While I am unaware of the talent you have awakened, my diamond body is an S-grade talent, now enhanced with a B-grade weapon. Even clad in the Firefall set and shielded by the Flame Shield, you cannot withstand this punch, Ward Cockle declared, flames erupting from his gauntlets. Although he lacked fire affinity and could not utilize fire skills, the Fiery Fist gauntlets imbued his every strike with fire attribute attacks, amplifying their potency and granting a chance to inflict burn status. To Ward Cockle, Jiang Nian possessed no hope of victory. Very well, let us begin, Jiang Nian replied coldly, as the Dragon Flame Ghost sword materialized in his grasp. In that instant, Ward Cockle charged at Jiang Nian, roaring, I shall see how you endure my crushing fist. Unhesitatingly, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. With the Fiery Fist gauntlets augmenting his strength, he seemed unstoppable, yet Jiang Nian, protected only by his flame shield, could hardly withstand such a strike. However, Ward Cockle, encased in his diamond body state, moved slowly, allowing Jiang Nian to evade his attack with ease using the Phantom Step. Simultaneously, Jiang Nian leaped and executed a triple slash, striking precisely at Ward Cockle's vulnerable spots. Given Ward Cockle's formidable defenses, the triple slash, merely the weakest of Jiang Nian's skills, was akin to a normal attack, inflicting minimal damage even upon hitting his weak points. Yet, Jiang Nian's intent was not to severely wound Ward Cockle, but to accumulate layers of power for the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Once he reached 10 layers, he could summon the immensely powerful Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. The triple slash was the optimal choice for rapid accumulation, though Ward Cockle remained oblivious to Jiang Nian's true strategy. Mistaking Jiang Nian's attacks as ineffective due to his own robust defenses, Ward Cockle boasted, Ha! Jiang Nian, are you merely tickling me? Your Fire Dragon's fury is impressive, but your other skills pose no threat to me. He believed that as long as he could evade the Fire Dragon's fury, Jiang Nian's other abilities were inconsequential. The only dilemma was that Jiang Nian's speed was overwhelming, necessitating a method to restrain him. Just then, Jiang Nian dashed before Ward Cockle, flashing a devilish smile as he unleashed another triple slash. Yet, the situation remained largely unchanged, with the triple slash failing to inflict significant damage. I have warned you. You cannot harm me, Ward Cockle sneered, showing no inclination to evade Jiang Nian's onslaught. Even as Jiang Nian executed another triple slash, he remained undeterred. Perhaps due to the insufficient damage, Jiang Nian, wielding the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword imbued with ghostly fire, failed to afflict Ward Cockle with its effects. Throughout this exchange, neither Jiang Nian's partner nor Ward Cockle's companions chose to intervene. They remained vigilant, wary of one another, prepared to act should either dare to interfere in their respective husbands' battle. The unfolding scenario within the combat arena was one of palpable tension. The spectacle was laid bare before the eyes of all present in the live broadcast room. The inhabitants of Area 75, who had initially harbored concerns, soon erupted into raucous cheers after a brief moment of hesitation. Marvelous. Did you see that? This is the astounding defensive prowess of our esteemed ward. Ha! It's utterly ridiculous. Our ward stands immobile, and this Jiang Nian can't even land a blow. What chance does he have? It was indeed mere luck that allowed him to triumph over our ward before. They found it peculiar, however, that Jiang Nian had not unleashed the fury of the Fire Dragon. Who knows? Perhaps there are specific requirements for employing that technique. But it matters not. Ward Corker is now aware of the Fury's formidable strength. As long as he avoids that attack, Jiang Nian is bound to lose. Indeed, let us see how you intend to secure a victory this time. The denizens of Area 666 were well aware of these utterances, but were too disinterested to retort. They understood fully that Jiang Nian's capabilities extended far beyond what was currently on display. While they were astonished by Ward Corker's acquisition of a B-class weapon, they knew that Jiang Nian also wielded one of similar caliber. The reason for his abstention from using the devastating fury of the Fire Dragon must surely be due to some strategic contemplation. In the midst of the battleground, Jiang Nian, having concluded an intense skirmish, executed a swift backflip to distance himself from Ward Corker. He intentionally cast a glance at the Dragonfire Demon's sword in his possession, observing the vividly engraved Dragonfire Demon, which flickered incessantly. This signified that he could summon the Dragonfire Demon at any moment. A slight smile crept upon Jiang Nian's lips. At last, he would witness the might of the Dragonfire Demon. The power of my diamond body is beyond your imagination. Ward Corker, with a disdainful smirk, patted his robust physique and declared, with skills as pathetic as yours, do not harbor any delusions of injuring me. Since you refuse to employ the fury of the Fire Dragon, I shall not waste any more time with you. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Nian as he clenched his right fist, gathering an immense amount of power. In that moment, it felt as though the entire arena began to tremble. The previously executed shattering fist had concentrated his strength into a singular point, showcasing an extraordinary single-target explosive skill. Yet, he possessed another B-class skill, Shockwave Fist, which, while slightly inferior in single-target damage, surpassed the Shattering Fist in nearly every other aspect. Most crucially, the Shockwave Fist boasted a vast attack range, making it nearly impossible for Jiang Nian to evade completely, even with his exceptional speed and unique evasion skills. However, just as Ward Corker brimmed with confidence, believing that this attack would severely cripple Jiang Nian, a deafening roar of a dragon suddenly echoed. The sound resonated not only within the battleground, but also reached the ears of every viewer in the livestream. As shock spread across the crowd, a colossal dragon wreathed in ghostly flames materialized above Jiang Nian's head. What? The sight left not just Ward Corker, but everyone present wide-eyed with disbelief. Who could have anticipated that a dragon would appear in the arena? It was essential to note that this was not a mere manifestation of the fury of the fire dragon skill, but a genuine dragon. Chapter 66. Summoning the Dragon Fire Demon. As they gazed upon the ghostly flame dragon spiraling in midair, the onlookers in Area 75 found themselves utterly astonished. What is happening? How can a dragon be summoned? Is this another puppet? Let us not forget that Jiang Nian previously utilized a puppet capable of summoning half-dragons. Frustration welled up as they speculated. Has he resorted to using puppets because he cannot best our ward? How shameless. Can he not engage in a proper 1v1 duel? Relying solely on the strength of puppets, what a disgrace. They were baffled, pondering where Jiang Nian had acquired such puppets, which they had never encountered before. Cheating. This must be cheating. The inhabitants of Area 666 were incensed by these remarks. Shut your mouths. You talk of cheating. Tell me, in this ruthless world, how does one cheat? It is utterly ludicrous. Is there a rule that forbids the use of puppets in combat? Moreover, who says our Jiang Nian is using a puppet? To utilize a puppet, one must first cast the corresponding doll. Perhaps this is a new skill Jiang Nian has mastered. You frogs at the bottom of the well. All you can do is squawk here. At this moment, the live stream was engulfed in heated disputes sparked by the sudden appearance of the flame dragon. Not only this, but the other competitors from Area 75, along with their partners, were quick to assume that Jiang Nian had summoned a puppet. Could this truly be a puppet? It seems a bit off, though. Ward Corker furrowed his brow. While he also suspected it was a puppet, Jiang Nian had never utilized a summoning item. The flame dragon's sudden emergence, engulfed in ghostly flames, was strikingly different from a typical puppet. Most importantly, the summoned entity did not exhibit any inclination to attack, clearly distinguishing it from a mere puppet. Ward Corker instinctively glanced at the weapon in Jiang Nian's hand. The flame dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the patterns etched upon the sword's blade. Just then, Jiang Nian raised the Dragon Fire Demon's sword, aiming it at Ward Corker. The dragon circled above, seemingly activated, its eyes glowing ominously as it fixated on Ward Corker, unleashing another thunderous roar. To the onlookers, the Dragon Fire Demon did indeed appear akin to a summoned puppet, yet the reality was far from it. Only Jiang Nian understood the true purpose of the Dragon Fire Demon. It is no exaggeration to assert that only when the Dragon Fire Demon materializes can the Dragon Fire Demon's sword unleash its full potential. Remarkably, even before Jiang Nian made his move, and despite the Dragon Fire Demon remaining stationary, Ward Corker was struck by an inexplicable sense of unease. Before he could react, Jiang Nian surged forward at blinding speed. Wielding the Dragon Fire Demon's sword, engulfed in terrifying ghostly flames, and executed a devastating slash. Simultaneously, the airborne Dragon Fire Demon conjured a massive sphere of ghostly fire, which hurtled towards Ward Corker in tandem with Jiang Nian's assault. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ward Corker was sent flying several meters, crashing into a stone pillar at the edge of the battleground. The once impenetrable diamond physique bore a deep gash, blood gushing forth. Furthermore, he was engulfed in ghostly flames, his expression one of sheer agony. Although Jiang Nian had not employed the fury of the fire dragon, merely executing the C-class skill, Fiery Slash, it was inconceivable that he could sustain such severe damage, let alone be engulfed in flames. The truth was, all of this transpired not due to Jiang Nian's Fiery Slash, but because of the ghostly flame dragon hovering above, which unleashed its own assault in conjunction with Jiang Nian's attack. At that moment, Ward Corker truly recognized that the ghostly flame dragon was no mere puppet summoned into existence, but rather a manifestation of the power contained within Jiang Nian's B-class weapon. Reflecting on the previous insipid attacks executed by Jiang Nian, he finally comprehended that all of it had been a ruse, a calculated delay, with the ultimate aim of summoning the dragon of ghostly flames. Indeed, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword proved to be formidable, despite also being a B-grade weapon. It was vastly superior to the Inferno gauntlets wielded by his opponent. Observing the unfolding events, a faint smile graced Jiang Nian's lips. He understood perfectly well the reason for this superiority. It was due to the mutation that occurred during the forging of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Absent this anomaly, it would merely be the Dragon Flame Sword, incapable of exhibiting such extraordinary power. Beside Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing and Reina maintained an unwavering confidence throughout the confrontation. They were acutely aware of their husband's capabilities. With the dragon of ghostly flames now unleashed, any attempts by Wardcockler to resist were rendered futile. Meanwhile, Wardcockler's two betrothed, who had initially brimmed with confidence, were utterly unprepared for the sudden devastation inflicted upon their husband. In a state of panic, they rushed to his side, supporting him as their expressions morphed into sheer terror. Why was his B-grade weapon so overwhelmingly powerful? Enduring excruciating pain, Wardcockler glared at Jiang Nian. A fierce slash, combined with the might of the dragon of ghostly flames, had severely injured him. Should Jiang Nian unleash the already potent fury of the fire dragon next, augmented by the power of the dragon of ghostly flames, it would surely spell instant annihilation for him. As this realization dawned upon him, dread began to seep into Wardcockler's expression. Even though he was reluctant to concede defeat, he had to acknowledge that he stood no chance against Jiang Nian. More than the embarrassment of surrendering, he valued his life above all. Without a moment's hesitation, supported by his two wives, Wardcockler prepared to call for surrender. Yet, at that very instant, the heavens erupted in a tempest as streaks of lightning, reminiscent of golden dragons, descended. The thunderous force was overwhelming. Wardcockler barely had time to utter his plea for mercy before he was sent hurtling away. Despite Jiang Nian's equipment, including the dragon flame ghost sword, being of the fire attribute, this thunderous strike was a B-grade lightning skill, inherently powerful. Coupled with his prior injuries from the ghostly flames, the lightning exacerbated his condition. As he struggled to rise, Jiang Nian had already brandished the dragon flame ghost sword and unleashed the fury of the fire dragon. A colossal fire dragon, formed of ghostly flames, materialized, roaring as it surged towards Wardcockler. Moreover, the spiraling dragon of ghostly flames in the sky joined Jiang Nian's assault, spewing forth torrents of ghostly fire. These flames seamlessly merged with the fury of the fire dragon, amplifying its destructive potential. Upon witnessing this, despair overtook Wardcockler. There was no chance for surrender. He was engulfed by the fury of the fire dragon. Chapter 67. Leaving no loose ends. No. The two betrothed of Wardcockler cried out in hopeless anguish at the sight of his demise. Yet, their screams bore no weight. The fury of the fire dragon, already formidable, was now bolstered by the assistance of the ghostly dragon, rendering it exceedingly powerful. Wardcockler, having suffered severe injuries already, stood no chance against this assault and was incinerated to a charred remains, devoid of any sign of life. Simultaneously, an announcement reverberated through the arena. Announcement: Jiang Nian wins the first match. Competitors from Area 75, please continue to the stage for the next match. Jiang Nian, how could you do this? Don't you think you are being excessively ruthless? Wardcockler was on the verge of surrendering. Why did you have to go so far as to eradicate him? Do you not fear divine retribution? The other two competitors from Area 75 shouted angrily at Jiang Nian. They understood all too well that Jiang Nian's strength was overwhelmingly potent, making victory against him an impossibility. After all, even Wardcockler had met a grim fate at his hands. Yet they found it intolerable. Had Jiang Nian chosen to relent, their region's strongest would still be alive. In truth, Wardcockler's demise was unfortunate, but not the crux of their ire. The pivotal issue lay in the fact that they had invested considerable precious resources into ensuring his victory. Now that he was gone, those resources had vanished alongside him, which incited their greatest fury. Moreover, the audience in the live broadcast room, representing Area 75, was seething with indignation. Jiang Nian, you are despicable. I have never encountered such a vile individual. By killing Lord Wardcockler, have you not also obliterated the treasures we contributed to him? This is disastrous. Not only have our regional resources halved, but our attributes have also decreased by 20 points. And those invaluable items are lost forever. All of this is due to you, you scoundrel. Just because you have some strength, you think you are invincible? You will inevitably face retribution. Following Wardcockler's death, the resource competition was effectively declared a failure for Area 75. They could not bear the loss of their strongest ally, nor could they accept the disappearance of their precious treasures. Truly, they had suffered a double loss, fueling their hatred for Jiang Nian even further. At this moment, amidst the battlefield, Jiang Nian remained unperturbed in the face of the torrent of abuse directed at him. He felt no remorse for his actions. In this perilous world, he would never allow any potential threats to linger. Having already forged a deadly enmity with Wardcockler's brother, along with the latter's public slander against him, Jiang Nian could not afford to let him live. The only path forward was to eliminate him entirely, leaving no room for future risks. So, you wish to avenge him? Jiang Nian chuckled coldly. Come and try if you dare. Upon hearing this, the two previously vociferous competitors from Area 75 fell silent. Despite their simmering rage, they had to concede the undeniable truth. Jiang Nian's strength was insurmountable. Even amidst their grievances, they had no choice but to declare, I surrender. In the face of humiliation, preserving their lives took precedence. With their abilities, defeating Jiang Nian was a futile endeavor. Entering the arena would merely be a march to their demise. With their surrender, it became apparent that Area 75 had succumbed in this resource competition. Announcement: the resource competition has been won by Area 666. Announcement: resources for Area 666 have doubled. All attributes have increased by 20 points. While Area 75's resources have halved, with all attributes decreasing by 20 points. Announcement: Jiang Nian has completed a 1 against 3 challenge and received additional rewards, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 challenge key. Reminder: Area 75 has consecutively failed in 2 resource competitions and has entered a protection state. They cannot challenge again until they achieve victory in their region. In this moment, all members of Area 666 were enveloped in descending golden light, experiencing a 20-point increase in their attributes. With this latest victory, Jiang Nian has led them to triumph in the resource competition for an impressive 5 consecutive times, consistently facing 3 adversaries alone. To share the same territory with such a formidable individual is a source of immense fortune for them. They are truly reveling in the support of such a powerful ally. As for Jiang Nian's slaying of Wardcockle, they feel no sense of wrongdoing. On the contrary, they commend Jiang Nian for his decisive actions, believing it unnecessary to leave such a significant threat lingering. Their admiration for Jiang Nian has reached unparalleled heights. Should anyone dare to insult him, they would immediately retort, without requiring Jiang Nian himself to respond. However, in the eyes of the inhabitants of Zone 75, Jiang Nian is considered a heinous villain. Initially, Zone 75 was a region of formidable strength, having secured 3 consecutive victories. Yet now, due to Jiang Nian's emergence, they have faced relentless defeats, forcing them into a defensive state, a veritable fall from grace. The most critical blow has been the death of their strongest fighter, perhaps feeling secure in their protective status. Free from further challenges, the residents of Zone 75 have flocked to the regional chat channel, vehemently denouncing Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, you ruthless murderer. Are your methods not excessively cruel? We acknowledge your formidable strength, but there is no need for such brutality. Ward, who was on the verge of surrender, was denied the opportunity to do so, only to be killed instead. Is it not enough that you previously took the life of Ward's brother? How could such a despicable person like you exist in this world? Is there truly no one who can rise to punish Jiang Nian? If no one intervenes, he will become uncontrollable, and soon, all of our regions may suffer the consequences. The words from Zone 75's denizens swiftly sent shockwaves through the entirety of Zone 7. What? Wardcockle from your region is dead? How could this be? He was a 7-star level fighter. Even if he could not win, surely he could surrender. It is indeed perplexing. How could Jiang Nian be so powerful as to deny Ward even the chance to yield? Clearly, a remarkable individual has emerged among the various regions of Zone 7. Jiang Nian. It is this Jiang Nian. He truly deserves to be punished. Our region's strongest has fallen to him, and he shows no mercy, abusing his strength with such tyranny. If no one can subdue Jiang Nian, does that not imply that any of our regions could face ruin if challenged by him? Amidst the fervent discussions, an individual created a special chat group within the Zone 7 chat channel, secretly scheming at this moment. Chapter 68, The 7 Strongest. As time progresses in the matchmaking world, more functionalities have been unlocked. In the regional chat channel, not only can friends from different zones be added and private messages sent, but several friends can also be brought into a special group chat. Currently, there are 7 individuals within this special chat. Everyone, I trust you have heard about today's events. Jiang Nian has killed Wardcockle. It is important to note that both parties are of 7-star strength, and I possess insider information suggesting that Wardcockle wielded a B-grade weapon. Yet, despite this, he was still defeated by Jiang Nian, who left him no chance to surrender. Do we not agree that it is time for us to take action? Their assertions were indeed valid. If Jiang Nian were left unchecked, he could soon rise above them all. Currently, speaking in the group chat is a member from Zone 88 named Dongtang Xiang, hailing from Japan. His profile picture reveals a man with a sharp crew cut and a resolute expression, exuding a military aura. Upon Dongtang Xiang's statement, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman immediately responded. While I initially dismissed Jiang Nian, I must admit he has exceeded my expectations. I never anticipated that a region so far down the rankings could harbor such strength. Dongtang is correct. We must act against Jiang Nian, or our positions as the 7 strongest may be compromised. This blonde woman, named Inadu, is from Zone 6799 and hails from the Empire of the Rising Sun. In addition to them, 5 others from different nations are part of this group chat, all belonging to various zones in the matchmaking world. Notably, none of the 7 participants hail from the Flame Nation. These individuals were among the first to establish the regional chat channel, thereby securing exclusive rewards as the top 7, enhancing their strength significantly. The weakest among them possesses a combat power of 7-star and a half. Initially, these 7 regarded later arrivals to the regional chat channel with disdain, believing them incapable of threatening their status. They were convinced that they would remain the strongest 7 in Zone 7. Yet, with Jiang Nian's emergence, everything has transformed into an uncertainty, having already formed an alliance. They firmly believe themselves to be the strongest 7 in Zone 7 and will not allow Jiang Nian to undermine their status. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Nian must be eliminated. Despite his repeated victories, what does that matter? They are on the brink of completing the task of becoming regional rulers, and once achieved, They will unlock an entirely new world. Even if Jiang Nian possesses great potential, he cannot hope to catch up to them. A man from Zone 997, named Amir, scoffed with derision. That statement of yours is rather naive, Amir. Do not forget that Jiang Nian has already reached the 7-star level. His rate of growth far exceeds our expectations. If we do not eliminate him, in just a few days, he may close the gap. Furthermore, he must have received the task of becoming a regional ruler. Do you truly want him to surpass us and become a regional ruler ahead of schedule? In my view, it is essential to take action against him, Dongtang Xiang rebutted. I concur with Dongtang's perspective. If you are unwilling to act, I shall personally challenge Jiang Nian, declared in Adu, the weakest among the 7, yet still a formidable 7-star and half-level fighter. Despite Jiang Nian's strength and potential, she believes that with her intervention, she can easily dispatch him. And Adu, if you wish to take action, then by all means do so. I, for one, am uninterested in Jiang Nian. He cannot possibly affect us, Amir confidently asserted, disregarding Jiang Nian as a mere opponent. Aside from these 3, the remaining 4 in the group chat remained silent, whether out of oversight or intentional observation. Their voices were absent. However, it matters not. Anna Dyer has resolutely made her decision. No matter what, she must eliminate Jiang Nian, eradicating this potential threat. Her urgency to dispose of Jiang Nian primarily stems from her fear of losing the rewards reserved for the top 7. The initial 7 individuals who opened the regional chat channel not only received substantial exclusive rewards, but also acquired a remarkably unique status aura. Within the embrace of this aura, they can augment their daily entry attempts and enhance their chances of accessing resource rooms. This signifies that their likelihood of obtaining precious chests and high-quality equipment will significantly increase, further widening the gap between these 7 and others in the region. Should Anna Dyer be vanquished by Jiang Nian, he would usurp her position, causing her to lose everything she possesses. Ranked 7th, she is the one most susceptible to being replaced, and naturally, she cannot tolerate the existence of a threat like Jiang Nian. It is imperative to strike, while Jiang Nian has yet to fully mature and eliminate him. All the while, Jiang Nian remains completely oblivious to these machinations. He pays no heed to the discussions surrounding him in the regional chat channel. Rather than waste breath with them, he chooses to continue enhancing his own strength. Upon opening the silver chest he obtained, aside from the standard 15 attribute points, the other contents hold no value for him. Without hesitation, he places these items on the auction house to exchange for more resources. Simultaneously, he allocates the 15 attribute points to strength. Considering the 20-point increase across all attributes from the resource competition, Jiang Nian's strength has reached an astonishing figure. Coupled with his omniscient ability to discern weaknesses, he feels entirely unfazed even when confronting someone like Wardcock, who possesses formidable defensive talents. As of now, Jiang Nian has achieved 5 consecutive victories in the resource competition, completing half of the first task set by the regional ruler. He initially intended to continue selecting suitable regions for challenges, but suddenly noticed something intriguing not far ahead: a matchmaking room. Name: Matchmaking Room. Room condition: a princess from the Forest Troll clan. Though her appearance is unappealing, her power is formidable. Safety assessment: your impressive strength and handsome appearance have captured her attention. If you find her appealing, please proceed inside. Chapter 69, Forest Troll. To encounter a matchmaking room is indeed a rarity. However, the occupant of this room is none other than a forest troll. Upon reading the information that appeared before him, Jiang Nian could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The chances of a matchmaking room appearing are already slim, and to find it occupied by an unattractive forest troll is disheartening. Even without seeing her visage, he could surmise that she would likely bear a striking resemblance to the goblin princess encountered previously. Husband, should we bypass this door? Inquired Tu Shanqing and Reina curiously beside him. No. It is a rare opportunity to encounter a matchmaking room. How could we possibly avoid it? Regardless of what it is, we shall enter. Jiang Nian replied with a smile. Much like his previous encounter with the goblin princess, successfully resisting the marriage would yield substantial rewards. With that, he led Tu Shanqing and Reina into the matchmaking room. Upon reopening his eyes, they found themselves in a primal forest, teeming with towering trees and various plants he had never seen before, including carnivorous flowers. The forest exuded an aura of danger. Yet, amidst the peril, a grand palace stood majestically. From a distance, Jiang Nian could see ferocious-looking monsters standing outside the palace entrance. They towered over 4 meters, their bodies shrouded in thick green scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Their eyes glowed like 2 blazing rubies, radiating wildness and ferocity. Gripping massive spiked clubs inscribed with mysterious runes, they seemed to embody boundless power. Undoubtedly, these were the fearsome guardians of the Forest Troll clan. Name: Troll Guard. Race: Forest Troll. Talent: Giant Strength, B grade. Skills: Heavy Strike, Barbaric Charge, Giant Hammer Smash, Shockwave Hammer. Strength: 7 stars. This marked the first time he had encountered beings aside from the matchmaking target within a matchmaking room. To his surprise, the Forest Troll Princess had bodyguards, each possessing 7-star strength, affirming the formidable nature of the Forest Troll clan. Upon reviewing the detailed information about the troll guards, Jiang Nian furrowed his brow slightly. To succeed in resisting, these two behemoths must be vanquished. Perhaps sensing the presence of outsiders, the palace doors swung open immediately. A troll in a white wedding gown, perched on high heels and with a face akin to a monkey's backside, dashed toward him with excitement. It was evident that this forest troll was significantly smaller than the accompanying troll guards, resembling the stature of an ordinary human. Name: Anna. Race: forest troll. Talent: forest power, a grade. Skills: spikes, whip, vines and tangle, protective barrier, plant manipulation, plant growth. Strength: 7.5 stars. 7.5 stars. This troll princess possessed considerable prowess. Jiang Nian immediately grew vigilant upon witnessing this. Tu Shanqing and Reina also bore solemn expressions. This could be deemed the strongest adversary Jiang Nian had encountered thus far. Should he acquiesce and choose to marry this creature, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable partner. However, her appearance was far too grotesque for him to accept. Upon entering this matchmaking room, he had resolved to resist successfully. Husband, you are my husband. I have waited so long for you. The troll princess Anna exclaimed excitedly as she approached Jiang Nian, scrutinizing him with an infatuated gaze. Jiang Nian was indeed striking. She had never seen a human male so handsome. Moreover, his strength was exceptionally formidable, perfectly aligning with her ideal vision of a husband. As for Tu Shanqing and Reina standing beside him, she dismissed them entirely. Once she succeeded in marrying Jiang Nian, she could eliminate these two women without hesitation. Jiang Nian must belong solely to her. Wait. I believe you have made a mistake. I am not your husband, Jiang Nian responded. Recalling the prior goblin princess upon seeing troll Anna, these two creatures were eerily similar, sharing the same unsightly aesthetic. What? Troll princess Anna's face contorted in confusion. What do you mean? By entering the matchmaking room, you are naturally my husband. Who said entering a matchmaking room guarantees a successful marriage? Jiang Nian replied coolly. Upon hearing his words, troll princess Anna stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Gradually, an expression of profound anger emerged on her face. Do you dare to defy me? Anna's eyes began to redden. Do you know the price of opposing me? Do you believe I could end your life this very moment? Anna was utterly astonished that Jiang Nian would utter such words. In her eyes, she was flawless. How could Jiang Nian possibly look down upon her? Since this man before her was so unappreciative, Anna deemed it unnecessary to say anything further. She could easily incapacitate Jiang Nian and eliminate those two women, thereby taking Jiang Nian back with her. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to possess him. Bring forth assistance. With Anna's furious cry, the two troll guards stationed at the palace gates rushed toward her, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they regarded Jiang Nian and his companions. Anyone who dared to provoke the princess of the forest troll clan would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. They would eliminate those two women and leave Jiang Nian battered and broken. The princess would teach him the consequences of defying her. Upon hearing Anna's words, the two troll guards let out a simultaneous roar of fury, their voices resonating like thunder, causing the entire forest to tremble. Qing'er, you are responsible for restraining these two brutes. Remember, do not confront them head-on, merely distract them, Jiang Nian declared, as he prepared to confront the troll princess Anna. With that, the dragon flame ghost sword materialized in his hand. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. If he could eliminate the troll princess, it would signify a successful rebellion. As for the troll guards, though formidable, they were not beyond the capabilities of Tu Shanqing and Reina to restrain. Moreover, these two hulking figures appeared rather unintelligent. Rest assured, my husband. Tu Shanqing and Reina replied in unison before springing into action. Reina, with lightning speed, unfurled her wings and darted toward the troll guards in a flash. Enhanced by her radiant armor, her speed was formidable, while the troll guards, powerful yet sluggish, found it nearly impossible to strike her. Their frustration was evident as they roared in anger. Meanwhile, one of the troll guards was swiftly ensnared by Tu Shanqing's extreme cold chains, rendering it momentarily immobile. Although Tu Shanqing's power paled in comparison to that of the troll guards, she wielded an A-grade weapon, the extreme cold staff. At this stage, an A-grade weapon was indeed a pinnacle of strength. The ice magic she unleashed with such a weapon was overwhelmingly powerful. Not to mention, Tu Shanqing was equipped with a complete set of ice mirror armor. With the troll guards occupied, Jiang Nian could now confront the troll princess Anna without restraint. Jiang Nian, do you truly dislike me so? Am I not as worthy as those two? Chapter 70. Pray tell, from where do you derive your confidence? From where do you draw your confidence? How could you possibly compare to my Qing'er and Nar? Jiang Nian was disinclined to engage in further trivial discourse, brandishing the dragon flame ghost sword as he charged toward the troll princess. Given her strength of 7.5 stars, Jiang Nian knew he would require the assistance of the dragon flame ghost dragon to contend with her. His immediate task was to accumulate power. Damn it. I will make you pay. Anna was genuinely incensed by Jiang Nian's defiance, a potent aura radiating from her. In her hand, she summoned a staff embedded with emeralds, exuding a faint green light. This extraordinary power visibly affected the surrounding flora, causing it to grow at an astonishing rate. Jiang Nian intended to unleash a three-part slash to build up the power of the dragon flame ghost sword, but as he approached Anna, numerous vines erupted from the ground, coalescing into a barrier that obstructed his advance. Simultaneously, two thorn-covered vines lashed out towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Nian's reflexes were sharp, and he evaded the attack with a nimble step. Jiang Nian, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you marry me? Should you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The troll princess Anna, possessing formidable strength and an A-grade talent in forest power, could manipulate plants to attack. In this primordial forest, her power would be greatly amplified. It was no exaggeration to say that everything within the forest could become her weapon. Jiang Nian, at only 7 stars, was no match for her 7.5 stars, and even without the troll guards, she was confident in her ability to defeat him. I must admit, your strength is indeed impressive, but what of it? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? The initial three-part slash being thwarted did not take Jiang Nian by surprise. This was all within his expectations. After all, the purpose of the three-part slash was not to inflict harm, but to accumulate power for the dragon flame ghost sword. As long as he successfully executed the attack, whether against the troll princess or the plant barrier, he would build up his strength. You seek death, Anna shouted in fury, raising her staff high as it emanated a dazzling green light. Instantly, the trees beside Jiang Nian appeared to come alive, shaking violently. Their robust branches then struck down upon him with ferocity. Additionally, countless leaves transformed into razor-sharp blades, raining down upon Jiang Nian. He was forced to evade the tree branches' assaults while simultaneously casting spells to defend against the leaf blades. Fortunately, Jiang Nian's skills and the dragon flame ghost sword were both fire-based. With a series of fiery spells, the surroundings ignited into a hellish inferno, consuming everything in ghastly ghost fire. In certain respects, fire magic was exceptionally effective against Anna's plant-based abilities. This, of course, did not escape Anna's notice, and her expression darkened considerably. If it were ordinary flames, it would be one thing, but this ghost fire was peculiarly insidious. Once ignited, it was nearly impossible to extinguish. The area was now engulfed in flames, severely hindering Anna's plant-based powers. Amidst Anna's fury, Jiang Nian glanced at the situation of Tu Shanqing and Reina. They were still engaged in combat with the troll guards, who possessed 7-star strength. As time passed, Tu Shanqing and Reina would surely struggle to maintain their ground. Now that the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword had reached its full power, Jiang Nian could summon the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. Without further delay, he raised the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. In the next moment, the sword radiated an intensely brilliant light, and a lifelike ghost fire dragon spiraled into the air. The deafening roar of the dragon echoed, instilling shock and terror in both Troll Princess Anna and the nearby troll guards. A dragon? How could a dragon appear so suddenly? Despite Anna's strength of 7.5 stars, she sensed the aura of danger emanating from the ghost fire dragon. As the warm-up period drew to a close, it was time for Jiang Nian to unleash his true prowess. With a swift flourish of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, he executed the formidable fire dragon's fury, directing it toward the troll princess. At that moment, the ghostly dragon hovering in the air unleashed a torrent of ghostly flames, merging with the fire dragon's fury and amplifying its power significantly. This technique was potent enough to overwhelm even Ward Cockle, who had awakened the S-rank diamond body talent, let alone the troll princess before him. Despite her impressive strength of 7.5 stars, her defenses were surely inferior to Ward Cockle's. Most critically, fire-based skills had a pronounced advantage against her. Help me. The troll princess, Anna, sensed the overwhelming might of Jiang Nian's attack. Terrified, she hastily cast the plant barrier skill in a desperate attempt to intercept the fire dragon's fury. However, the plant-based skills were severely countered by fire, and coupled with the pervasive ghostly flames surrounding her, the plant barrier was quickly engulfed in flames, collapsing almost immediately. Realizing her inability to withstand such an onslaught, Anna screamed in panic. Under normal circumstances, the troll guards would sacrifice their lives to protect the princess in times of danger. However, at present, 2 guards were held back by Tu Shanqing and Reina, while the area was filled with ghostly flames. Even if they wished to intervene, they were rendered powerless. No. With a piercing scream, the troll princess Anna was engulfed by the fire dragon's fury. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, she utilized the plant control skill, entwining herself with branches, leaves, and vines to mitigate some of the damage from the fire dragon's fury. Nevertheless, she still suffered grievous injuries, her body extensively scorched by ghostly flames, leaving her in a state of profound weakness. It was evident that a mere human with 7-star strength could so easily inflict such devastation upon her, a testament to Jiang Nian's formidable might. The true agony for the troll princess lay in the fact that such a powerful man did not harbor feelings for her. Why don't you like me? What do I lack compared to them? She lamented, collapsing to the ground in a feeble state. Perhaps it's merely a matter of aesthetics. Jiang Nian replied indifferently as he approached the fallen princess. Aesthetic issues? Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you implying that you find me unattractive? How dare you say that when I possess such beauty? I will kill you. Jiang Nian's words drove her into a frenzy, summoning the remaining trees around her in a final, desperate attempt to attack him. Alas, it was all in vain. At the moment she unleashed her skill, Jiang Nian delivered a powerful slash of the fiery blade, severing her head from her shoulders. Chapter 71. The Successful Rebellion and the Sudden Challenge. Congratulations on successfully rebelling against the marriage arrangement. Rewards: 1 substitute doll, 1 opportunity key, 1 golden treasure chest, a large bundle of living supplies. With the demise of the troll princess, an announcement echoed in the air. While the rewards for rebelling against the marriage arrangement paled in comparison to those of a successful union, they were nonetheless quite substantial. In addition to the rare opportunity key, receiving a golden treasure chest was a significant boon for Jiang Nian at this stage. Roar! At that moment, the troll guards, engaged in battle with Tu Shanqing and Reina, erupted in furious roars, descending into madness. Their duty was to protect the princess, yet with her death, they faced a crushing blow. The culprits behind this tragedy were none other than Jiang Nian and his companions. They felt compelled to eliminate all 3 of them. If I can slay a troll princess of 7.5 stars, do you truly think I would fear you? Jiang Nian called out. Qinger, Reina, I am coming. He charged at the 2 remaining troll guards with incredible speed, leveraging the lingering presence of the dragon flame ghost dragon for a swift resolution. In mere moments, both troll guards lay defeated on the ground, their lives extinguished beneath the relentless ghostly flames. At last, it's done, Jiang Nian remarked, acknowledging the resilience of his adversaries. After the battles with the troll princess and the guards, he found himself utterly exhausted, gasping for breath on the ground. Although he had managed to handle them without issue, he had reached his limits. Should another 7-star beast appear now, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, with the death of these foes, the marriage chamber was now secure. My husband, you have worked so hard. Tonight, let us pamper you with a massage, Tu Shanqing and Reina offered, supporting him as they made their way toward the palace nestled deep within the woods. This palace had once been the abode of the troll princess, but with her demise, it had become a property without an owner. Much like the previous encounter with the goblin princess, everything within this palace was now Jiang Nian's, serving as a hidden reward. With their assistance, Jiang Nian entered the palace. The interior was lavishly adorned, resembling a wedding venue, with an array of delectable dishes laid out on a long table. However, what truly captivated Jiang Nian's attention was a painting hanging on the wall of the central hall, a depiction of a one-eyed forest troll clad in golden armor, wielding a grand sword. The figure exuded an air of dominance, clearly surpassing the earlier forest trolls. Jiang Nian surmised that this was likely the king of the forest troll clan, the father of the slain troll princess Anna. If their paths crossed again in this realm, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his daughter's death, much like the Goblin King had done. Furthermore, it was certain that this king would possess formidable strength, likely reaching at least 8 stars. Nevertheless, Jiang Nian felt no trepidation. Encountering him was unlikely in the near future. Even if he did appear in the chamber, Jiang Nian could evade confrontation using his omniscient abilities until he was fully prepared. Subsequently, Jiang Nian approached the nearby table, which not only held a variety of sumptuous dishes but also a bottle of fine wine that had been uncorked and allowed to breathe. Undoubtedly, this had been prepared by the troll princess, intended for a celebratory dinner with him after the wedding. Come, you two sit down. We can't let this feast go to waste. Let's indulge. Jiang Nian beckoned Tu Shanqing and Reina to join him as he began to feast heartily. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Nian led Tu Shanqing and Reina into a clean room within the palace, where they could rest. Despite the exhausting battles earlier, Jiang Nian found this night to be one of pure enjoyment and comfort. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, gently rousing Jiang Nian from his slumber. After a restful night, all traces of fatigue from the previous day had dissipated, leaving him invigorated and full of energy once more. Beside him, Tu Shanqing and Reina lay blushing against Jiang Nian, nestled within his embrace. If circumstances allowed, they would genuinely wish to linger in this room for an extended period, savoring peaceful days with Jiang Nian. After all, the supplies they possessed, including those within the palace, were ample enough to sustain them for quite some time. Yet, at that very moment, an announcement rang out unexpectedly. Emergency announcement. Challenge key for Area 6799 activated. Opening the challenge gateway, automatically connecting to Area 666. Resource contest commencing now. Resource contest. In the event of defeat, a region's resources will be halved, and all players will experience a decrease of 20 points in all attributes. Conversely, in victory, resources will be doubled, and all players will receive a boost of 20 points in all attributes. Friendly reminder, Area 6799 has achieved victory in the resource contest for 9 consecutive matches. What? At the sound of the announcement, Jiang Nian immediately sat upright, his robust upper body fully visible. If this were merely an ordinary regional challenge, he would not have given it a second thought. However, the troubling fact remained that Area 6799 had achieved 9 consecutive victories. Undoubtedly, The strength of Area 6799 was formidable. Such a winning streak could not be attained without significant prowess. Ah, how ironic it is that I cannot even enjoy a single day of tranquility. Jiang Nian rose swiftly, donning his attire with haste. Despite his lack of familiarity with Area 6799 and their scarce presence in the regional chat channel, their remarkable 9 consecutive victories in the resource contest were sufficient evidence that the strongest players in that region possessed extraordinary power. They may have even surpassed Jiang Nian. It would not be an exaggeration to claim they were his most formidable adversaries thus far. What baffled Jiang Nian, however, was the absence of any grievances between him and Area 6799. If their intention was to fulfill the task of becoming regional dominators and achieve 10 consecutive victories, it would have been far more prudent to challenge weaker regions, thereby easily accomplishing their goal. Yet, they chose to challenge Area 666, which Jiang Nian perceived as anything but coincidental. At this moment, not only Jiang Nian but everyone in Area 666 felt as though struck by lightning. Their expressions filled with disbelief. The regional chat channel erupted with fervor. Area 6799, 9 consecutive victories? My heavens, what is the situation with these individuals? Why are they inexplicably challenging us? We have no enmity with them, nor have we ever had a direct confrontation in the regional chat channel. Why, then, this sudden challenge? Who knows? Perhaps they believe they can easily win against us? Let us not forget, our region has achieved 5 consecutive victories as well. Indeed, Jiang Nian possesses immense strength. We need not worry. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Area 6799 has indeed won 9 consecutive matches. Such an accomplishment cannot be achieved without considerable strength. I have an unsettling premonition that we might lose this time. To be frank, I share that sentiment. Shaw, you upstairs, do not jinx us. Jiang Nian's prowess is formidable. He will undoubtedly prevail. We cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated by their 9 consecutive victories. We must have faith in Jiang Nian. Despite their unwavering belief in Jiang Nian, the residents of Area 666 felt a twinge of unease regarding the formidable strength of Area 6799. Many, eager to understand the reasoning behind the sudden challenge, flocked to the regional chat channel. Why? Why has Area 6799 suddenly issued a challenge? Surely there must be a reason. Indeed, is it not unreasonable to challenge us without cause? Do they truly think we are easy prey? People of Area 6799, if you have the ability, come forth. Amidst the outcry from Area 666, a blonde woman named Anadil spoke up in the regional chat channel. You seek a reason? Very well, I shall provide one. I am the strongest of Area 6799, and the reason for challenging your region is simple. I find Jiang Nian displeasing. How does that reason sound? With that, Anadil ceased her speech. Concurrently, a multitude of individuals from Area 6799 entered the regional chat channel. You residents of Area 666 need not shout here. Being challenged by our Anadil is merely your misfortune. There is no point in your outcries. I advise you to prepare for defeat. Initially, the members of Area 6799 had no intention of speaking. However, now that Anadil had spoken, they could not allow their leader to be left without support. They felt compelled to chime in. How brazen you are! The match has yet to commence, and you already claim we will lose? I recall previous regions that exhibited such arrogance only to be defeated by our Jiang Nian. What does it matter that you have 9 consecutive victories? Who knows if you only target weaker regions? With Jiang Nian's strength, should he choose to, he could effortlessly achieve N consecutive victories. Despite being acutely aware of the formidable strength of their opponents, the residents of Area 666 found it hard to swallow their pride. Soon, both regions were embroiled in a heated argument. Jiang Nian, too, promptly entered the regional chat channel upon hearing Anadil's challenging declaration. He could not help but acknowledge that this individual was indeed quite arrogant. However, he was certain that her true motive for challenging him was not as superficial as she claimed. My dear, what shall we do now? This Anadil possesses remarkable strength. Having led her region to 9 consecutive victories, we must act quickly to bolster our own strength. Upon learning of the challenge, Tu Shanqing and Reina promptly dressed. Although their abilities paled in comparison to Jiang Nian's, they wished to assist him. Do not be alarmed. While this Anadil appears formidable, your husband is no pushover. Does she truly believe she can secure an effortless victory by being so audacious? Jiang Nian smiled slightly, reassuring them. Everything will be fine, just relax. Once we gather all the resources in this palace, we shall depart. First, let us explore what kind of room this opportunity key may lead us to. This was not mere blind confidence on Jiang Nian's part. With his current 7-star combat prowess, he could already vanquish a 7.5-star troll princess. Even if Anadil's strength surpassed his own and reached 7.5 stars, victory was not entirely out of reach. Moreover, besides the opportunity key, Jiang Nian also possessed an unopened golden treasure chest, both of which could greatly enhance his strength. The outcome of the contest remained uncertain. Tu Shanqing and Reina nodded obediently, following Jiang Nian's lead as they diligently explored the palace. In conclusion, they aimed to carry away everything they could. After a brief moment, Jiang Nian, accompanied by Tu Shanqing and Reina, departed from the palace of the troll princess and arrived at the edge of a chamber. Before him lay a doorway to a random room, gleaming white. However, Jiang Nian refrained from recklessly stepping inside. Instead, he retrieved the opportunity key he had previously acquired. Under the influence of the key's power, the random room before him radiated a faint golden glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nian pushed the door open and entered. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit conference room. The space was vast, yet peculiarly, the farthest edge lacked the customary 4 doors found in other rooms. In other words, this chamber was entirely sealed, devoid of windows. A dim light bulb hung from the ceiling, flickering sporadically, casting an unsettling atmosphere. Furthermore, a large round table occupied the center of the room, where Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina inexplicably seated themselves at 3 distinct positions. What in the world is this place? Jiang Nian questioned, astonished by his surroundings. This room was unlike any he had ever encountered. Most importantly, there appeared to be no means of exit, instilling a sense of unease within him. However, one certainty remained. Having utilized the opportunity key, they had not entered someone else's room, which indicated that this was indeed a genuine opportunity chamber. The expressions of Tu Shanqing and Reina mirrored his confusion as they scrutinized their surroundings. At that moment, a shadowy figure cloaked in black, lacking a lower body, materialized unexpectedly at the center of the round table. "Welcome, esteemed guests," it intoned. "What the hell is this?" Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina gasped in surprise at the sudden appearance of the shadowy figure. "Do not be alarmed. Your presence in this room, under certain circumstances, signifies that fortune smiles upon you. This is a game opportunity chamber. Should you complete the game, you shall be rewarded generously. However, be forewarned, this game carries the risk of death. If you choose not to participate, you may leave at this moment, but you will forfeit any rewards. If you opt to engage in the game, it shall commence now. What is your decision?" Upon hearing the shadowy figure's words, Jiang Nian grasped the situation. This room was indeed an opportunity chamber, though not an ordinary one. However, gaining this opportunity might require the ultimate sacrifice, death. "My lord, how shall we decide? Perhaps we should refrain from participating in such a perilous death game." Tu Shanqing and Reina expressed their concerns, gazing worriedly at Jiang Nian. After all, if they chose not to partake in the death game, they would merely miss out on the opportunity chamber's rewards and could safely depart. Yet, should they participate, the outcomes were utterly unknown. They knew only that it was a death game, with no understanding of its rules. Jiang Nian fell into silence, contemplating their words. As they had stated, choosing to forfeit now would allow for a safe exit. Yet, he felt a deep reluctance. It was abundantly clear that passing through the death game could yield substantial rewards. To abandon such a chance would be a waste of an opportunity to grow stronger. The thought of voluntarily relinquishing this rare chance was unfathomable to him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian's eyes gleamed with determination. "We cannot give up. But if we fail this death game, the consequences could be dire," Tu Shanqing cautioned. "It's not that we doubt your abilities, but this is exceedingly dangerous." Meanwhile, Reina turned her gaze to the shadowy figure. "What are the rules? What are the rules of this game? If you say nothing, how are we supposed to decide?" However, the shadowy figure remained silent, offering no response. "I am fully aware that this death game is fraught with peril, but to surrender now would be a grave mistake. Let us not forget, I possess an escape talisman. If worst comes to worst, we can utilize its power to flee this place." Jiang Nian spoke with confidence. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing and Reina recalled the escape talisman Jiang Nian had obtained earlier, recognizing it as an excellent means of survival. They then ceased their objections and resolutely faced the shadowy figure. "So, you choose to participate?" the figure inquired coolly. "Indeed." Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina affirmed with unwavering nods. "Excellent. Then the game begins now." The moment the shadowy figure's words fell, the enclosed room trembled slightly. In the next instant, a wooden door inexplicably appeared on the wall directly in front of Jiang Nian. As the door swung open, a similarly cloaked mysterious individual entered, and immediately afterward, the door vanished as if it had never existed. "Now, let me explain the rules of the game," the mysterious figure began. As it spoke, the shadowy figure in the center of the table vanished without a trace. Concurrently, an eerie stack of playing cards materialized on the table before Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina. This game is called Catch the Ghost. As you can see, each of you has a stack of cards before you, 2 with 18 cards and 1 with 17. First, each player must place any cards with matching numbers from their hand onto the table's center, ensuring that no cards with identical numbers remain in their possession. Following this, the player with 17 cards will draw first, proceeding in a counterclockwise direction. Each turn allows a player to draw only 1 card from an opponent. If a player draws a card that matches one in their hand, they may place both cards in the center. The player who empties their hand of cards first will receive the rewards of this game. I must remind you that within these 3 stacks of cards lies a single ghost card. Until the game concludes, whoever holds the ghost card will be deemed the loser of this game. The penalty for losing is death. Furthermore, once you decide to participate, any unrelated items, including the escape talisman, will be rendered unusable. With that, the mysterious figure ceased speaking and stood quietly to the side, resembling a marionette devoid of emotion, merely present to declare the rules. Upon hearing the game's stipulations, Jiang Nian was taken aback. What did you say? The escape talisman cannot be used? Why didn't you mention that earlier? Jiang Nian was seething with frustration. Who could have anticipated such an outrageous twist? The inability to use the escape talisman meant that unless they succeeded in the death game, there would be no means of leaving prematurely. Of paramount importance is the fact that, throughout the course of this game, it appears devoid of any peril, merely a simple game of cards. However, in truth, the rules dictate that one among Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina must inevitably perish. The rules explicitly state that there exists but a single ghost card, rendering it impossible for two to be placed upon the round table. This signifies that, in the final moments, one among Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina will undoubtedly be in possession of the ghost card. How could the rules be so cruel? Reina, filled with ire, abruptly rose to her feet, casting a fierce glare at the enigmatic figure clad in black robes beside her. It is one thing for the rules to be incomprehensible, but why did you not mention earlier that we could not use the escape talisman? Alas, no matter her protests, the mysterious figure remained resolutely silent. At that moment, a timer appeared on the adjacent wall, its countdown set for 1 hour. A warm reminder echoed. The duration of this game is 1 hour. Should you fail to complete the game within the allotted time, you shall all face defeat. Now, let the game commence. I shall not entertain any inquiries unrelated to the game. The figure in black fell into a profound silence, as if relinquishing all control. At this juncture, the expressions of Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina grew exceedingly grave, their gazes fixated on the cards before them. Dear husband, we are all your women, even in death. We cannot allow you to perish. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure the ghost card remains in my possession. Tu Shanqing resolved firmly, her eyes resolute as she turned to Reina. Sister, from this moment forth, it shall be solely upon you to safeguard our husband. In her mind, she had managed to survive in this perilous world for so long, continually growing stronger, even restoring a portion of her damaged talents, all thanks to Jiang Nian's assistance. If one must inevitably die, Tu Shanqing would selflessly choose herself. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Reina's face. No, this cannot be. Husband, is there truly no other way? Although Reina initially desired Jiang Nian solely for herself, her bond with Tu Shanqing had blossomed into sisterhood over time. With tear-streaked eyes, she implored Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian did not respond immediately, his expression grave as he scrutinized the cards before him, replaying the rules relayed by the mysterious figure in his mind. As long as they could deplete their hands, they could navigate through the game. Yet, the one holding the ghost card would find it impossible to do so, inherently guaranteeing that one person would perish. The more he pondered, the more he perceived the absurdity of the game's rules. Initially, the shadowy figure at the center of the table had merely indicated the game bore a risk of death, never asserting it was a guaranteed demise. If it were truly such a scenario, there would be no need for such convolutions. They could simply select one person to die from the outset. Thus, this ghost-catching game must not be as straightforward as it appeared. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian reached for the cards laid out before him. Whether by sheer misfortune or fate, the sole ghost card was indeed among the cards he held. Although the game had just commenced, there was a significant likelihood that the ghost card would be drawn by either Reina or Tu Shanqing. Based on his understanding of them, particularly Tu Shanqing, should she draw the ghost card, she would undoubtedly cling to it, sacrificing her life to ensure Jiang Nian's safe escape. Reina would likely make a similar choice. If Jiang Nian were to harden his heart, he could disregard the fates of Tu Shanqing and Reina, allowing them to die in his stead. However, he could never bring himself to do such a thing. To have his beloved women perish for him, that would be the mark of a coward. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Jiang Nian, and he turned his gaze toward the enigmatic figure in black. A faint smile graced his lips. Husband, do you have a plan? Reina and Tu Shanqing both looked at him expectantly. Indeed, there was a plan, albeit one fraught with peril. You both must trust me. Everything I am about to do cannot be opposed. Reina and Tu Shanqing nodded obediently. Their husband was a man who had consistently performed miracles, and in such a moment, he must have concocted something. First, I can unequivocally inform you that the sole ghost card currently resides in my possession. Upon hearing this, Reina and Tu Shanqing's eyes widened in shock as they hastily checked their own cards. True to Jiang Nian's words, neither of them held the ghost card. At that moment, a heavy gravity enveloped Tu Shanqing and Reina. I understand your fears, but please, trust me. I will place the ghost card as the first card on my left. Under no circumstances must either of you draw this card. I must ensure that, until the very last moment, the ghost card remains in my possession. No sooner had Jiang Nian spoken than Tu Shanqing, filled with concern, queried, but doesn't that mean you will certainly face death? Indeed, Reina added, her anxiety palpable. The rules state that before the game concludes, whoever holds the ghost card must perish. They could not bear to watch Jiang Nian face death. Perhaps believing Jiang Nian was sacrificing himself to protect them, both Tu Shanqing and Reina broke down in tears. Foolish girls, Do you truly believe I would willingly embrace death? Fear not. Everything is under my control. As he spoke, Jiang Nian repeatedly glanced at the figure in black. He was certain this being was merely a controlled entity, not a living individual. In other words, it resembled a puppet, one that obeyed the commands of its puppeteer. Otherwise, how could Jiang Nian openly discuss strategies without interruption? Therefore, in Jiang Nian's eyes, this entity represented the greatest opportunity for breakthrough. As they exchanged knowing glances, Tu Shanqing and Reina nodded slightly in agreement. The game soon commenced in earnest. Following the rules, Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Reina diligently arranged their cards. All cards bearing the same number were discarded onto the round table. Moments later, the cards in their hands diminished substantially. Tu Shanqing enjoyed the best fortune, retaining but 4 cards after discarding the duplicates. Reina followed closely with 6 cards remaining. Jiang Nian, however, was the least fortunate, not only holding the ghost card, but also possessing a staggering 9 cards. Nonetheless, Jiang Nian remained undeterred, his demeanor radiating confidence. According to the rules, having begun with 17 cards, it was his turn to draw first. In a counterclockwise sequence, seated to Jiang Nian's right was Reina, from whom he unhesitatingly drew a card. Fortune favored him as he drew the 4 of hearts, perfectly aligning with the 4 of spades he held, which he casually placed in the center of the round table. Subsequently, Reina began to draw cards, targeting Tu Shanqing. Unfortunately, she failed to draw a corresponding number, and instead of diminishing her hand, she ended up with an additional card. Next was Tu Shanqing's turn. Thus far, all 3 participants had flawlessly adhered to the game's rules, drawing cards one by one and placing matching numbered playing cards in the center. After several rounds, Tu Shanqing was left with a solitary 3 of spades, aiming to draw from Jiang Nian's hand. If she could procure a card numbered 3 from him, she would successfully navigate this deadly game. Yet, despite the apparent simplicity of the task, Tu Shanqing exhibited considerable hesitation. "Qinger, it's all right. Your husband has a means of escape." Jiang Nian gently patted Tu Shanqing's head, urging her to avoid the first card on his left and to draw boldly. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely nodded and reached for a card from Jiang Nian's hand. She had already resolved that even if her hand were to be emptied, she would not abandon Jiang Nian. Even in death, they would face it together. Fortune smiled upon her. She drew the 3 of diamonds. As Tu Shanqing placed her remaining 2 cards on the center table, the room trembled once more. The previously vanished wooden door reappeared. "Congratulations, player Tu Shanqing. You have successfully passed the game. Please exit the room. A countdown of 10 seconds will commence. Failure to leave will result in immediate death. 10, 9, 8. The emotionless figure in the black robe began the countdown. "What? I must leave?" Tu Shanqing was struck with horror, utterly at a loss. How could she possibly abandon Jiang Nian to flee alone? Yet, if she did not leave now, she would face imminent death. "Qinger, do not hesitate. You must leave through that wooden door. I assure you, I will be fine. Trust me." Jiang Nian was utterly perplexed by this sudden stipulation, yet he had no recourse. At that moment, Tu Shanqing had to depart. Otherwise, she would perish before his eyes. "Yes, Sister Qinger, you must hurry and leave," Reina urged anxiously from the side. Despite their reassurances, Tu Shanqing remained deeply conflicted, with merely 3 seconds left on the countdown. If she did not act soon, death awaited her. Observing the unwavering resolve in Jiang Nian and Reina's eyes, she reluctantly nodded. "Husband, Reina, you must both remain safe." With that, Tu Shanqing threw open the wooden door and rushed inside just before the countdown reached its end. In the next moment, the door disappeared entirely, leaving Jiang Nian unaware of where Tu Shanqing had been transported. However, he could not afford to ponder such matters. He needed to focus on overcoming this deadly game. "Reina, let us continue. Remember, do not draw the first card on my left," Jiang Nian instructed, and he and Reina resumed the game. After several rounds, only a joker and the jack of clubs remained in Jiang Nian's hand. At this juncture, as long as Reina obeyed Jiang Nian's guidance and refrained from drawing the joker on his left, she could successfully collect 2 jacks and exit the room unscathed. Yet, Reina now mirrored Tu Shanqing's earlier reluctance, hesitating to follow through. "Husband, are you truly confident?" Reina asked, instinctively reaching for the joker in Jiang Nian's hand. "Reina, do you not trust me?" Jiang Nian discerned her intentions and swiftly grasped her hand. "Silly girl, I would never engage in anything without certainty. Rest assured, I have everything under control. You will also enter through the wooden door as Qinger did." After much contemplation, Reina ultimately nodded, avoiding the joker and drawing the other card from Jiang Nian's hand, the jack of clubs she needed. With a grave expression, she placed the 2 cards in the center of the table. Simultaneously, the room trembled anew, and the previously vanished wooden door reappeared. "Congratulations, player Reina. You have successfully passed the game. Please exit the room. A countdown of 10 seconds will commence. Failure to leave will result in immediate death." The same scenario unfolded as before. Upon Reina emptying her hand, the silent figure in the black robe suddenly spoke. He began the emotionless countdown. 10, 9, 8. "Husband, you must remain safe." Reina rushed to Jiang Nian, planting a quick kiss on his lips before anxiously entering the wooden door. Moments later, the door vanished once again. Now, within the room, only Jiang Nian and the mysterious figure in the black robe remained. According to the game's rules, Jiang Nian had lost. With the Joker in hand, he could not possibly assemble two matching cards to place in the center, signifying his certain demise. But would the outcome truly be as dire as predicted? Jiang Nian smirked coldly, rising to his feet and striding toward the black-robed figure. If I am not mistaken, this game has yet to conclude. Apologies, but this game has ended. You hold the Joker, you have lost. According to the rules, you will pay the price of death. As he spoke, the room shook violently, and a myriad of laser cannons emerged from the walls. If they were to fire simultaneously, Jiang Nian would have no means of escape, obliterated in an instant. Yet the laser cannons remained inactive, and to Jiang Nian's astonishment, a wooden door appeared on the wall before him, one that should not have manifested. What? The black-robed figure appeared momentarily stunned. How can this be? According to the game's rules, you have lost. The last Joker is evidently in your possession. Nay, Jiang Nian replied with a knowing smile. Who says that last Joker is in my possession? That Joker, is it not within your grasp? He gestured meaningfully towards the figure's pocket. Within my grasp? The black-robed figure's demeanor shifted to panic as he began to search his own body. Indeed, the last Joker was there, confirming Jiang Nian's assertion. According to the rules, until the game was entirely concluded, whoever possessed the Joker would meet their demise. And now, with the Joker in his possession, it was the black-robed figure who was destined to die. Farewell. Jiang Nian waved at the figure, nonchalantly opening the wooden door and stepping through. In that instant, as Jiang Nian crossed the threshold, the laser cannons activated, unleashing a torrent of searing beams that annihilated the mysterious figure in a blinding flash. Meanwhile, upon entering the wooden door, Jiang Nian was engulfed in a dizzying whirlwind of sensation. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself once again in a sealed chamber. However, this room lacked the round table from before and instead contained a peculiar black treasure chest. Surrounding this chest was a veil of black light, preventing any approach for the time being. Moreover, the previously departed Tu Shanqing and Reina were also present. Upon seeing Jiang Nian, they excitedly leaped into his embrace. Husband, husband, how wonderful, you truly emerged safely. So what exactly is happening? According to the rules of the game, the one who holds the ghost card at the end should perish. Or did you employ some special means? Tu Shanqing and Reina looked at Jiang Nian with curiosity. They had previously resolved that if anything unfortunate befell Jiang Nian, they would not survive either, choosing instead to end their lives alongside him. But I did not possess the ghost card. How could I die? Jiang Nian replied, causing Tu Shanqing and Reina to furrow their brows in confusion, utterly perplexed by his statement. After all, it was Jiang Nian who had ultimately held the ghost card. Noticing their bewilderment, Jiang Nian smiled gently. It's rather simple. Before the game concluded, I secretly tossed the ghost card onto the mysterious figure in black robes. This individual is evidently not a normal person. He is merely a puppet. Thus, he became the final bearer of the ghost card, and naturally, he was the one to meet his demise. Chapter 76, A Loophole? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing and Reina suddenly understood. It turned out that Jiang Nian's method was surprisingly straightforward. Before the game concluded, whoever held the ghost card was deemed to have failed in this round. Logically, Jiang Nian should have faced certain death. However, the rules did not prohibit hiding the ghost card on another person. Jiang Nian had exploited this loophole, concealing the card on the mysterious figure in black robes, making him the scapegoat. At that moment, the previously vanished shadow of the black-robed figure reappeared. He hovered before Jiang Nian and the others, still lacking a lower body, exuding an air of mystery. Congratulations on flawlessly completing this game. Before I grant you your rewards, I have one question. How did you discern that you could find a scapegoat? The black-robed figure inquired, his curiosity directed at Jiang Nian. This game was his design, and the loophole was the only opportunity to pass it successfully. It was remarkably concealed, making it impossible for an average person to detect. He had intended to test whether Jiang Nian and his companions would resort to mutual harm in their struggle for survival. However, he had not anticipated that not only would they avoid self-destruction, but all three would emerge unscathed. Haha, Jiang Nian chuckled confidently. To be honest, I was indeed initially deceived by you. Yet, unfortunately for you, I managed to uncover the truth. If that mysterious figure merely intended to read the game rules, he could have left this room after doing so. However, he did not. Instead, he chose to remain with us. At first, I thought his presence was to prevent us from cheating, but it turned out that even when we discussed openly, he did not intervene. This indicates that the black-robed figure's presence must serve another purpose. Upon hearing this, the hovering black-robed figure burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Now you may receive your rewards. With that, the black-robed figure slowly faded away, and the black veil surrounding the treasure chest dissipated as well. Simultaneously, four doors, white, black, and green, materialized around the room, identical to before. However, Jiang Nian's attention was no longer on the doors, but rather on the treasure chest emanating a faint black aura. Undoubtedly, this was distinct from the silver and gold chests he had encountered previously. This was an exclusive game chest obtained after successfully completing the game. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Jiang Nian promptly opened the chest. Just as when he had opened the golden chest, he first received 30 attribute points to allocate at will. Naturally, this was merely the foundation. The items he was most concerned about were yet to come. Among them were a B-grade equipment blueprint for the Xianming shield, a fragment of the sky wing, and an egg marked with black and white stripes. Item: Xianming shield blueprint. Effect: combine a C-grade shield with 50 Xianming stones in the forge to create a B-grade Xianming shield. Item: Sky wing fragment. Effect: collect 5 sky wing fragments to unlock the hidden dungeon, Sky City 2. Item: exotic beast egg, species unknown. Effect: after a period of incubation, it may hatch into an exotic beast from another world. Gazing at the information of the items that appeared before him, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes widened with excitement. An exotic beast egg. He hurriedly cradled the black and white striped egg, which was substantial, roughly the size of 5 ostrich eggs. Since entering this world, Jiang Nian had never obtained an exotic beast, leaving him quite astonished. Nearby, Tu Shanqing and Reina rushed over. Husband, what kind of exotic beast can this egg hatch? Both reached out to gently touch the exotic beast egg. I'm not entirely certain, but whatever it is, it must be powerful. We must keep it safe. If it were to accidentally break, it would be a tremendous loss. Jiang Nian replied, placing the exotic beast egg into his storage. He was unsure how long the incubation would take, but as long as it remained in storage, it would be secure. Next, Jiang Nian turned his attention to the other 2 items. First, the sky wing fragment, which, like the previous sky seal, required the collection of 5 to unlock a hidden dungeon. Undoubtedly, the hidden dungeon Sky City 2 would be significantly more challenging than the previous Sky City 1. Then, there was the blueprint for the Xianming shield. Currently, Jiang Nian wielded a sword-type weapon, classified as a one-handed weapon. Weapons such as bows, gauntlets, or spears were considered two-handed weapons, unable to equip a shield. This meant that aside from being able to wield the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, Jiang Nian could additionally equip a shield. Previously, he had not seen the necessity for such a shield and had not equipped one. However, the situation was different now. This was a B-grade Xianming shield. Once forged, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Nian needed to forge it as soon as possible. If he could complete the Xianming shield before the resource competition commenced the next day, his chances of victory would greatly increase. A C-grade shield posed no challenge for Jiang Nian. It could simply be acquired through resources exchanged at the auction house. However, the means to obtain the mysterious Xianyuan stone eluded him entirely. Fortunately, Jiang Nian possessed an omniscient talent, granting him access to all information within this realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the design blueprint for the Xianyuan shield and gently tapped on the Xianyuan stone material. Instantly, a description materialized before him. Xianyuan stone can be obtained by defeating the Xianyuan stone statue. Location of the Xianyuan stone statue, Sky City 2. Oh, so it is within the hidden dungeon of Sky City 2 that he could acquire this Xianyuan stone. With this newfound knowledge, he resolved not to squander any more time and immediately set out to collect fragments of the sky wings. The method to obtain this item would surely involve vanquishing specific monsters, akin to the earlier fragments of the Sky Seal. As he contemplated this, Jiang Nian cast his gaze toward the white random room ahead. Regrettably, this random chamber contained nothing more than a mundane creature. However, his eyes brightened upon glancing at another random room. Name: Random Room. Room status: this chamber harbors Dragon Wing Guardians emerging from Sky City. Defeating them will yield Sky Wing fragments. Safety assessment: your current status indicates a 50 mortality rate upon entering this room.